intent inside the pseudo-core surged through Kelvin's body and poured into the holy sword of the sacred race. In mere moments, the immense sword intent was entirely transferred into the holy sword. Even after absorbing so much sword intent, the holy sword showed no visible changes, remaining as ordinary as ever. Ordinary swords would likely have exploded under such overwhelming influx, but the holy sword remained intact, reaffirming Kelvin's belief in its extraordinary nature. Holding the holy sword, Kelvin lunged towards Dylan. Seeing the mundane-looking long sword, Dylan sneered. "Let's see if your precious scrap iron can pierce my defensive Buddha light." When the holy sword touched the Buddha light, the seemingly ordinary sword suddenly erupted with an intense light. Bathed in this glow, Kelvin appeared like a celestial being descending to earth. Then, what had seemed an impervious golden light split open like tofu under the holy sword's force. The boundless sword intent Kelvin infused into the holy sword erupted, striking Dylan directly. Thud. Cash spat out a mouthful of blood, staining his front red. The holy now she understood. Did he actually obtain the holy sword of the sacred race? How is that possible? She thought, disbelief coloring her mind. On closer inspection, the long sword in Kelvin's hand closely resembled the holy sword depicted in ancient records. Realizing this, Kia was even more astonished. Upon withdrawing the holy sword from Dylan, the fusion ritual was disrupted, causing the heaven chant and the Buddhist realm formed by the evil Buddha relic to vanish completely. The enormous array meant to absorb the citizens' spiritual energy in Yuzhou City could no longer sustain itself. The sky's massive formation trembled before bursting into fragments, disappearing in an ear-shattering explosion. Awakening instantly from their daze, the citizens of Yuzhou City looked around, puzzled. What's happening? Why am I here? I feel weak. Awakening, they exchanged bewildered glances. Look at the sky. One citizen shouted, pointing upwards. The crowd looked up. It's Administrator Phelan. It seems Administrator Phelan has saved us again. Long live Administrator Phelan. The people of Yuzhou City recognized Kelvin immediately, erupting in cheers. Their endless mental energy converged on Kelvin, converting into purple particles at his brow. Note, cash is used instead of tad, for natural English flow, is involved. On one hand, Dylan had been careless, believing Kelvin could never break through the golden Buddha light, and thus left himself unguarded. On the other hand, he was in the process of fusing with the evil Buddha relic, and couldn't move freely. These factors allowed Kelvin to severely wound Dylan and disrupt the fusion. In a face-to-face fight against Dylan, even with the boundless power of the holy sword, they probably wouldn't even get close to him. Do you feel that something is off about his aura? Feeling the intense pressure, Myrtle looked at Kelvin. Kelvin nodded after hearing Myrtle's words. Since arriving in Yuzhou City, Dylan wasn't the first outscenery realm expert Kelvin encountered. Compared to others of the same realm, Dylan's aura felt somewhat hollow. This sensation was similar to that of the Carson killed outside Yuzhou City. It seemed that the attack by the holy sword and the backlash from the evil Buddha relic prevented him from fully utilizing his powers as an outscenery realm expert. Even so, Kelvin and his companions didn't dare to be complacent. They surrounded Dylan in a pincer formation, eyeing him with heavy concentration. Though I am grievously injured, I am not someone you can challenge, being mere cave spirit realm and fusion realm cultivators. Upon seeing their actions, Dylan's face grew even darker. Normally, which caves her greatly. Wait. Seeing Dylan getting closer, Kelvin shouted loudly. I can't stand you staying alive even for one more second, boy. He didn't want to listen to Kelvin's nonsense, and prepare to send him straight to death. To return the favor for ruining his plans, Dylan wanted Kelvin to die in terror. To make his words more menacing, he intensified his aura, pressing it entirely onto Kelvin. The evil Buddha relic has been sealed by the Holy Clan, who left a contingency inside. Whoever tries to fuse with it without dealing with this contingency will not only fail but die in a violent explosion. In fact, I disrupted the ritual for your own good. You shouldn't blame me. You should thank me. Kelvin spoke quickly. Dylan sneered. Was he a fool? Such ridiculous claims could deceive no one. His true essence surged, ready to strike. But then he paused, because Kelvin said one more thing. This sword is the Holy Clan's holy sword. Kelvin gently caressed the blade and said softly, just loud enough for Dylan to hear. Chapter 429. A surprise attack. Dylan was stunned when he heard Kelvin's words. Although he had speculated on the origins of Kelvin's long sword, even imagining that it might be connected to a Aldo. Otherwise, how could it break through the Buddha light? But he dared not guess that this sword had anything to do with the Holy Clan. Before its destruction, the Holy Clan was the undisputed overlord of this continent, once shining brilliantly. Anything related to the Holy Clan was extraordinary. What more could be said about the Holy Clan's sacred sword? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it an unparalleled treasure. But is that really so? He gazed at the sword, recalling the scene just moments ago and remembering something from an ancient book, suddenly feeling it truly seemed familiar. In that instant, his breathing quickened. Dylan's eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the sacred sword in Kelvin's hand. Though the losses this time were heavy, if he could snatch the sacred sword of the Holy Clan for himself, it would be acceptable. However, this time Dylan did not act immediately. Kelvin had mentioned that there was a safeguard left by the Holy Clan within the evil Buddha Saraira, which Dylan initially didn't believe. But now that Kelvin had revealed the sacred sword of the Holy Clan, Dylan couldn't help but believe it. There is a safeguard. Why are you telling me? Haha, whether I stop you or tell you, it's all because I don't want to die. Nor do I want the people in the city to die. If you fuse with the evil Buddha Saraira that has this safeguard, you will eventually fail, lose your mind, and go on a rampage. We'll still die. Now we can't do anything to you. So I'm offering the secret to removing the safeguard in exchange for my life. How about that? What's the method to remove it? He got straight to the point without beating around the bush. If you give me the method to remove it, I might spare your life. Dylan narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke to Kelvin. Although Dylan tried his best to hide his killing intent, Kelvin had brought him too many troubles. Thus, a glint of murderous intent flashed across his gaze. Do you think I'm a fool, old city lord? Kelvin pointed at himself and asked. What do you mean? Dylan was confused. The killing intent in your eyes is almost palpable. If I reveal the method to break it 1 second, I'd probably be dead the next. Kelvin waved his hands. So, what do you want? Dylan's patience was running out. If not for the method to remove the safeguard left by the Holy Clan, he would have already attacked. It's simple. I've already informed Terry of the method to remove the safeguard. City Lord Adrian and Old City Lord, you don't have deep-seated enmity, nor has he disrupted your plans. Moreover, being the City Lord of Yuzhou, he could be considered your successor. I believe you wouldn't harm City Lord Adrian. As long as you let Kia and me leave, and capture City Lord Adrian to force him to hand over the method to remove the safeguard, then we can get far away. Since you've already failed and I've completed my mission in Yuzhou, there's no need for us to fight to the death, right? City Lord Adrian, remember the secret of the Holy Clan I told you yesterday? Don't easily reveal it. It's good for keeping you alive. After saying this, Kelvin turned his gaze toward Terry, who stood nearby. Terry, who had been observing the situation, was suddenly addressed by Kelvin, momentarily taken aback. Knowing well that Kelvin was setting him up again, Terry remained calm, acting as if Kelvin were speaking the truth. Seeing someone finally fall for Kelvin's tricks just like him, Terry felt oddly satisfied. Although he didn't know what Kelvin intended, he decided to play along. Thus, Terry responded, What secret are you talking about? I don't know what you're implying. Don't accuse me falsely. Observing this response, Dylan frowned slightly. He wasn't fully convinced by Kelvin's claims, but looking at the sacred sword, he couldn't completely disbelieve them either. Glancing at Kia, Dylan then said to Kelvin, Fine, leave the sword, and I'll let you go. No matter what, he had to obtain this supreme treasure. Even if his plan had failed, getting the sacred sword would still be a consolation. Kelvin hesitated for a moment before nodding. Okay, but let Kia leave first. I don't trust you. Agreed. For the sake of the sacred sword, Dylan could compromise. A mere girl, whether she lived or died didn't matter to him. As long as Kelvin ended up in his hands, the person who obtained the sacred sword and disrupted his plans was as good as dead. Kia glanced at Kelvin, gritted her teeth, and stepped away. Dylan stood to the north, while she moved northwest. Although it wasn't directly away from Dylan, each step she took increased the distance between them. In that split second, Kia's true essence erupted, unleashing a powerful attack towards Dylan. Kia had said she possessed a secret technique that was incredibly potent but required close proximity. Moreover, after triggering the sacred sword, she had exhausted herself and was using the Tai Chi decree to recover her strength, which took time. To buy this precious time, Kelvin used the sacred sword as bait. I knew you couldn't be trusted, Dylan sneered, watching Kia ambush him. However, the next moment, his expression changed drastically, incredulous at the power unleashed. It felt like a primordial phoenix was charging at him. He spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling heavily injured once more. At this moment, Kelvin also burst into action, stepping lightly, releasing sword chi, and charging forward again. What are you standing around for? Move! Kelvin shouted at Terry, who hadn't reacted yet. Chapter 430, Suffering Terribly. Even though Dylan was continuously injured, he wasn't someone a single cave spirit realm expert could handle. Dylan stared at Terry, who had charged at him first, with a grim expression. Dylan's anger had reached its peak. They were all courting death. If not for Terry colluding with Kelvin to deceive him, how would his situation have worsened? I'll kill you first, then capture Kelvin. In the next moment, the power from the simulated small universe within Dylan surged into his arms, hurtling towards Terry's head. Terry looked horrified at Dylan's fierce attack. Kelvin, you're going to make me suffer again. Facing Dylan's attack, it was unrealistic for Terry to withstand it unscathed. However, Terry was also a ruthless person. He gathered the power of his domain on his arms and barely protected his head. In the next moment, Terry kicked towards Dylan's crotch with an upward kick. Terry had made up his mind. Even if he lost both his hands, he wouldn't let Dylan off easily. Although Dylan was old and his desires in that aspect were minimal, the dignity of every man lay in their manhood, and no one wanted to be harmed there. Therefore, Dylan's unstoppable offensive suddenly paused. In the next moment, Dylan twisted his body to dodge Terry's upward kick. However, this dodge lessened the power in Dylan's fists. With a crack, the sound of bone breaking echoed. Terry endured the excruciating pain, retreated quickly, and came to stand beside Kelvin and Kia. City Lord Adrian's reaction speed is pretty good. Just the fighting style isn't very elegant. Which cave spirit realm expert would target others' lower extremities? I wonder what the other cave spirit realm experts will think when they hear about this? Kelvin said, looking at Terry. Listen to this. Is this how people talk? Their teammate barely survived, yet instead of comforting him, Kelvin mocked him. At this moment, Terry badly wanted to ignore Dylan and fight Kelvin, teaching him what it meant to be a cave spirit realm powerhouse. Sir Phelan, don't say anymore. Let's think about how to deal with this formidable opponent. Terry laughed bitterly. He had just clashed with Dylan and knew that even though Dylan was repeatedly injured, he could still exhibit half-step exit scene realm strength. Though it was only half-step, they couldn't handle it. Do we need to think? Of course, we should gang up on him. Before Kelvin finished speaking, he and Kia had already charged over. It seemed as if they had natural chemistry. Terry didn't dare slack off either and followed closely behind them. Now the three of them were bound together like grasshoppers on a string. If anything happened to Kelvin and Kia, Terry couldn't escape either. Thus, even with a broken arm, Terry still pushed through and charged forward. Seeing the aggressive trio, Dylan was enraged. At this point, he understood what it meant to be a tiger in a plain being bullied by dogs. Without further ado, disregarding his injuries, Dylan's true essence power surged wildly. In the next moment, the three of them were locked in combat. Watching Kelvin wield the Holy Clan's holy sword vigorously of true essence sword towards Terry's neck. If Terry were hit, he would certainly die. With the true essence sword drawing closer, Terry had no time to defend. At the critical moment, Kelvin kicked Terry's waist, sending him flying. The true essence sword grazed past Terry's hair, severing a strand. Fortunately, Kelvin acted in time, and Terry avoided decapitation. Flying away, Terry felt as if his waist might shatter. 完了，我还没娶媳妇呢. Translation. Oh no, I haven't even gotten married yet. This conveys the meaning more naturally in English. The strong pain made tears stream down Terry's face. However, he couldn't reason with Kelvin. After all, if not for Kelvin's forceful kick, he would have met the Grim Reaper long ago. City Lord Adrian, are you okay? Autry is older than you but still holding on. You're young, yet you aren't performing much better. Kelvin said to Terry. You're the old one, your whole family is old. Enraged by Kelvin's taunts, Dylan roared and charged towards Kelvin without hesitation. With Terry out of the way, Kelvin and Kia's attacks weren't as tightly coordinated. Seizing the chance, Dylan turned into streaks of residual images, dodging Kia's palm strike and Kelvin's Holy Clan holy sword. Seeing this, Terry's face changed dramatically. He wanted to rush forward and fill the gap, but the pain in his waist prevented him from acting in time. He could only watch helplessly as the enraged Dylan rapidly approached Kelvin. Despite Kelvin's Holy Clan holy sword creating an impenetrable net of sword intent, Dylan allowed the sword intent to slash through his body repeatedly as he pressed forward towards Kelvin. Chapter 431. Escape. Young man, I'd like to see you survive this time. Dylan grinned wickedly, his palm transforming into a claw as he lunged at Kelvin's head. The immense power from the claws seemed to tear through space. It's over. Kelvin is finished. Terry cried out in despair internally. Such a fierce attack would be lethal even to a cave spirit realm expert. Not just Terry, Kia was equally alarmed. Kia's entire body erupted with true essence, making her resemble a burning phoenix. The intense flames warped the surrounding air. Standing not far from Kia, Terry felt as if he were surrounded by molten lava. The overwhelming heat made him feel as though his eyebrows were about to burn off. Is this the power of one of the four great blessed lands, the divine maiden of Xuanhuan Abbey? Though Kia's realm was inferior to his own, Terry knew that if they faced each other directly, he would surely die. He couldn't even inflict a serious wound on her. As Terry watched in astonishment, Kia left a trail of red in the air. In an instant, she was already standing in front of Kelvin. A massive blazing phoenix flapped its wings, the wind intensifying the flames as it clashed with Dylan's hand. Boom! The clash released an explosive wave of energy, sending sparks flying and fluttering Kia's robes and hair. At this moment, Kia standing in midair resembled a goddess descended from heaven, evoking awe and reverence. Truly, she was the divine maiden of Xuanhuan Abbey, far beyond ordinary standards of strength. Note, Xuanhuan is translated as Xuanhuan Abbey, to maintain consistency and fluency in English. From below, the citizens of Yuzhou City gazed up at the battlefield in awe upon seeing Kia's majestic figure. Some believed they had witnessed a celestial being descending, and began kneeling and praying for her protection. Are you alright? Kia asked Kelvin worriedly. I'm fine. Kelvin shook his head. Kia had blocked all the energy shockwaves, so Kelvin hadn't been harmed. While Kelvin was indeed unharmed, Dylan was not so lucky. With Kia using secret techniques, her combat strength skyrocketed. When the energy waves dissipated, revealing Dylan's figure, his clothes were torn and burnt, his arm blackened and charred. Blood trickled from his mouth, clearly indicating severe injuries. Dylan's combat ability had been severely compromised. Now, having suffered multiple serious blows from Kia, his condition worsened. In contrast, Kelvin and Kia showed no signs of weakening. Aside from some fatigue after using the holy sword, Kelvin was still capable of fighting. As for Terry, although he was injured, especially with a broken hand, his cave spirit realm cultivation allowed him to restrain Dylan and provide opportunities for Kia. Clearly, Dylan now had no chance of winning. Seeing this, Dylan decided to retreat. Kelvin was too extraordinary, managing to withstand Dylan's attacks with only Unity Realm cultivation, and without sustaining any injury. Kia was equally formidable, displaying incredible strength that far exceeded her realm. Dylan feared continuing would cost him his life. Evaluating the situation, Dylan calculated silently. Kia, as the divine maiden of Xuanhuan Abbey, was not only unscathed but had also unleashed an overwhelming power that he could not match. Attempting to break through her defenses would be unwise. Regarding the weakest among them, Kelvin, he always acted unpredictably, holding a holy sword and receiving special attention from Kia. Thus, Dylan gave up on breaking through via Kelvin. His only option now was to escape through Terry. Although Terry was a cave spirit realm cultivator, he was a typical one, not monstrous like Kelvin or Kia. Upon sensing Dylan's gaze, Terry inwardly groaned. Unlike Kelvin, Terry knew he couldn't face Dylan calmly. However, Dylan smiled at Terry but instead charged towards Kia. Seeing this, Terry breathed a sigh of relief. Facing the charging Dylan, Kia did not retreat. Given Dylan's weakened state, Kia was confident she wasn't inferior. Transforming her true essence into palms, she clashed with Dylan. Moments later, Dylan was sent flying back. Flipping midair and utilizing the force from Kia's attack, Dylan rapidly advanced toward Terry. Stop him! Realizing Dylan's intent to escape, Kelvin shouted at Terry. Terry steeled himself, knowing failure meant dire consequences. If Dylan escaped, Terry, fixed as Yuzhou City's mayor, would face retaliation once Dylan recovered. How could he, a mere cave spirit realm cultivator, contend with a fully restored outviewing realm master? Kelvin and Kia could retreat to the capital or Xuanhuan Abbey, where Dylan would have no advantage. Terry pondered resigning as mayor and finding a sect for support. Having such backing would make life less miserable. Watching Dylan approach, Terry gritted his teeth and formed a protective barrier with his true essence and domain, charging like a human bomb. He didn't want to be a human bomb, but with both arms broken, he could only use his broad chest to delay Dylan's departure. Terry found his actions heroic. Boom. The next instant, Terry was hurled from the sky, crashing into the ground and forming a crater, unconscious. After landing the blow, Dylan didn't even glance at the fallen Terry, fleeing like a shooting star. Kelvin and Kia pursued immediately. With Dylan harming civilians and holding the evil Buddha relic, they wouldn't let him escape. Especially given his heavy injuries, now was the perfect opportunity to strike. Within moments, their figures vanished into the distance. Chapter 432. Secret Technique. Terry's selfless action managed to stall Dylan for a moment. Due to his severe injuries, Kia and Kelvin behind him were catching up quickly. Dylan realized that if this continued, he would eventually be caught by Kelvin and Kia. His face showed determination as it flushed red, and then he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The essence blood transformed into a blood mist enveloping Dylan. In the next moment, his speed drastically increased, and he vanished from the spot. Did Dylan actually escape using a secret technique? What should we do now? The two arrived at where Dylan had disappeared. Kia looked at the puddle of blood on the ground and asked, Dylan is heavily injured. Even with a secret technique, he won't get far. Kelvin coldly replied. There was no way he could let Dylan escape. If Dylan recovered, nightmares would follow Kelvin daily, especially with a powerful opponent like him knowing about the sacred sword. The problems would multiply manifold. Moreover, the sacred sword wasn't just an ordinary object. If its existence were revealed, many powerful figures would not rest until they obtained it. By then, Kelvin wouldn't only be facing out of the scenery realm powerhouses, but even true sage realm masters might take action. Realizing this, Kia glanced at Kelvin with concern. Don't worry, Dylan won't get away. Kelvin smiled slightly. Though the secret technique boosted Dylan's speed, Kelvin's phantom step wasn't inferior either. Furthermore, during his time in the mirror platform, he learned numerous methods specifically for tracking enemies who fled for various reasons. It was laughable to think Dylan could escape from the mirror platform's secret techniques after being gravely wounded. Let's pursue. Kelvin used his methods to capture Dylan's scent trail and took off first. At that moment, southeastward, Dylan was staggering through the forest. Using blood escape had worsened his already grave injuries. Kelvin, you wait for me. I'll have my subordinates spread the news about your possession of the sacred sword once I return. At that time, no matter how many tricks or schemes you have, your life won't be safe. Hatred filled Dylan's eyes. Everything had been going well. Soon, he would have become the new demon Buddha true sage. But everything was an option. He could die standing but would bite his enemy before doing so. Without further ado, Dylan merged the remaining virtual lesser world's power with true essence and struck Kelvin and Kia, who were on the tree. Both leaped into the air as the force swept past their feet. Next, the vegetation and trees behind them were obliterated, leaving barren yellow soil. Unfazed by the miss, Dylan knew the previous attack was bait. Now, he aimed for multiple fatal strikes, overextending his life to fly towards them. Using overextended life energy, Dylan displayed 70 to 80% of his strength. Kelvin and Kia exchanged glances before flying in different directions. Dylan's overextension was potent but unsustainable. They needed to delay him. Deciding to ignore Kia, Dylan focused on Kelvin. However, Kelvin's phantom step created numerous illusions, making it hard for Dylan to distinguish the real from the fake. Kelvin, if you're a man, face me in a one-on-one duel. Having destroyed several illusions, Dylan knew he couldn't continue like this and challenged Kelvin to a direct confrontation using provocation. However, reality was harsher than his hopes. Hashtag chapter 433. Dylan, dead. Kelvin was no fool. How could he fall for Dylan's obvious trick? Kelvin continued performing the bewitching steps in midair, completely ignoring Dylan. In a fit of rage, Dylan tore one of his clones apart. At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly appeared by Dylan's side, revealing a dagger formed from true essence, hurled with lethal intent. The attacker was none other than Shirley, standing not far away. If Dylan were in his usual state, he would have noticed Shirley long before. Now, only when the dagger was upon him did he become aware. This clearly demonstrated how his physical abilities had deteriorated due to severe injuries and life force depletion. Dylan quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding as the dagger sliced off a large chunk of his scalp. The bloody scene was terrifying. You little scum, dare you attack me from behind? Enraged, Dylan wanted to abandon Kelvin and kill Shirley. However, realizing something was amiss, Shirley withdrew immediately and stood at a distance, tauntingly asking if Dylan could catch him. Red-eyed with fury, Dylan ran towards Shirley. But before he had taken a few steps, he sensed a powerful sword intent coming from behind. The sword intent pierced directly through Dylan's right shoulder. If not for twisting his body at the critical moment, it would have been his heart instead of his right arm. Despite this, Dylan felt numbness in his right arm, completely losing sensation in his right hand. It was evident that Kelvin's attack had effectively crippled Dylan's right hand. Xiuxian, your opponent is me. Where are you going? Before Dylan could respond, Kelvin transformed his true essence into a fist and attacked. Dylan let out a cold snort, choosing not to dodge but to counterattack with another true essence fist. At the moment of impact, Kelvin felt an overwhelming force surge through his arm. He swiftly circulated his internal true essence to expel the intruding power. Indeed, a realm-defying powerhouse. Even in such a weakened state, he still possessed formidable strength. Kelvin couldn't help but marvel. Dylan was indeed powerful, but he wasn't alone on the battlefield. In the next instant, Dylan felt a sharp pain in his back. Looking down, he saw a true essence longsword piercing through his chest. At the critical moment, Shirley had struck, penetrating Dylan's chest. One Kelvin was already enough to give him headaches. Adding Shirley made it clear that staying would likely result in his death. With this thought, Dylan erupted in a burst of remaining power, sending Kelvin and Shirley flying. Then, like a soaring rock, he ascended into the sky. Hurry, don't let him escape. Seeing Dylan take flight, Shirley shouted anxiously, "Don't worry. Watch me demonstrate Bao shooting eagle." As he spoke, Kelvin drew the holy sword of the Saint clan and hurled it with great force. After invoking the holy sword, it seemed no longer ordinary, its speed significantly enhanced by the sword mastery technique, perfectly suited for this method. Reflecting on the past, Kelvin remembered how the sword mastery technique under the holy sword hinted at its synergistic potential to unleash some of its power. The holy sword of the Saint clan transformed into a beam of light, shooting Dylan back to the ground. Shirley watched Kelvin's actions in shock. What kind of existence was the holy sword of the Saint clan? It was something that could drive countless strongmen mad, and whoever possessed it would likely treasure it immensely. Yet, Kelvin had thrown it as if it were a simple projectile. Fortunately, Kelvin didn't do this at the holy temple. Otherwise, Shirley imagined the ancestors' coffins wouldn't be able to hold them. A loud thud echoed as Dylan slammed into the ground, creating a crater. Why did I fail? Why? Lying on the ground, Dylan was barely breathing, his end clearly near. Yet even in his dying moments, he couldn't believe he was defeated by 2 Cave Spirit Realm and a Unity Realm cultivators whom he never took seriously. Ordinarily, Cave Spirit and Unity Realm practitioners were insignificant to him. Dylan wouldn't even spare them a glance. However, these very individuals who he looked down upon ultimately sounded his death knell. Dylan couldn't understand why. Evil will eventually lead to self-destruction. Dylan, your numerous transgressions aim to sacrifice the people of Yuzhou City. From the moment you conceived this idea, failure was inevitable. Even if I weren't the one to bring you down, others like Actong Chun, Kingston, and various dusts would have stepped up to stop you. Hearing Kelvin's words, Dylan smiled bitterly. Did I really make a mistake? No, I made no mistake. I only wanted Aldo-level power. What was wrong with that? After the bitter smile, Dylan's face twisted into madness as he pounded the ground fiercely. Beyond redemption. Kelvin shook his head at Dylan. Determined not to waste more time, Kelvin used the lamplighter's ability to extract Dylan's life essence. Dylan slowly closed his eyes, muttering under his breath, "Aldo, I must become a Aldo, become evil Buddha Aldo." Until there was no more sound, Dylan became obsessed with power and lost his sanity. Watching Dylan die while still thinking about becoming a Aldo, Shirley sighed deeply. To truly reach the Aldo realm, one needs both the power and a compatible heart. Even if Dylan successfully fused with the evil Buddha relic, he would only become a puppet controlled by the path of the evil Buddha Aldo. As he spoke, Kelvin took the evil Buddha relic from Dylan's body. Shirley said nothing as he observed Kelvin's actions. The evil Buddha relic posed a threat to the world, tempting any unwavering hearts with the allure of the Aldo path. Entrusting the relic to Kelvin was the best choice. After all, Shirley knew Kelvin well. Though Kelvin desired strength, he disdained achieving it through such means. "The matter is resolved. Let's return," Shirley said to Kelvin. "Yes, let's go. I wonder how Chief Adrian is doing," Kelvin nodded. "Chief Adrian used his body to buy us some time. His actions deserve our admiration," Shirley remarked. With that, Kelvin and Shirley sped back toward Yuzhou City. Soon, their figures disappeared into the dense forest, leaving behind a devastated battlefield and Dylan's exposed corpse. Perhaps Dylan never anticipated that after ruling Yuzhou City for years, he would meet such a disgraceful end. Life is unpredictable, and schemers ultimately perish due to their own plots. Perhaps this was the retribution they deserved. Chapter 434. Fainted? A gentle breeze swept through the quiet, dense forest as 2 figures suddenly appeared. "That good-for-nothing second brother actually ended up at the hands of that little brat Kelvin," said the eldest, who wore a hooded jacket, looking resentfully at Dylan's corpse. "Brother, the evil Buddha Saraira is missing," exclaimed the 6th brother after searching Dylan's body. "It must have been taken by Kelvin and Kia," guessed the eldest. As the chance tried to influence him further, the holy sword in Kelvin's chest moved almost imperceptibly. Instantly, the chanting vanished, as if it were all an illusion. But Kelvin knew this was no hallucination. It was the evil Buddha Saraira causing trouble, specifically the Aldo's Tao within it. That was why he immediately put the Saraira away without showing it to Kia. Kia had no such artifact to guard against it. If their minds were affected, it could be disastrous. Kia and Kelvin returned swiftly to Yuzhou City within minutes. The residents were gathered around a large pit where several doctors tended to Terry's injuries. Despite his efforts to protect himself, Dylan's strength had shattered Terry's ribs. After treatment, Terry was tightly bandaged into a white mummy-like figure. "It's Magistrate Phelan. He's back. It's really Magistrate Phelan. Did he deal with that person so quickly?" The citizens cheered loudly upon seeing Kelvin. They hadn't known that Dylan was the previous city lord. Kelvin saw no reason to tell them. Smiling, he nodded and waved to the people. His joy was genuine. The Yuzhou citizens provided him with a steady stream of thoughts which transformed into purple particles in his brow. Seeing Kelvin's approachability endeared him more to the people, increasing the intensity of their focus towards him. If earlier their thoughts were like fine threads, now they were thick thumbwidths. Within a short time, the citizens of Yuzhou had already supplied Kelvin with nearly 1/10 of the thoughts he had received in the capital. This wasn't because the Yuzhou citizens were more grateful, but because each person had faced mortal danger. Without Kelvin, they wouldn't have survived. So, naturally, they revered him even more. Smiling at the people, Kelvin walked towards Terry, who was carefully moved aside to make way for him. Seeing Terry's appearance, Kelvin couldn't help but laugh. City Lord Adrian really knows how to transform. Look at you, turning into a mummy in no time. Kelvin teased. Terry, not understanding the reference, struggled to raise his stiffened arm, making sounds of protest. City Lord Adrian, everything is settled. You can rest easy now. Seeing Terry's distress, Kelvin ceased his teasing and turned serious. Hearing this, Terry's tense heart eased. Although he trusted Kelvin and Kia, the outcome was uncertain, especially against a powerful fleeing opponent. He'd chosen to stay here to get first-hand news. Now, assured that Kelvin had succeeded, he finally relaxed and fainted. The sudden faint startled the doctors who checked him frantically, relieved only when they heard his steady breathing. "Let's send City Lord Adrian back to his residence," suggested Kelvin, knowing that stress had caused Terry to pass out. If he'd not waited for them, Terry might have fainted much earlier. Though timid, Terry truly cared for his people. The doctors agreed promptly, arranging a stretcher to transport. "It would be best if City Lord Adrian spoke directly to you. He has fainted. I didn't want to wake him either, so I decided to speak to you personally. Even though City Lord Adrian is down, he surely has other capable subordinates. Couldn't one of them handle these matters?" Kelvin questioned. Phelan Darun, Lord Phelan, may not know, but over the years, our City Lord has been keeping a low profile, which hasn't helped his reputation among the people of Yuzhou City. Today's events barely improved it. His subordinates are even less respected. Now the citizens view you as their savior. With you in charge, everything will be foolproof. Note: I've made slight adjustments for fluency and natural expression while retaining the original meaning. The butler pleaded further. Since Terry was incapacitated, in the butler's view, only Kelvin could manage Yuzhou City. Understanding the situation, Kelvin nodded and agreed. Delighted, the butler immediately led Kelvin into Terry's study. Terry's study was meticulously organized, offering a view of a small lake outside, suggesting his appreciation for luxury. However, upon seeing the mountain of documents on the desk, Kelvin felt his head spin. "These documents have piled up in just a few days," the butler explained. "How could so many documents accumulate in just a few days?" Kelvin couldn't believe it. "These are losses from that devious doctor's visit." The butler pointed out various piles, detailing battle damage, infrastructure loss, and more. Listening to the butler's explanations, Kelvin's head toward each other. "Our chemistry surpasses most married couples." Note: I replaced "mochi" with "chemistry" to ensure the sentence reads naturally in English while preserving the meaning. "Indeed, we share a deep understanding," Kelvin praised her. Flattery never hurt when asking for help. "I can help, but I have a condition." Knowing Kia's playful nature, Kelvin replied, "We're going to be husband and wife. Let's not be formal. If this is how you treat me before marriage, imagine what'll happen afterward." Kia feigned sadness. Seeing this familiar manipulative tactic, the art of emotional manipulation, or qigong, Kelvin realized Kia had mastered it to a high level. Despite her talent and strong learning ability, she was still no match for him, the master of such tactics. Note: I have maintained the term qigong, as it seems to be a specific concept from the original text that doesn't have a direct English equivalent, and provided the context to ensure clarity. Chapter 436, Delivering Money? Kelvin never thought there would come a day when he would be toyed with. However, as the self-proclaimed king of the sea, Kelvin was not at all worried. In fact, he even felt like laughing. To display one's tea-art skills in front of him, the Sea King, wasn't this akin to wielding a large saber before Guan Yu, or swinging an axe before Liu Ban? The best way to counter such tea-art was to respond with well-reasoned and substantiated people always say that a woman's heart is as unpredictable as a needle lost in the ocean. I've never dared believe it. I especially believed my fiancée to be the finest woman on earth, beautiful and thoughtful, always remembering my kindness towards her. But now, she seems to have forgotten how I risked my life for her countless times. Does this mean love has vanished from the world? Kelvin lifted his head and looked up at a 45-degree angle toward the sky, or rather the ceiling, yet this did not stop him from expressing sorrow. Unfortunately, if only a tear could slip down his cheek now, it would be perfect. However, a man may bleed but will not cry. There was no chance of tears. Hearing Kelvin's words, Kia showed an embarrassed expression. After all, they had known each other long enough, and Kelvin had saved her multiple times. A sense of guilt welled up inside her. All right, I'll help you. Kia finally agreed. Then you've truly worked hard. Kelvin instantly reverted to his smiling self as though nothing had just happened. The quick-witted Kia realized she had once again been outmaneuvered by Kelvin. Kelvin! Kia gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at him, as if she wanted to bite a piece off him. She vowed never to believe any expressions from Kelvin ever again after this. Using her guilt to play tricks on her was simply too much. Now, behave. Don't be angry. I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. You mentioned a condition earlier? I agree to it, Kelvin coaxed, looking at the pouting Kia. The reason Kelvin hadn't agreed to Kia's condition earlier was because he wanted to establish who held authority in the household. As the Sea King, could he allow himself to be ridden by a mere little fish? However, it was necessary to give the fish some bait occasionally to ensure its growth in the pond. Really? This time you're not lying? Kia said skeptically, knowing full well Kelvin's cunning nature. So, you don't believe me? Shall I take back what I said? How can a man's word be withdrawn once given? She retorted. I'll tell you what you need to do once I decide. After speaking, Kia sat down at Terry's desk like a victorious little peacock, immediately starting to review the documents in front of her. With Kia here to help, Kelvin felt very reassured. Although Kia had been born and raised in the Anshinchai, Tranquility Hall, and had never ventured into officialdom as its deity, she possessed far more knowledge than ordinary people. These tasks were child's play for her. Note: for consistency and fluency in English, Anshinchai is better translated as Anshin Hall, or Tranquility Hall. The term, child's play, is used to convey that the task was easy for her. Meanwhile, Kelvin brought over a chair, sitting calmly at the table to enjoy his tea. Seeing Kelvin leisurely drinking tea while she worked tirelessly, Kia's eyes brew the antidote. Consequently, the city's finances are severely strained. Moreover, according to records, Lord Adrian borrowed stockpiles from several factions, promising to repay them once the situation settled. Now that everything has calmed, it's likely those factions will soon be demanding payment. Seriousness marked Kia's face as she spoke. The current state of the city administration made it impossible to pay these debts. Yet, should word spread that Terry reneged on his promises, the good reputation he'd fought for would be ruined. Rumors spread fast. The priority isn't just repaying those factions. We must also reassure the citizens of Yuzhou City, Kelvin pondered. To the factions, their losses were negligible, but for the citizens of Yuzhou, many of whom had lost homes and livelihoods, this mattered deeply. Given the city's financial state, there's probably not even money to repair damaged homes, Kia pointed out bluntly. No worries, someone will deliver us the money, Kelvin smiled confidently. Confused by his certainty, Kia doubted anyone would willingly send money to the city administration in such dire straits. However, Kelvin merely watched the door expectantly. Soon enough, the Aryangli butler rushed into the study. Bad news. Bad news. Sir Phelan, there's something that needs your attention. Even before entering, his voice reached them. Hearing this, Kelvin smiled and turned to Kia, saying, Our money-bearing fairy has arrived. Chapter 437. Paying the debt. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, Kia's confusion deepened. The urgency in the old mayor's voice was evident, clearly implying that this visit wasn't for anything good. Yet why did Kelvin say the god of wealth had arrived? Though puzzled, Kia didn't voice his question as the Fraser had already reached the study door. They would soon know what Kelvin meant. What happened? Such a rush. Kelvin asked, feigning confusion. Sir Phelan, you may not know, during the pandemic, our city lord borrowed a batch of herbs from various powers to aid the citizens. The city lord had no funds left at that time, so he borrowed under the guise of a loan, the Fraser explained with a sigh. Now those people have come to the city lord's mansion, demanding repayment. If Terry hadn't been severely injured, these people might not dare to be so presumptuous. But now, Terry couldn't even speak, and they were getting restless, fearing that if Yuzhou City got a new city lord one day, their money would be lost forever. Is that so? Let me see them. Kelvin replied. Hearing Kelvin's response, the Fraser's face lit up with joy, hastily leading the way. The Fraser hadn't intended to trouble Kelvin, hoping to handle matters on his own. However, these power holders were incredibly difficult to deal with. Even though the Fraser was experienced, he couldn't manage it, resorting to pleading for Kelvin's help. Before coming, the Fraser worried that Kelvin wouldn't meddle in such private matters concerning the city lord. He even prepared to stay put if Kelvin refused. To his surprise, Kelvin agreed without hesitation. At that moment, 3 middle-aged men dressed in fine clothing sat in the reception room of the city lord's mansion. Do you think the butler will give us the money? A corpulent man asked. We paid real gold and silver for those herbs. Even though the city lord's mansion holds significant influence in Yuzhou City, it shouldn't act unreasonably. And the bigwig from the capital is still here. If the city lord's mansion dares not repay, we'll complain to him. Alan added. Honor is right. Mayor Adrian wrote IOUs when borrowing the herbs, and Cell supported. With these IOUs, Mayor Adrian must repay our money regardless of what he says, and Cell affirmed. Mr. Actong felt reassured after hearing Cell and Alan. Although Actong family operated in Yuzhou City for years, its scale was far smaller than the Zhang's and Li's, so the amount of herbs borrowed was less. Initially hesitant to come, Mr. Actong seized the opportunity with the Zhang's and Li's leading. In a while, we'll claim severe losses during this unrest, causing financial hardship. Then we'll demand repayment from the city lord's mansion. Let's see how the butler handles it. And Cell reminded the others. The other two nodded, silently waiting for the butler's return. Soon, the butler appeared at the door. Seeing him treating a man and a woman respectfully, the 3 patriarchs guessed their identities. Please come in, sir. The butler invited politely. Kelvin nodded, and sat in the seat of honor alongside Kia. Despite guessing Kelvin's identity, the 3 patriarchs did not forget their purpose. They believed debts should be repaid. It was only fair. Even if the person in the seat of honor were the current emperor, they couldn't ignore their demands. Moreover, as members of Godfrey, they adhered strictly to rules. Taking advantage of the unpaid debts during the crisis when the Pan family was destroyed, they saw an opportunity to gain benefits. After exchanging glances, Cell addressed the butler. Butler, we explained our situation just now. We suffered substantial losses in this turmoil. Our families are almost destitute. Do you think Mayor Adrian owes us money that should be repaid? Cell finished, and Alan and Mr. Actong echoed. Exactly. My 80-year-old mother might have to beg with our entire family. Ignoring them, the butler was pouring tea for Kelvin and Kia. Annoyed by being overlooked, the 3 grew grim. What? Can a city lord's mansion openly default on debt? If the citizens learned that Mayor Adrian took advantage of them, what would they think? Mr. Actong asked with a threatening tone. Although their forces were smaller compared to the giant like the Pan family, they held notable status in Yuzhou City, often treated with respect. Even Terry wouldn't disregard them. However, today, they were ignored by a mere butler from the city lord's mansion, bruising their pride. 3 patriarchs, please calm down, the butler said, smiling after pouring the tea. Seeing the silence, the butler continued. Our city lord is seriously injured and currently unconscious. Regarding the outstanding payment for herbs, I can't make decisions. Unimpressed, the 3 wondered if the butler was delaying or denying responsibility. Without waiting for a response, the butler continued. This gentleman is a close friend of our city lord. You can discuss your demands with him. He can represent our city lord fully, guessing Kelvin's identity, yet pretending not to recognize him. Cell stood up and bowed. May I ask the name of this gentleman? Note. In translating names, I've used pinyin for Chinese characters, maintaining the original style as requested. Chapter 438. Do you know your sins? Kelvin picked up the teacup on the table, sipped it lightly, and said, My name is Kelvin. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, the 3 patriarchs' faces showed a look of confirmation. Sir Phelan, we have long heard your great name but have never had the chance to meet you. Today, I see that you are indeed extraordinary. Yes, Sir Phelan, by ridding us of the Pan family, you have saved our entire Yuzhou City. Without Sir Phelan, Adrian City Lord promised to pay us afterward. As Brody spoke, he handed over the IOU in his hand to Kelvin. Actong Patriarch and Douglas also handed over their IOUs from Terry. Kelvin didn't even glance at the IOUs before placing them on the table, then sipped his tea again. The 3 patriarchs were puzzled by Kelvin's behavior. In their eyes, since Kelvin arrived in Yuzhou City, He always seemed to act in the city's interest. Why was today different? His expression didn't seem like someone ready to champion their cause. Was it possible that Kelvin wasn't as incorruptible as rumored, and he wanted something in return? Reflecting on this, Brody felt relieved. After all, no one was selfless and demanded nothing in his experience. If Kelvin wanted something, that made things easier. Sir Phelan, since you came to Yujo City, you've done so much for us, and we've had no chance to thank you. These small tokens of gratitude are inadequate. Please accept them, Sir Phelan. Once my clan's finances stabilize, we will certainly hold a grand celebration banquet for you. Brody pulled out a stack of banknotes from his sleeve and respectfully handed them to Kelvin. Before giving the notes, he specifically mentioned waiting until funds were available to indicate these were just an appetizer, with more to come once the city lord repaid them. Seeing this, Actong Patriarch and Douglas brightened and also produced their banknotes, respectfully placing them on the table in front of Kelvin. Could this be what Kelvin meant when he said people would offer him money? These banknotes were indeed significant, enough for a lifetime of comfort. However, for the disaster-stricken people of Yujo City, they were merely a drop in the ocean. Kia watched Kelvin with keen eyes, expecting further moves. You three have good intentions. Now, many of Yujo City's residents are still suffering. I will keep this money on their behalf. Kelvin glanced at the banknotes on the table. So much for a clean and upright official. Turns out he's just another gold digger, saying he keeps it for the people, but soon enough it'll end up in his own pocket. Actong Patriarch inwardly scoffed but felt relieved. If Kelvin was approachable, securing benefits would be easier. Although they didn't vocalize it, Kelvin read their thoughts immediately. However, he wasn't bothered because the real show was yet to come. It's a common saying that debts should be repaid, naturally. Since Adrian City Lord borrowed from you, it's only right that you come here to collect. Playing with the banknotes, Kelvin calmly said. The three patriarchs wore joyful expressions upon hearing Kelvin's words. Money truly moves mountains. Kelvin changed his attitude the moment he received payment. The old steward turned pale, knowing there was no money in the city lord's residence to repay them. But now that the matter was handed to Kelvin, he couldn't intervene. Silently, he calculated which valuable items in the residence could be sold off. Sir Phelan, you're wise. May I ask when these payments can be made? Brody inquired. Not so fast, have you eaten? If not, why not join us for a meal at the city lord's residence? Not everyone gets such an opportunity. Kelvin shifted the topic, rather than providing a timeline. The three patriarchs weren't sure what Kelvin was up to but dared not refuse. After exchanging glances, they agreed. Satisfied, Kelvin nodded and instructed the old steward to prepare the meal. Indeed, the old steward was efficient, quickly bringing in a steaming feast. Just as everyone was about to sit down, Jerry of the Mirror Keeper walked in with a thick pile of documents. Seeing Jerry, Kelvin's smile widened. He wasted time talking to the three patriarchs precisely to delay. Otherwise, Kelvin had no interest in chatting aimlessly. Sir, here are the documents you requested, Jerry said respectfully. Well done. Do you know your sins? The first remark was for Jerry, while the second was directed at the three patriarchs. Chapter 439. Quibbling. Kelvin's voice echoed through the vast hall, exuding an oppressive intensity. To make his words more intimidating, Kelvin infused a hint of his quasi-core's domain power into his voice. Although the three family patriarchs possessed some cultivation, they were no match for the overwhelming force of a domain. The three had just begun to take their seats when Kelvin's presence startled them so much that they couldn't even sit properly and tumbled to the ground. They looked at Kelvin with fear in their eyes, baffled as to why he, who had been conversing amicably with them moments before, had suddenly turned on them. Sir Phelan, may we ask what crimes we have committed? Asked the Dane of the Zhang family, trying to sound composed as he rose to his feet, a look of bewilderment on his face as if proclaiming his innocence louder than Doi. It seems you're not planning to confess, Kelvin said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he leaned forward, staring intently at the three patriarchs. Kelvin snorted inwardly. He understood their thinking. With the Pan family now destroyed, they saw an opportunity to profit from it. By currying favor with him, they hoped to gain a bigger share. They never imagined he would lash out because, in their view, his mission was to deal with the Pan family, and with that done, he could return and report to the Emperor. There was no need to create additional trouble for himself or them. A bit of bribery, they thought, would buy him off. Wasn't this how officials were usually handled? But they were wrong this time. It wasn't just about the purple element. He found these people's audacity utterly intolerable. He intended to use this opportunity, under the might of the evil Buddha, to rectify the local atmosphere and re-establish the dignity of the mirror platform. Such opportunities did not come by often. Note: I replaced feng qi with atmosphere to ensure the text reads naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. Sir Phelan, there is truly nothing to confess. What ordinary citizens of Yujo are we guilty of anything? Though you are a high-ranking official from the capital who has helped Yujo rid itself of the Pan family, you cannot unjustly accuse ordinary Yujo citizens without cause. The Dane of the Lee family steadied his nerves and spoke up. Truly ordinary citizens of Yujo? It seems you won't admit your guilt until you see the evidence. Kelvin couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. He then handed over a stack of papers brought by Jerry to the old steward. When the old steward saw the contents of the papers, his expression changed instantly. He hadn't expected Kelvin to gather such information in such a short time. This remarkable efficiency and execution were befitting of a renowned guardian of the great Qi dynasty. The city guards paled in comparison. Read these aloud to the three patriarchs to put any lingering doubts to rest, Kelvin instructed. Following Kelvin's order, the old steward began. But whoever told you must have ulterior motives. Our Lee family has always worked diligently and never overstepped. I believe someone is conspiring against us. Can we find a quiet place to discuss this further? After calming himself, the Dane of the Lee family spoke up. Kelvin chuckled inwardly. Indeed, they assumed he was seeking more money. You guessed right. Someone is plotting against your Lee family, but it's none other than me. The idea had first occurred to Kelvin after Kia mentioned the city government owed a debt. However, making money wasn't limited to this method. If the three families gave the city government some time and didn't act opportunistically, Kelvin wouldn't have considered confronting them yet. But since they had come knocking, Kelvin saw no reason to let them off. Thus, on the way to the parlor, he ordered Jerry and the guardians to gather evidence of the family's illegal activities. He was certain they were far from clean. Indeed, after an investigation by the guardians, the skeletons in the closets of these three families were revealed. For years, Yuzhou had been controlled by the Pan family, making it nearly impossible for any force to remain untouched by corruption. Conspiring? Are you sure? Kelvin asked mockingly. Sir Phelan, please enlighten yourself. The three pleaded, crying injustice and begging for a fair judgment. Ignoring them, Kelvin turned to Jerry. Jerry immediately understood and clapped his hands. Two guardians entered, escorting a captive. Seeing the person brought in by the guardians, the three patriarchs' faces changed dramatically. Such a grand display suggested this was not just about extracting benefits. Could he really be targeting them after dealing with the Pan family? Did he realize this could provoke public outrage, not only in Yuzhou but also among the elite across the nation? Dealing with one family was different from dealing with multiple. It shifted from personal grievances to class conflict. What else do you have to say? A cold aura emanated from Kelvin, sending chills down their spines as if they were plummeting into an abyss. Sir, the deaths caused by our Li family were accidents by our servants. We compensated the farmers' families generously enough for their future lives. Beyond that, we haven't harmed a single citizen of Yuzhou. The Dane of the Li family tried to explain, still refusing to believe Kelvin would strike. He continued to think Kelvin merely sought to extort benefits and had already prepared to pay a hefty price. Chapter 440. Resolution? Kelvin sneered. Do you think that after I finish dealing with the Pan family, I will leave and before that, thoroughly extort a fortune from you? To the three patriarchs kneeling on the ground, Kelvin, surrendering 30% annually was akin to a slow, agonizing death for their clans. You think carefully now, do you want to live or die? Kelvin asked. They exchanged glances, pale-faced, but dared not resist Kelvin. Even the powerful Pan family and the evil Buddha were dead. How could they stand a chance? Transferring funds within our clans takes time. We'll start preparations right away and ensure the funds are ready by tonight. Li family Dane offered. Since it couldn't be avoided, better to take the initiative. Kelvin nodded without saying anything more. Seeing this, the three patriarchs took their leave one by one. Kia gazed at Kelvin with admiring eyes. She understood his intentions and couldn't help but say, do you realize that by doing this, you're offending countless influential figures? The mirror platform is meant to offend those in power, isn't it? Kelvin responded nonchalantly. He knew the trouble it would cause, but what did it matter to him? This was the Augustine's business. The Augustine should handle any backlash from the nobility. His job was simply to kill indiscriminately and do his duty at the mirror platform well. During the meal, the Fraser personally served at the table. Kelvin invited the Fraser to join them, but he politely declined. It was evident that Kelvin had resolved two major issues for the city lord's mansion, and the Fraser felt genuinely grateful towards him. While Kelvin found the Fraser's attentiveness somewhat awkward, if the butler were a different gender, dressed as a bunny girl, Kelvin might have been more willing. However, with an Aryunli man serving beside him, most men would find it uncomfortable. Though he felt out of place, Kelvin did not ask the Fraser to leave. He understood that the Fraser didn't know how else to express his gratitude and could only do so through service. Thus, Kelvin allowed him to serve as he wished. With the main problems at the city lord's mansion resolved, other matters could be managed by the Fraser. After finishing the meal, the Fraser arranged a quiet courtyard for Kelvin to rest. Once back in his room, Kelvin finally relaxed completely. Since arriving in Yuzhou City, there had been constant upheavals, one after another, starting with the Pan clan, then the epidemic, followed by Dylan. Issues seemed to arise one after another, never giving Kelvin a moment's rest. Though many things happened, he had also gained much during this period. As he relaxed, Kelvin felt a steady stream of mana converging on him from the sky. This influx of mana surged into his mind like a torrential river, transforming into purple particles upon reaching his brow. The number of purple particles in his mind had multiplied several times since his arrival in Yuzhou City. Realm despite spending their entire lives trying. If merely absorbing celestial essence could lead one into the cave spirit realm, then perhaps the Xiuxian dynasty would be teeming with cave spirit realms by now. The soccer ball-sized purple factors in Kelvin's mind, plus the life essence obtained from Dylan, and the 200,000 spirit stones given by Terry, were enough for Kelvin to break through to the peak of the Unity realm. However, instead of breaking through immediately, Kelvin took out the evil Buddha Saraira he obtained from Dylan. Examining the evil Buddha Saraira, flashes of golden Buddha light occasionally flickered on its golden surface. Upon closer inspection, one could discern faint reflections of the Buddhist kingdom within those golden lights. Every time the golden light flashed, Kelvin felt waves of Buddha sounds resonate in his mind, stirring his emotions. Fortunately, under the protection of the Holy Clan's sacred sword, these Buddha sounds did not affect Kelvin. People say Buddhism is adept at brainwashing. Although the evil Buddha didn't follow the orthodox path of Buddhism, even just with this single Saraira, it can stir human emotions. Indeed, it's extraordinary. Kelvin watched the evil Buddha Saraira while murmuring to himself. Looking at the evil Buddha Saraira before him, curiosity appeared in Kelvin's eyes. I wonder what the Aldo's path was an extremely rare treasure. Even someone as composed as Kelvin felt tempted when looking at the evil Buddha Saraira in his hand. After all, every cultivator dreamed of reaching the Aldo realm, the ultimate goal for any cultivator. However, unlike Dylan, Kelvin wasn't blinded by the Aldo's Tao inside the evil Buddha Saraira and chose not to fuse with it. Though Kelvin longed for strength, he didn't want to become unrecognizable for it. Nevertheless, while Kelvin wouldn't fuse with the evil Buddha Saraira, what if he refined it? In this area, Kelvin could say he was quite experienced. After all, he could challenge Cave's spirit realm powerhouses with the power of the pseudocore at the Unity realm. Since fields could be refined into pseudocores, could the current evil Buddha Sarira be refined into a pseudocore too? After all, Kelvin mastered the technique known as all things in heaven and earth can be refined. Though the evil Buddha Sarira contained the Aldo's Tao, its physical medium was still part of the natural world. Kelvin had some confidence in whether or not he could refine the evil Buddha Sarira. A sword-field pseudocore already allowed Kelvin to challenge cave, spirit realm powerhouses at the Unity realm level. If the evil Buddha Sarira containing the Aldo's Tao were refined into a pseudocore, how strong would that be? Below the Aldo realm. Chapter 442, Start of Advancement. Kelvin took out a brocade pouch from his bosom and opened it, revealing 20,000 spirit stones densely lined up before him. When he opened the storage bag, rich spiritual energy filled the entire courtyard. Kelvin did not directly use Dylan's life essence, but intended to first stabilize his foundation with these spirit stones before attempting his breakthrough. After all, the life essence contained too much power, perfect for the final push through his bottleneck. Kelvin took a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy swirling within his organs. The powerful spiritual energy also caught the attention of Kia, who lived beside Kelvin. Is Kelvin about to break through? Kia knew that Terry had given him 20,000 spirit stones, but didn't expect him to break through so soon. After all, Kelvin had only recently become a late-stage unification realm cultivator. At this rate, wouldn't Kelvin catch up to her very quickly? Sensing Kelvin was about to break through, Kia appeared in Kelvin's courtyard with a flash. She waved her hand, concealing the spiritual fluctuations emitted by the spirit stones. Although they were at the City Lord's mansion and Dylan had been killed, someone might still try to interfere with Kelvin's advancement. But erring on the side of caution, Kia stayed to protect him. Inside the house, Kelvin naturally sensed the commotion outside and smiled upon recognizing Kia. Kia was shocked to find no energy disturbance inside the room. Usually, absorbing such massive energy would lead to chaotic energy inside the body. But according to her perception, the energy in Kelvin's room was unusually calm. Did Kelvin really absorb all that vast energy? It seemed unbelievable to Kia. Though aware of Kelvin's extraordinary talent, this seemed too extreme. Impulsively, she wanted to enter the room but immediately restrained herself. She decided to wait until Kelvin finished his cultivation to ask how he managed it. At this point, the spiritual energy from the 10,000 spirit stones permeated every inch of Kelvin's body. He felt each cell bathing in spiritual energy, greedily absorbing it to strengthen his physical resilience and power. Rather than immediately using this energy to break through to peak unification realm, Kelvin manipulated the energy to purify his true essence continuously. The reason Kelvin could challenge peak grotto spirit realm cultivators despite being at the unification realm lay mainly in his robust true essence, which surpassed those who even had false cores. Ordinary unification realm cultivators couldn't unleash the power within the false core due to the merciless extraction required by the sword domain. Only a man like Kelvin, physically robust and enduring, could withstand it. Through continuous purification, Kelvin's true essence far surpassed those at the same level. In terms of purity alone, even grotto spirit realm cultivators would be astonished. Despite being only a late-stage unification realm cultivator now, its heat, the purity of true essence was further enhanced. Although extremely pure, it differed from ordinary unification realm practitioners. To prevent contaminating his golden core, Kelvin enveloped it with purple factors. After channeling true essence back into the golden core, he repeated the process, cycling it through his meridians. Through repetitive practice, he gained deeper insights into this world and his eternal Tao. Chapter 443, Advancement. Peak Unity Realm. Although Kelvin's eyes were closed, the world seemed clearer to him within his mind. Every table and chair in the room was visible with all their intricate textures. This sensation felt as if the universe had opened a door just for him. Furthermore, the golden core inside Kelvin's body emitted a pure light. A faint, indescribable aura enveloped Kelvin's golden core. However, the remaining spiritual stone's essence had been exhausted, yet Kelvin still hadn't fully advanced to the peak Unity realm. At this moment, Kelvin had merely placed one foot into the peak Unity realm. Even so, he felt that he could now defeat 10 versions of himself at the late Unity realm. Indeed, 200,000 spirit stones aren't enough for advancing to the peak Unity realm. Though it appeared Kelvin had only half entered the peak life essence of the exit scene realm expert, he was surrounded by an extremely rich Tao aura. Unlike the previous breakthrough, this time the Tao aura surrounding Kelvin created various extraordinary phenomena. Sometimes it was dragons and phoenixes circling Kelvin, singing joyfully. Sometimes it was immortals dancing around him. Other times it was myriad creatures bowing in reverence. Seated amidst these phenomena, Kelvin resembled an immortal king impervious to all methods, sitting stably on a fishing platform, unswayed by the tides of the world. When these phenomena appeared, the clear sky above the city lord's residence suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Lightning arcs, thick like dragon sinews, roared angrily in the clouds. Endless fierce winds arose from Kelvin's courtyard, making the trees sway violently. It was as if Kelvin was a sinner who defied heaven. Jaylene watched the phenomena in the sky in shock. Although she couldn't believe it, she knew it was all due to Kelvin. Jaylene understood deep down that among all the powerful figures throughout history, Kelvin's monstrous talent ranked near the top. Time ticked away slowly. The purple particles originally the size of a soccer ball were now reduced to the size of an egg. Kelvin hadn't expected that simply breaking through to the peak Unity realm would consume several times more purple particles than advancing to late Unity realm. The amount of purple particles needed to golden core. The pattern was both complicated and miraculous, causing dizziness with just a glance. The instant the pattern emerged, a thunderous boom erupted within Kelvin's miniature cosmos. The sound spread from the golden core, through the 8 extraordinary meridians, limbs, bones, and resonated with every cell in his body. Kelvin's connection to the cosmic power became nearly tangible. Once this cosmic power solidified, it would become Kelvin's exclusive realm. If Kelvin faced another peak Unity Realm expert, the sheer force of the cosmic power alone could suppress them entirely, rendering them helpless to Kelvin's mercy. Upon completing the advancement, Kelvin slowly opened his eyes. An invisible cosmic power burst forth from his gaze, turning everything he saw into powder. Not only items like tables and chairs, but even the floor of the room formed a large pit. This wasn't Kelvin deliberately releasing his cosmic power. If he intentionally unleashed it, its might would be unimaginable. Outside, Jaylene sensed the commotion within and hurriedly pushed open the door. Seeing the scene inside, she paused momentarily. But when she saw Kelvin intact, Jaylene smiled. "Congratulations on your successful advancement," Jaylene said to Kelvin. "Pity you've only reached the peak Unity Realm. There's still some." Kelvin's smiling face felt it was somewhat improper. Yet, to satisfy her curiosity, she nodded despite feeling something was amiss. "That's because the essence within the spirit stones was overwhelmed by my charisma and willingly entered my body," Kelvin said earnestly, as if explaining a natural phenomenon. After hearing Kelvin's explanation, Kia rolled her eyes and turned to leave. She found Kelvin's response too absurd and didn't want to engage further. Seeing Kia's proud departure, Kelvin chuckled and shook his head. The Taichu technique was one of his secrets, so naturally, he wouldn't reveal it to her. While Kia and Kelvin enjoyed their quiet moment, the entire city of Yuzhou was in turmoil. Dark clouds hung over the mayor's mansion, visible to all citizens. Although the ominous clouds dissipated after Kelvin successfully advanced, their impact remained. "Did you see it? Dark clouds filled the sky above the mayor's mansion just now, with lightning and thunder. I saw it too. Do you know what caused it? It might be because Mayor Adrian did something to anger the heavens. Perhaps they're punishing him." "No way. Although Mayor Adrian used to be inactive, he worked diligently during the plague." "Yes, and he helped Darun, Lord Phalon, fight off the villain." The citizens of Yuzhou agreed after hearing this argument. It must be because some monstrous creature appeared in the mayor's mansion, causing such terrifying celestial anomalies. "Oh no. I saw Mayor Adrian was gravely injured, barely able to move." "Yes, if it's a monstrous creature, how can Mayor Adrian deal with it?" The citizens expressed their concerns. "Why don't we go check?" One citizen broke the silence. Others hesitated but then nodded, heading towards the mayor's mansion. Meanwhile, Kelvin lay outside his courtyard, basking in the sun while pondering his next steps. After reaching the peak of the Unity Realm, the purple factors in his mind were nearly depleted. To advance to the cave spirit realm, he needed a massive amount of these factors. Thus, Kelvin considered ways to obtain more purple factors. The citizens of Yuzhou had provided him with plenty, so he wasn't planning to return to the capital immediately. After all, Emperor tasked him with eliminating the Pan family, not returning right away afterward. But now that the Pan family was destroyed and Dylan, who secretly stirred trouble, was killed, what could he do to continue collecting the citizens' thoughts? After much thought, an idea formed in Kelvin's mind. However, it required an opportunity. "Lord Phalon, many citizens are gathering at the entrance of the mayor's mansion." At that moment, the old steward rushed over, sounding anxious. "Gathering? What's happening?" Kelvin asked the steward. "Citizens believe a monstrous creature has appeared. Lord Phalon is invincible." Cheers erupted, sending waves of thoughts toward Kelvin, manifesting as purple factors in his mind. Sensing this, Kelvin smiled. He hadn't come out just for these few factors. He had other plans. "From now on, I will oversee all matters in Yuzhou due to Mayor Adrian's severe injuries. Anyone with grievances can come forward." Kelvin was in the midst of his breakthrough. If he had used a technique with side effects, it would have been impossible for him to succeed. This led even the well-informed Kia to ask curiously, "Do you really want to know?" Kelvin smiled and asked Kia. Kia felt that Kelvin's smile was somewhat improper, but driven by her curiosity, despite feeling something amiss, she still nodded. "That's because the essence within the spirit stones was charmed by my charisma and entered my body willingly." Kelvin said this with utmost seriousness, as if explaining something self-evident. Upon hearing this, Kia rolled her eyes and turned away. Kelvin's explanation was too far-fetched for her, and she didn't want to engage further. Seeing Kia leave with a huff, Kelvin chuckled and shook his head. The Tai Chi spell was one of Kelvin's secrets, so he naturally wouldn't tell her. Kia and Kelvin enjoyed their quiet moment. Unlike the tranquility of Kelvin's courtyard, the entire Yuzhou city was in an uproar. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the city lord's residence, visible to all citizens of Yuzhou. How to obtain more? The citizens of Yuzhou provided ample purple factors, so Kelvin didn't plan to return to the capital immediately. After all, Emperor tasked him to annihilate the Pan clan, not specifying an immediate return afterward. Now that the Pan clan was destroyed and Dylan eliminated, what should he do to continue collecting the citizens' thoughts? After some thought, Kelvin conceived an idea, but it required an opportunity. "Lord Phalon, many citizens are gathering outside the city lord's residence." The Aryangli steward rushed in urgently. "Gathering? What happened?" "The citizens say a monster appeared at the city lord's residence and are worried about his condition," explained the steward. Having seen the dark clouds over the city lord's residence, the steward knew they covered Kelvin's courtyard. Hence, he refrained from investigating on impulse. Now, seeing the gathering citizens, he had to inform Kelvin. Hearing the situation, Kelvin saw an opportunity. "Let's go and see." He walked out with the steward. "Why no response yet? Has the city lord suffered a terrible fate?" "Yes, it's worrying. Perhaps the experts at the city lord's residence are busy dealing with the demonic entity. What should we do? Should we enter to help the city lord?" Just then, the gate opened loudly, and Kelvin emerged, stepping onto the staircase to face the citizens. "It's Lord Phalon. He's here at the city lord's residence. Everything must be fine." The citizens buzzed, turning the formidable entrance into a bustling market, but now relieved. "Calm down, everyone." With Kelvin's gesture, the crowd fell silent, in everyone's hearts, which soon turned into a raging fire. Kelvin looked at the expressions of the citizens of Yuzhou City with satisfaction. He had anticipated this outcome. The atmosphere in Yuzhou City had already been ruined by the Pan family, and under such circumstances, there were bound to be lawless forces taking advantage of the situation. Previously, the citizens of Yuzhou City might have hesitated and chosen to endure. However, not only did Kelvin clear out the Pan family for the citizens of Yuzhou City, but he also repeatedly saved the city from peril. The citizens of Yuzhou City had long placed immense trust in Kelvin. But, Sir Phelan, won't you make too many enemies by doing this? Some of them have powerful influence and hold official positions in Yuzhou City. If Sir Phelan really stands up for us, won't you be punished when you return to the capital? After the initial excitement, Hudson hesitated, and then said to Kelvin with concern. Unlike other citizens of Yuzhou City, he had once achieved top rank in the local examination. Due to various reasons, he remained an ordinary citizen despite his achievement. However, because of his deep knowledge of the classics, he considered matters more than the average citizen. The excited crowd fell silent upon hearing Dominic's words. At this moment, Kelvin was deeply loved by the citizens. If Kelvin acted, greetings to the high ancestors decree. The scholar reacted first to Kelvin's actions, knelt down, and shouted aloud. Upon hearing this, other citizens also came to their senses and bowed respectfully before the decree in Kelvin's hand. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Kelvin, do not speak idly. Anyone who has grievances may come forward. As soon as Kelvin finished speaking, a scholar called out loudly, Your Excellency, I have a grievance to report. What is your grievance? Do you have evidence? Kelvin suppressed his smile and asked. Informing Your Excellency, I do have evidence. The scholar pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his robes, respectfully handed it to the old steward, and continued. I am from one of the surrounding counties of Yuzhou City. My parents scrimped and saved to send me to private school. After 10 years of hard study, I did not disappoint my parents and ranked first in the local exam. I eagerly participated in the Yuzhou City regional exam, but my scores were replaced by someone from the Adrian family, a local thug, using connections. My parents were also beaten to death by the Adrian family servants while trying to get justice for me. Tears streamed down Dominic's face as he spoke. Many people in Yuzhou City knew of Dominic's story, so as he narrated, the citizens displayed looks of anger towards the Adrian family. Kelvin took the petition and saw the blood-stained words, the blood having long dried, indicating it had been written a long time ago. With no means to seek justice, Dominic had kept it in his robe, hoping for a day when he could clear his name. Do you have witnesses? Kelvin asked after reading the content. Your Excellency, we are all witnesses. The citizens of Yuzhou City shouted. Caitlin, go arrest the members of the Adrian family. Today, I will bring justice to this scholar right here at the city lord's residence. Kelvin commanded. Yes, Your Excellency. Caitlin, along with a team of guards, set off immediately toward the Adrian family residence without hesitation. Caitlin needed no directions, for all the citizens of Yuzhou City would guide him. 15 minutes later, Caitlin returned with a group of people. At the forefront was a man covered in blood, his face filled with fear. It was none other than the current head of the Adrian family, Aquila, the instigator of Dominic's plight. Seeing Aquila being brought in, Dominic's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Chapter 446, Turning the Tables? Having been oppressed by the Adrian family for years, first by having his exam results switched, and then by the cruel murder of his parents, no one could know how many times his tears had soaked his pillow at night. It is often said that a man does not easily shed tears unless deeply moved. The scholar had once considered giving his life in exchange for revenge against the Adrian family, but he knew well that such an act would not harm the patriarch of the Adrian family. It would merely be a futile sacrifice. Thus, Dominic kept the petition written in blood close to his heart, as a constant reminder of the deep-seated enmity with the Adrian family. He also harbored a faint hope that one day, someone might come forward to right his wrongs. Though this hope was minuscule, it was enough to keep him going through his despair. Fortunately, heaven finally showed its mercy when Dominic encountered Kelvin. Aquila, do you know your crime? Kelvin looked sharply at the kneeling Aquila and asked. Sir, I am innocent. Please do not believe this rascal's nonsensical claims, Aquila pleaded. My son did not switch his exam papers. It's just that this person lacks talent and is envious of my son's extraordinary abilities. Moreover, his parents did not die at my hands. They were incited by him to create a scene at my doorstep. My men merely chased them away. But who knew that just a slight push caused his parents to bleed from their mouths and die? I suspect this unscrupulous scholar sacrificed his own parents' lives to pave the way for his future. And besides, Sir Phelan, if I really killed Dominic's parents, why would I leave him alive? Wouldn't it be best to eliminate any witnesses? Aquila sobbed while explaining himself to Kelvin, wiping away snot and tears. That's right, please investigate clearly, Sir Phelan. This man envies our talents. Please uphold justice for us. Another Bruno behind Aquila added. This was none other than Aquila's son, Johnny. You are shameless to the extreme. Hearing Aquila and Johnny's words, Dominic shook with anger, pointing at them. The scholar understood that Aquila didn't kill him because he wanted to see him live like a dog, enjoying his suffering and helplessness. Yes, everyone saw how you had his parents beaten to death. Now you're turning things around and framing him. The people of Yuzhou City denounced Aquila after hearing his words. Aquila's face turned grim, and he cast a menacing look towards the crowd. Despite Kelvin's presence maintaining order, the Adrian family's lingering influence struck deep into the hearts of the people. Seeing the reactions of the townsfolk, Kelvin already had his answer. He smiled slightly and slowly descended the steps. Each of Kelvin's movements sent tremors through Aquila's mind, fearing he might strike at any moment. After all, Kelvin had eradicated the Pan family, and there would be no one to seek justice for him even if he were dead. Please judge wisely, sir. Every word I say is true. Desperately, Aquila bowed repeatedly until his forehead bled. Kelvin walked steadily to stand before Aquila. Surprisingly, instead of killing him, Kelvin gently lifted Aquila to his feet. The crowd watched in stunned silence. Rest assured, in my administration, I never wrong anyone nor let a single evildoer go unpunished, Kelvin said with a smile. You can all rise. Hearing these words, the Adrian family breathed a sigh of relief. Johnny gave a smug look to Dominic, as if to say, what will you do now, with your grievances unresolved? The scholar felt his hopes fading, growing pale. Was there truly no place for justice? Thank you, Sir Phelan. You are wise and powerful, the pride of our Yujo city. On my return, I will set up a longevity plaque in honor of Sir Phelan, and the Adrian family will worship daily, praying for your eternal blessings. Akila's voice revealed unmasked joy. A longevity plaque is unnecessary. I've said I won't let any villain escape. Between Dominic and you, one of you must be lying, Kelvin continued. Sir, it is Dominic who lies. Johnny hurriedly interjected. Kelvin waved a hand to stop him. The method to determine the liar is simple. Weren't you saying Dominic envied your child's exceptional talent? Upon hearing Kelvin, Akila sensed something amiss but clenched his teeth, resolved to endure. Indeed, sir. The scholar's envy of my son led to all this. Very well. Let's settle this by having Dominic and your son compete, to see who truly has greater talent. Kelvin turned to Dominic. Dare you, scholar? The scholar's face lit up with excitement. In matters of scholarly talent, Johnny wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Whatever sir commands. Dominic bowed respectfully. However, Akila's expression changed drastically. Knowing his son's incompetence, Akila feared exposing the truth in a contest. Johnny spent his days playing with pets, visiting brothels, and never studied diligently. Why, are you afraid to compete because you're lying? Kelvin's narrowed eyes exuded pressure. Akila realized that refusing would confirm his deceit, leaving him no choice but to hope his lackluster son could somehow outperform Dominic. Sir, you overestimate the matter. My son is naturally intelligent and fears no mere scholar. Akila glanced at the pale-faced Johnny. Unable to protest, Johnny lowered his head in resignation. Xuanhuan, bring the test papers. Let both take the examination under everyone's watchful eyes. Kelvin instructed the old steward, who rushed off to retrieve the necessary materials. Chapter 447. Cheers. Time ticked away, each second feeling like an eternity to Akila and Johnny, even though the Fraser had quickly brought out the test papers. There are no desks or chairs here, so you'll have to make do and write on the ground. The Fraser handed the test papers to Dominic and Johnny, and Kelvin spoke. The citizens of Yujo City stepped back, giving Dominic and Johnny some space. Without any fuss, Dominic placed his test paper on the ground and started answering it. Since the death of his parents, he had faced constant suppression from the Adrian family, leaving him impoverished, and writing on the ground was a daily routine for him, something he was long accustomed to. There sat Dominic, holding the pen, pouring all his knowledge onto the paper. In contrast, Johnny, used to luxury, had never written anything on the ground before, nor did he often write at all. Very soon, he felt a soreness in his back and waist. Many times Johnny wanted to give up, but under the stern gaze of his father, he could only grudgingly continue. Kelvin watched them from above. The scholar's handwriting was elegant and graceful, exuding a scholarly air. Unlike Dominic's meticulous style, his writing was bold and free-spirited, making Kelvin nod in approval despite himself. Though Dominic came from a rural background, his depth of knowledge was impressive. Had his nomination not been taken over, he might have gained favor with the great scholars in the capital. After reviewing Dominic's work, Kelvin turned his attention to Johnny's paper. The writing looked as if spiders had crawled across it. His skill was barely better than a child learning to write for the first time, if not worse. Moreover, the content of his article made no sense at all. Time flew by, and when both men stopped writing, Akila's face was already ashen gray. It was over. Everything was over. Even without reading their answers, one glance at the neatness of their scripts clearly showed who was superior. Akila bitterly regretted indulging his son, allowing him to grow up idle and unlearned. If he had forced him to study even for an hour every day, perhaps they wouldn't have suffered such a humiliating defeat today. He could argue that Johnny had spent years serving the household, burdened with daily tasks, and unable to focus on studying, but the quality of Johnny's writing now left Akila helpless. Do you have anything else to say? Kelvin asked Akila coolly. I. Akila stammered, unable to come up with any excuse. Dad, I don't want to die. Save me, please. Think of a way to save me. Desperately clutching his father's sleeve, Johnny cried, realizing the extent of his defeat. To Johnny, his father was everything. Throughout his life, no matter what trouble he caused, his father always managed to smooth things over for him. A sharp slap echoed throughout the area. Akila had struck his own son across the face. This slap shocked Johnny. Throughout his life, his father had never hit him, not even spoken harshly to him. Yet now he had slapped him hard. Johnny's lips swelled visibly within seconds. Looking at Johnny's swollen face, a glint of pain flashed in Akila's eyes, but he knew this might be the only way to save his son's life. You foolish child. You've ruined our entire family. Akila bellowed at Johnny. I worked tirelessly for your future, even went as far as murdering others' parents, all for your success. But what about you? You've done nothing but sit around idly every day. If you had just tried harder, would we be in this position? Akila scolded Johnny fiercely, as if ready to disown him. Kelvin smiled, understanding that Akila was putting on a show, taking all the blame to save his son. Sure enough, Akila respectfully bowed to Kelvin. Phelan, sir, these actions were all mine, having nothing to do with my son. He is a spoiled brat who knows nothing and enjoys a life of pleasure, having committed no wrongdoings. Please spare Johnny's life. No wrongdoings? Kelvin smirked and called out, Godric. Hearing Kelvin's order, Godric hurried forward and handed him a folded document. On May 5th of Dingyu year in Dacian dynasty, Johnny forcibly abducted a woman from a family in the northern part of the city. When her family resisted, Johnny ordered his men to break their legs. Not only that, he attempted to rape her in front of her family. Unable to bear the humiliation, the woman hanged herself. On May 10th, Johnny beat a beggar to death for accidentally dirtying his shoes. On June 1st, Johnny, driven by his twisted desires, ordered two brothers to kill each other, using their parents' lives as threats. Need I continue, Master Adrian? Kelvin said expressionlessly. While Dominic and Johnny were taking the test, Kelvin had instructed Godric to gather evidence of the Adrian family's crimes. The Mirror Storm's efficiency had nearly uncovered every misdeed of the Adrian family's ancestors. Kelvin's words hit Aquila like hammer blows. As he finished speaking, Aquila collapsed, realizing it was all over. Kelvin had uncovered Johnny's misdeeds in such a short time. Even a god couldn't save Johnny now. Father, think of a way. Johnny realized he was doomed. Stumbling, he ran to Aquila, frantically shaking his limp body. But Aquila remained motionless, staring blankly into space, unwilling to respond. The outcome was certain. Aquila didn't want to say another word. The Adrian family has committed atrocities in Yujo City, causing harm to countless innocent lives. They must be punished. Bring these people forward and execute them. Hang their heads on the wall at the northern gate as a warning to all. Kelvin's tone was calm, but his command brooked no argument. Godric and the others carried out the execution without hesitation. Two mirror storms swiftly took the severed heads to the north gate. Despite the gruesome scene, the citizens of Yujo City were not frightened but elated. Cheers erupted from the city hall. Translation completed as requested, maintaining the original structure and style. Chapter 448, Banquet. In Yujo City, at the city lord's residence, the shouts of the common people echoed throughout the entire city. The wronged scholar, with tears welling up in his eyes, had endured so much pain and hatred over the years. Finally, he found relief. Many thanks to Chancellor Phalon for your boundless grace. The scholar knelt down and kowtowed to Kelvin. Kelvin had helped him resolve a grievance that had lingered for many years. To Dominic, it felt as if he had been reborn. Kelvin's kindness could be described as life-giving grace. You're welcome. It is our duty at the Mirror Platform, and my obligation as its storm, to uphold justice for every Dechin citizen who has suffered an injustice, Kelvin said, smiling and helping Dominic to his feet. Hearing Kelvin's words, Dominic was moved to tears. Now that one grievance has been resolved, if anyone else has unresolved injustices, speak out now. Kelvin addressed the people of Yujo City. Though Kelvin's voice wasn't loud, it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Your Excellency, I have a grievance. Your Excellency, I want to report something. Your Excellency, I also have a grievance. In no time, the citizens of Yujo City vied to tell Kelvin their woes. Kelvin was momentarily overwhelmed. Although he possessed peak Unity Realm cultivation, he wasn't capable of being in multiple places at once and couldn't listen to everyone at the same time. Everyone, please calm down. Kelvin spoke to the bustling crowd, which reminded him of a busy market. Hearing Kelvin's words, the crowd quieted down, looking at him respectfully and waiting for him to speak. Be assured, this anti-crime crackdown in Yujo City will not be a fleeting affair. It will continue beyond today. Therefore, there's no need to rush. I will assign mirror storms to record your grievances, investigate them thoroughly, and not let a single criminal force go unpunished. Kelvin's dedication had already won him the hearts of the people, and they believed he was sincere. They waited orderly for the mirror storms to inquire about their issues. Kelvin divided the mirror storms into two groups, one responsible for recording grievances, while Hayden was tasked with verification. Once confirmed, Hayden would act swiftly to eliminate the criminal forces and display the heads of their leaders on the North Gate Tower as a warning. For a time, the whole city was in turmoil as numerous Jackson is still around. The Robert is right, but in far-off Yujo City, Kelvin doesn't have Jackson's backing anymore. Ha ha ha. This time, Kelvin only brought a team of mirror storms. It seems he faces certain doom. A court official agreed. That's correct. Yujo City is under the control of the Pan family. Their influence cannot be underestimated. Faced with such a massive entity like the Pan family, Kelvin, with only early-stage Unity Realm power, is probably going to be utterly defeated. Austin exclaimed, laughing heartily as if he saw Kelvin's tragic end. Well, no need to talk about someone doomed to die. It spoils the mood. From now on, the capital will be ours again. Even though we suffered great losses, it won't take long to recover, perhaps even surpass our previous state. Let's raise our glasses and toast to a glorious tomorrow. All present stood up and cheered loudly, to a glorious tomorrow. Then they drank their wine in one go. Relax and enjoy yourselves today. Thinking that Kelvin might already be dead in Yujo City, even the Robert, who disliked their words, felt delighted. He didn't wish such an unruly presence to live. The noblemen continued to drink and laugh merrily. Some who lusted after the foreign beauties started making advances. Following the lead, others laughed and joined in, seeking their favorite dancers. At that moment, the dancing women seemed like lambs awaiting slaughter, looking at the nobles with fear in their eyes. Despite their terror, they dared not resist, enduring whatever these men did to them. As the nobles reveled, the Robert's steward rushed in suddenly. Seeing the luxurious scene, the steward froze for a moment. The guest's fun was interrupted by his unexpected appearance. How should I have trained you? Is this where you belong? The Robert said coolly. Though the Robert's tone was calm, the steward understood that the Robert was contemplating killing him. Terror-stricken, the steward quickly knelt down. I apologize, master, but urgent news came from Yujo City. I dared not delay in reporting it to you. Monitoring developments in Yujo City was a task given by the Robert. The Robert wasn't particularly worried about what Kelvin might achieve there. He just wanted to hear of Kelvin's demise as soon as possible. Now, hearing the steward's explanation, the Robert's expression softened slightly. After waiting so long, finally, news of Kelvin's death had arrived. To heighten the festive atmosphere, the Robert instructed the steward to announce the news. After hesitating for a moment, the steward finally spoke. The Pan family has been annihilated. Chapter 449, Banquet Turmoil. The cabinet ministers and other nobles sipped their wine, waiting for the butler to announce the anticipated news. However, when the butler revealed that Kelvin had eradicated the entire Pan clan, the cabinet minister's eyes sharpened, staring intently at him. You What did you just say? A nobleman, who was fondling an exotic beauty, didn't immediately grasp the news and subconsciously asked, "Do you know the consequences of playing such a prank?" A court official, quicker on the uptake, turned his sharp gaze toward the butler. The nobles present, who had seen much in the political arena of the capital, were genuinely caught off guard by Kelvin's actions. No one expected him to be capable of wiping out the Pan clan right on their home turf. Under the hostile gazes of numerous nobles, the pressure would have overwhelmed any ordinary person. The butler trembled with fear. According to the message received, Kelvin has indeed wiped out the Pan clan. The butler steeled himself to deliver the words. A bunch of useless trash in Yuzhou City, unable even to handle this. One nobleman flew into a rage, smashing his cup on the floor as if to vent his anger. Upon hearing the butler's words, the rest of the nobles erupted in chaos. To them, it seemed impossible for Kelvin, having no base of support in Yuzhou City, to overpower the Pan clan. Some in attendance knew certain facts. Even if Kelvin was only at the Unity Realm level, it was improbable for someone, even a peak scenery realm powerhouse, to gain an upper hand in Yuzhou City. Could the Augustine have sent additional secret resources from the mirror platform to accompany Kelvin besides the team of mirror guards? Yet they had been monitoring closely all along. To send these people solely to exterminate the Pan clan seemed unrealistic to the nobles present. Only the cabinet minister and a few select officials, despite their darkened expressions, remained silent. We're doomed. The emperor's decree to Kelvin was to eliminate the Pan clan. Now that Kelvin has completely wiped out the Pan clan, his mission is fulfilled. Does this mean Kelvin will soon return to the capital? One nobleman exclaimed with urgency. They remembered all too well the impact Kelvin had made during his last visit. The losses inflicted by Kelvin's previous anti-demon operation had yet to be fully recovered. If Kelvin returned from Yuzhou City to the capital, he might wield the ancient imperial edict again, making life unbearable under the emperor's indifference and the Augustine's protection. The faces of the assembled nobility darkened upon hearing this. Even the cabinet minister looked grim. Kelvin's anti-demon operation in the capital had drawn attention from the demonic leader, Dara. Although she was ultimately expelled by the great scholars and the guardians of Anshan Hall, continued disturbances might draw more demons to the capital. The royal city symbolized the imperial dignity and could not afford any misstep. This was why the cabinet minister had initially assigned Kelvin away from the capital. What do we do? What do we do? We've only enjoyed peace for a few days. If Kelvin returns to the capital, our good times will be over. One nobleman anxiously paced the hall. Indeed, we cannot let this menace return to the capital. Why don't we send someone to kill him? How can we explain sending people to assassinate Kelvin openly to the Augustine or the emperor? Stop saying foolish things. A court official snapped, exasperated by some people's lack of sense. Even if you wanted to do it, you couldn't say it out loud. Though the nobleman conceded the official's point, he was frustrated and demanded, "This won't work, that won't work. What do you propose? Should we just wait for that boy to come back and cause trouble?" Silence fell after the nobleman's words. Why don't we request a decree from the emperor to keep Kelvin busy rebuilding Yuzhou City? Since the Pan clan has just been eradicated, the city needs capable hands to aid its recovery. This will buy us time to plan our next move once he returns. A court official suggested. The suggestion lit up the eyes of those present. That's a good plan, a very good plan. Hurry, let's go see the emperor and secure the decree. Impatiently pulling on the court official's sleeve, a nobleman prepared to leave. Cabinet Ibrahim, what do you think? The court official paused, looking towards the Chapter 450, Emotional Turmoil. When the numerous nobles heard what the steward said, they all felt a tremendous sense of relief. Kelvin's decision to not return to the capital was, for them, the best news of the day. I reckon Kelvin is still too young. He's easily dazzled by the outside world. If we had known earlier, we should have sent him out sooner. One of the nobles exclaimed after taking a hearty swig of wine. I don't think so. The Pan family isn't weak either. Kelvin's eradication of the Pan clan must have cost him dearly, which is why he doesn't dare to return to the capital now, a minister in court speculated. What you say seems plausible, but it's incorrect. In my opinion, after experiencing our Yusef's methods, Kelvin simply dares not come back to the capital. He just wants to survive quietly here in Yuzhou City, far away from the capital. After all, he knows that even if he returns to the capital, the Yusef has countless ways to relocate him again. So, he's scared and won't come back. Another noble refuted the previous two statements while flattering the Yusef. Our venerable Yusef is wise and formidable. He truly sets an example for us all. We must learn well from the Yusef. Under his leadership, things will certainly get better for us. The nobles present all began flattering the Yusef. However, upon hearing these flatteries, the Yusef did not entirely respond because he had a lingering worry. Kelvin wasn't someone who played nice. Wherever he went, chaos followed. If Kelvin caused more trouble in Yuzhou, then, Yusef, there's one more thing I must report. Although Kelvin can no longer launch his demon purge in the capital, he has initiated a grand rectification campaign in Yuzhou City. He launched this massive crackdown, suppressing with an iron fist any families or sects that violated the High Ancestors' edict. Not only that, he hung the heads of those evildoers on the northern wall of Yuzhou City. It is rumored that the north wall is already lined with heads. The steward spoke as the Yusef pondered in silence. Yuzhou City, being a transportation hub, connects all directions from its northern part. With the heads hanging on the northern wall, it wouldn't be long before traveling merchants and spies spread this news to other regions. Upon hearing the steward's words, everyone at the banquet froze in place. The previously jovial gathering suddenly became deathly silent. Even the seasoned Yusef turned pale upon hearing this. He had been worried that Kelvin would cause unexpected trouble in Yuzhou, and it seemed his suspicions were confirmed. The Yusef was acutely aware that Yuzhou was different from the capital. The capital was where the emperor resided, and Kelvin's actions naturally had the emperor's approval, so other regions wouldn't be too surprised. But if Kelvin wreaked havoc in Yuzhou, and they were busy handling cases. Despite this, there was still a huge backlog. Seeing this, Kelvin instructed the old steward to mobilize some staff from the city hall. Though chosen by the steward, Kelvin ensured to avoid unnecessary complications by having the boundary guards lead these staff in recording complaints and apprehending suspects. They also moved operations from the city hall to the county yamen. With additional manpower, the efficiency of the boundary guards significantly improved. However, this action enraged numerous local forces in Yuzhou. Some attempted to unite against Kelvin, hoping to overwhelm the boundary guards and make him back down. But since Kelvin had repeatedly saved Yuzhou City from danger, the city's strongmen sided with him, spontaneously joining the boundary guards in enforcing justice. With the city's experts involved, coupled with the boundary guards' combat prowess, they quickly eliminated more criminal elements. "Kelvin, you're pushing us too far," shouted the Caleb, slamming the table and standing up angrily. "If we let this continue, Yuzhou will never see peace," the Jonathan said grimly. "Does he really think eradicating the Cameron gives him the right to act however he wants in Yuzhou?" the Mavis echoed. Just moments ago, the three leaders learned that Kelvin knew about their secret dealings with demons and planned to send boundary guards to arrest them. Upon receiving the news, they gathered to discuss countermeasures. Despite Kelvin's growing influence, even they lacked confidence to confront him head-on. Past attempts to resist Kelvin ended disastrously. "To hell with it, let's fight. Who cares if we die trying?" the temperamental Caleb growled. After ruling Yuzhou for so long, even Terry treated him with respect. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Fighting Kelvin now is sheer folly. He's at the peak of his power in Yuzhou. Any challenge would be unwise. The Mavis reasoned despite her anger. "Well, if this plan won't work and that won't work, what do you propose? Shall we just wait for Kelvin to barge in and meekly hand ourselves over?" asked the Caleb. "There are countless ways to kill a man, not just brute force. Since direct confrontation is futile, we'll use subtler methods." The Mavis replied confidently, as if she had devised a perfect strategy against Kelvin. Translation ends. Chapter 451. The Torrential Plum Blossom Sword. Seeing the Lucius's confident expression, the Lyle and the prince exchanged a glance. "Just hurry up and say what you have in mind. Don't beat around the bush," urged the impatient prince. "It seems you've been scared witless by Kelvin, forgetting your own capabilities," the Lucius said with a disparaging glance at the two. Bloodkill Sect has unparalleled stealth techniques, and the Celestial Mystic Sect has crafted countless secret treasures. Add to that my Red Lotus Sect specialized poisons. Don't you think these could take Kelvin down? The words of the Lucius were like a wake-up call. That's right. If we can't confront him directly, we can assassinate Kelvin. Though many strong warriors surround Kelvin, they can't follow him every moment. Without their protection, Kelvin is just another Fusion Realm practitioner. Against a Fusion Realm, we can do whatever we want. The prince smiled upon realizing this. Just as the Lucius had pointed out, both of them were initially panicked upon learning Kelvin intended to capture them. They even entertained thoughts of fleeing. Had it not been for their unwillingness to abandon their hard-won accomplishments, they might already be long gone. Naturally, if no good plan had emerged from today's meeting, they would still choose to run. After all, no matter how powerful one's forces are, everything is for naught if one doesn't survive. The assassination of Kelvin must succeed, so we cannot let anyone else know about our plan, the Lucius warned. The other two solemnly nodded, determined to personally carry out the assassination to ensure its success. They, being Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouses, couldn't be helpless against mere Kelvin. Though they were only newly initiated into the Cavern Spirit Realm, they were far beyond what a Fusion Realm warrior could handle. Initially, only the Lyle needed to act due to his concealment skills while the others provided poison and treasures. But to prevent mishaps, all three decided to go together. It was unprecedented, a trio of Cavern Spirit Realm masters targeting a Fusion Realm practitioner. After finalizing details, the three set off for Yuzhou City. Unaware of the impending assassination, Kelvin returned to his courtyard. With the help of a healer and a pill from Chastity, Terry had recovered enough to move without assistance. Thus, Kelvin casually entrusted the logistics work to him. Initially, Terry wanted to plead for Kelvin's aid, citing his partial recovery. Instead, Kelvin remarked, "You ate my wife's pill, and now expect me to help? Don't think my wife and I are easy to bully." Recalling how gracefully Chastity had defeated Dylan, Terry couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Others relied on their husbands for support, but here, Kelvin's wife became his pillar. Despite this, Terry had no choice but to sit in the study, sifting through documents. Occasionally, he gazed at the passing clouds, wondering when he too might have such a formidable wife and experience what it felt like to lean on someone strong. Unfortunately, unaware of Terry's musings, Kelvin would have likely joked, "Wash up and sleep. Dreams have everything." Despite delegating tasks, Kelvin didn't entirely ignore everything. Every few days, he visited the county office to check progress and assist where necessary. Today was one such day. Kelvin rose early, stretched, and walked toward the county office. Considering Chastity's recent hectic schedule, the sword domain, he met the assault head-on. A massive shockwave erupted from their clash, toppling nearby structures. Under Kelvin's overwhelming force, the prince stumbled back 3 steps. "How could you be so strong?" the sect master exclaimed in shock. Although he hadn't used full power, that attack wasn't something a Fusion Realm practitioner should withstand. Could Kelvin have been hiding his true strength, luring them into a trap? Contemplating this possibility darkened the sect master's expression. However, with plans already in motion, he resolved to eliminate Kelvin today, hidden strength or not. Chapter 452. Susanna Mind Control. Even if you hide your cultivation, you will die here today. With a roar of fury, the Gwillem no longer treated Kelvin as someone of Unity Realm and unleashed all his power against Kelvin. The two figures continuously crossed paths on the ground and in the air, bursting with dazzling light. For some reason, though their battle in the street was extremely loud and dramatic, no one noticed it. After battling for a while, Kelvin had roughly assessed his own strength. At this moment, a cold gleam suddenly appeared, aiming directly at Kelvin's heart. This gleam seemed to emerge out of thin air, giving no prior warning. Though Kelvin's physical strength had been enhanced multiple times, if this strike pierced his heart, he would lose his ability to resist, even if he didn't die. In the critical moment, Kelvin hurriedly moved his body to avoid the vital heart area, but the cold gleam pierced into his left shoulder instead. Once it entered his body, Kelvin felt a shock of numbness. He realized that the dagger was coated with a deadly poison. Kelvin glimpsed a figure in blood-red clothes standing there with a dagger still stuck in his left shoulder, smiling mockingly at him. Dane Xuanhuan, you're having such difficulties dealing with an ant in Unity Realm. That shouldn't be the case. The Jonathan pulled out the dagger and kicked Kelvin away before sneering. Dane Xuanhuan shouldn't be blamed. This Kelvin is indeed extraordinary, said the leader of Xiuxian Sect who walked out from a street corner dressed in red. To tell the truth, when Kelvin actually repelled the Gwillem just now, they were both stunned, even contemplating leaving him behind. However, after Kelvin fought the Gwillem to a draw, the leaders of Bloodkill Sect and Xiuxian Sect gained some confidence. Actually, the Jonathan never thought his knife could so easily penetrate Kelvin's body. Initially, they planned that the Gwillem would attract the attention, while the Jonathan would seek opportunities to ambush. Meanwhile, the leader of Xiuxian Sect would set up formations to prevent being discovered by others. Setting up the formation wasn't about fearing that Kelvin could turn around and kill them all, but rather to cover their traces and give time for their retreat. 3 great cave, spirit realm cultivators, and an assassin come to assassinate a mere Unity Realm like me? Truly flattering, Kelvin said, looking at the trio. Sir Phelan, your actions have been quite shocking. To be safe, we had to do this, replied the leader of Xiuxian Sect with a charming smile. Why waste words? Let's just finish him off quickly, the Jonathan replied with envy when seeing her smile. Both Xiuxian Sect and Bloodkill Sect were deeply entrenched among civilians, and their headquarters weren't far apart, so the two were acquainted long ago. Immediately after speaking, the Jonathan raised his dagger and moved towards Kelvin. Facing the incoming dagger, Kelvin gathered his true essence to clash with the Jonathan. But under such urgent circumstances, Kelvin was directly blasted away. As Kelvin struggled to stand, drops of blood began staining his chest. A trail of blood hung at the corner of Kelvin's mouth. Clearly, Kelvin suffered greatly from that collision. It wasn't because the Jonathan was stronger than the Gwillem, but due to the poison on the dagger, which made it hard for Kelvin to counter its effects even as a lantern keeper. Under the paralysis, merely self-defense was already difficult for Kelvin. An ordinary person would have died from that attack. Seeing Kelvin not dying from his attack, the Jonathan glared with anger and moved to deliver another fatal blow towards Kelvin. His speed was swift. The next moment, the dagger was thrusting straight at Kelvin's forehead. Having exhausted his strength just now, Kelvin had no way to evade it. Stop. The leader of Xiuxian Sect interrupted the Jonathan. What else is there? He asked impatiently. Your array can't last long either. The boy can no longer fight back. What's your hurry? A young mirror holder so talented. How unfortunate would it be if he dies from a single stab? She licked her lips. Are you thinking of turning him into a red lotus puppet? The mention of a red lotus puppet brought back memories of past secrets in Great Qian Dynasty to Kelvin. The Xiuxian Sect was once a major sect with glorious history during the Great Qian era. Back then, despite the Dane's lower level of cultivation, there were 3 devoted guardians beside her. All thanks to the secret skill of the Xiuxian Sect, Xiuxian mind control. Any strong individual associated with the Xiuxian Sect would fall under its control, pledging loyalty only to her. Later, due to the over-ambitious nature of Xiuxian Sect, wishing to dominate the world, they incurred government wrath leading to the total annihilation of the Xiuxian Sect. Unimaginably, he stumbled upon the Xiuxian Sect's presence in Yuzhou and got himself caught by the Dane. This young gentleman is exceptionally talented. Isn't it immensely powerful individual? Once the 2 figures vanished, the Harlow smiled seductively, her sensual tongue licking her red lips. Her almond-shaped eyes were brimming with lust and greed. Lust for the strong desire to possess Kelvin. Kelvin watched the in-heat Harlow, feeling somewhat speechless. While he knew he was handsome and many women would fall for him, and he didn't mind an outdoor adventure, but certainly not with the Harlow. With his experienced eye from his Playboy days, Kelvin immediately saw through the seduction tactics of this woman, who had clearly played these tricks on many others, and did so extravagantly. In such a scenario, Kelvin worried about catching some diseases. Don't come any closer. Kelvin spoke up. Little brother, relax, big sister will love you tenderly, making you experience paradise. The Harlow laughed merrily at Kelvin's expression. Little brother? You're the little brother. Your whole family is made of little brothers. I could take it out and scare you to death. Kelvin muttered inwardly. The Harlow paid no attention to Kelvin's thoughts. Her eyes were aflame, clearly impatient to engage in a deeper conversation with Kelvin. Next, a pink light emerged in the Harlow's eyes, and simultaneously, the clothes draped over her began to slide off, revealing a pair of smooth, white shoulders. Am I beautiful? Her voice had a bewitching allure that resonated deeply within Kelvin's mind. Upon hearing those words, Kelvin's gaze started to become hazy. This was a unique, secret technique used by generations of Harlows, the Lotus Heart Control. Through charm, the caster plants a seed inside the target's heart, and as interactions deepen, the seed grows and bears fruit when reaching its peak. Countless experts have fallen under the spell of Lotus Heart Control throughout history. Seeing Kelvin's increasingly hazy gaze, the Harlow smiled. Kelvin was merely at the pinnacle of Unity Realm. Despite his shocking bursts of power, she did not believe he could break free from her control. When Kelvin heard her ask, "Am I beautiful?" he felt the world around him blur. The image of the Harlow gradually became hazy. As his vision cleared again, the figure before him had transformed into Vicky. To Kelvin's eyes, Vicky took off an article of clothing with each step until only her intimate wear remained. Watching this, Kelvin couldn't help but feel his blood boil slightly. After all, whether it was Vicky's beauty or her physique, both appealed greatly to Kelvin. Seeing someone you love perform such a scene in front of you, it was difficult for any man to remain indifferent unless there was something wrong with him. In Kelvin's eyes, this Vicky was actually the Harlow. She removed her last piece of clothing, exposing her pristine, white body. It must be admitted that while the Harlow's appearance wasn't top tier, her figure was excellent. Her voluptuous curves moved up and down with her actions, resembling large bouncy balls. The Harlow embraced Kelvin with her broad chest, her eyes radiating intense desire. Although she was no longer innocent, a young, handsome, strong, and highly talented man like Kelvin was new to her experience. Thus, she wanted to savor every moment, and wasn't in a hurry to get to the main event. Just then, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and saw a true essence sword piercing through her gut. Fresh red blood gushed out of the wound. Kelvin's eyes were clear and sharp, not a hint of confusion remained. How is this possible? How did you break free from Lotus Heart Control? The Harlow asked incredulously. Although her Lotus Heart Control wasn't perfected, and was only at the initial stage when used on Kelvin, it was far beyond what someone at the Unity Realm could resist. Kelvin pushed the Harlow away from his embrace. As he sized her up, there was not a trace of lust in his eyes. So, Lotus Heart Control? Just as expected. From the start, Kelvin had been acting. He knew they wouldn't resist the temptation to use Lotus Heart Control on him. And indeed, they fell right into his trap. As to why he knew they would attack him, sometimes, he truly underestimated Mirror Platform's capabilities. The intelligence network spread across the land, even in Yuzhou where there were informants. This time, it informed him of the 3 factions planning to assassinate him. Kelvin found it strange that these informants had never aided him before, even against evil Buddha's disciples. Why now? What was Roscoe's true plan? Perhaps when advocating for justice, using the Mirror Platform informants signified that this old man still yearned for the past glory of the Mirror Platform, aiming to cleanse all sins. Yet, Kelvin doubted Roscoe's strategy was that superficial. Nonetheless, Kelvin didn't dwell on it. Gaining more control meant increasing his standing within the Mirror Platform. Eventually, he'd make Roscoe abdicate. Looking at the dead Harlow, Kelvin sneered. She couldn't fathom that he possessed both pure essence energy and unshakable willpower. Moreover, he had the Sword Pavilion's collective sword intent, protecting his soul. The moment the Harlow transformed into Dara, Kelvin realized he needed to act. The infinite sword intent shielded his divine soul. Only because it was rare to see Vicky perform, did Kelvin not immediately shake off the enchantment. Although Kelvin enjoyed the show, he had no intention of engaging further with the Harlow. So when she embraced him, he regained clarity. Then, taking advantage of her unawareness, Kelvin delivered a fatal blow. Furious upon seeing Kelvin's disdainful look, the Harlow was left speechless. But Kelvin didn't give her time to react, instantly using the Torchbearer's method to absorb her life essence. The life essence entered Kelvin's body, warming his meridians, and slowly expelling toxins from within. Attempt to assassinate me? Now it's time for you to pay the price. Kelvin looked in the direction the Basil and Algernon had gone. At this moment, circumstances changed. Neither of them knew Kelvin had slain the Harlow, giving him the perfect opportunity to strike. Kelvin flicked his sleeves and followed in their direction. The Basil was consoling the gloomy Algernon. When they heard movement, they turned to see Kelvin approaching slowly. This boy didn't last either, finishing so quickly. The Basil remarked. Just another silver spear performance. Can't imagine what the Lotus was thinking. The Algernon said angrily. Chapter 454. The Black Sphere. The Gwillem sneered, knowing that the era of Blood Kill Sect was jealous and thus did not reply. Boy, where's Susanna? Why isn't she back with you? The Gwillem asked Kelvin as he looked at him. Master said she wants to bathe and invited you to join her, Kelvin replied, glancing toward the era of Blood Kill Sect. A flicker of heat appeared in the eyes of the Blood Kill Sect leader. Did Kelvin fail to satisfy him and thus seek him out? He had been interested in Susanna for a long time, which Susanna knew all along. Just thinking about the physique of the leader of the Susanna sect stirred a hint of excitement within the Blood Kill Sect leader. Please follow me, Kelvin said as he walked towards the Blood Kill Sect leader. The Blood Kill Sect leader nodded. Lead the way. Kelvin nodded, following behind him. Suddenly, a genuine essence sword sliced through the neck of the Blood Kill Sect leader. Blood spurted from his neck. His eyes widened in shock, feeling his life slipping away, filled with reluctance, yet unable to speak a word as he fell to the ground. What do you mean by this? Upon witnessing Kelvin's action, the heart of the Gwillem turned cold. Was this Susanna plan, or had this boy escaped control? Either outcome would be extremely disastrous. If it were Susanna plan, it would mean she aimed to seize their legacy. But he hoped more that Susanna had underestimated this boy. However, for the Gwillem, it was unthinkable for the mind control technique of the leader of the Susanna sect to fail. They had teamed up against Kelvin for this very reason. In his previous state, Kelvin could never escape such a tactic. Even they wouldn't have avoided it if caught off guard under that secret art. Thinking about this, the face of the Gwillem darkened even more as he tensely surveyed his surroundings. In his view, the early-stage cavernous spirit realm expert, Susanna, was laddering nearby structures. The power of the Black Sphere was equivalent to the middle stage of the cavernous spirit realm, a rare treasure. Fortunately, Kelvin reacted quickly. When the Gwillem took out the Black Sphere, Kelvin sensed something was amiss and swiftly left the spot using his secret art, the bewitching steps. Though the energy wave produced by the explosion of the Black Sphere might not kill Kelvin, bearing this attack wouldn't leave him unscathed. When the energy dissipated, the Gwillem was nowhere to be seen. That Black Sphere wasn't intended to kill Kelvin, but to buy him time to escape. Of course, if Kelvin died from the Black Sphere, that wouldn't be bad either. Time was running out for the Gwillem. The noise made by the Black Sphere's explosion was huge. Likely all the experts in U Prefecture were heading here. If the Gwillem couldn't escape before being surrounded, he would surely be torn apart by them, given how highly regarded Kelvin was in their hearts. Simultaneously, the Gwillem smiled coldly and sighed. Of course, he also wanted to see if Kelvin was controlled. If truly controlled, he wanted to see how Kelvin would protect his master, Susanna era, in front of so many experts. If U Prefecture knew Kelvin was associated with the infamous Susanna era, the entire city would likely turn against him. Smirking with satisfaction, the Gwillem then accelerated to flee the scene. from the secret chamber, he would never dare risk himself, though dangers still lurked regardless. Chapter 455. Claiming the treasure. The Gwillem, who had already been injured by Kelvin, was now at the center of the explosion. When the dust settled, not even ashes remained of him. After calming the agitated energy within his body, Kelvin looked into the large pit. Amidst the broken walls and ruins lay a jade-colored object. Kelvin recognized this item all too well. It was the torrential plum flower sword used by the Gwillem to ambush him. Despite the immense power that had exploded around it, the sword wasn't destroyed, making it a valuable treasure indeed. Kelvin placed the torrential plum flower sword in his bosom. With this devastating weapon, no matter how many people besieged him, Kelvin could resolve the situation with just one burst. "Sir, I am late. Please forgive me." At that moment, Godric led the Mirror Keepers and the city guards from the City Lord's mansion in a hurried arrival. Upon seeing Kelvin's injuries, they instantly realized he had been attacked. Truthfully, as soon as Godric sensed something happening here, he rushed over with his men without delay. They arrived incredibly quickly, but those three were too cautious, and they were still a bit late. Fortunately, Kelvin had already dealt with them. "Kelvin, lead a team to purge the Xuanhuan Sect, Bloodkill Sect, and Red Lotus Cult," Kelvin ordered. "Yes, sir." The people of the Mirror platform were ready. "Everything is going very smoothly," Terry explained. "So far, we've uprooted a total of 33 major and minor forces causing chaos in Yuzhou. Basically, these malicious forces are nearly eradicated," Terry told Kelvin frankly. He had long harbored resentment towards these forces that exploited the people of Yuzhou, but was constrained by various reasons. This time, Kelvin fulfilled Terry's long-held wish. Now, with the removal of various criminal elements, the future development of Yuzhou City was limitless. All this owed much to Kelvin. From exterminating the Pan family to foiling Dylan's plot, to cleansing the entire universe of criminal elements, Kelvin had done countless favors for Yuzhou City. The progress is so fast? Kelvin expressed slight surprise. Given the intricate web of power within Yuzhou, he expected it to take more time. Yet, Terry accomplished it in such a short period. Kelvin wasn't worried about Terry covering for any criminal forces. Although Terry was sometimes hesitant and timid, he truly cared for the people. Now, providing Terry with an opportunity to eliminate these forces openly, he probably couldn't be happier. This wouldn't have happened without Sir Phelan. Now, all of Yuzhou is united, and the people from other regions flock toward you. Your reputation ensures our smooth operation everywhere. Terry smiled, explaining. At this moment, he felt that Kelvin's popularity in Yuzhou might surpass even the emperor who ruled from afar. Then, Terry's face showed hesitation, as if deciding whether or not to share something with Kelvin. "City Lord Adrian, if there are any difficulties, let's work on them together," Kelvin said. Hearing Kelvin's words, Terry took a deep breath and opened up. "Although we've removed many evil forces, two extremely powerful entities remain. These two colossal forces are beyond our capacity to provoke. Each has a beyond scenery realm powerhouse as their guardian." Finally, Terry revealed the current situation. It was understandable why Terry hesitated. A beyond scenery realm powerhouse was not someone he could handle as the city lord of Yuzhou. If in the capital, using the prestige of the Mirror platform, Kelvin might have a chance to negotiate with a beyond scenery realm expert. But Yuzhou was far away, and if the two beyond scenery realm powerhouses refused to give Kelvin respect, they could ignore him outright. As for fighting a beyond scenery realm expert, Terry didn't even dare think about it. The only reason Terry dared confront Dylan last time was because Dylan had been severely injured by Kelvin and then suffered from the curse of the evil Buddha relic. Even so, Terry nearly died in that battle. Each time he recalled that fight, he felt lingering fear. Chapter 456. Swordgate. Observing Kelvin's calm demeanor, it was as though he faced not a formidable exit scenery realm powerhouse, but a commoner. Terry felt an ominous premonition upon seeing Kelvin's expression. "Take the evidence with you, and lead the way." Kelvin cast a profound gaze into the distance. Sure enough, he was about to make his move. Terry regretted telling Kelvin. If only he had known earlier, he wouldn't have brought it up. Everyone in the county office stared in shock at Kelvin's words. This was a force backed by an exit scenery realm expert. Barging in rashly was no different from walking to one's death. With many people present, Terry couldn't refuse Kelvin openly. After ordering for horses, they rode out together. Racing along under the wind that whipped through their hair, Terry anxiously inquired from atop his steed, "Sir Phelan, are we really going straight there?" Terry knew Kelvin well. This wasn't just about saving face. Kelvin truly dared to confront them head-on. Yet, with one being of Spirit Cavern and the other unified realm, confronting an exit scenery realm powerhouse seemed like courting death. The exit scenery realm expert. What is his identity? Ignoring Terry's question, Kelvin countered. "His name is Beryl, the current head of Swordgate." Swordgate used to be an obscure minor sect, Terry explained. Later on, after Beryl's breakthrough to exit scenery realm, Swordgate began to rise in fame within Yuzhou. You can say that today's Swordgate is entirely due to Beryl's strength. Hearing this, Kelvin smiled slightly. "We should hurry. Let's settle this matter today." Kicking his horse into a sprint, Terry, realizing something crucial, immediately followed suit. He realized Kelvin must have prepared something. Despite not knowing what exactly, Terry instantly felt relieved. He couldn't let this Bruno manipulate him so easily. Meanwhile, in the Swordgate Assembly Hall, a square-faced man sat at the head of the table, looking at the other Aryans intently. He was none other than Beryl, the current master of Swordgate. "This Kelvin is outrageously arrogant to meddle in our affairs." One of the Aryans snarled. "Does he truly believe that slaughtering the Pan family gives him impunity?" Another Aryan echoed. "Such arrogance. We should teach this Kelvin a lesson." The Aryans were visibly upset. Though once an insignificant sect, Swordgate's status changed drastically when Beryl reached the exit scenery realm. Once ignored, they now commanded respect wherever they went. Their attitudes transformed over time, growing increasingly high-handed. "Now, how should we handle Kelvin?" Beryl addressed the group. Waste his cultivation and throw him back to Mirror Terrace, said Ephron sinisterly. Let them know we aren't easily bullied. Killing him outright might be better. Guy added cruelly. Dispose of him, and no one would ever know. They acted confidently because of Beryl's presence as an exit scenery realm expert. Even small disputes led to devastating punishments in the past. Years of such behavior left no room for challenges like Kelvin. If we allow Kelvin to bully us, our reputation will suffer. The other Aryans agreed. Beryl remained silent, considering their suggestions. Over the years, he sought higher realms while entrusting daily matters to these Aryans who had been loyal since Swordgate's inception. Suddenly, a hasty disciple rushed in. What's this panic? Disrupting an important meeting? If you have nothing significant to report, expect severe punishment. The disciple quivered under the glare. Master, Kelvin has arrived at our gates and demands retribution against Swordgate. Translation ends following original paragraph structure. Chapter 457. Kelvin arrives? What? You mean Kelvin is here? Callan's face darkened as he said, we haven't even gone after him yet, and he has the audacity to deliver himself to us. The boy's arrogance is beyond reason. Today we'll let him know what it means to enter, but never leave. Jalen similarly intoned with a grim expression. Enter, but never leave? I'd like to see just how you Sword Sect makes me enter, but never leave. At this moment, Kelvin's voice sounded from outside the door. In the next instant, Kelvin and Terry appeared at the entrance on horseback. Outside, the disciples were in disarray, attempting to intercept Kelvin, but how could they possibly be a match for him? Kelvin, do you dare to come to our Sword Sect and act so outrageously just because you are a xiuxian cultivator? Jalen released his power as a Donglingjing expert to force Kelvin to kneel. If it had been an ordinary expert, the gap between Donglingjing and xiuxian would have been insurmountable. But Kelvin was no ordinary xiuxian expert. His strength and depth were rare in history. Though Terry understood that Jalen's pressure might not faze Kelvin, he felt he couldn't always play second fiddle. He needed to act when necessary. The moment Jalen exerted his pressure, Terry deflected it on behalf of Kelvin. What? Is Donglingjing really so impressive? Terry narrowed his eyes and stared at Jalen. He believed Kelvin must have some strategy against an expert of xiuxian caliber, and as long as that expert was held back, Terry feared no one. How does your strength compare to that of Pavilion Lord Pierre? Callan said coldly. At that moment, a head rolled onto the ground before Terry and Kelvin, its eyes wide. Pavilion Lord Pierre, freshly killed. Seeing Pavilion Lord Pierre's severed head, Terry felt uneasy. He stole a glance at Kelvin and saw his calm expression, which bolstered his confidence once more. Terry's aura exploded outward, thoroughly suppressing Jalen's pressure. Your Sword Sect isn't much to boast about, he sneered disdainfully. The sect leader, Beryl, watched this scene with a grave look spreading across his square face. The anger of a xiuxian expert chilled the air around them, creating a heavy, silent pressure. Several weaker Aryans stepped back to distance themselves from the sect leader. Do you wish to die? The sect leader deliberately released his pressure, seeking to crush Kelvin and Terry mentally. Under such intense pressure, Terry almost knelt. However, unlike Terry, Kelvin had encountered several powerful xiuxian experts and did not falter as easily. Seeing Kelvin withstand the pressure, the sect leader's gaze flashed with surprise. Little ancestor, the xiuxian expert has already made a move. Quickly reveal your hidden ace or this bravado will lead to suffering. Terry looked at Kelvin with inward grumbling. Ha ha ha. Kelvin laughed wildly. Was Master Phelan waiting for his preparations to finalize, or did he need more time? Thinking this, Terry decided to buy Kelvin some time. Xiuxian, we meant no disrespect. Moreover, Master Phelan is naturally cheerful. But Xiuxian didn't even look at Terry, focusing intently on Kelvin. Brother, please stop laughing any longer, and I can't stall any further. With pleading eyes, Terry tugged at Kelvin's sleeve, feeling like kneeling. Finally, Kelvin stopped laughing. However, before Terry could breathe a sigh of relief, Kelvin's next words made his heart leap into his throat. Why did I interrupt his laughter? Thought Terry bitterly. Kelvin had asked, are you challenging the mirror platform? Beryl's eyes flickered with mock anger. No one had ever spoken to him like this in all these years. You're courting death, Bruno. Don't think that the mirror platform stands behind you, and I won't dare touch you. Remember, in this world, only strength matters. Without sufficient strength, even strong backing means nothing. Even the mirror platform has lost key figures before. Beryl glared at Kelvin, killing intent oozing from every word. The intense killing intent made Terry feel as if winter had descended upon him. This was the full might of a true xiuxian expert. If Beryl moved, he wouldn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, Kelvin remained composed. He had faced more than one xiuxian expert, and even fought them. Besides, his mental fortitude far exceeded Terry's. My strength is indeed inferior to yours, and the mirror platform isn't mine alone. Every year, members of the platform also perish while on missions. Kelvin agreed with a nod. Upon hearing Kelvin speak, Terry's tense mood relaxed. Meanwhile, Beryl, seeing Kelvin yield, softened slightly as well. Other Aryans looked on with derision, believing Kelvin lacked courage and merely feigned bravery. Now you know fear? What happened to your arrogance? Mocked Jalen. Indeed. Do you really think our sword sect is comparable to those trifles? Young man, you've challenged our sect. If you kowtow 3 times to us, we will spare your life. How about it? Callan taunted. Ignoring the contemptible Aryans, Kelvin shifted his gaze to Beryl. However, do you dare kill me? Stepping forward, Kelvin locked eyes with Beryl. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, Terry knew they were in trouble. Perhaps he shouldn't have rushed here. The more he listened, the more it seemed something was wrong. The xiuxian expert could strike at any moment, yet Kelvin's plans were nowhere in sight. No one gambled with their life. So far, Kelvin had no backup plan whatsoever. Did he drink too much? Although Kelvin's cultivation was below Beryl's, his presence now felt like a sharp blade ready to pierce through the heavens. Even Beryl, upon witnessing Kelvin's determination, showed a trace of astonishment. Only he knew the immense pressure he exuded. In the silence, tension filled the room. Chapter 458. Sky Beyond Tower. Not only would a Unity Realm cultivator be helpless, but even someone at the cave spirit realm would tremble uncontrollably before him. Yet, Kelvin had withstood this pressure. If only Kelvin were one of our Sword Sect disciples. A hint of regret flickered in Barrel's eyes. Despite Barrel's formidable strength, it was merely his personal power. Barrel was well aware that if something ever happened to him, while the Sword Sect wouldn't be as pitiful as it once was, its glory days would still be over. In a sense, Barrel was the Sword Sect itself. You impudent brat. Master, kill him and let him know not to insult the Sword Sect. Before Barrel could respond, the Aryans of the Sword Sect couldn't hold back their indignation any longer. When had the Sword Sect ever faced such blatant provocation? To them, Kelvin's actions were akin to dancing on their ancestral graves, all the while shouting, "What can you do about me? Brat, do you really think I won't dare to kill you?" The imposing aura around Barrel grew even stronger, causing even Kelvin to shudder slightly under the intense pressure. "If you're going to kill, then do it quickly," Kelvin retorted. Arrogant little brat. Even if Barrel had remarkable composure, Kelvin's repeated provocations were pushing him to the brink of anger. The next moment, the items in the hall crumbled into ash under the immense pressure, and cracks spread from where Barrel stood, radiating outward. Master Qian, what impressive power. But I advise Master Qian to consider the fate of the Pan clan. Kelvin struggled to stand firm, his gaze fixed on Barrel's eyes as he spoke. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, Barrel's momentum faltered. He hadn't slain Kelvin here because the Sword Sect was weaker than the Pan clan. If Kelvin possessed the power to destroy the Pan clan, he could just as easily obliterate the Sword Sect. However, having an origin scenario realm powerhouse bow to a Unity realm practitioner was something Barrel couldn't accept. We'll settle things today here. You may leave now. Barrel waved dismissively at Kelvin. Once Barrel retracted his oppressive aura, Kelvin felt an immediate relief. Just like that? Kelvin laughed enigmatically before loudly announcing. On a certain day, the Ephraim of the Sword Sect went out and forcibly abducted a girl. When she resisted, he wiped out her entire family. The guy of the Sword Sect, seeking to break through his current realm, practiced demonic techniques and fed on young children. The eldest disciple of the Sword Sect indulged in arson, murder, and looting, committing every conceivable atrocity. These crimes are unpardonable and deserving of capital punishment. After finishing his declaration, Kelvin looked resolutely at Barrel and continued. As the head of the sect, Barrel has failed in supervision and deserves punishment. Hearing Kelvin's words, the Aryans' faces changed dramatically. Brat, don't spout nonsense. Boy, you've got quite a nerve, daring to accuse the master of the Sword Sect. Our master is magnanimous and forgave your unauthorized intrusion. Now you're asking for his punishment? You must have guts of a tiger and courage of a leopard. Everyone present, including the disciples of the Sword Sect, wore expressions of fury after hearing Kelvin's accusations. By confronting the master so directly, Kelvin was slapping the Sword Sect in the face. Terry's expression turned frantic upon hearing Kelvin's words. Initially, Terry felt relieved when he saw Barrel retracting his imposing aura. He thought his life was safe and planned to leave immediately, only to return later when fully prepared. But he never expected Kelvin to blatantly condemn the Sword Sect's Aryans and master. This wasn't just asking for death, it was practically inviting it. Barrel's face darkened as if heavy rain clouds had gathered. He had given Kelvin a way out, yet Kelvin not only refused to take it, but also dismantled the exit himself. Kelvin wanted to execute the Aryans and demand Barrel's accountability. Such audacity filled Barrel with murderous intent. If his earlier display was an act, now Barrel truly wanted to kill Kelvin. Terry sensed Barrel's killing intent and felt to oppose him outright. Could he kill Kelvin? Yes, he could, but doing so would invite his sect's annihilation. Barrel acted swiftly, catching the Aryans off guard as they were turned into blood mist. Master Qian, you have true fortitude, Kelvin observed calmly. Kelvin had anticipated this outcome. Mirror holder Phelan, I have already executed the most heinous criminals within the Sword Sect. What further punishment do you seek from me? Barrel replied without emotion. Master Qian, while you didn't commit evil acts personally, your lack of oversight cannot go unpunished. However, if you make amends, we can end this matter if the Sword Sect adheres to the law. Kelvin smiled softly. Indeed? How can I make amends? Barrel felt a sigh of relief. Since Kelvin's arrival, he had been relentlessly pressing Barrel, leaving him unsure how far Kelvin would go. It's simple. Cooperate with me to eradicate the Sky Beyond Tower. Kelvin's voice remained calm, but to Barrel, it sounded like thunderclap. The Sky Beyond Tower, like the Sword Sect, had origin scenario powerhouses and was one of the two major forces in U Province. Despite occasional conflicts over the years, the leaders had suppressed their disputes due to the immense consequences of direct confrontation. Barrel never imagined Kelvin would target the Sky Beyond Tower. Chapter 459. Capture. To be honest, Barrel did not want to have a conflict with Tianwela from the bottom of his heart. Unlike Jinmin, Tianwela was an old established force with unfathomable strength. If Kelvin could eliminate Tianwela, it would be good. However, if he failed, the entire Yuzhou might plunge into chaos, and Jinmin would be the first to suffer. Moreover, a clash between transcendental experts, even if Barrel eventually emerged victorious, the injuries sustained would be immeasurable. If he could recover, that would be fine. But if he couldn't, or even fell from his current realm, Jinmin would likely plummet from heaven to hell. For many years, Jinmin had its share of enemies, yet due to Barrel's strength, none dared to act rashly. If his power waned, they would surely seize the opportunity. Lord Phelan, can we negotiate another condition? Barrel seemed to sense Kelvin's intentions and spoke with a bitter smile. What? Does Brook Qian think I'm too merciful? Your Aryans have committed unspeakable crimes, and as the leader of Jinmin, you dare say you knew nothing about it? Or does Brook Qian want to chat with me? Of course, Brook Qian can also take a gamble, betting that I cannot control Jingtai and won't command other experts to kill any transcendental experts, Kelvin calmly said. Lord Phelan, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you. But now Jinmin has suffered significant casualties. If I were to sustain more injuries, we would likely be targeted by other forces in Yuzhou. Beryl hesitated, laying out all his concerns to Kelvin. Just moments ago, Beryl had struck down many corrupt Aryans and disciples within Jinmin. The sect was indeed severely weakened. Therefore, Beryl's concerns weren't without reason. Rest assured, Xiuxian, as long as you help me eliminate Tianhuela, you'll gain my friendship. With Jingtai backing you, which force dares provoke you easily? Besides being Jingtai's master, I am also the future son-in-law of Enshenzhai. With the support of 2 top-tier forces, why should you worry? Of course, provided your sect behaves and refrains from lawlessness. Kelvin looked at Beryl. Beryl was somewhat moved by Kelvin's words, but this involved many intricate matters that required careful calculation. Of course, if gaining Jingtai's friendship were truly possible, warring with Tianhuela wasn't unthinkable. Seeing Beryl wavering, Kelvin smiled and continued, moreover, the Pan clan, Feishing Valley, and Dylan are all dead. In all of Yuzhou, only Jinmin and Tianhuela remain as forces with transcendental experts. If Xiuxian wipes out Tianhuela, which force will match you hereafter? At that time, Jinmin will undoubtedly be the unrivaled top power in Yuzhou. Xiuxian has transformed Jinmin from an obscure weak force to Yuzhou's paramount one, achieving what previous leaders could only dream of. Are you really not tempted? Each of Kelvin's words struck deep into Beryl's heart. He became a transcendental expert and stayed in Jinmin to repay the previous leader's kindness. Beryl still remembered how the previous leader, after each bout of drunkenness, would talk to him about Jinmin's future, dreams buried in alcohol, never realized. But now, with this opportunity before him, Beryl naturally wanted to fulfill those dreams for the previous leader. All right, Lord Phelan, I agree to go against Tianhuela. For the people of Yuzhou, Jinmin shall contribute its part and restore clear skies. Beryl hardened his resolve and declared. Kelvin nodded, knowing Beryl would ultimately agree. Under both threats and benefits, only a madman wouldn't follow Kelvin's plan. Clearly, Beryl was no madman, having developed Jinmin from obscurity. Terry, seeing Kelvin and Beryl reconcile, finally felt relieved. Just moments earlier, when Beryl made his move, Terry thought his heart would stop, afraid that he'd meet his end along with Kelvin. Fortunately, everything had passed. When do you plan to act against Tianhuela? Beryl, decisive as ever, respectfully asked without hesitation. Timing is crucial. Tianhuela probably doesn't know we've united yet. Let's depart now and catch them off guard. Kelvin didn't hesitate to respond. Agreed. We should set off immediately. They started walking towards Jinmin's exit, while Terry still couldn't quite understand how the previously confrontational Beryl suddenly decided to help Kelvin. Could Kelvin be a master of mind control, perhaps at the true monarch level? Otherwise, why were these transcendental experts so easily persuaded? Why choose me to deal with Tianhuela? If you chose them, they'd gladly serve you. Beryl casually asked during their journey. No special reason. I've reviewed both Tianhuela's and Jinmin's records. Though Jinmin has done much wrong, those acts were mostly committed by individuals within the sect. You, on the other hand, focused entirely on cultivation, rarely involving yourself. Tianhuela's master's misdeeds, however, are beyond enumeration, mostly perpetrated by him alone. Beryl understood instantly. He felt lucky for focusing on cultivation over the years. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't fall prey to worldly temptations. With so many corrupt individuals around, contamination was a real risk. This experience reminded him always to remember his roots. Or else, next time Kelvin wouldn't lead him to eliminate others, but would bring others to dismantle Jinmin. Although Kelvin's cultivation wasn't high, Beryl was utterly unwilling to oppose him. Chapter 460. Battle begins. The group moved with incredible speed and arrived at the headquarters of Tianhuela in almost no time. Tianhuela's headquarters was located deep within the mountains, where its resplendent structures left one dazzled. Who dares to barge into Tianhuela? State your name immediately. At this moment, the guard stationed at Tianhuela's entrance roared upon seeing Kelvin and company. As a major force in Yuzhou, few dared to provoke Tianhuela on its own turf. Thus, the outer defenses weren't particularly stringent. It wasn't until Kelvin and company reached the entrance of Tianhuela's headquarters that these people noticed them. Go tell Phelan Guaming that Beryl, the head of Jinmin, has come to end his life. After saying this, Beryl waved his hand, sending the guards flying through the gates. The main gate of Tianhuela then burst into pieces with a tremendous crash. Who are you, to dare wreak havoc at Tianhuela's headquarters? The commotion from the broken gate alarmed many, voices of rebuke coming from all directions. Next, disciples dressed in Tianhuela attire charged towards Beryl. However, how could these disciples possibly match Beryl? Beryl waved his hand, summoning a colossal figure from the heavens, which struck down the Tianhuela disciples. These disciples fell like dumplings thrown into boiling water. How dare you, to come and cause trouble at my Tianhuela? Have you no desire to live? Suddenly, an Aryanli voice sounded from the sky. Next, an old man with a sagely demeanor stepped out of thin air. Beryl, why have you come here? Upon seeing Beryl, the Aryan's face changed dramatically as he wanted to inform the master. Beryl was an out-scenery realm expert, far beyond his ability to contend with. Simultaneously, the Aryan regretted not slapping himself. He had assumed that whoever caused trouble here would be at most an Earth Spirit Realm expert. By stalling for just a bit, he could gain credit before the master. Who could have guessed that the troublemaker would be an out-scenery realm expert like the master? Who gave you permission to speak to me from above? Come down. Facing the Aryan, Beryl appeared far more domineering than when he faced Kelvin. As Beryl spoke, the Aryan felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, unable to move even an inch. Master, save me. Out of desperation, the Aryan screamed for help at the top of his lungs. Now, he cared not for dignity or image. What did they matter in the face of death? If Beryl were willing to spare him, The Aryan wouldn't hesitate to kneel and call him grandfather. Who dares to bully my Ferguson storm at Tynewaila? The master responded to the Aryan's cries for help. Hearing the master's words, the Aryan heaved a sigh of relief. Annihilate all intruders today, none shall escape. The master harbored deadly intentions. He not only wanted Beryl dead but also intended to eliminate all who accompanied him. With that, the master took to the skies, pursuing Beryl's silhouette. Next, thunderous sounds erupted in the sky. The intensity of the battle remnants left Terry speechless. A battle between out-scenery realm experts would always leave him trembling, no matter how many times he witnessed it. Enough gawking, quickly deal with the incoming Tynewaila disciples, Kelvin said, watching the swarm of approaching Tynewaila disciples. Listening to Kelvin, Terry snapped back to attention. He didn't want to die by these disciples' hands after surviving the shockwaves. So many people from Tynewaila. What should we do? Terry felt a headache, watching the sea of Tynewaila disciples. He regretted not bringing more forces from the city lord's residence, knowing Kelvin's intentions. Had he brought the city guard, they wouldn't be so disadvantaged. Though they outnumber us, handling these Tynewaila disciples won't be difficult, Kelvin confidently replied. Terry's eyes lit up upon hearing Kelvin's words. I knew Lord Phelan had a plan ready. What is it exactly? Terry asked hopefully. The plan is simple. You take on the Earth Spirit Realm experts, and I'll handle all disciples below that level. Their true essence wasn't infinite. Once their true essence ran out, they would become vulnerable to being overrun by Sky Tower disciples. Of course, if they chose to flee, the disciples would be helpless to stop them, let alone Kelvin, who was only at the peak Unity Realm. Certainly, if Kelvin wanted to escape, the Sky Tower disciples wouldn't be able to stop him. But he hadn't come here to escape. He had come to punish the Sky Tower disciples. Who would have thought that the treasure I acquired not long ago would come in handy so soon? Kelvin pulled out an item from his robe. It was the Downpour Pear Blossom sword left by the Xintian Sect's patriarch. Kelvin was well aware of the sword's formidable power. Over the past few days, he had studied it meticulously and now knew how to wield it perfectly. As one of the Sky Tower disciples approached, a sinister expression crossed his face as he thrust his true essence spear toward Kelvin's head. Had Kelvin been hit, his head would have burst like a watermelon. Facing this powerful attack, Kelvin showed no reaction. The Sky Tower disciple's eyes lit up with excitement as he saw the spear inching closer to Kelvin's head. If he succeeded in killing Kelvin, the Tower Master would surely reward him handsomely. The disciple exerted more force, eager for victory. When the spear was mere centimeters away from Kelvin's head, a sudden gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. In the next moment, the Sky Tower disciple was horrified to find himself immobilized. Despite being just a few centimeters away, he couldn't move the spear another millimeter. He dead or dying. The three cave spirit realm powerhouses fighting Terry heard the cries and instinctively glanced back, only to see the once pristine floor covered with bodies and blood pooling like rivers. Boy, you dare slaughter my Sky Tower disciples? The three powerhouses were furious, moving swiftly to charge at Kelvin in revenge. However, Terry wasn't about to let them through. Although shocked by Kelvin's abilities, he understood he couldn't let these three go after Kelvin now. Kelvin glanced at the three cave spirit realm powerhouses, then stepped into the alluring step formation and attacked the remaining Sky Tower disciples. These disciples, already terrified by Kelvin, scattered like sheep when he advanced. However, none could match his speed. The cries of the fallen grew louder, and the three cave spirit realm powerhouses watched, falling into a berserk frenzy. Note: I've made adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English while keeping the original meaning intact. Specifically, I changed May step to alluring step for clarity, as May translates to alluring or charming. Additionally, I've rearranged some sentences for better flow and coherence. Knowing the common disciples couldn't be saved, the three focused on avenging themselves by targeting Terry, forcing him back steadily, wounding him multiple times. Though the wounds weren't fatal, it was clear Terry was in dire straits. Following Kelvin Shore was intense. Every moment felt like life and death. Had Kelvin been new to Yujo City, Terry would have never faced three cave, spirit realm powerhouses simultaneously. But after these battles, his combat experience and overall capabilities had significantly improved. He thought that if he continued with Kelvin, he might eventually become invincible in his realm. Of course, that was just a thought. His life was far more important. He wasn't Kelvin or Asia, full of tricks. If he wasn't careful, he might end up losing his life. Certainly not worth it. Kelvin, like a human meat grinder, harvested the lives of the Sky Tower disciples without a trace of remorse. Those who made it to the headquarters of the Sky Tower had their hands stained with blood, and their deaths didn't weigh on his conscience. The Sky Tower used secret methods to refine pills from the lives of ordinary people, much like demon cult practitioners, only hidden more discreetly. In no time, Kelvin finished clearing the battlefield. He then rushed toward Terry. Having cleared the minnows, it was time to deal with the big fish. However, just as Kelvin crossed the square, someone darted out of the crowd, striking Kelvin's abdomen with a palm. Spit. Kelvin spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 462, Life and Death Crisis. After resolving the remaining disciples of Tynewaila, Kelvin originally intended to assist Terry. However, he was unexpectedly ambushed by a Tynewaila disciple. Kelvin was sent flying backward, spurting blood into the sky in an arc. This ambush was something Kelvin had never anticipated. He had experienced the power of the Li Huajian sword, Baoyu Li Huajian, which was beyond the capability of anyone below the Unity Realm to withstand. Even someone at the early stage of the Cave Spirit Realm would be injured if attacked by it unprepared. Struggling to regain his footing, Kelvin felt as though his internal organs were being stirred by knives. His true essence flow within his body also felt obstructed. The assailant who ambushed Kelvin shook off the blood on him and cast a surprised glance at Kelvin. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been unable to stand after such a strike. Yet, Kelvin still managed to stand? But it didn't matter. He believed that even if Kelvin could stand up, he must be severely injured. Sensing that Kelvin was ambushed, Terry's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly tried to flee with Kelvin. However, the 3 cave spirit realm cultivators blocked Terry's path, preventing him from approaching Kelvin. Terry could only anxiously watch as the one who ambushed Kelvin slowly approached him. Not bad for the head of Godfrey, your strength is indeed formidable. The ambusher clapped mockingly at Kelvin. In his view, Kelvin had lost all ability to resist, like fish on a chopping board, helpless and easily manipulated. How did you survive? Kelvin asked. Kelvin was sure that the person before him was only at the peak unity realm. Logically, it was impossible to survive under the xiuxian sword. Another reason Kelvin asked this question was to buy some time. Currently, Kelvin was gravely injured and could not match his attacker. He needed time to barely recover enough strength to battle the ambusher. Speaking of which, Lord Phalon has quite a few good things on him. This powerful area of effect weapon is truly rare. If I hadn't had a life-saving artifact, I probably would have died under Lord Phalon's hand today. As he spoke, the ambusher pulled out a shattered bead, lamenting, pity. This treasure cost me dearly to obtain and now it's useless. But having an area of effect weapon like Lord Phalon's isn't such a bad consolation prize. If it were one-on-one, even with a protective treasure, the ambusher couldn't have resisted Kelvin. Due to the overwhelming numbers, and because Kelvin was confident in the xiuxian sword, he failed to notice this particular individual. That moment of oversight placed Kelvin in the current perilous situation. You want this treasure? Kelvin held up the xiuxian sword nonchalantly. Seeing the sword in Kelvin's hand, greed appeared on the ambusher's face. If he could get this treasure, he would fear no one at the Unity realm. Moreover, the young disciples of Xuanhuan were almost entirely killed by Kelvin. By killing Kelvin, he was certain he would receive the attention and cultivation resources from the head of Xuanhuan. With all the resources of the sect focused on him, advancing to the cave spirit realm wouldn't be far off. Since you want it, I'll give this treasure to you. Kelvin extended his right hand, offering the xiuxian sword. Lord Phalon, as they say, a wise man adapts to the times. I admire clever people like you. If we weren't enemies, I would certainly sit down and have a drink with Lord Phalon. But don't worry, Lord Phalon, given how cooperative you've been, I'll send you to death without any pain. The ambusher walked up to Kelvin confidently, taking the xiuxian sword like a victorious rooster. He indeed had every reason to be proud, as Kelvin had recently been stirring up trouble in Yuzhou, making countless forces tremble, and now, he was about to fall victim to this ambusher. As soon as the ambusher took the sword, a true essence longsword materialized in Kelvin's hand and aimed straight for the ambusher's neck. Not only was the ambusher not panicked by Kelvin's sudden attack, but there was a mocking look in his eyes. He knew Kelvin wasn't someone who gave in easily, so he had always been wary of his movements. Stepping back, the ambusher dodged Kelvin's deadly strike. Instantly, true essence surged around him, forming a massive seal that smashed ferociously toward Kelvin. Kelvin crossed his arms in front of him, struggling to form a true essence shield. Then, the true essence seal struck Kelvin, shattering his shield and sending him flying. Damn, this guy has so many treasures. I underestimated him. I thought they could take out Xuanhuan effortlessly together. Lord Phalon, I wanted to give you a painless death, but you seem unwilling. The ambusher looked at the fallen Kelvin and clicked his tongue. Already severely injured, Kelvin suffered another blow from the true essence seal, leaving him with little fighting capacity. He approached Kelvin once more, full of murderous intent. Worthless scum, you aren't worthy to kill me. Seeing Kelvin smile, the ambusher instinctively stepped back. Then annoyance appeared on his face. He had actually been scared by someone who was gravely injured and powerless to resist. It was unacceptable to him. Die. The ambusher no longer wanted to waste words on Kelvin. His figure shot up like an eagle aiming for Kelvin's head. He intended to crush Kelvin's skull. As he drew closer to Kelvin, a piercing sound suddenly broke through the air. It was too fast. By the time the ambusher reacted, it was already too late to dodge. All he saw was a red true essence phoenix. The next moment, the ambusher felt intense pain, and everything went dark. At this critical moment, Kia intervened. Kelvin had planned for her to serve as strategic deterrence. Whoever faced her wouldn't be her match. She stood ready on the side, fully controlling the battlefield. Are you okay? Kia rushed to Kelvin's side, her gaze filled with concern. My head is spinning. As soon as he said this, Kelvin collapsed into Kia's warm embrace. The softness against his cheek made him involuntarily rub his face slightly. Unaware of Kelvin's actions due to her worry over his injuries, Kia quickly embraced him to prevent him from falling. Terry breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Kia arrive. Chapter 463. The End. When Kia saw how severely Kelvin was injured, she hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to him. It must be said that in Shanchai, one of the 4 great blessed lands, had profound resources. The moment the pill entered Kelvin's mouth, it transformed into a warm current, repairing his internal organs and meridians. Note, Nshanchai is not fully translated to English as Nshan, seems to be a proper noun, which typically remains in its original form when translated. With the nourishment from the pill, Kelvin regained some strength but did not rise from Chastity's embrace. How did you come here? Kelvin asked weakly. If I hadn't come, I would have been left as a widow. Chastity gave Kelvin a glare and grumbled. You told me to maintain control of the situation, but you insisted on showing off. Now you've been ambushed, Chastity muttered. But aren't you always busy accompanying me, without rest? My heart hurts for you. Kelvin looked up at Chastity's beautiful eyes and said reflexively. At this moment, they were very close. So close that Chastity could see the fine lines on Kelvin's face. Her cheeks quickly turned red, and her heart rate involuntarily sped up. Hey, guys, don't you think there's a place and time for displays of affection? Back in Yuzhou City, you can do whatever you like. If you don't help me now, I might be preparing my funeral. Terry, barely holding against 3 cave spirit realm subordinates, was speechless seeing Kelvin and Chastity engaged in intimate actions. Chastity's face turned even redder upon hearing Terry's words. She steadied Kelvin and then moved like lightning, appearing beside one of the cave, spirit realm experts within seconds. Phoenix split heaven. With a shout, Chastity conjured vivid phoenix wings made of true essence, with each feather clearly visible. Under her attack, the expert didn't even manage a scream before being sliced in half. The remaining 2 cave, spirit realm experts changed expressions dramatically, realizing Chastity's overwhelming power. Shocked, they glanced at each other and fled in opposite directions. Unfortunately, Chastity wouldn't let them lead Sword Gate beyond Heavenly Tower. Beryl sighed gratefully. Beryl wasn't just polite. He truly thanked Kelvin. Without Kelvin, he would never confront Heavenly Tower directly. His victory came partly because ground battles distracted them. Unscathed, becoming Yujo's top power, even now, felt surreal. Looking at Kelvin, a young yet incredibly powerful figure, Beryl knew his position. Lord Phalon, this is my personal token. Should you need help, crush this token and I will know. I'll rush to assist wherever you are, Beryl said solemnly. A guarantee from an exit scene expert was rare. With this, unless Kelvin went mad, he could act boldly. Xiuxian, too kind. We shall be friends, Kelvin smiled, accepting the token. Right, we're friends. Beryl laughed contentedly after hearing Kelvin's words. After chatting for a while, they departed. Beryl had to return to Sword Gate for arrangements and seize some of Heavenly Tower's assets. Both Kelvin and Terry, having been injured, needed to recuperate in Yujo City. News of Heavenly Tower's downfall spread rapidly, flying across regions. Chapter 464, The Vajra Cave. Kelvin's sweeping cleanup operation in Yujo was far more extensive than the anti-demon campaign he launched in the capital. In the capital, Kelvin had only targeted those associated with the deed to nationwide chaos, especially making the capital the battleground for various factions. After all, the emperor resided there, and the treasures of the royal treasury and the ministers' treasuries were highly coveted by these forces. Additionally, these nobles had long enjoyed lives of luxury and ease. Should chaos ensue, such comfort would be lost, possibly putting their lives at risk. This was intolerable for them. Even the usually calm cabinet Aryans were alarmed by the news. These Aryans knew that their status was entirely due to the support of the Dakian dynasty and the royal family. Without this support, they would be no different from ordinary people. Kelvin is narrow-minded and disregards the bigger picture. His actions are like playing with fire, said one minister. What good does it do to say this now? We need to think about what to do next, replied another. If we let Kelvin continue unchecked, it won't be long before the whole country rises up in rebellion, added a nobleman. Everyone fell silent after hearing this. Why don't we seek an imperial decree to recall Kelvin back to the capital, suggested an aristocrat. While we can ask the emperor to issue such an order, it would only be a temporary fix. Didn't we send Kelvin away from the capital because he was too troublesome? If we bring Kelvin back, who knows what unpredictable things he might do? Austin mused aloud. With Roscoe backing him and being married in, there were also ministers present. When they heard the Aryans' words, their eyes lit up immediately. Sir Ferguson is wise indeed. The evil Buddha relic has been a valuable treasure since Greg's era. One of the 36 cavern heavens, the Vajra Cave, has always been obsessed with the evil Buddha relic and has been searching for it in secret for years. If the people of the Vajra Cave learn that the evil Buddha relic is in Kelvin's possession, what do you think they will do? Explained a minister. At this, everyone's eyes brightened. If the Vajra Cave learned of the relic's location, they would stop at nothing to retrieve it. Kelvin wouldn't give it up easily, leading to an inevitable conflict. As one of the 36 cavern heavens, the Vajra Cave wouldn't fear the mirror platform. What a cunning plan. With smiles on their faces, they congratulated the Aryan, as if they already saw Kelvin's end. Enough. We've made our decision. Everyone return home now. The Aryan waved his hand dismissively. The group left the Aryan's residence, contented. Some nobles even started planning visits to the largest brothel in the capital. One of the 36 cavern heavens, the Vajra Cave, was located in a small world, enveloped in golden hues. Even the plants shimmered eerily in gold light. In the heart of the cave, the sound of Buddhist bells suddenly rang, echoing throughout the cavern. The residents, upon hearing the bell, rushed to the square with grave expressions. Chapter 465, Nathaniel. The usually tranquil Vajra Cave was filled with startled monks as the Buddhist bell rang out, and they all headed towards the central plaza. At this moment, the plaza was already bustling with voices. The Buddhist bell hasn't rung for so many years. I wonder what has caused it to ring now. A monk with a sharp nose and a simian face whispered. Unknown. Could it be that someone is attacking our Vajra Cave? Another monk speculated. Are you still half asleep? How are you speaking in your dreams? Our Vajra Cave is one of the 36 heavenly caves. With such strength and depth, who would dare to provoke us? The sharp-nosed monk retorted. The other monk felt his argument had merit and nodded before looking up at the main hall above the square anxiously. Inside the grand hall, the leaders of Vajra Cave were seated. Ordinarily, these figures remained secluded, only emerging during significant events. This time, they gathered here solely because the Buddhist bell had sounded. Marcus, why have you summoned us here by ringing the Buddhist bell? Hewitt asked. Yes, I was just at a critical point in my cultivation when the bell woke me, Callan said indignantly. Not just Callan. All the Aryans sitting there harbored similar grievances. After all, everyone had been busy, some refining medicinal pills, others forging weapons. Suddenly interrupted. How could anyone be pleased? Listening to their complaints, Marcus intoned a Buddhist mantra and then explained, according to reports, the evil Buddha relic has appeared. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy hall fell into silence. Marcus, such matters must not be joked about. Jalen, regaining his composure after initial shock, spoke sternly. While Jalen knew Marcus wasn't frivolous, the evil Buddha relic was too crucial. Since its disappearance following the fall of the evil Buddha, they had been searching in vain. Now suddenly learning of its location made everyone feel uncertain. Jalen's words left the crowd gazing at Marcus with mixed emotions of anticipation and anxiety, hoping this wasn't a joke. The appearance of the evil Buddha relic is indeed confirmed. The information came from the capital and is accurate. Marcus understood their feelings and reiterated. Actually, when he first received the news, his reaction hadn't been much better than theirs. Great. After searching for so long, we finally have news of the evil Buddha relic. We can finally bring closure to what our predecessors couldn't finish. Callan said cheerfully. Now that we know where it is, let's get it quickly. We can't miss this opportunity again. Igor urged. Yes, Marcus, give the order. We'll head out and retrieve the evil Buddha relic. If the holder refuses to hand it over, harumph. Though Jalen didn't finish, his eyes revealed their determination to obtain the relic no matter what. I called you here precisely for this. The evil Buddha relic isn't held by an ordinary person, but by someone named Kelvin. Marcus explained. Who is Kelvin? Which powerhouse is he? Have you heard of him? Jalen asked, puzzled. The other Aryans shook their heads after considering recent strong figures, but found no mention of Kelvin. These Aryans rarely ventured outside, making it natural that they wouldn't recognize Kelvin. Doesn't matter who he is. The pressing priority is to retrieve the evil Buddha relic. Callan said impatiently. If necessary, the few of us will go together and seize the evil Buddha relic. Igor agreed. Kelvin is part of the mirror platform and holds a significant position there. Also, Kelvin is the fiancé of the current deity maiden of Peace Temple. Marcus clarified, looking around. Upon hearing this, all the Aryans fell silent. Both Peace Temple and mirror platform were more formidable powers. Provoking either was unwise. Simultaneously offending both would be too daring, even for Vajra Cave, one of the 36 heavenly caves. What do? We can't just abandon the evil Buddha relic. Callan rubbed his bald head in frustration. Not necessarily abandon. Though Callan conceded after hearing this. Marcus scanned the room, seeing no objections. Agreed. Let's assign Nathaniel for this mission. Everyone left the hall afterward. That day, a Bruno with a refined appearance emerged from Vajra Cave, heading towards Yujo City. Hashtag chapter 466. Clouds stir in all directions. Alessio did not intentionally conceal his movements, so when he stepped out of the Diamond Cave, the news spread like wildfire in all directions. The nobles of the capital had been closely monitoring the developments at the Diamond Cave. Thus, when Alessio left the cave, the nobles were immediately informed and they couldn't be happier. In contrast, Godfrey was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Mr. Run, what should we do? The successor of Diamond Cave has appeared, and he's coming for Lord Phalon, said a worried mirror keeper as he looked at Eric. Eric was also deeply concerned. Although Kelvin's strength was extraordinary, the successor of Diamond Cave was no pushover. The mirror platform had some understanding of the Diamond Cave successor. When he first ascended to the Cave Spirit Realm, he had managed to defeat an experienced Cave Spirit Realm powerhouse with only initial level Cave Spirit strength. After such a long time, the successor's power had only grown deeper and more inscrutable. With Kelvin merely at the Unity Realm level, how could he possibly be a match for the successor? Seeing Eric's worried expression, this became starkly different. Eventually, Kelvin's odds were set at 1-9. It was considered one of the highest odds gambling events in history. Even then, few people bet on Kelvin, mostly choosing the successor instead. This wasn't surprising given the successor's impressive combat record. Though Kelvin had some notable victories, many believe these were largely achieved through the mirror platform rather than his own strength. By traveling to Yu Prefecture alone, the successor made it clear that this was a personal contest between young talents, unrelated to any backing forces. Given the considerable realm difference, nobody held high hopes for Kelvin. As the central figure in this matter, Kelvin naturally learned that the Diamond Cave successor was coming for him. At that moment, he and Kia were sitting in a small courtyard, basking in the sun. As the successor of Diamond Cave, another transcendent force, I assume you have some knowledge about them? Kelvin stretched and asked. What you want to know is about this generation's successor, Alessio, Kia said without hiding anything. Though Alessio is this generation's successor of Diamond Cave, both his comprehension and talent far exceed those of previous generations. There are even rumors that he might recreate the founder's glory someday. Even though I'm not very familiar with Alessio, having only met him once, I can clearly sense his formidable strength. Despite my slight edge over him, he still surpasses many so-called geniuses by far. Moreover, Alessio has mastered a particularly difficult skill, making him almost unbeatable within the same realm. After listening to Kia, Kelvin showed a hint of confusion. Godfrey had some information on Alessio, but it was incomplete. Knowing Alessio's immense strength wasn't enough to gauge his full capabilities. The intelligence network of Godfrey was strong, but obtaining information on successors like Alessio was extremely challenging due to the stringent protection of their personal data by powerful factions. Kia knew because as someone from a major force, he had access to certain secrets only shared within their circles. Skill? What kind of skill? Kelvin asked gravely. Anything related to skills wasn't simple. Kelvin himself possessed a powerful skill, Yama's attendance, which had helped him kill a Peak Cave Spirit Realm expert during the Transcendental Mirror incident. The skill Alessio has mastered lacks offensive power but has incredibly strong defensive capabilities, called Impervious Body of Vajra. This is an extremely difficult skill to cultivate in Diamond Cave. Historically, very few have succeeded in mastering it. To put it simply, Alessio doesn't need to attack. Merely standing there, none of his same realm opponents can touch him, explained Kia. A turtle shell as hard as rock? This thought involuntarily popped into Kelvin's mind. But he did not underestimate the skill. Together, Kelvin decided to break through to the Cavern Spirit Realm. Since Peak Unification Realm couldn't deal with Vajra Cave's successor, becoming a Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouse might change the odds. During this time, while avenging the citizens of Yujo, streams of thought power had continuously flowed into Kelvin's mind, transforming into purple factors. This time, the amount of thought power from helping all of Yujo's citizens far surpassed anything seen before in Kyoto, or during his initial days in Yujo City. Now, the amount of purple factors in Kelvin's mind had reached an astonishing level. These purple factors were more than enough to support Kelvin's breakthrough to the Cavern Spirit Realm. Kia opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but was interrupted by Kelvin. Don't worry, trust me. Kelvin comforted Kia, saying, I've undergone many experiences lately and gained deep insights into my own Tao. It's time for me to advance to the cavern spirit realm. Hearing Kelvin's words, Kia's eyes widened in surprise. You only just broke through recently, and you're breaking through again? Though only one step separated the peak unification realm from the cavern spirit realm, this step stopped countless strong individuals from advancing throughout their lives. But for Kelvin, the threshold to cavern spirit realm seemed non-existent. Kia clearly remembered spending over 3 months to advance from peak unification to cavern spirit realm. Her advancement speed had already left many people gaping in shock, and Kelvin, just under a month after his last breakthrough, already showed signs of breaking through again. Such talent was terrifying. This is the Heaven Profound Pill, which can help you better comprehend your path during your breakthrough. Kia took out a jade bottle from her bosom and spoke. Kelvin knew about the Heaven Profound Pill. It was priceless. Even someone of Kia's status probably couldn't obtain many from Anshan Shrine. Now Kia was handing over such a precious pill to Kelvin. Handing over such a valuable pill, looks like I'll have to repay you with my body. Kelvin looked at the pill in Kia's hand, slightly stunned, before smiling and accepting it. Kia couldn't help rolling her eyes at Kelvin's flippant demeanor. Just break through first. I'll protect you. Without hesitation, Kelvin listened to Kia and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. He then opened the vial given by Kia. An intense fragrance filled Kelvin's nostrils, almost instantly giving him insight into the Tao. Clearly, the quality of the Heaven Profound Pill Kia provided was extraordinarily high. Ordinary Heaven Profound pills allowed one to glimpse a trace of the Tao only after ingestion. Yet, this single pill in Kelvin's hand revealed his path merely by its scent. Certainly, the quality of the Heaven Profound Pill was unquestionable. Another part of the reason lay in Kelvin's prodigious talent. If an ordinary person used spirit stones at once during his previous breakthrough, this time it was a staggering 200,000 spirit stones. An ordinary powerhouse would take half a year to absorb them even with daily practice. Kelvin absorbed the essence of these spirit stones in the blink of an eye. Kia was torn between praising his extraordinary talent or calling him a spendthrift. Given her previous experience and knowing Kelvin's connection to the holy race, Kia was less surprised. She watched Kelvin with keen curiosity. Kia found Kelvin to be a mystery. Each interaction only made him seem more enigmatic. Honestly, there weren't many things in the Great Gon dynasty that could pique her interest, considering Anshan Shrine recorded countless secrets as one of the 4 blessings. Growing up in such an environment, few could stir her curiosity anymore. Yet Kelvin managed to do so again. Unaware of Kia's observant gaze, Kelvin focused intently on cultivating. He directed the essence of 200,000 spirit stones to circulate throughout his body, using the spiritual energy to repeatedly strengthen his meridians and limbs. Kelvin had been busy, conquering various forces. The hidden injuries accumulated began to heal with the constant cleansing by the spiritual energy. Meanwhile, his physical prowess and the purity of his true essence continued to improve. If previously Kelvin was raw jade, he was felt like a fleeting mayfly in the universe, vanishing in an instant. At other times, he felt like he had transformed into the myriad phenomena of the mortal world, observing the changes of time and the vicissitudes of life. As Kelvin delved deeper into Tao comprehension, various phenomena emerged from his dantian, emanating outward. There were celestial maidens playing music, celestial emperors guiding the way, and dragons and phoenixes singing together. Seated in the center, Kelvin appeared like a venerated immortal emperor revered by all. Kia watched Kelvin in Tao comprehension with wide eyes, stunned speechless for a moment. It was well known that advancing from the unity realm to the spirit cavern realm involved comprehending the laws of nature within the body and forming one's unique domain. Whether it was the sword domain in Kelvin's false golden core or the domain Kia herself cultivated, only one Tao could be comprehended. And the phenomena that appeared during Tao comprehension represented the Tao sensed by the cultivator during advancement. Kia always believed that Kelvin was comprehending the Tao of the sword. But the phenomena of the Tao of the sword were not like this. They would involve thousands of swords resonating. The phenomena Kelvin displayed now encompassed everything under the heavens. This kind of Tao was something Kia had never heard of before. Kia felt that not only she, but even her master might not have seen such a Tao as Kelvin's. When Kelvin's heavenly phenomena appeared, purple clouds suddenly formed in the sky. Golden arcs of lightning flashed and writhed within the cloud mass. Is it actually the top 10 ranked extinction purple thunder raids? Kia looked up at the thunderclouds and the dragon-like arcs of lightning with a shocked expression. The lightning writhed within the thunderclouds, as if ready to strike at any moment. In this era where thunder raids are rarely seen, the extinction purple thunder raid has almost become a thing of legend. If it weren't for the extensive records of Anshan Sect, which Kia had access to, she probably wouldn't have recognized it either. Now, Kia was certain that the previous thunder raid was also triggered by Kelvin's breakthrough. After the thunder raid appeared, a sense of extinction permeated Kelvin's courtyard. Even Kia felt a chill run down her spine. She knew clearly that if this extinction purple thunder raid struck, there would be no survivors in this small courtyard, including herself. However, Kia did not leave because she believed Kelvin would surely find a way. At this moment, the purple factors in Kelvin's mind started moving. They spread throughout Kelvin's dantian. With the enhancement of the purple factors, the expansion speed of Kelvin's dantian increased even more. As Kelvin delved deeper into Tao comprehension, the mysterious Tao patterns on his golden core began to swirl off its surface, transforming into misty vapor surrounding the golden core. With each breath, Kelvin felt a resonance with the heavens and earth. Points of golden light appeared out of nowhere in the air, entering Kelvin's body and merging with the golden mist enveloping his golden core. Seeing this scene, Kia felt more astonished today than in all her years combined. Feeling the powerful Tao intent carried by the points of golden light, Kia knew exactly what this was. But how could Tao intent be so strong even before Kelvin entered the spirit cavern realm? Moreover, Kelvin's Tao intent gave Kia a feeling of being ancient and eternal, embracing all things. It seemed somewhat like the Tao of nature, yet somewhat like the Tao of life. However, Kia knew clearly that Kelvin did not cultivate either the Tao of nature or the Tao of life. As more golden light poured into Kelvin's body, his golden core seemed to be wrapped in a small golden sun. As the Dantian space continued to expand, it was now 3 times larger than it originally was. But the true essence expansion had not stopped. However, relying solely on true essence was no longer enough to stabilize the expanded Dantian. Cracks began to appear spontaneously. At the instant the cracks appeared, Kelvin spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained with Tao intent fell to the ground, and the withered grass in front of him immediately came to life, growing wildly. Seeing this, Kia's face changed dramatically. To advance from the Unity realm to the Spirit Cavern realm, besides comprehending one's own Tao, expanding the Dantian was also extremely dangerous. In the Spirit Cavern realm, the Dantian is also known as the Inner Miniature Paradise. Throughout history, countless prodigies tried to forcibly expand their Dantian to make it larger, leading to Dantian fractures and eventual ordinariness. Kia thought Kelvin's foundation was solid enough that this situation would not happen. Unexpectedly, Kelvin's Dantian encountered problems at this crucial moment. Just as Kia was worried, the longevity Tao intent in Kelvin's body acted as if it had its own consciousness, seeping into the fractured Dantian bit by bit. In the next moment, the Dantian, which was on the verge of collapse, became rock solid, and Kia noticed that Kelvin's Dantian was now more stable than ever. With the addition of longevity Tao intent, the expansion speed of the Dantian increased. In the blink of an eye, the Dantian expanded more than 5 times its original size. Once Kelvin's Inner Miniature Paradise stabilized, the longevity Tao intent surrounding the golden core became extremely concentrated. Then, the thick longevity Tao intent condensed into drops of liquid, dripping onto the golden core. The golden core, nourished by the longevity Tao and spirit, accelerated even more rapidly. Fortunately, Kelvin had an unprecedented foundation. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have already died from overexhaustion. Even so, Kelvin was now covered in sweat, and he had withdrawn from the state of enlightenment. This was a critical moment for breaking through to the cavern spirit realm. If Kelvin failed now, he would not only suffer damage to his foundation but could even die on the spot. Despite his body being overexerted, Kelvin gritted his teeth and persisted. Time trickled by, and the walls of Kelvin's golden core became as fragile as paper. One could vaguely see the shadow of an infant inside the golden core. But by this point, Kelvin was utterly exhausted. Perhaps because his foundation was laid too solidly, Kelvin's golden core far exceeded that of others at the same level. Therefore, breaking through this barrier was exponentially more difficult. Others find it hard to ascend to the cavern spirit realm due to their inability to comprehend the great Tao. Who would have thought that my strong foundation would become a hindrance instead? Kelvin looked at the thin, transparent barrier that remained and couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, things had come to this pass. Even knowing there was no guarantee of success, Kelvin had no way to back down. With a determined heart, he injected the last bit of his essence, energy, and spirit into his small, heavenly grotto. The infant looked exactly like Kelvin when he was little. Unlike other infants, its eyes sparkled with vitality, as if it were alive. The small infant curiously examined Kelvin as well. Since their minds were connected, the infant essentially was Kelvin, and Kelvin also was the infant. Being observed like this gave Kelvin a strange feeling. When the infant broke through the barrier, Kelvin returned to his peak state, even surpassing his previous condition. Upon opening his eyes, his personal realm radiated outward. Although only for a fleeting moment, Asia felt an unbroken, continuous presence. Facing this unbroken presence, even Asia sensed some pressure. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to become a cavern spirit realm powerhouse, Asia said happily, her worried expression gone. Kelvin's path to advancement was fraught with twists and turns, making Asia very anxious as she watched from the side. At one point, she almost wanted to interrupt Kelvin's ascension, but ultimately trust prevailed over impulse. If it weren't for the xiuxian pill you gave me, breaking through to the cavern spirit realm would not have been so easy, Kelvin said with a smile to Asia. It wasn't mere politeness. Indeed, the xiuxian pill played a significant role in helping Kelvin become a cavern spirit realm powerhouse. Without it, Kelvin wouldn't have drawn so much Tao of immortality, nor would his small heavenly grotto have expanded so vastly, nor would the incubation of the infant have progressed so quickly. Since I helped you so much, how will you thank me? Asia said playfully with a twinkle in her eye. Though nominally I've pledged myself to you, we haven't made any real progress, Kelvin said. Why don't we do something more concrete tonight? Who wants to do anything concrete with you? Asia blushed and spat out in embarrassment. Don't say you'll regret it. I rarely take the initiative like this, Kelvin teased. I'm ignoring you. Asia turned away, her face flushed red. Although called a demon girl by her master in the tranquilizing sect, Asia was, at heart, just a young woman in the bloom of her youth. Hearing Kelvin's words, naturally, she felt embarrassed. Watching Asia leave, Kelvin shook his head and chuckled. In fact, he intended to get her out of the way. After becoming a cavern spirit realm powerhouse, Kelvin noticed changes in his false golden core. He had been too absorbed in his joy earlier to notice. Now, the sword chi inside his body was boiling up, as if trying to burst out. Kelvin immediately sat down in meditation, focusing his mind on his Dantian. There, he saw his infant holding the false golden core in both hands. The false golden core even had cracks from being squeezed. This explained why the sword chi was leaking out. Sensing this, Kelvin didn't stop it, but kept the overflowing sword intent from escaping his body, watching the infant's actions. Under the infant's manipulation, the false golden core flattened from its round shape. The powerful sword realm within tried to break out, but was suppressed by the Tao of immortality, as if encountering a natural enemy. As the droplets of the immortal Tao elixir fell, Kelvin's golden core seemed like a bomb about to explode. It started contracting and expanding as if something inside was about to break free. Despite this, even with cracks spreading across it, Kelvin's golden core showed no signs of shattering. Kelvin, in his enlightenment state, instinctively guided his essence, energy, and spirit into his dantian. When his essence, energy, and spirit reached below the dantian, they transformed into purple flames that scorched the fragmented golden core. With the support of Kelvin's essence, energy, and spirit, the outer shell of the golden core began melting at an observable rate, faintly revealing the formation of something within. However, although the golden core was melting faster, Kelvin's consumption of essence, energy, and spirit was much quicker. Thankfully, Kelvin had an extraordinarily solid foundation. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already died from exhaustion. Even so, beads of sweat covered Kelvin's face, and he had exited the enlightened state. This was now the crucial moment for breaking through to the cavern spirit realm. If Kelvin failed here, not only would his foundation be damaged, then appeared, golden lightning churned in the sky, threatening to descend. The remaining purple factor in Kelvin's mind enveloped his small netherworld. The sky-ending purple thunder above hesitated as if questioning something, then disappeared. Suddenly, Kelvin's weakened presence changed dramatically, giving off an aura unique to the cavern's spirit realm. The infant opened its tiny mouth and instantly, whether it was the true essence in Kelvin's body, the longevity Tao intent, or the fragments of the melted golden core, everything rushed into the infant's mouth. In no time, an even more powerful force flowed out from the infant's body. Kelvin knew that he had finally and completely entered the cavern's spirit realm. Curiously examining the infant within his small netherworld, Kelvin saw that it looked exactly like him when he was young. Unlike other infants, this one had lively eyes as if it were alive. The small infant curiously observed Kelvin, their minds connected. Indeed, the infant was Kelvin, and Kelvin could also be the infant. Being scrutinized by the infant made Kelvin feel oddly self-conscious. When the infant broke through the barrier, Kelvin's condition had returned to its peak, even surpassing his previous best. The moment Kelvin opened his eyes, his domain surged outward. Though only for an instant, Kia sensed a continuous and overwhelming aura. Facing such a continuous and overpowering presence, even Kia felt pressured. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to the cavern spirit realm, Kia said happily, her worried expression vanishing. Kelvin's path to advancement had been fraught with twists and turns, causing Kia considerable concern. At times, she almost considered interrupting his breakthrough, but ultimately trust won over impulse. If it weren't for the xiuxian pill you gave me, breaking through to the cavern spirit realm wouldn't have been so easy, Kelvin said with a smile to Kia. This wasn't just politeness. The xiuxian pill indeed played a significant role in helping Kelvin become a cavern spirit realm powerhouse. Without it, Kelvin wouldn't have been able to attract so much longevity Tao intent, nor would his small netherworld have expanded so vastly, allowing the infant to hatch so quickly. Since I've helped you so much, how are you going to thank me? Kia's eyes twinkled as she gazed at Kelvin with a teasing smile. Although nominally I have pledged myself to you, nothing substantial has happened. Why don't we do something substantial tonight? Kelvin suggested. Who wants to do anything substantial with you? Kia blushed and spat playfully. Don't say I didn't warn you. I rarely take the initiative like this, Kelvin teased. I'm not talking to you anymore. Lost in the joy of reaching the cavern's spirit realm earlier, he hadn't paid attention. Now, the sword chi within him began boiling, as if ready to burst out. Kelvin hurriedly sat down cross-legged, his mind entering his dantian. There, he saw his infant manipulating the false core in his dantian, squeezing it until cracks formed. This explained the overflow of sword chi. Sensing this, Kelvin did not stop it, but focused on preventing the scattered sword intent from escaping while observing the infant's actions. Under the infant's small hands, the false core flattened. The powerful sword domain within tried to break free but was suppressed by the longevity domain as if encountering its natural predator. Hashtag chapter 470, the sword pill. As the nascent infant acted, the pseudocore transformed into a small sword-shaped toy appearing in the little nascent infant's hands. At this moment, Kelvin clearly felt that the sword domain within the pseudocore had become more substantial. If the sword domain within the pseudocore had previously been like ethereal and sharp sword chi, now these sword chi seemed to have taken on physical form. The chilling aura of slaughter from the sword made one shudder. Kelvin looked at the nascent infant and the sword pill in its hand and couldn't help but feel delighted. He hadn't expected that his nascent infant could help upgrade the pseudocore. Would he be able to directly project his nascent infant out and have it use the sword pill to fight people? Imagining the sight of the little nascent infant using a toy-sized sword pill to wreak havoc, Kelvin couldn't help but chuckle. Originally, since Kelvin had already reached the grotto spirit realm, the assistance provided by the sword pill was minimal. However, with the enhancement from the nascent infant, the sword pill once again became a formidable weapon for Kelvin. Facing the imminent arrival of the successor of Vajra Cave, Kelvin felt a bit more confident. Lord Phelan, Mayor Adrian is looking for you, Caitlin said as he noticed the flourishing flowers in the courtyard, revealing a look of surprise. He clearly remembered that there were no such flowers in this courtyard yesterday. Were they transported here from somewhere else? However, it shouldn't be possible. Caitlin was responsible for the security of this annexed residence and had never seen Kelvin or anyone from the mirror platform transporting flowers. Even if Caitlin had been negligent, he would not have missed noticing these flowers. Kelvin naturally knew Caitlin's confusion but did not explain. Let's go ahead. Kelvin patted Caitlin on the shoulder and said. Caitlin, true to being a mirror storm, suppressed his curiosity. Hearing Kelvin's words, he merely replied with a yes and led Kelvin outside. In the main hall of the annexed residence, Mayor Terry was pacing anxiously back and forth. Why isn't Mayor Adrian handling official duties at City Hall? How does he have time to come? Kelvin laughed as he explained to Terry. Phelan Lord, I've arranged everything. You can sneak out of the city disguised. When the successor arrives, I'll buy you some time. Terry gritted his teeth and said. Vajra Cave was determined to obtain the evil Buddha Saraira. If Terry helped Kelvin return to the capital, Vajra Cave might retaliate against him despite his position as the mayor of Yuzhou. Terry usually took cautious actions, but unexpectedly chose to risk himself today for Kelvin. Even if I leave Yuzhou disguised and you help buy time, can we really hide it from the world? People outside have already placed bets on the confrontation between me and the successor of Vajra Cave. They won't let me return to the capital easily. And not just them. Many other forces have also come to Yuzhou. How could they let the main character exit so easily? Kelvin patted Terry on the shoulder, explaining calmly. Upon calming down, Terry understood Kelvin's point. Is there no other way? Terry asked somewhat dejectedly. Don't worry. My life isn't so easy to take. Kelvin spoke with unwavering confidence. Hearing Kelvin's words, Terry felt a flicker of hope and an idea dawned on him. Have you already advanced to the Grotto Spirit Realm? Now, Terry had the chance to carefully observe Kelvin. Previously, while Kelvin exuded a subtle sense of threat, Terry could still measure him. Now, Kelvin gave him an overwhelming feeling, like an endless ocean. Just broke through. Kelvin didn't hide the truth from Terry. He knew Terry wouldn't leak the information. Fantastic! Terry clapped excitedly. Although he knew Kelvin had only recently broken through to the Grotto Spirit Realm, making him less experienced than the Vajra Cave successor, Kelvin had never done anything without preparation. Therefore, in terms of realms close in power, Terry believed Kelvin wouldn't lose. Nevertheless, Terry decided to seek additional help as a precaution. Phalon Lord, rest well. I won't disturb you further. With that, Terry rushed out of the courtyard, mounted his horse, and galloped towards the city outskirts. Seeing Terry leave, Kelvin smiled but did not stop him. Terry was headed to Sword Gate to invite Master Beryl to support Kelvin. Although Terry believed the Aryans of Vajra Cave wouldn't intervene directly, having Beryl around provided reassurance. Even if Beryl couldn't defeat a transcendent realm expert from Vajra Cave, he could ensure Kelvin's escape. What Terry didn't know was that when he left Yuzhou, Beryl had already received word and was heading towards Yuzhou. For a moment, Yuzhou City was filled with intense anticipation as various forces gathered. Eyes followed Kelvin's annexed residence and the latest movements of the Vajra Cave successor closely. Some intelligence-gathering organizations even provided free updates on the location of the Vajra Cave successor for everyone assembled in Yuzhou. As the Vajra Cave successor neared Yuzhou, the entire city buzzed with excitement. Chapter 471. Isaac has arrived. The journey from the Vajra Cave to Yuzhou City only took a mere 4 days, but it took Isaac 7 days to reach the city. Although he came out this time to retrieve the evil Buddha Saraira, he was not in a hurry. The entire Great Qin dynasty now knew that he had come for Kelvin and the evil Buddha Saraira. Kelvin, and he had long been exposed to public scrutiny. What else could Kelvin do but wait for him under duress? Unless he never appeared before the world again, which would mean abandoning his reputation entirely. Moreover, Isaac was not worried about anyone taking the initiative ahead of him. After all, countless people had already gathered in Yuzhou City. Who would dare to act rashly? Under these circumstances, Isaac naturally wasn't in a rush. On his way to Yuzhou, he visited famous sites and ancient temples, engaging in discussions with seasoned powerhouses and rising stars known among the younger generation. He remained undefeated in all these exchanges. Through the accumulation of momentum during his travels, Isaac's aura had reached its peak. All that was needed now was an outlet to release the accumulated energy from these past days. Of course, Isaac didn't do this for Kelvin. Although Kelvin was powerful, Isaac had received information that he was merely at the unification realm level. Kelvin was indeed a prodigy, but Isaac believed he was no less of a prodigy than anyone else. In his eyes, he could easily handle Kelvin, even if the latter were to enter the cave's spirit realm. He was being cautious because Kelvin was accompanied by a divine maiden from the Anshan Shrine. Although Isaac had only met Jaylene once, he couldn't deny her strength. If Isaac wanted to deal with Kelvin, Jaylene, as his fiancée, would inevitably intervene. To be prepared for any contingency, Isaac must enhance every aspect of himself to the extreme. Finally here, Isaac raised his head to look at the towering city walls of Yuzhou City, where the heads of those evildoers were piled up. These heads did serve as a deterrent. Those rebellious forces arriving in Yuzhou City had all become obedient, neither causing trouble nor harassing civilians, an unusual occurrence. Of course, part of this behavior was due to their temporary lack of interest in stirring up trouble while they focused on gathering excitement. Amitabha, grudges dissipate upon death. Why leave them to rot in the wilderness? This goes against the compassionate teachings of Buddha. Allow me to give them peace. With these words, Isaac casually waved his hand, emitting a golden light that spread over the heads on the wall. Moments later, the densely packed heads turned into golden powder and vanished. As Isaac arrived, many martial artists had already gathered at the city gate upon hearing the news. When they saw Isaac destroying what Kelvin had set up, everyone showed expressions anticipating a spectacle. No matter how righteous Isaac's words sounded, everyone understood that this was a show of force aimed at Kelvin. They were all curious about Kelvin's reaction to this. Truly worthy of being a descendant of Vajra Cave, his actions are indeed domineering, remarked a sword-carrying practitioner. How can he perform a liberation on the heads when it's Jingtai's doing? Is he not afraid of causing friction between Jingtai and Vajra Cave? Questioned a large man wielding a mace. Although hanging the heads is a deed by Jingtai, ultimately, it's just Kelvin's order, and liberating them for his religious beliefs is understandable. Will Jackson use this incident to cause trouble for Vajra Cave? A scholarly gentleman with a fair complexion waved his fan and confidently said, true enough. This visit to Yuzhou by Isaac is a matter among the younger generation. As long as he doesn't provoke Jingtai's bottom line, regardless of how extreme Isaac's actions are, Jingtai won't intervene. That's why Isaac has the audacity to openly challenge Kelvin. While these martial forces came to watch the spectacle, there were also citizens of Yuzhou City present. When they saw Isaac dispel the heads of the long oppressing villains, the citizens erupted in anger. Where do you come from, bald monk? How dare you remove the heads of these evildoers? That's right, they've oppressed us for years. My poor 3-year-old daughter was captured and killed by them. Is this bald monk in league with those villains? Get out of Yuzhou, we don't welcome you. Go away, go away. Isaac's actions incited intense public outrage. The citizens of Yuzhou City berated him fiercely. In response, Isaac remained calm, displaying a compassionate demeanor. Reciting a Buddhist chant, he seemed unfazed by the insults. Dear patrons, cling not to appearances. Worldly grudges are like the wind, dew, and lightning. Do not fall into the boundless hell of bitterness because of these lost evildoers. As he spoke, Isaac used some Buddhist chants to create hallucinations of hell in the eyes of the Yuzhou citizens. Those citizens, previously angry at Isaac, were startled by the sudden illusion. Some of the more timid ones fainted outright. Seeing this, Isaac calmly withdrew the illusion. The citizens who were still conscious looked at him fearfully, no longer daring to blame him. Who dares to cause trouble in my Yuzhou city so boldly? Suddenly, a voice barked from the city wall. It was the captain of the city guard responsible for guarding the city. Hearing about the commotion caused by a monk, he rushed over immediately. I am Isaac, descendant of Vajra Cave, coming specifically for Kelvin. Please inform him. I will wait here for him, Isaac said. Hands clasped together to salute the city guard captain. Upon hearing Isaac's words, the city guard captain's expression changed. They had received orders from the city lord Terry to monitor developments around Yuzhou City closely and report any sign of Vajra Cave descendants promptly. Unexpectedly, the Vajra Cave descendant was so brazen. Please wait outside the city. Realizing that dealing with such high-profile matters was beyond his capability, the city guard captain decided to report to Kelvin and Terry quickly. Thus, after a moment's thought, he told Isaac to wait and rode back into the city. Watching the departing city guard captain, Isaac remained immovable, like a mountain. Chapter 472, Suppression. Once the city guard commander left, this place became lively. The powerhouses of Yuzhou City who had hurriedly come, seeing Isaac's arrogant actions, could no longer hold back. Kelvin was now deeply beloved by all of Yuzhou City, and they admired him greatly. For Isaac to openly challenge Kelvin, how could these powerhouses of Yuzhou City bear it? More importantly, due to Yuzhou's clean and upright atmosphere and many forces being disbanded, quite a few newcomers sought stability here, planning to settle down. Seeing Isaac's behavior, they stepped forward proactively, hoping to gain some goodwill from Kelvin to facilitate their foothold in Yuzhou. Long have I heard that the successor of the Vajra Cave just reached the cavern spirit realm and suppressed an Aryan in the same realm. I wonder if the rumor is true? Let me test you today. A voice rang out, and in the next moment, a middle-stage cavern spirit realm powerhouse suddenly appeared, attacking Isaac. There was no earth-shattering clash or dazzling techniques, only a flash of golden light before Isaac, and the middle-stage cavern spirit realm powerhouse's attack vanished like a stone sinking into the sea. The face of the late-stage cavern spirit realm powerhouse changed instantly. Sir, your hostility is too intense. Come, bask in the light of Buddha beside me. Isaac's words fell as a giant golden hand slammed the middle-stage cavern spirit realm powerhouse to the ground, rendering him immobile. An outright suppression. Naked and raw suppression. Isaac only used one move to suppress this middle-stage cavern spirit realm powerhouse. Other powerhouses of Yuzhou City saw this with shock and awe in their eyes. This was the strength of the Vajra Cave successor? They hadn't expected such a massive gap between themselves and these prodigies. Attack together. I don't believe we can't handle him with so many of us. An early-stage cavern spirit realm powerhouse shouted. Next, 4 cavern spirit realm powerhouses attacked together. Unfortunately, their attacks were still effortlessly suppressed by Isaac without even causing a ripple. Spectators from various factions, witnessing this, also had looks of astonishment. Everyone believed that Kelvin would likely fall this time, and those who hadn't placed bets rushed to bet on Isaac's victory. Some even wagered their prized weapons. The common folk of Yuzhou, though unaware of how strong Isaac was, knew the identities of those he had suppressed, and thus worried greatly about Kelvin's situation. At this moment, Kelvin's small courtyard was more bustling than ever. Terry, Beryl, the city guard commander, Kia, and Kelvin were all present. After Terry received news, he went to the sword sect to invite Beryl, and they met en route. Learning of each other's intentions, Beryl didn't waste words and returned directly with Terry to Yuzhou City. After spending several days together, Terry and Beryl's relationship grew rapidly. Both had fallen in love with a place called Red Moon Tower. Lately, they hadn't returned home at night, indulging in revelry at the tower every evening. Once, while both drunk, they returned from the Red Moon Tower just as Kelvin and Kia were having breakfast. Dazed with alcohol, Terry told Kelvin that breakfast wasn't worth it, promising to take him to Red Moon Tower for better food in the evening. Beryl, feeling a chill when he heard Terry, quickly sobered up. Ignoring Beryl's warnings, Terry continued to rave about how good the brothel and its services were. Really? Do you want to show me? Though Kia smiled, Beryl felt a creeping dread. He hurriedly pulled the intoxicated Terry, trying to stop him. But Terry was undeterred, vowing to find 24 women for Kelvin and Kia. Finally, under Kia's smiling gaze, Terry took a cold bath in the pond to sober up. 4 days after, Terry didn't visit Kelvin's courtyard, embarrassed. To proposition taking his friend-to-be husband to a brothel in front of the future wife was unprecedented except perhaps by Terry. Today, he came because he received notification from the city guard commander, fearing that the Vajra Cave successor had arrived outside Yuzhou City. Isaac is outside and making a scene. How should we respond? Terry asked. Knowing Isaac's destruction of heads on the city wall wasn't for liberation but intimidation, Terry, having climbed the ranks to become city lord, understood the implications. He has been accumulating momentum along the way, Beryl said. Now that he's in Yuzhou City, his momentum must be at its peak, needing a release. Do I need to break Isaac's momentum? Beryl, whose long life granted him insight, feared the Vajra Cave successor's might. With both supreme momentum and an invincible mindset accumulated over time, Isaac was nearly untouchable to ordinary cavern spirit realms. Breaking Isaac's momentum and belief would demoralize him, giving Kelvin a 60% chance of winning. Don't underestimate this probability. Even as a prodigy reaching cavern spirit realm, Kelvin needed this edge. If he were still at Unity Fusion Peak, even breaking Isaac's momentum wouldn't give him any chance. Even regular Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouses had no hope in Beryl's view. With Kelvin at Cavern Spirit Realm, barely breaking Isaac's supremacy could offer a 60% win rate. Though Isaac comes alone, he represents Vajra Cave. If you intervene rashly, this won't be just a spat among juniors, but an open provocation of Vajra Cave. Vajra Cave's Aryans won't ignore this. Although they dare not act against Mirror Platform, the Sword Sect cannot withstand their wrath. Unless you abandon the Sword Sect and hide within Mirror Platform. Kia shook his head, negating Beryl's suggestion. Chapter 473. I'm waiting for you. The Sword Sect's era was so worried that he was losing his sense of judgment. Normally, he would have been able to weigh the pros and cons clearly. After hearing Kia's words, Beryl fell silent for a moment. If it were only about himself, he wouldn't mind defending the Vajra Cave of the 36 Grotto Heavens for Kelvin. At worst, as Kia said, he could hide inside the Mirror Platform. What could the Vajra Cave do to him then? Beryl looked at Gustavo in confusion. It was initially a good thing. The arrogant behavior of the Vajra Cave heir has caused dissatisfaction among many citizens of Yujo City. A mid-stage Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouse attacked the Vajra Cave heir under the pretext of seeking guidance, but ended up being ruthlessly suppressed. And Gustavo glanced at Kelvin hesitantly. And what? Speak up. Terry urged impatiently. And the Vajra Cave heir suppressed the mid-stage Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouse with just one move. Gustavo gritted his teeth as he spoke. Upon hearing Gustavo's words, Terry and Beryl were stunned. While they knew the Vajra Cave heir was extraordinary, they hadn't expected him to be so monstrously talented. Even at their peak Cavern Spirit Realm stage, they doubted they could effortlessly suppress a late-stage Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouse. But Isaac had apparently wiped out a late-stage Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouse instantly. Such combat power was shocking. In contrast, upon hearing this news, neither Kelvin nor Kia showed any surprise. For Isaac to suppress a veteran Cavern Spirit Realm powerhouse right after entering the realm meant his strength couldn't be underestimated. Many years had passed since then, and Isaac's strength must have only grown stronger. Thus, Kelvin wasn't surprised by what he had done. Seeing Kelvin's seemingly gap between you and Isaac, it's not shameful to avoid direct confrontation temporarily. Beryl also advised Kelvin. Not just Terry and Beryl, but even Gustavo looked hopefully at Kelvin, wishing for him to return to the capital with Beryl. After listening to Beryl and Terry, Kelvin turned to Kia and asked, "What do you think?" Kia smiled sweetly and replied, "Follow your heart." Unlike Beryl, who couldn't interfere freely in the duel, Kia could. As an heir from a major power and another genius among the younger generation, if Kia challenged Isaac, no one would object. Similarly, when Isaac challenged Kelvin, despite Kelvin's lower cultivation level, no one criticized it because they were both young geniuses. Thus, Kia decided to intervene critically in Kelvin and Isaac's battle, not only out of concern for Kelvin's safety, but also to prevent the heretic Buddha Saraira from falling into the Vajra Cave's hands. For so many years, everyone knew the Vajra Cave's obsession with the heretic Buddha Saraira. Although Kia didn't know why the Vajra Cave wanted it, considering the enmity between Anshin Hall and the heretic Buddha Saraira, as well as its potential dangers, she couldn't let the Vajra Cave heir take it back. Kelvin smiled at Kia after hearing her words. He cast a profound look towards where Isaac was. Terry, Beryl, and Gustavo saw Kelvin's expression and felt their hearts sink. Although Kelvin didn't speak, they could tell from his expression what he intended. As Kelvin looked towards Isaac, who was suppressing Alessio's sympathetic expression stiffened momentarily. Though just a brief moment, it did not escape the keen observation of both Xylan and Xian. Seeing this, Xian's playful nature got the better of him. I know monks cannot be intimate with women because it breaks the precepts of desire. But I wonder if being close to you counts as breaking them. Even with Alessio's cultivation, hearing Xian and Xylan's playful jabs caused a subtle twitch at the corner of his mouth. If anyone else had spoken such remarks, he wouldn't have reacted. However, Xian and Xylan were two of the greatest anomalies of their time, especially Xian. Although they had only met once, Alessio had long regarded Xian as a formidable adversary. Releasing the sealed Dongling Realm experts, Alessio looked at Xylan and asked, "Devotilio, you know why I am here. Will you hand over the item willingly, or should I take it by force?" Xylan ignored Alessio, turning his gaze to the few Dongling Realm experts instead. Xylan recognized these individuals. They had all played significant roles during the cleanup operation in Yujo. "How are you? Are you all okay?" Xylan asked them earnestly. "Administrator Leo, we're fine. A late-stage Dong. You came looking for me because you want this, right?" Kelvin said while tossing the relic. The moment Kelvin revealed the evil Buddha relic, Alessio confirmed its authenticity. The treasure that Jin Gang Cave had pursued for the predecessor will find peace, Alessio explained. Today, Kelvin truly witnessed what thick-skinned meant. He thought that in this regard, Jin Gang Cave could raise a banner and start a new sect. If they opened a thick-skinned sect, disregarding cultivation levels and solely based on skin thickness, everyone would likely be at the true immortal level. You return and recuperate. There's no need to worry. I'll handle this. Xylan smiled at the Dongling Realm experts. Hearing his words, they hesitated before finally leaving, albeit looking dispirited. Truthfully, they would have left earlier if not for wanting to caution Xylan. After all, several Dongling Realm experts being suppressed by Alessio without even grazing him was a tremendous embarrassment. Once the Dongling Realm experts had moved far enough away, Xylan took out the evil Buddha relic from his robe, gently squeezing it until it bounced up and down in his palm. "You came for this thing, didn't you?" As Xylan tossed the evil Buddha relic, he spoke aloud. The moment Xylan revealed the relic, Alessio confirmed it was genuine. After pursuing this treasure for so long, it was finally about to return to Jingang Cave. Excitement crossed his usually calm face. Yet, seeing Xylan treat the relic based on thickness of skin, everyone there would easily achieve true immortal rank, regardless of cultivation. Translation maintained paragraph structure and line breaks as closely as possible. Chapter 475, The Bet. Xiuxian's logic was simple. The Vajra Cave practices Buddhism, and so does the heretic Buddha. By a stretch of logic, anything left behind by the heretic Buddha should belong to the Vajra cave. This bandit-like reasoning was clearly not something Corbin had just come up with, but was an established principle upheld by the Vajra cave, showcasing their domineering methods. Whenever they set their eyes on something, they would do anything to obtain it. Ha ha ha, I never thought such logic existed in this world. Kelvin laughed aloud. Whether or not it's true in the world, it's the principle of the Vajra cave, said Corbin without addressing Kelvin's mockery, clasping his hands together. Very well. Since that's the principle of the Vajra cave, then I'll follow your principles. Kelvin spoke firmly. After hearing Kelvin's words, Corbin didn't rush to respond. He felt that Kelvin had more to say. Sure enough, Kelvin paused before continuing. I am a cultivator, and the Vajra cave is composed of cultivators as well. Does that mean the Vajra cave belongs to me, Kelvin? Please go back quickly and inform everyone at the Vajra cave like honeycomb. If you think you can avoid returning the heretic Buddha's relics using this method, xuanhuan layman, you are too young. Even clay figures would get angry sometimes. With repeated ridicule from Kelvin, he finally lost his patience. Corbin prepared to openly challenge Kelvin. Once a challenge was issued, no one could interfere until a winner emerged. However, before he finished speaking, Kelvin interrupted him. You misunderstand. The heretic Buddha's relics don't belong to the Vajra cave in the first place. What talk is there of returning them? But if the Vajra cave must have the heretic Buddha's relics, perhaps we can negotiate. Kelvin proposed to Corbin. Corbin's heart stirred with a cold sneer upon hearing this. Initially, he thought Kelvin didn't match rumors and was a tough character. Now, he seemed just a coward who backed down easily. All you need is a light threat, and Kelvin gives in. How do you wish to negotiate? A mocking glint flashed in Corbin's eyes. Corbin wouldn't really negotiate conditions because, in his view, the relics naturally belonged to the Vajra cave. Asking Kelvin was just to let him believe there was hope, only to crush it himself later. Corbin looked forward to seeing Kelvin's reaction when he rejected the offer. I've heard the Vajra cave has a divine ability called invulnerable body, which is extremely rare even among disciples today. The heretic Buddha's relic in my hand is a supreme treasure capable of cultivating a true monarch. In many ways, the relic. Deal? Seeing Kelvin's eagerness, Corbin knew he'd taken the bait and proposed his terms accordingly. What an unscrupulous monk. Clearly stronger than Lord Phelan, yet speaks of a fair duel. It's outright robbery. Terry voiced his displeasure on behalf of Kelvin. Agreed. Kelvin knew this fight couldn't be avoided, and having the invulnerable body as stakes was already a good outcome. Corbin smiled upon hearing Kelvin's agreement. Chapter 476. Indestructible Body of Vajra. For fairness, to prevent anyone from regretting it in the end, I propose that we entrust our stakes to another party for safekeeping. Xiuxian, how about you take charge of safeguarding these items? After saying this, Kelvin handed the evil Buddha relic over to Kia. Upon receiving the evil Buddha relic, Kia remained unperturbed. Kelvin watched in astonishment. He had experienced firsthand the allure of the evil Buddha relic, yet Kia seemed completely unaffected. It appeared that Anshinjai must have methods to counteract its influence. Note: for consistency and natural flow in English, Anshinjai should be either fully transliterated or translated. If it's a proper name, it should remain unchanged. For this context, I will assume it needs translation or transliteration. Kelvin watched in astonishment. He had experienced firsthand the allure of the evil Buddha relic, yet Kia seemed completely unaffected. It appeared that Anshin Abbey must have methods to counteract its influence. When Isaac saw Kelvin's actions, his face darkened. Who didn't know the relationship between Kelvin and Kia? Entrusting the evil Buddha relic to him was no different from keeping it among themselves. Kelvin's shameless behavior nearly made Isaac lose his composure. Lord Phelan, are you making fun of me? Isaac asked grimly. Why? Do you doubt that the successor of the Vajra cave cannot trust Anshinjai? Correction. Why? Do you doubt that the successor of the Vajra cave cannot trust Anshinjai? Edited. Why? Do you doubt that the Vajra cave's successor can't be trusted by Anshinjai? Note: for consistency and fluency in English, it should be, why? Do you doubt that the Vajra cave's successor can't be trusted by Anshin Shrine? Here, Anshinjai is translated as Anshin Shrine, to maintain consistency in terminology and style. Though your Vajra unbreakable skill is indeed formidable, Anshinjai is certainly not inferior. Should be edited to: though your Vajra unbreakable skill is indeed formidable, Anshinjai is by no means inferior. Or better yet, Uris. Besides, both Anshinjai and Mirror Terrace weren't the type to easily default on promises. Note: Anshinjai should be consistently translated as Anshin Sanctuary, or just kept as Anshun, if it has been introduced earlier in the story. Revised version. Kia nodded after hearing Isaac's words. Given their powerful backgrounds, they all knew they had to consider their lineage's reputation. Now that Isaac had guaranteed with the name of the Vajra cave, Kia had no worries. Besides, both Anshin and Mirror Terrace weren't the type to easily default on promises. Of course, Isaac felt confident because he believed Kelvin wouldn't be his match. Since that's the case, master, please enlighten me. Before Kelvin finished his sentence, he dashed toward Isaac as a blur. At this moment, Kelvin still maintained the peak unification realm level without revealing his early cave spirit realm strength. Knowing Isaac looked down on his power, Kelvin planned to give him a surprising gift. Seeing Kelvin rushing towards him, Isaac's eyes showed disdain. He didn't even activate the Golden Light Invincible skill. Phelan Layman indeed lives up to your title. Such speed far surpasses the peak unification realm. Kelvin pretended to be angry and released a fierce sword aura. The sword aura penetrated 1 centimeter into Isaac's essence energy shield before shattering. Watching Kelvin's potent attack, Isaac inwardly acknowledged his prowess. If they were at the same level, the outcome would be uncertain. However, Kelvin lost this chance. Kelvin's combat prowess made Isaac uneasy. If ever they faced each other at the same level, Isaac wouldn't dare imagine. Having utterly offended Kelvin now, Isaac decided not to let Kelvin grow. He planned to destroy Kelvin's foundation after the third strike when Kia was distracted. Phelan Layman, well done, yet still unable to break my defense. Last strike, seize your chance. No need to remind me, you'd better watch yourself. Feigning rage, Kelvin unleashed his peak unification realm essence energy and charged like a dragon at Isaac. Disdainfully, Isaac observed Kelvin's fancy strike. In his perception, this move barely differed from the previous sharp sword aura. True to form, Kelvin's blow only left a fist-sized dent in Isaac's defense. Phelan Layman, 3 strikes. Just as Isaac was speaking, Kelvin's fury vanished, replaced by a smirk. An ominous feeling gripped Isaac. Next moment, Kelvin unleashed his full cave spirit realm might, shattering Isaac's energy shield instantly. Additionally, a razor-sharp sword tip emerged from Kelvin's fingertips, aiming for Isaac's neck. Careless, Isaac inwardly cursed Kelvin's cunning. Unbelievably, Kelvin had reached the cave spirit realm. Cave spirit realm's offensive power vastly surpassed peak unification realm, especially for geniuses like them. Facing the incoming sword, Isaac realized he'd be killed if he didn't defend himself. Amitabha. In a split second, Isaac recited the Buddhist chant. Golden light enveloped his body, turning it golden. A fully activated indestructible body of Vajra skill. Faced with a late-stage cave spirit realm expert, Isaac hadn't activated it fully until now, highlighting his seriousness about Kelvin. Chapter 477. Battle. It must be said that Isaac had perfected the Vajra body indestructible technique to an extraordinary level. Almost instantaneously, his entire body was enveloped in golden light. Although Kelvin's attack was both unexpected and incredibly fast, the sword beam was still blocked by the golden light. The powerful sword beam shattered upon striking the golden light without even creating a ripple. While this sword beam was hastily formed by Kelvin, its strength was far beyond what ordinary people could withstand. This demonstrated the might of the Vajra body indestructible technique. Kelvin felt a slight regret as he watched the shattered sword beam. Isaac's reaction was facing Isaac's overwhelming attack. Kelvin dared not be careless, moving like a wraith with the mighty step. / correction and improvement. Facing Isaac's powerful attack, Kelvin did not dare to be complacent, sidestepping like a phantom with the charm step. Isaac's punch hit nothing but air, and the massive force unleashed a spatial crack. Terrifying spatial energy flickered within the crack. With Isaac at the center, the surrounding grass and trees were devastated. Watching from afar, Terry couldn't help but whistle in amazement. Although he had advanced to the cave spirit realm years ago, even exerting all his might wouldn't produce a spatial crack. Now he understood why Isaac, having just entered the cave spirit realm, could suppress seasoned cave spirit experts. Simultaneously, concern for Kelvin arose in his heart. How could anyone confront Isaac, who excelled in both defense and offense? Avoiding Isaac's attack, Kelvin couldn't help but feel a surge of alarm seeing the spatial crack. If struck directly, despite his robust foundation, Kelvin wouldn't die but would certainly suffer severe injuries. Severely injured, Kelvin would lose any capacity to resist Isaac. With his punch missed, a hint of surprise flashed across Isaac's face. For Kelvin, a beginner in the cave spirit realm, to dodge his attack showed remarkable speed, far exceeding typical early-stage cave spirit experts. Let's see how long you can run. Isaac snarled menacingly. In the next moment, Isaac launched attacks with punches, kicks, and Vajra imprints. Though Isaac fearing to be in danger, Kelvin deftly avoided every blow with the phantom step. Cultivating the Tao of immortality, combined with his profound foundation, if the battle dragged on, Kelvin was confident he could exhaust Isaac. After all, though the Vajra demon subduing technique was immensely powerful, it consumed vast amounts of energy. Don't you only know how to hide? Isaac sneered at Kelvin. Though Isaac didn't understand Kelvin's strategy, failing to subdue Kelvin, a beginner in the cave spirit realm, was embarrassing. Thus, he attempted to provoke Kelvin with words. But how could Kelvin fall for such an obvious trap? The longer it dragged on, the greater his advantage became. Better than some people swinging random punches, Kelvin mocked Isaac with disdain. Upon hearing this, the onlookers burst into laughter. Throughout history, few would dare compare the mighty demon subduing technique to turtle punches. However, closely observing Isaac's strikes, there was indeed a resemblance. Enraged, Isaac felt blood rush to his head. Who didn't show reverence and longing when hearing of the Vajra cave demon subduing technique? To have it dismissed as mere turtle punches by Kelvin. Respecting Vajra cave's honor above all, Isaac could no longer contain himself. He decided to unleash his full strength, revealing mid-cave spirit capabilities. It did not hinder Kelvin's actions. If Corbin thought he could defeat him with just this ferocious gaze, then he greatly underestimated Kelvin. Mid-stage cave spirit realm is indeed strong, but you need to try harder. This kind of attack intensity can't touch me. After dodging another of Corbin's attacks, Kelvin taunted him. Corbin had already exerted his full strength, and Kelvin wanted to enrage him to accelerate the consumption of his true essence. It was unclear if it was Kelvin's mockery that took effect or whether Corbin simply couldn't tolerate Kelvin anymore. Suddenly, Corbin paused, bellowing angrily, after which the Vajra behind him actually detached from his body. Furthermore, another Vajra appeared beside him. Corbin could conjure 2 Vajras simultaneously. Can a Vajra have a doppelganger? Terry exclaimed in shock. Not just Terry. All onlookers wore astonished expressions. The demon subduing techniques of Vajra Cave were well known, so everyone present had some knowledge about them, but they had never heard of anyone being able to conjure 2 Vajras at once. Feeling the pressure from both Vajras, Kelvin braced himself. Next moment, the Vajras encircled Kelvin from left and right. Then enormous palms attacked Kelvin relentlessly. The 2 Vajras worked excellently together, making it tough for Kelvin even as he moved gracefully, barely dodging their attacks. Several times Kelvin almost got smashed into the ground by the Vajras. Only his quick reflexes kept him undefeated. Even now, Kelvin faced imminent danger, risking severe injury by the Vajras at any misstep. Originally, Kelvin planned to tire out Corbin's true essence. However, given the current situation, it was uncertain whether Kelvin would be struck by the Vajras first, or if Corbin's true essence would run out first. After dodging another punch aimed at him, Kelvin glanced at Corbin. This time, Corbin hadn't joined the fray personally but stood with hands clasped, eyes closed. Clearly, controlling two Vajras was draining his mental focus, forcing him to concentrate fully. With this realization, Kelvin dodged the relentless attacks of the Vajras and approached Corbin. Convergence of 10,000 swords. Innumerable sword intents surged from Kelvin's body, converging into an ancient-looking long sword in his hand. A light clink resounded. Kelvin's ancient sword pierced Corbin's body. However, it felt like striking steel. Next, golden light blazed around Corbin, causing Kelvin's sword to hum loudly before shattering explosively. Without hesitation, Kelvin retreated immediately because the Vajra's next attack was already coming. As Kelvin fell back, he didn't show any discouragement but rather a hint of a smile. During the explosion of the sword intent, Kelvin noticed a small white spot left by his attack on Corbin's indestructible body technique. Though the spot was tiny, Kelvin saw it. It meant Kelvin's attack had been effective against the indestructible body technique. If he persisted, Corbin's indestructible body technique would inevitably be broken, although it required a lot of true essence and time. But Kelvin cultivated immortal path intent, with endless true essence, so this wasn't an issue for him. As a cultivator of the indestructible body technique, Corbin felt the changes more acutely. Usually, no attack could shake the indestructible body technique, yet just now, he felt it tremble for a brief moment. A far-fetched idea popped into Corbin's mind, that Kelvin could break through his indestructible body technique. Upon realizing this, Corbin's expression turned shocked and furious. The Vajra's attacks grew faster and stronger. Kelvin weaved between the two Vajras, occasionally attacking Corbin. Now, Kelvin danced on a tightrope, facing potential attack at the slightest mistake. Even though Kelvin was very cautious, one of the Vajra's punches hit his shoulder. Kelvin's entire left shoulder was indented. Had the punch landed on his chest, the consequences would be unimaginable. Kelvin knew he couldn't delay any longer. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the true essence within his body began surging like a raging river. Moreover, a small sword-shaped item appeared in Kelvin's hand. The sword pill forged within his body. Recently, Kelvin had been researching this mutated sword pill, discovering it could leave his body. And outside the body, its power increased exponentially. The moment the sword pill appeared in Kelvin's hand, boiling true essence inside his body flowed continuously into the small sword. Next, the small sword transformed into normal longsword size. Unlike ordinary swords, this one emitted chilling sword intent that made space tremble. Kelvin held the sword and stepped gracefully, appearing behind Corbin the next moment. The sword thrust smoothly forward. Boom! An immense explosion echoed through the sky. Golden Buddha light and surging sword intent intertwined and dissipated in the air. Apart from rampant energy, the battlefield became a vacuum zone. Onlookers watched anxiously, eager to know the battle's outcome. When the energy dispersed, Kelvin was seen disheveled, a trace of blood on his lips. Yet, he was smiling. Yes, he was smiling. Because his sword had breached the indestructible body technique, impaling Corbin's shoulder. Indeed, loudly after snapping out of his daze. Not only Terry but the citizens of Yuzhou City also erupted in waves of cheers upon hearing Adrian's voice. With a bang, Dai, who had fallen from the sky, created a large crater upon impact with the ground, while Kelvin slowly descended from the sky. When the dust cleared, Dai clutched his wound, kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief as he stared at Kelvin, who was not far away. Even now, Dai couldn't believe he had lost. The unbreakable Vajra Dharma was what made the Vajra cave famous, being their cave's hallmark since ancient times. Throughout history, even cultivators one realm higher than its practitioners found it extremely difficult to break through this ability. Yet Kelvin had broken it with cultivation, one realm lower than Dai. This led Dai to doubt whether Kelvin had been hiding his true cultivation level. However, reason told Dai that Kelvin indeed broke the unbreakable Vajra Dharma with an early-stage grotto spirit realm cultivation. So there really is such a big gap between monsters? Dai spat out another mouthful of blood, saying bitterly, "Congratulations." Asia said with a twinkle in her eye as she looked at Kelvin, who had landed from the sky. Honestly speaking, Asia was also very surprised by the outcome of this battle. She had imagined many scenarios, but the one thing she didn't expect was for Kelvin to defeat Dai outright. As a divine maiden of the Anshan Shrine, Asia knew all too well how terrifyingly deep-rooted these major factions were. Someone like Dai, a youth cultivated to the fullest meant. "Why are you blushing? Don't tell me you're misunderstanding something," Kelvin shrugged, feigning innocence. Seeing Kelvin's expression, anger flashed in Asia's eyes, and she seemed inclined to make a move. How could the incomparably intelligent Kelvin give Asia a chance? He directly walked over to Dai. "The wager has been fulfilled. It's time to pay up." Kelvin looked down at Dai and said coolly. Kelvin had witnessed the power of the unbreakable Vajra Dharma firsthand. If it weren't for his sword pellet refined by the embryo in his body, it would have been far from easy for Kelvin to break through Dai's Dharma. Even if Kelvin had eventually won, the cost would have far exceeded what it was now. "Kelvin, you've already defeated me. Your fame will spread throughout the great Qin dynasty. You can say you've gained both fame and fortune. Now, you're coveting the Vajra Cave's cave-dwelling Dharma? Don't push your luck." Dai glared at Kelvin angrily. As the hallmark Dharma of the Vajra Cave, even some of the Aryans couldn't practice the unbreakable Vajra Dharma. Furthermore, if the Vajra Cave knew that Dai had divulged their Dharma to outsiders, they wouldn't let him off easily. Most importantly, in Dai's heart, Kelvin had already defeated him, and the fame he earned should be enough. Now, thinking about the cave's Dharma, it was indeed a bit greedy. Dai completely forgot that he was the one him but couldn't kill him. After all, Terry was the city lord of Yuzhou City, representing the great Qin dynasty. Publicly assassinating an official of the Great Qin dynasty would be tantamount to treason. Dai glared fiercely at Terry before ignoring him. Kelvin, the unbreakable Vajra Dharma is our Vajra Cave's hallmarked Dharma. I won't hand it over. Dai gazed darkly at Kelvin and said. Chapter 480, Divine Soul. Isaac looked resolutely at Aiden. The indestructible body divine ability was not only the pinnacle technique of Jingang Grotto, but also represented its reputation. If he handed over the indestructible body divine ability to Aiden now, Isaac would face severe punishment upon his return and likely lose his status as successor. Therefore, Isaac would never hand over the indestructible body divine ability to Aiden no matter what. Even facing accusations from these forces, Isaac wouldn't back down. Aiden smiled after hearing Isaac's words. He knew that even if Isaac ultimately lost, he wouldn't easily surrender the indestructible body divine ability. Is this how Jingang Grotto conducts itself? Besides forcing others unfairly, you are also dishonest. I wonder how Jingang Grotto became one of the 36 grottos. Aiden stared at Isaac with a mocking expression. Isaac pretended not to hear, determined not to hand over the indestructible body divine ability no matter what Aiden said. Moreover, Isaac believed Aiden wouldn't dare kill him in public. After all, he represented Jingang Grotto on this trip. Defeating him was one thing. Killing him was quite another. Seeing Isaac's obstinacy, Aiden narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew Isaac's thoughts. This person relied on being a successor of a major force to shirk responsibility. However, there were more than just Isaac who had powerful backing in the room. Do you think your Jingang Grotto can swindle us from Jingtai and Anshintai? Are you waiting for our experts from Jingtai and Anshintai to personally intervene before honoring your bet? Ask the Aryans of your Jingang Grotto whether Alton is easy to provoke. Aiden said coolly, watching Isaac. Although Aiden's tone was calm, the implied threat was clear. Initially defiant, Isaac's face changed dramatically upon hearing Aiden's words. Even though Jingang Grotto was strong, it couldn't withstand targeted attacks from two major forces. Most importantly, nobody wanted to provoke the cunning Alton. Alton didn't need a reason to act, and if he had one, who knows what he might do. Among those Jingang Grotto feared most, Alton undoubtedly held a place. And there was also Anshintai involved. Isaac glared hatefully at Aiden. If looks could kill, Aiden would have been torn apart countless times already. But then, as if an idea struck him, Isaac clenched his teeth, seemingly making up his mind. Fine, since you want the indestructible body divine ability, I'll give it to you. But as I said, there's no written text for the indestructible body. It requires soul inheritance. Are you sure you want to learn it? Isaac looked at Aiden, who now seemed to expect Aiden to learn the technique. It was known that Jingang Grotto was a place of Buddhist cultivation, where the divine souls of cultivators were exceptionally strong, especially someone like Isaac, an elite among them. If Aiden insisted on learning the indestructible body divine ability, Isaac could forcefully enter Aiden's divine soul and inject the power of the indestructible body into him. As for whether Aiden could withstand such a powerful injection, that wasn't Isaac's concern. Even if Aiden became a fool, Jingtai and Anshintai wouldn't blame Jingang Grotto. After all, there were cases within Jingang Grotto of learners turning into fools after mastering the indestructible body. Moreover, although Aiden, as a lamp igniter, should have a stronger divine soul than other cave spirit realm cultivators, Isaac doubted Aiden's divine soul strength could surpass his own. After all, Isaac was not only a higher-ranking Buddhist cultivator, but also at a higher realm than Aiden. Sir Phelan, this bald monk refused to hand over the indestructible body divine ability just now, yet now he agrees so quickly. Be careful, it might be a trick. Terry warned Aiden. Though Terry didn't know Isaac's intentions, he was sure Isaac wouldn't easily hand over the divine ability. How about it, Aiden? Now that I'm willing to teach you, don't tell me you're afraid to learn. If you're not going to learn, I'll leave now. Isaac stood up unsteadily, looking at Aiden mockingly. Learn it. The indestructible body divine ability was my prize. Why shouldn't I learn it? Aiden smiled lightly. Aiden knew Isaac's intentions, but didn't care. Hearing Aiden's words, a look of triumph flashed across Isaac's face, replaced by a savage gaze. All right, let's begin. Isaac addressed Aiden. Without further ado, Isaac's powerful divine soul force surged into Aiden. When Isaac's divine soul force entered Aiden's body, he was surprised to find that Aiden's divine soul was even stronger than an average early-stage cave spirit realm cultivator. However, Isaac wasn't concerned, as the divine soul force entering Aiden wasn't his full strength. Next, an even greater surge of divine soul energy entered Aiden's body. Simultaneously, the method to cultivate the indestructible body divine ability slowly imprinted itself into Aiden's divine soul. When the powerful divine soul energy entered Aiden's body, his divine soul wavered, and his complexion turned pale, as if he'd fallen ill. Aiden's transformation caught everyone's attention. Terry appeared anxious. Oh no, Isaac is intentionally using divine soul energy to attack Sir Phelan's soul. If Sir Phelan can't withstand it, he will become a fool. Miss you, can you interrupt them? Terry asked Kia. Kia shook her head. A clash of divine souls was extremely perilous. Any misstep could damage one's divine soul. If Kia interfered forcibly, she might not help Aiden but could instead harm his divine soul. This Jingang Grotto successor may appear compassionate, but he's truly vicious, trying to regain his dignity through soul combat after being defeated. Yeah, he's only taking advantage of his higher realm and stronger divine soul to bully Aiden. Aiden seems to be in grave danger this time. The onlookers sighed when they saw Aiden turn pale. They initially thought Aiden was unstoppable after defeating Jingang Grotto's successor today, but things took an unexpected twist. Although Aiden's combat prowess exceeded Isaac's, it didn't mean his divine soul was equally strong. Regarding divine souls, the crowd didn't hold much hope for Aiden. Unlike their concerns, Aiden felt secretly delighted, because at this moment, his divine soul was gradually growing stronger. Chapter 481, Devouring. At this moment, Kelvin was in the process of refining Isaac's divine soul power to make it his own. The Taichu technique was said to be able to refine anything under heaven. Refining Isak's meager divine soul power was naturally no challenge at all. To prevent Isak from sensing any abnormalities, Kelvin deliberately suppressed the speed at which the Taichu technique refined Isak's divine soul. From Isak's perspective, the divine soul power was naturally being consumed as it eroded Kelvin's divine soul. In no time, Kelvin's divine soul seemed on the verge of collapse. Meanwhile, Isak's invasive divine soul power had nearly depleted. Seeing this scene, Isak was delighted and again poured powerful divine soul strength into Kelvin's body. Feeling the tremendous power coursing through him, Kelvin rejoiced inwardly, yet showed not a trace of it on his face. Isak, you are despicable and shameless, using divine soul power to oppress me. At present, Isak's divine soul was inside Kelvin's body, so Kelvin didn't need to speak aloud, only transmit his thoughts for Isak to hear. Kelvin's voice brimmed with fury and helplessness, much like that of someone about to die. Hearing Kelvin's words, joy almost overflowed from Isak's eyes. Since he began cultivation, within the same realm, Isak had never encountered a rival. He always challenged those who were higher in cultivation than himself. Being defeated by Kelvin, a cultivator of lower realm, was a great humiliation, revised for fluency and consistency. What if they do suspect me? Without evidence, even Jingtai and Inshan Shrine will have to take this loss in silence. Isak, while surrounding Kelvin's divine soul power, addressed Kelvin with the air of a victor. Even if I turn into an idiot today, I won't let you off easily. There was a hint of ferocity in Kelvin's voice. In the next instant, Kelvin's divine soul erupted with immense strength, temporarily forcing back Isak's invading divine soul power. Don't resist pointlessly, your divine soul can't match mine. Though caught off guard by Kelvin's sudden outburst, Isak was unfazed, confident in his divine soul power. Immediately, Isak directed more divine soul power into Kelvin's body, seeking to suppress Kelvin's resistance once more. Sure enough, with the addition of new divine soul power, Kelvin's previously defiant divine soul power was once again subdued. However, despite being subdued, Kelvin's divine soul still appeared close to breaking. At this moment, Isak sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, an initial stage grotto spirit realm cultivator should have their divine soul scattered long ago after such extensive divine soul power consumption. Although Kelvin was stronger than a typical initial stage grotto spirit realm cultivator, it wasn't normal to endure so long. Realizing this, a sense of unease grew in Isak's heart. He calmed down and carefully probed the divine soul condition inside Kelvin's body. You're devouring my divine soul power? In the next second, Isak discovered in shock that Kelvin was silently devouring his divine soul. Divine soul power differed from true essence energy, carrying a distinct personal aura. Because of this, Isak had never seen anyone absorb another person's divine soul power. Terrified, Isak attempted to withdraw his divine soul power from Kelvin's body. But how could Kelvin let go of such a feast? My body isn't somewhere you can enter and leave as you please. Kelvin then encircled Isak's divine soul with his own, while the Taichu technique rapidly accelerated. Under the influence of the Taichu technique, before long, Kelvin had devoured most of Isak's divine soul. Now severely injured, even if the remaining divine soul power returned to Isak's body, his cultivation would likely not advance further. The status of being a successor of Golden Bell Cave was now lost to Isak. Kelvin, you humiliate me and ruin my future. Even in death, I won't let you off. Isak's expression twisted into a grimace like a vengeful spirit. The technique operated to its utmost capacity, unleashing such powerful devouring ability that even the Buddha light was absorbed. Despite the immense power of Buddha light illumination, it ultimately stemmed from Isak's divine soul. Since the Taichu technique could devour Isak's divine soul, it could also devour the Buddha light generated by it. In a short while, Isak's Buddha light was completely devoured by Kelvin, transforming into Kelvin's divine soul power. Chapter 482, Fool. No. Just as Isak was about to emit a scream from within Kelvin's body, he was thoroughly devoured by him. At the same time, the sinister look on Isak's face vanished. He now had an idiotic expression with drool running down his mouth, smiling foolishly at Kelvin. The many forces watching the battle were stunned. Though they had never seen the scene of passing on the invulnerable technique before, it was their first time seeing someone turn into a fool after being passed on knowledge. Witnessing this, the crowd could vaguely guess that Isak had probably used the excuse of passing on power to try and tamper with Kelvin's soul. It ended up being a case of robbing a sparrow's nest and losing your own nestlings. He ended up being restrained by Kelvin. With curious faces, everyone looked towards Kelvin, not understanding how he managed to do so. Kelvin was already astounding them by cultivating his combat strength to such a level. However, while they were shocked, they understood that the reflection platform and tranquilizing hermitage, two major powers, supported Kelvin. Yet, these two great powers were not primarily focused on the cultivation of souls. Everyone knew that the spiritual strength of people from the Diamond Grotto far exceeded those of other powerhouses in the same realm. Yet, now Kelvin actually defeated Isak in terms of spirit. Especially seeing Kelvin's face was normal and even slightly red. This clearly indicated a full-spirited appearance. That is to say, in the soul battle between Kelvin and Isak, Kelvin did not suffer any harm but instead increased his soul power. How monstrous does one have to be to achieve such a degree? Sir Phelan, are you alright? Terry exhaled deeply and said loudly. When he saw Kelvin's face turning pale earlier, Terry was utterly frightened. Now, seeing Kelvin unharmed, Terry couldn't be happier. I'm fine. After walking to Terry and Kia's side, Kelvin smiled and said, Kelvin did not kill Isak, who had become a fool and no longer posed any threat to him. Therefore, whether to kill him or not was not important anymore. Friends, the show has ended. Please return from where you came. Of course, if you sincerely wish to contribute to the construction of Yuzhou City, I welcome you. Kelvin cupped his hands toward the surroundings and shouted loudly. Thus, without saying goodbye to Kelvin, Beryl flew towards the direction of the Sword Sect. The news of Kelvin defeating the heir of the Diamond Grotto spread like wildfire in all directions. Upon hearing the news, the nobles in the capital initially refused to believe it. Kelvin had only left the capital for such a short period, still newly entering the fusion realm at departure. Now, he could engage with the Diamond Grotto heir and defeat them? Even rocket-like cultivation speed couldn't match this. Everyone felt this news must be false and not credible. However, after confirming through various sources, knowing the news was true, they were dumbfounded. Hurry, go find Zaire to see what plans he has. Nobles rushed towards Zaire's residence, servants hurrying behind their sedan chairs. At this moment, Zaire seemed to know they would come. Sitting at the head of the living room, eyes closed, he remained composed, his mind unfathomable. Zaire, the heir of the Diamond Grotto, was beaten by Kelvin. What should we do? That's right, Zaire, give us some advice. If only we knew Kelvin was so strong back then, we should have killed him when he was weak. The nobles looked hopefully at Zaire, hoping for a response. Hearing their words, Zaire slowly opened his eyes, glanced around and said, "Why panic? If your most cherished children were killed, what would you do?" Many nobles' eyes suddenly lit up upon hearing Zaire's words. Indeed, for the Diamond Grotto, the heir is like their child. Now that Kelvin crippled their heir, the Diamond Grotto wouldn't let him off easily. And most importantly, Kelvin possessed the evil Buddha relic, which held deadly attraction for the Diamond Grotto. Considering these two factors together, the Diamond Grotto wouldn't rest until they retaliated. Although the Diamond Grotto might not openly attack Kelvin, everyone knew that Kelvin might soon encounter serious trouble. While the nobles in the capital convened a grand meeting with Zaire, a similar conference was taking place within the Diamond Grotto. Marcus, are you joking? Isaac is the most outstanding disciple among our younger generation and has cultivated the invulnerable technique. How could he lose to a fusion realm Kelvin? Jalen stared in disbelief at Marcus. Not just Jalen, the other Aryans present also found it hard to believe that Isaac lost to Kelvin. They were very clear about Isaac's strength. If they were at the same realm as Isaac, they might not even be his match. Kelvin is not in the fusion realm but in the early cave spirit realm, said Marcus. Isaac is already nearly in the late cave spirit realm. Not just early cave spirit realm, even mid-cave spirit realm, Kelvin should not be Isaac's match, said Callan. The exact details are unknown, but the fact that Isaac lost to Kelvin is true. Moreover, Isaac was not only defeated but turned into an idiot by Kelvin. Chapter 483, The Dane. The Aryans present were all stunned by the Maximilian's words. It was already shocking enough that Isaac had been defeated by Kelvin, but who could have imagined that not only did Isaac lose, but he was ultimately reduced to an idiot. At first, everyone believed that even if Isaac carelessly lost to Kelvin, with his strength, Kelvin would at most suffer mutual destruction along with him. Killing Isaac was absolutely impossible. Although Kelvin didn't kill Isaac, he did beat him into an idiot. Killing and beating someone into idiocy are two very different things. How strong must Kelvin be to turn Isaac into an idiot? Kelvin, that little beast, first monopolized my Vajra Cave's precious evil Buddha relic, and now has beaten my Vajra Cave successor into a fool. It's really going too far. Guy slammed the table angrily. Not just the guy, but all the Aryans present were not in good spirits. Everyone originally thought that sending Isaac to deal with Kelvin was overkill. They never expected that not only did Isaac fail to recover the evil Buddha relic, but also got himself stranded in Yujo City. One could say that this time Vajra Cave completely suffered a loss while attempting to gain something. What do we do next? Since Isaac has been defeated by Kelvin, I fear none of our young generation can match up to him, Darren said somberly. Generation after generation, my Vajra Cave has been seeking the evil Buddha relic, which is crucial to us. We must try every means to retrieve it. How about letting me go and kill that little brat Kelvin and bring back the evil Buddha relic? Amador's eyes gleamed fiercely. No way. If we kill Kelvin, Godfrey and Xiuxian might not let it go easily. Correction. If we kill Kelvin, Godfrey and Xiuxian might not let it go easily. For consistency and fluency in English, it should be, if we kill Kelvin, Godfrey and Xiuxian might not let it go easily. However, there is still a Chinese character chai that needs to be translated. The correct translation should be, if we kill Kelvin, Godfrey and Xiuxian might not let it go easily. Revised for accuracy. If we kill Kelvin, Godfrey and Xiuxian might not let it go easily. Final polished version. If we kill Kelvin, Godfrey and Xiuxian might not let it go easily. When they come together for retribution, Vajra Cave will not be able to withstand it. Guy quickly rejected Amador's suggestion. Although Amador also wanted to kill Kelvin personally, Reason told him that if Kelvin were killed, they couldn't withstand the retaliation from Godfrey and Xiuxian. This doesn't work, that doesn't either. So what should we do? Should we just give up on the evil Buddha relic? Let Kelvin, that little rascal, strut around triumphantly? Amador slapped the table and shouted angrily. In fact, Amador's suggestion is not unfeasible. Maximilian pondered for a moment before speaking up. Upon hearing Maximilian's words, Guy's face instantly changed. Usually, Maximilian was the most steady one among them. Could it be that Maximilian also lost rationality due to the news of Isaac being turned into an idiot by Kelvin? Maximilian, you. Guy wanted to speak, but Maximilian waved his hand to interrupt him. I haven't lost my mind. After careful consideration, Amador's suggestion does have its merit. Since Kelvin could beat Isaac into idiocy, there may be few rivals for him among the young generation. To subdue, or even kill Kelvin, the older generation must take action. As long as our dispatched expert operates meticulously without leaving any traces, even if Kelvin is killed, Godfrey and Xiuxian won't be able to pin it on us. Note, Xiuxian was likely meant to be fully translated. Xiuxian is translated as Xiuxian in the input, which seems partially omitted. The correct translation should be Xiuxian. After all, Kelvin's enemies aren't limited to our Vajra Cave. Those from the Dark Path equally detest him. Maximilian explained. Hearing Maximilian's words, everyone's eyes lit up immediately. Although this plan was risky, It undeniably remained the only viable option at present. Wealth and honor come from daring undertakings. I agree with this method. And as long as we obtain the evil Buddha relic, Vajra Cave will possess a Aldo capable of inheritance. Ephron spoke up. After Ephron finished, the other Aryans voiced their approval, except Guy, who still hesitated. Everyone looked at Guy. Ultimately, Guy clenched his teeth and said grimly, I also agree with this approach. Maximilian nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Guy's words. Who do you think is best suited to go to Yuzhou and assassinate Kelvin? Maximilian asked the other Aryans. Maximilian, let me go. I'll tear that little bastard Kelvin into pieces. Amador volunteered. In his younger days, Amador was also a standout talent who intimidated an entire era. Amador, Kelvin is too formidable. Although you're currently half-step into Jing stage, I believe sending a Jing stage powerhouse to carry out the assassination would be more secure. Moreover, to avoid unexpected elements, even a Jing stage expert should ideally be an elite among Jing stages. Ephron said after some thought. Although Amador felt confident Kelvin wouldn't escape, he didn't refute it. Regarding the evil Buddha relic, safety should be prioritized. Why don't we invite the Dane to emerge? Ephron suggested. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. The Dane was a Jing stage powerhouse, a key asset of Vajra Cave. And this Dane was also a successful cultivator of the invincible body skill. Among Jing stages, very few could defeat him. Agreed. I'll invite the Dane. Maximilian nodded, then stood up and walked towards the depths of Vajra Cave. In the depths of Vajra Cave stood a golden cliff, riddled with cave entrances. 32nd generation Ferguson of Vajra Cave respectfully invites the Dane to emerge. Reaching one cave entrance, Maximilian said respectfully. Moments later, a terrifying wave of energy emerged from within the cave. A skinny monk appeared before Maximilian. Haven't I said not to disturb me unless necessary? Dane spoke calmly. This calm voice struck Maximilian like thunder. Reporting to Dane, the evil Buddha relic has surfaced. The person who possesses it has ties with Godfrey and Inshanzhai. To prevent mishaps, we specially request Dane's help to retrieve the evil Buddha relic to Vajra Cave. Maximilian bowed respectfully and reported. You say the evil Buddha relic has emerged? The emaciated old man chuckled upon hearing Maximilian's words. Dane's mouth was toothless, looking extremely eerie. I haven't stepped out into the world for a long time. Since the evil Buddha relic has appeared, I'll make a trip then. Clarifying the location of the evil Buddha relic, Dane vanished from Vajra Cave in a flash. Watching Dane depart, Maximilian wiped the sweat off his forehead with lingering fear. This seemingly decrepit old man gave off such immense pressure. Chapter 484, Crisis. Yuzhou City. After the world-shocking battle between Kelvin and Dai, many martial artists who hadn't witnessed it in time were now flocking to visit. Not only martial artists, due to Kelvin's complete eradication of Yuzhou's criminal forces, many civilians also came for a visit or moved to settle down in Yuzhou. At the city gate of Yuzhou City, an Aryanli man dressed in tattered clothes bent over and gazed at the city. Sir, do you have any business here in Yuzhou? Do you need our assistance? Upon seeing the old man, the city guards hurriedly approached and asked. No, thank you. I am here to look for someone, replied the Aryan with a smile that made the guard instinctively step back. The Aryan said nothing more and walked toward the city's interior. Unbeknownst to the guards, as the Aryan left, a golden light emerged from under his feet and merged into his body. With just a thought, no matter how far the Aryan was, he could take the guard's life instantly. The Aryan had come for the evil Buddha relic and chose not to alert the guards. However, he did not plan on letting this guard go. What a peculiar old man. The guard shook his head and returned to his post. After entering the city, the Aryan finally found Kelvin's courtyard after some inquiries. Kelvin's reputation in Yuzhou was so great that everyone knew where he resided. The gentle demeanor of the Aryan had even earned him help from sympathetic residents who escorted him there. Good sir, may I ask whom you are looking for? Asked the Bennett stationed at the gate. I seek Master Phelan. I heard Master Phelan stands up for the people here in Yuzhou. I have a grievance that requires his assistance. Sir, if you have a grievance, you can tell us directly, and we will assist you, the guard said solemnly. They couldn't believe that after their extensive cleanup, someone, especially an Aryanli man, still had grievances. The party involved is too powerful. This is beyond your capabilities. I'll wait for Master Phelan here, the Aryan responded, his eyes filled with sorrow. Feeling compassion, the Bennett guided the Aryan into the compound without hesitation. At that moment, Kelvin was sitting in the courtyard with Kia, basking in the sun. It had been a tumultuous period, and this was a rare moment of peace. Master, this Aryan claims he has a grievance and seeks your help, said the guard respectfully. Ferguson, what injustice do you face? Kelvin asked. Master Phelan, someone took a precious heirloom from my family. When we tried to retrieve it, not only did they refuse, but they also killed my family members, the Aryan said, offering Kelvin a toothless, eerie smile. Kelvin immediately sensed something amiss and exchanged glances with Kia. Kia nodded and began to move away. Beautiful Joyce, must be the current spirit maiden of Anshanshai. Where are you heading? Vajra Cave's Dane remarked, noting Kia's actions. Hearing this, Kelvin and Kia confirmed the old man's malevolent intent. Recognizing Kia's identity indicated that he came prepared. Does Vajra Cave act so arrogantly? You send weaklings first, then come yourself? Do you not fear the might of the mirror platform and Anshanshai? Kia retorted. Ha ha ha, clever child. The Aryan laughed heartily. But once you're dead, who would know it was Vajra Cave? Run. Kelvin mouthed silently, and both bolted for the gate. The Aryan dared enter alone, confident in his abilities. Although he showed no aura, Kelvin believed he was at least at the Chujing stage. Against such a formidable opponent, even combined with Kia, Kelvin stood little chance. Typically, they could escape in a blink, but this time felt unusually long. As soon as they moved, the courtyard seemed isolated from the outside world. The Bennett who brought the Aryan in realized something was wrong. You deceived me. Overwhelmed by regret, he attacked the Aryan with his sword. But with a mere stamp of his foot, the Aryan turned the guard into a mist of blood. Delusional, spat the Aryan, turning to Kelvin and Kia. You are in my virtual realm. Do not run around. Suddenly, two golden hands formed in the sky and descended upon them. Kelvin and Kia quickly countered, channeling their essence energy. A fiery phoenix appeared from Kia's energy, while a blue dragon formed from Kelvin's. A deafening explosion echoed within the confined space, unseen from outside. The shockwave sent Kelvin and Kia flying, blood trickling from their mouths. Staggering to their feet, they stared in horror at the Aryan from Vajra Cave. Kelvin had guessed the Aryan was strong, but never imagined he was this formidable. They felt powerless, like infants before him. Clearly, the Aryan was among the best at the Chujing stage. Although Kia and Kelvin were exceptionally talented, today, danger loomed ominously. Chapter 485, The Crew and Meiji. Facing the exceptional cultivator at the Outworld realm, even if Kelvin and Kia were extraordinarily powerful, they still lacked the ability to resist. Both had been struck by the Golden Hand just now and suffered severe injuries. You two are quite remarkable for managing to withstand my golden Buddha palm without dying, truly deserving of the title of those who killed Isaac. But even so, today you cannot escape the inevitable fate of death. As he finished speaking, a colossal golden fist appeared in the sky, overshadowing the heavens and the earth. The golden fist descended from the sky toward Kelvin and Kia's heads. Feeling the immense power of the golden fist, both Kelvin and Kia's faces changed dramatically. The golden hand earlier was merely a casual swipe by Fintan, not comparable to this current golden fist. Yet even against Fintan's casual swipe, both were severely injured. How could they possibly evade this golden fist? Could it be that I, Kelvin, am truly fated to perish here today? At this moment, Kelvin had no means to withstand the golden fist. If you wish to kill us, this move alone is insufficient. Kia looked at Fintan, her eyes cold and composed. As a goddess of Anshinzhai, she naturally possessed many life-saving treasures. The sudden appearance of the golden hand caught Kia off guard, but now Fintan intentionally let Kelvin and Kia feel the fear before death. Therefore, while the golden fist was immensely powerful, its speed was not particularly fast. Kia reached into her robe bitterly. He embarked on cultivation for longevity, yet he found himself having to deplete his lifespan multiple times using Diu's summon. However, Kelvin was a decisive person. Once he made up his mind, he would not hesitate. Just as Kelvin was about to use Diu's summon, the entire world seemed to sway suddenly. The space sealed by Fintan shattered like glass, and Kia clenched her teeth, apparently determined to reveal her most profound treasures. Suddenly, the fist about to press down on them froze midair. Then, the powerful golden fist transformed into specks of golden light and disappeared into the ether. The sealed space shattered, and Fintan spat out a mouthful of blood. Who? Show yourself. Upon seeing this, Fintan's face turned pale, his eyes filled with caution as he stared at the sky. Someone hadn't even shown themselves yet, but had already nullified his powerful attack. Such strength was indeed terrifying. In the next moment, an old yellow ox carrying Paloma descended from the sky. The old ox had shattered Fintan's seal, causing quite a commotion, but those outside seemed unaware due to the old ox sealing the area again. Seeing the old ox, Kelvin felt immense relief and joy. With the old ox here, they wouldn't die today. But Kelvin couldn't quite understand how they knew he was in Yuzhou. How did you know to come here? Kelvin asked, looking at Paloma and the old ox. Are you even embarrassed to ask? Paloma shot Kelvin an accusing look. To find you, we've traveled all over the land. We heard you went to the capital of the Dacian dynasty by chance. The capital is the most dangerous place in the entire Dacian dynasty. Worried about your safety, we hurried there as quickly as possible. But then we heard you launched a grand cleansing operation in Yuzhou along the way. After learning that, we rushed to Yuzhou. Fortunately, we arrived just in time, or else your life might not have been spared. Paloma's voice was filled with grievances. Kelvin had caused her no small trouble finding him. Fintan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was only an ox. Having lived for many years, he had never encountered a powerful yellow ox. Fintan thought perhaps the newcomer had some treasure that shattered his seal. Thinking this, a glint of greed appeared in his eyes. Did you come here to seek death? Fintan looked at the ox and Paloma, his expression dark. Babble much. With those words, the ox's body shook slightly. At that moment, Fintan's gaunt face swelled up. Clearly, the ox had slapped him, leaving him swollen. Fintan was stunned, unable to believe that he was kicked by an ox without any resistance. This ox didn't rely on any treasure but possessed immense power. Meanwhile, Kia, watching the back of the ox, revealed a look of shock. Kia was fascinated by the Saint clan, and thus had a far deeper understanding of their affairs than others. She had seen descriptions of the yellow ox in an ancient book. It was a bull raised by the Saint clan, incredibly powerful. Translator note, Paloma, should be pronounced as Meja. Chapter 486, Complete Domination. Who are you? Aloysius looked at the slowly approaching crew with a mixture of fear and shock. Who am I? I'm your ox grandpa. Crew snorted loudly and said calmly. Despite Aloysius's aged appearance, if they were to calculate by actual age, Crew could easily be his ancestor several times over. When Aloysius heard Crew's words, he felt an overwhelming surge of rage. In his youth, he was a prodigy of Golden Fist Cave, and now he is their venerated patriarch. With such a prestigious status, no matter where he went, others always treated him with utmost respect and never dared to show any disrespect. But today, he had been insulted by a yellow ox. This made Aloysius furious beyond measure. I'll catch you, make you into a beef feast and feed you to the dogs. As Aloysius finished speaking, his body erupted in a powerful golden light, resembling a small sun. The immense aura caused the surrounding space to crack and heal repeatedly. Seeing Aloysius radiating like a sun, Kelvin couldn't help but smack his lips. Indeed, the strength of an emerged realm powerhouse from the 36. I'll let you see what it means to be an emerged realm powerhouse of Golden Fist Cave. With that, Aloysius transformed into a towering golden giant, gleaming like gold. So this is your ultimate move? Isn't it just a turtle shell? Crew looked at the golden giant calmly and commented. Kelvin's eyes lit up when he saw Aloysius activate the adamantine body skill. He had already obtained the cultivation method for the adamantine body skill. When he fought Dust-Free earlier, he had witnessed the adamantine body skill firsthand. Now seeing Aloysius use it again gave Kelvin new insights. Slowly closing his eyes, faint golden lights shimmered around Kelvin. In this moment, he attained enlightenment, showcasing his terrifying talent. Naturally, Aloysius noticed this scene. His face froze, realizing that Kelvin knew the cultivation method for the adamantine body skill and had clearly mastered the basics. Many descendants of Golden Fist Cave struggled to grasp the essence of the adamantine body skill, yet Kelvin had learned it. Aloysius's eyes flared with intense killing intent. Today, he had completely offended Kelvin. If Kelvin's cultivation grew stronger, Golden Fist Cave would face a formidable enemy. Therefore, ignoring Crew's mocking, the golden giant lunged towards Kelvin. Although Kia and Tanya saw Aloysius's actions and remained serious, they weren't afraid. Kia and Tanya knew Crew's true identity and thus had complete confidence in him. After all, this was an existence that dared to challenge even legendary true monarchs. Though Aloysius was indeed strong in the emerged realm, even his prowess fell far short of a true monarch. To kill someone right in front of me, did you ask your ox grandpa first? Crew spoke, and his hoof stomped down on the golden giant's arm. A series of crackling sounds echoed. Cracks began to appear on the golden giant's arm, quickly spreading until they covered the entire limb. Aloysius was stunned, not even noticing the pain in his arm, because he realized that Crew had somehow broken through the adamantine body skill. This can't be possible. How did you so easily break my cave's signature skill? Aloysius's eyes filled with disbelief and shock. The adamantine body skill was Golden Fist Cave's secret technique. Legends said that one of their ancestors once used it to battle two true monarchs alone. Becoming a true monarch required unparalleled talent. Golden Fist Cave's founder could hold his own against two true monarchs, showing just how formidable the adamantine body skill was. Yet, the treasure of Golden Fist Cave was broken by an old yellow ox, a difficult pill for Aloysius to swallow. No matter how hard the shell, it still ends up shattered. After saying this, Crew kicked the ground. From the start, Crew had no intention of letting Aloysius go since he came to kill Kelvin. Dizzy and disoriented, Aloysius hadn't even recovered before Crew stomped the ground, sending the patriarch flying out of the earth. Note, the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks are preserved as requested. Chapter 487, The World in an Uproar. After being repeatedly beaten by old Crew, the bruised and battered Branson ultimately closed his eyes in hate. Just before he died, the old patriarch deeply regretted his actions. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in life, and there was no medicine for regret. Old Crew wasn't a bloodthirsty or irascible person. Well, not human, but a bull. Old Crew brutally beat the Branson to death because he had wanted to kill Kelvin. Had the Branson and Kelvin been at the same level, Old Crew would not have intervened in their battle or felt so furious. However, the Branson had used his higher realm to bully Kelvin, intending to crush him with his advantages. So Old Crew retaliated in kind. After killing the Branson, Old Crew approached Kelvin, staring at the golden light around Kelvin's body. Old Crew had also noticed the golden glow on Kelvin's body earlier, but didn't pay much attention. However, upon closer inspection now, he was surprised to find that Kelvin was cultivating the impervious Vajra skill. Although Old Crew had belittled the Branson's impervious Vajra skill just now, it was merely to mock the old man. In reality, the skill was very powerful, but he could easily break the golden impervious skill of the Branson because his attack power far exceeded its defenses. Under such overwhelming strength, it would be absurd if the Branson's impervious Vajra skill had remained intact. Bull Sr. Kia stepped forward and greeted Old Crew. The bull's large, bell-like eyes turned towards Kia. You must be his fiancé. Nice. Indeed, you look beautiful and suit this lad well. Old Crew sized up Kia approvingly. Senior Bull, you flatter me, Kia said with a smile. While Old Crew and Kia were talking, Kelvin's cultivation of the impervious Vajra skill had reached its final stage. In the next moment, all the golden light surrounding Kelvin converged into his body. A faint golden glow emitted from Kelvin's skin. Good. He has crossed the threshold into the impervious Vajra skill. His physical defense has significantly improved. A typical Grotto Spirit Realm practitioner would find it difficult to hurt him now. Old Crew looked at Kelvin approvingly. In a flash, Kelvin opened his eyes, a golden light pouring out of his pupils before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Many thanks, Senior. Kelvin said gratefully to Old Crew. I didn't expect your cultivation to have already reached the Grotto Spirit Realm after such a short time apart, Old Crew said as he hung the corpse of the Branson on the wall. As soon as Kelvin carried the corpse of the Branson out of the courtyard, it attracted many gazes. Everyone followed Kelvin to the city gate, wondering what he intended to do. Whose corpse is that? Have you seen him before? A martial artist curiously asked those around him. I've traveled through countless battles but have never seen or heard of this figure. People shook their heads and replied. As people discussed below the city gate, Kelvin took a deep breath, his voice resonant. The Branson came to Yuzhou to assassinate the Mirror Master of Godfrey and the goddess of Inshan Hall. He was killed within the city of Yuzhou. Vajra Cave must give an explanation to both Godfrey and Inshan Hall. Having finished speaking, Kelvin leaped down and flew towards the city. Those who overheard Kelvin's words at the city gate revealed astonished expressions. The hanging corpse was that of the Branson? Vajra Cave was one of the 36 caves, its Dane undoubtedly incomparably powerful. Yet he was killed by Kelvin. And how did Vajra Cave dare to do so? Although Vajra Cave was strong, neither Godfrey nor Inshan Hall feared them. To dare attack the successors of two major forces simultaneously, had Vajra Cave gone mad? News of the Branson assaulting Kelvin and Kia spread like wildfire. When factions learned of this news, they wore shocked expressions. All is lost. Everything is lost. Hearing the news, the Ephraim slumped against the table, muttering. Similarly, Vajra Cave, as a major force, understood the horrors of Godfrey and Xiuxian Hall. Not only had they failed to seize the evil Buddha Saraira, but they had thoroughly offended Godfrey and Xiuxian Hall. These giants probably wouldn't let Vajra Cave off easily. Donovan, what should we do? The guy asked anxiously. Summon all disciples outside Vajra Cave back immediately. Vajra Cave will close its gates from today. As long as we're within Vajra Cave, even Godfrey and Xiuxian Hall can't do anything to us, the Donovan replied. The Amador's mouth slightly opened, wanting to say something but finally only sighed. Since its establishment, Vajra Cave had never felt such humiliation. Yet the Amador knew that facing Xiuxian Hall and Godfrey, this was already the best option. When the attention of the powers of the world converged on Yuzhou City and Vajra Cave, Kelvin received a message that Dara wanted to see him. Kelvin couldn't refuse, or didn't want to refuse Vicky's summons. After all, who could resist meeting their benefactor, especially when that benefactor was an unparalleled beauty? Leaving the courtyard, Kelvin bought some snacks Dara liked in Yuzhou City before heading towards a secluded courtyard. Chapter 488. Conversation. Kelvin and Dara communicated in secret, so after receiving Dara's message, he knew where she was. To avoid drawing attention, Kelvin took several turns through the small alleys of Yuzhou City. A flash of murderous intent appeared in her eyes. Kelvin was a valuable subordinate to her. If the Patriarch of Golden Fist Cave hadn't been killed by Kelvin, Dara wouldn't hesitate to make him regret it. Yes, fortunately with your protection, Brooke, the old man from Golden Fist Cave failed to take my life, Kelvin nodded. It was indeed one of the most perilous moments of his cultivation journey. If it weren't for Adnan's timely appearance, Kelvin might have truly perished in Yuzhou City. How do you plan to retaliate against Golden Fist Cave? Dara asked, looking at Kelvin. Golden Fist Cave is one of the 36 celestial caves, and their strength far exceeds the norm. I haven't thought about specific ways yet, Kelvin replied. The old monk from Golden Fist Cave coming to assassinate Kelvin made him wish to destroy Golden Fist Cave completely, but he knew how difficult that task would be. The old monk from Golden Fist Cave came to Yuzhou not just to attack you, but also that little goddess from Xiuxian Hall. Thus, it can be said that Golden Fist Cave offended Xiuxian Hall, Godfrey, and myself. This grudge cannot go unavenged, Dara said with a killing intent. Hearing this, Kelvin felt warmth in his heart. Having a powerful ally to rely on was indeed comforting. You can contact Xiuxian Hall and Godfrey when the time comes in law. Thus, he doubted he could persuade a true monarch to intervene. Brooke, for you to do so much for me, I am deeply moved. Kelvin hesitated, wanting to explain the risks. However, Dara interrupted him with a wave of her hand. Of course, I'm not doing this solely for you. There are also my own reasons. Kelvin's face froze momentarily. Indeed, love does fade. I have been trapped in the scene exiting realm for a long time, unable to reach the true monarch realm. Each of the 36 celestial caves represents the supreme true monarch's lifetime accomplishments. Observing the Tao of the celestial caves might benefit my breakthrough, Dara explained. Brooke, don't we have the true monarch Tao available within our sect? Kelvin questioned curiously. I've studied the true monarch Tao within our sect for too long. It now offers little help for my Tao. Observing other true monarchs Tao may give me new insights, Dara openly admitted. Hearing this, Kelvin's eyes brightened. If Dara truly became a true monarch, she would become even more formidable. With a true monarch as his backing, Kelvin would truly have a reliable fallback. Even if his relationship with the Holy Clan were exposed one day, he could seek refuge under Dara. In this world, true monarchs symbolized invincibility. Chapter 489. Breaking into the cave. Kelvin, who had initially not held much hope, felt his heart burning with enthusiasm after hearing Dara's words. To some extent, once Dara became a Aldo-level powerhouse, Kelvin could act without restraint in the Great Qian dynasty. Whether it was the Peaceful Heart Retreat or the Mirror Platform, Kelvin couldn't leverage their top-tier powerhouses. At most, he could use the Augustine's authority, but he couldn't command them directly. However, Dara was different. Whenever Kelvin needed help, this prideful little queen would certainly not turn a blind eye. Therefore, Kelvin began contemplating how to deal with the Vajra Cave. In terms of sheer strength, if the Peaceful Heart Retreat, the Mirror Platform, and Dara were to join forces, they would easily overpower the Vajra Cave. But there was the cave spirit. To break the Vajra Cave, they would have to face its cave spirit head-on. To destroy the Vajra Cave, we need to deal with its cave spirit, Kelvin said aloud. After all, a cave spirit can temporarily grant someone the power of Aldo. However, how to handle the cave spirit is quite a headache. Dara knew what Kelvin said was true. Although she could be unmatched in the out-of-scenery realm, facing a temporary Aldo created by a cave spirit was something even she dared not challenge lightly. You hold supreme authority within the Vajra Cave. You are the sky there. Sacred Clan. Apart from the Sword Pavilion's sword intent, it was the Sacred Clan's holy sword. That sword was placed on the altar. Could it be? Though uncertain, Kelvin felt it was highly probable. Should I visit the 36 caves to verify my suspicion? Kelvin pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Dara watched the crew cautiously. If not for its unexpected comment, she wouldn't have detected its presence, proving its formidable strength. Brother Ox, since you're free, would you like to accompany me on a trip to the Vajra Cave? The crew, unwilling to get involved further due to the accidental revelation about authority, tried to decline. AI, Brother Ox, I've missed you these days. It seems Brother Ox doesn't miss me at all, which saddens me greatly, Kelvin lamented. The crew spat disdainfully, not believing him. Brother Ox, this journey to the Vajra Cave is extremely dangerous. Today might be our last day together. If I die here, please visit me next year. Taking advantage of the moment, Kelvin pressed further. The crew, realizing Kelvin was determined to go, reluctantly agreed. Fine, I'll go with you. If things went awry, Davis wouldn't forgive him for causing trouble. He'd keep an eye on things. Should anything happen, he could help suppress it. Given his special identity, exposing himself wasn't ideal. As the leader of the demon sect and the chief of the mirror platform, Dara and Kelvin were ostensibly mortal enemies. How dare you intrude into the Vajra cave, die. Reacting swiftly, Kelvin formed a huge seal that hurled the guards away. Blood spewed from their mouths as they stared in horror at Kelvin, shocked by the single move that incapacitated them. Senior, an intruder is here. Immediate assistance needed. Ignoring the pain, one guard called out urgently, the sound reverberating throughout the Vajra cave. Chapter 490, Pincer Maneuver. The voice roared like thunder, shaking the surrounding area. When the crowd in the Vajra cave heard this voice, they were initially stunned. After all, as one of the 36 grotto heavens, the Vajra cave held an exceedingly transcendent position, and very few dared to offend them. Immediately after was a surging anger. In their view, anyone daring to provoke the Vajra cave would meet only one fate, death. The dignity of Vajra cave could not be insulted. The people of Vajra cave surged towards the cave entrance like locusts. The Donovan's face changed drastically upon hearing the voice. Donovan, could it be that people from Anshan Shrine and Mirror Platform have come to demand justice for Kelvin and Kia? The Ephraim spoke with an equally grim expression. During this period, they had already tried to gather the disciples within the sect, minimizing their movements outside, fearing the stream of Vajra cave followers rushing at him without a hint of panic. Upon arriving at Vajra cave, having dealt with those two, Kelvin observed the holy sword he held. He indeed found anomalies. It vibrated occasionally, as if forming a connection with this space. When Kelvin's mind sank into the holy sword, he faintly sensed a golden orb. This golden orb seemed both surprised and afraid by his presence. Kelvin smiled, knowing his conjecture was correct. The golden orb before him should be the spirit of Vajra cave. The spirit of Grotto Heaven was a unique existence among the 36 Grotto Heavens, sustaining the operation of this world and representing its special rules. The reason these grottos were feared was due to their existence. The spirit of Grotto Heaven could briefly elevate someone to the Aldo realm. However, it now showed fear towards Kelvin, or more accurately, towards the holy sword he held. So, the holy sword is the authority to control the spirit of Grotto Heaven, Kelvin muttered, looking at the holy sword in his hand. The spirit of Grotto Heaven embodies the true meaning of Aldo's path. Even though the holy clan is strong, easily controlling the true meaning of Aldo's path isn't simple. It appears the holy sword is more important than I thought. Perhaps the holy sword is an essential relic of the holy clan, capable of commanding the remnants of the holy clan. Paloma had been following Kelvin closely. Hearing his murmurs made her heart tremble. Now, she wished to report this news back to Ghost Town quickly, but Kelvin was present within the Grotto Heaven. Thus, Paloma suppressed her thoughts, deciding to wait until Kelvin finished his actions before reporting back to Ghost Town. Just as Paloma made her decision, several Vajra Cave Aryans arrived at the entrance. Once the Aryans realized the intruders weren't powerful figures from Anshan Shrine or Mirror Platform, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. Although they loudly vowed to teach the intruders a lesson, their hearts were heavy. Even with the spirit of Grotto Heaven to create a temporary Aldo, who could guarantee these intruders didn't have countermeasures? Moreover, rumors claimed Anshan Shrine harbored living Aldos. If one acted today, Vajra Cave would be in peril. However, seeing who arrived, rage appeared on the Aryans' faces. Kelvin, when we don't pursue you, you dare to provoke us. Do you think having Anshan Shrine and Mirror Platform as backers allows you to act as you wish? Such provocation means even killing you here won't make Anshan Shrine or Mirror Platform say a word. The Donovan glared at Kelvin. If Anshan Shrine and Mirror Platform attacked, despite paying a price, Vajra Cave would remain proud. But Kelvin's solo intrusion required a decisive response to avoid becoming a laughingstock. Kill me? With what? Kelvin pointed the holy sword diagonally, a disdainful look in his eyes as he observed the approaching Vajra Cave followers. Prideful child, this is on you. Together, seize this ignorant boy. At the Donovan's command, Vajra Cave disciples surged towards Kelvin. Though the Vajra Cave disciples were strong, the strongest among them were only in the early stage of the spiritual essence realm, equaling Kelvin's level. Kelvin, however, had once defeated Dust Outcast, who stood near the late stage spiritual essence realm. How could these disciples stand against him? Kelvin fought like a divine warrior descending, each strike perfect, unstoppable in the crowd. Wherever Kelvin passed, disciples soared into the air, filling the sky like kites. Not only was Kelvin's offensive prowess formidable, but with immortal Dao intent, his stamina was equally remarkable. And with the indestructible golden body technique, he ignored many attacks. Seeing Kelvin's skin glow with faint golden light, the Donovan's fury deepened. Recognizing the indestructible golden body technique, a signature move of Vajra Cave, he knew Kelvin was mocking them openly. Insolent whelp. With a roar, the Donovan, along with the other Aryans, advanced on Kelvin, aiming to capture this arrogant ruffian. To prevent Kelvin's escape, they surrounded him in a pincer maneuver. Chapter 491. The Spirit of Grotto Heaven. Kelvin looked at the several Aryans rushing towards him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Escape? It was not an option. Kelvin, with the help of the holy sword, directly mobilized a trace of the Aldo spirit's power. Although it was only a trace, Kelvin's strength underwent a monumental transformation. The momentum of the initial stage of the Grotto spirit realm seemed as if it would tear through the heavens. In the next moment, mid-stage, late stage, until peak stage of the Grotto spirit realm, the momentum finally stopped. Impossible. He was just at the initial stage of the Grotto spirit realm. How did he reach the peak stage so quickly? Callan stared at Kelvin in shock. All the Aryans had been informed that Kelvin had only recently advanced to the Grotto spirit realm. It was simply impossible for him to become a peak powerhouse in such a short time. Even if Kelvin was monstrously gifted, it wouldn't be possible. Don't panic, Kelvin must be bluffing. Moreover, even if he is at the peak of the grotto spirit realm, we can still fight together. Jalen spoke gravely. Golden giant. Secret technique? You can think of it that way. In the next instant, Kelvin exerted a little force, causing the golden sword in midair to shatter explosively. The powerful energy shockwave dismantled the golden giant instantly. The blood gushed uncontrollably from the mouths of the Aryans, and Dane Ferguson, who was right in front, now had a face as pale as paper. One of the 36 grotto heavens, Vajra Cave, is merely like this. Kelvin commented, looking at the defeated Aryans. Boy, do you really think becoming a peak grotto spirit realm allows you to act without restraint? Our Vajra Cave's reserves are far beyond your imagination. Ancestor, save us. Dane Ferguson shouted. Moments later, 3 terrifying auras emerged from the depths of Vajra Cave. These auras were overwhelmingly powerful, seeming capable of destroying everything. They were clearly the 3 peak grotto spirit realm experts of Vajra Cave. Who dares to act recklessly in my Vajra Cave? A dignified voice echoed, followed by 3 Aryanli monks appearing in the sky. Seeing that Kelvin had single-handedly challenged all Vajra Cave's experts below the manifestation realm, even these monks twitched involuntarily at the corner of their eyes. One manifestation realm expert glanced at Dane Ferguson. Understanding the ancestor's thoughts, Dane Ferguson blushed with shame. He wanted to explain, but after opening his mouth, he ultimately remained silent, since it was true that Kelvin had defeated them alone. Despite injuring many in my Vajra Cave, compassion governs our actions. I will not kill you, but I will seal you in the depths of Vajra Cave for 100 years. When you cleanse your sins, I shall release you. The Maiden joined his palms and recited a Buddhist chant. Sealing for 100 years was worse than death. Kelvin naturally wouldn't accept this fate, especially when he had means to deal with the old monk despite his formidable power. How about sealing you for 100 years instead? Kelvin said, looking at the middle monk. Since the layman refuses, I will have to act personally. As he spoke, a powerful pressure surged toward Kelvin. The peak manifestation realm pressure made Kelvin feel as though he couldn't breathe. No longer holding back, Kelvin directly summoned the holy sword to harness the power of the grotto heaven spirit. When the grotto heaven spirit appeared, the entire Vajra Cave began to tremble. Grotto heaven spirit, why did it appear? The 3 old monks stared dumbfounded at the sudden appearance of the grotto heaven spirit. As the ultimate reserve of Vajra Cave, the trio knew they could summon the grotto heaven spirit. But none of them had summoned it just now. Could it be that the grotto heaven spirit came for that boy? Looking at Kelvin, the 3 monks felt an ominous premonition. At the moment the grotto heaven spirit appeared, it circled in the sky, as if searching for something. Upon seeing Kelvin, it became visibly more active and flew toward him, circling around him. In the next moment, Kelvin's aura rapidly ascended. Early stage manifestation realm, mid stage, late stage, within a blink of an eye, Kelvin's aura reached peak manifestation realm. Grotto heaven spirit, what are you doing? The Jeremiah looked horrified at the grotto heaven spirit. Ignoring the questioning monk, the grotto heaven spirit continued. We cannot let the grotto heaven spirit continue. If this boy is molded into a Aldo by it, no one in the entire Vajra Cave can control him. The central monk said solemnly. Though he was peak manifestation realm, before Aldo, he lacked any power to resist. The other 2 Aryans nodded upon hearing this. Immediately, the 3 Aryans sat cross-legged in the air. The central Aryan took out a Vajra bowl, the right Aryan wore a Kasaya robe, and the left Aryan held a demon-subduing staff. These 3 items were the founding master's weapons. They communicated with the grotto heaven spirit through these 3 tools. Chapter 492. Catastrophic Disaster. 3 weapons accompanied the founder of Vajra Cave throughout his life. Although they did not bear the Aldo's Tao like the spirit of Grotto, they were imbued with the aura of the Aldo's path. The trio could not only summon the spirit of Grotto through these 3 weapons, but also use them for simple communication. The 3 figures in the sky had their eyes tightly closed as they began chanting scriptures. Blinding golden light emanated from their bodies, transforming the entire Vajra Cave into a sea of gold. As the monks chanted, the disciples on the ground felt their wounds healing considerably and quickly joined the chanting. For a moment, the sound of Buddhist chants echoed through the entire Vajra Cave. At this moment, Vajra Cave resembled the legendary sacred mountain, bathed in Buddha's light and filled with sacred echoes. The spirit of Grotto, which was helping to elevate Kelvin's realm, paused upon hearing the chant. A sense of confusion spread within the golden orb, as if it didn't know what to do next. Kelvin saw this scene and revealed a hint of surprise. Truly worthy of being one of the ancient 36 grottos, Vajra Cave still had such means. It must be remembered that Kelvin held the sacred sword of the Holy Clan. This holy sword was forged by the Holy Clan and could easily be considered one of the most precious treasures in the world. However, the objects in the old monk's hands interfered slightly with the holy sword. Although just a slight interference, it showed that the objects they wielded were far from ordinary. Despite its confusion, the spirit of Grotto remained by Kelvin's side, listening to the chants filling the sky. Upon noticing this, the 3 Aryans showed signs of anxiety. The spirit of Grotto is the root of Vajra Cave. It can't risk even a tiny mishap. The spirit of Grotto, why delay now? The middle monk emitted a Zen singing tone. Upon hearing the monk's voice, the spirit of Grotto started trembling, clearly conflicted about its actions. Kelvin, who was controlling the spirit of Grotto, felt its emotions deeply. Why bully a spirit of Grotto? With a sigh, Kelvin waved the holy sword. Following Kelvin's gesture, the spirit of Grotto's hesitation vanished, replaced by determination. Then it circled around Kelvin again and flew directly into his body. At this moment, Kelvin finally reached the Aldo realm. A powerful aura swept over the entire Vajra Cave, causing everyone, from the ancestors to the ordinary disciples, to tremble in fear. Some cowardly disciples fainted right away due to the overpowering pressure. No way. Impossible. The spirit of Grotto is our protector. How could it help an outsider? The old monk sitting on the right muttered could control their spirit of Grotto. But whatever they thought, Kelvin was now Aldo, and if he wanted to kill them, they couldn't resist. The Buddha said, "If I am not fit for hell, who shall enter it? Great ancestor, all this started because of me. Phalon master, if you wish to kill me instead." The Donovan stepped forward after sighing. "Don't, great ancestor. Don't go, great ancestor." The others begged as other Aryans glared at Kelvin. If looks could kill, Kelvin would have died 1,000 times. There were more than just you involved. To eliminate evil, we must leave no stone unturned. As Kelvin spoke, his gaze shifted towards the other Aryans, who immediately showed signs of panic and avoided meeting his eyes. "Phalon master, show mercy where you can. If you feel one life is not enough, then let me add my own," said the peaked Jingjing Aryan, stepping forward. "Ancestor." The other Aryans' faces changed upon hearing this, rushing forward to dissuade him. Vajra Cave had already lost a peaked Jingjing expert, and now their spirit of Grotto. They couldn't afford another loss. "Kelvin, if you wish to kill us. This has nothing to do with the ancestor." "Yes, Kelvin, you're bullying us using your power. One day you'll suffer karmic retribution." Several Aryans blocked their ancestor, glaring furiously at Kelvin. "Diamond Cave cannot be just let go like this," Kelvin said to the old monk. Kelvin was not a bloodthirsty person. Though the Aryan of Diamond Cave had once acted against him, now that the Grotto Heaven was in his control, why should Kelvin slaughter them all? They were strong. Perhaps they could become a great help to him. Haha, who in this world would know that he controls the 36 caves and might be able to use them against some people? "What does Mr. Phalon want with Diamond Cave?" the Adrian asked Kelvin. Now that Kelvin held the blade, and they were the meat on the chopping block, whatever Kelvin said or did, they could only listen. "Diamond Cave sealed?" Kelvin's voice echoed within the Diamond Cave, like an heavenly deity's proclamation. At the same time, Diamond Cave began to shake violently as if hit by an earthquake. After the shaking ceased, the people inside were shocked to discover that Diamond Cave had been isolated from the outside world. From now on, no one in Diamond Cave may enter or leave the mortal world. Diamond Cave is a major Buddhist order. You can all meditate and enlighten on Buddha's teachings here. Although Kelvin did not kill the people in Diamond Cave, he could not simply let them roam freely either. Within Diamond Cave, Kelvin could harness the power of the cave spirit and temporarily become a Aldo realm expert. These monks dared not act recklessly against the Aldo realm powerhouse. But outside Diamond Cave, Kelvin's cultivation would revert to early cave spirit realm. If these Diamond Cave people harbored ill intentions towards Kelvin and the out-of-sight realm experts acted again, survival wouldn't be so easy for him. After all, Adnan and Alejandra couldn't always stay by his side, and Kelvin could not remain forever in the capital just to guard against the out-of-sight realm experts. Even if the out-of-sight realm experts of Diamond Cave wouldn't take action, constant harassment from them would annoy Kelvin endlessly. Therefore, sealing Diamond Cave without harming anyone within while preventing potential threats was the best choice. Sealing the people of Diamond Cave forever inside meant they couldn't cause any trouble. After all, here, Kelvin could always leverage the cave spirit and instantly become a Aldo realm powerhouse. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Phalon." The peak out-of-sight realm monk understood what Kelvin meant and responded. Regarding being sealed in Diamond Cave, the peak out-of-sight realm monk also comprehended the situation. Diamond Cave had previously attempted to assassinate Kelvin. Despite his genius, he was still only at early cave spirit realm. Facing repeated assassination attempts by out-of-sight realm experts, even if he could dodge once or twice, he couldn't dodge indefinitely. Though the peak out-of-sight realm monk believed he wouldn't target Kelvin, empty words meant nothing. How could Kelvin trust such vague promises? This outcome was the best possible one for both Kelvin and Diamond Cave. Other disciples and Aryans of Diamond Cave similarly had no objections after hearing Kelvin's words. Diamond Cave differed from the other 36 caves. Unless necessary, they rarely ventured out. After all, Buddhists valued secluded cultivation, so Diamond Cave's disciples weren't particularly attached to the secular world. "Since there are no objections, then we shall disperse," Kelvin told the Diamond Cave disciples. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the peak out-of-sight realm Aryan. After the Aryan nodded, everyone dispersed. "Mr. Phalon, we will also take our leave." The three out-of-sight realm experts bowed and left after chanting a Buddhist greeting. With matters concluded, Kelvin did not leave Diamond Cave. He hadn't forgotten that one reason he came was to resolve issues with Diamond Cave, while another reason was for Alejandra to observe the Aldo path in Diamond Cave and explore her own Aldo path. Outside Diamond Cave, Alejandra noticed the entrance tremble violently before vanishing completely. Her expression changed abruptly. Diamond Cave had vanished. Though she trusted Kelvin, this unexpected turn made her anxious. Furrowing her brow, she prepared to activate her cultivation technique to open the entrance. Such an impatient choice. That's not good at all. Once again, Adnan had failed her. After all, the Diamond Cave was one of the 36 caverns. Could it be resolved so quickly? Catherine couldn't help but glance at Crew, recalling his words about authority. Was it really possible to control the cave spirit completely? Catherine wasn't stupid. She could guess why Kelvin seemed so confident. "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you want to observe the Aldo Dao within the Diamond Cave? Now that Kelvin has already settled things here, hurry up and go in," Crew kindly reminded the lost Catherine. Without wasting any more time, Catherine instantly appeared inside the Diamond Cave. Upon entering, she saw golden light emanating from Kelvin's body. The aura radiating from him was so powerful that even she, at the peak formation stage, felt uneasy. "Why, you actually subjugated the cave spirit?" Despite her guesses, the confirmation was still shocking. This was one of the 36 caverns, making Kelvin one of the top forces in the world from now on. "Just lucky," Kelvin replied with a smile. Although Catherine was someone Kelvin trusted immensely and he believed she wouldn't reveal secrets recklessly, the matters concerning the Holy Sword and the authority were too significant. Kelvin didn't want to delve into it further. Therefore, Kelvin changed the subject, saying, Brooke, this is the cave spirit, which contains the Aldo Dao. You can use it as a guide to observe the great truths of the cave. See if it benefits you. The monk nodded, looking into the distance. Judging by the aura, it should be the demon sect leader. I never expected Kelvin, being both the mirror master of the mirror platform and future son-in-law of the Peaceful Mind Hermitage, would ally with the demon sect leader. If the world learns of this, Kelvin will surely become a target for criticism, Marcus said, eyes gleaming. After today, the diamond cave has been sealed off from the secular world. Your heart remains too entangled in worldly affairs, hindering your cultivation. From today onward, come to the rear mountain to meditate with me, the monk said to Marcus, his tone indifferent. Having lived so long, he knew well what Marcus was thinking. However, Kelvin represented invincibility within the diamond cave, and sparing their lives was already a good outcome. The Clayton did not wish to create any more conflict with Kelvin. Yes, as you command, ancestor, Marcus replied, albeit reluctantly but without defiance. Let's go, the monk said, giving another glance toward Kelvin before turning away. He had come because he feared Catherine's inadvertently released aura might harm the diamond cave disciples. But now, he needn't worry, Kelvin had already taken action. Using his Aldo-level prowess, Kelvin isolated Catherine's aura, instantly causing the overwhelming pressure that could destroy everything to vanish. During her enlightenment, Catherine grasped the dense rules of the cave through the cave spirit. These rules danced like lively symbols around her, constantly correlating with her own Dao symbols. As the cave rule symbols condensed, a golden path representing the Aldo Dao appeared before her. The demon sect also possessed the Aldo Dao, which Catherine had studied countless times. Seeing the diamond cave's Aldo Dao once again, her eyes lit up, solving puzzles that had long perplexed her. Finally, her bottleneck began to loosen. Note: the provided translation closely follows the original paragraph structure and retains the natural flow and coherence of the storyline. Chapter 495. The Ghost Town reacts. Immersed in enlightenment, the aura emanating from Dara grew ever stronger. This aura surpassed what could be emitted by one at the peak of the Chu-Jing realm, but still fell short of Kelvin's current level. In the next moment, Dara abruptly opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. That light tore a hole directly through space. And under that light, the protective shield Kelvin had set up to prevent Dara's aura from harming the inhabitants of the Golden Buddha Grotto shattered instantly. Though this shield was just casually erected by Kelvin, breaking it was far beyond what someone at the peak of the Chu-Jing realm could achieve. From this, it was clear that after this session of observing the Dao, Dara's strength had skyrocketed, and it was only a matter of time before she ascended to the true monarch realm. Congratulations, Brooke, for your further advancement, said Kelvin, his eyes lighting up with joy. Dara's strength was not like his. She didn't need to be inside the Golden Buddha Grotto to unleash power comparable to a true monarch. She had earned every bit of her strength through honest cultivation, and as his greatest ally, the stronger she became, the more he stood to gain. Thus, Kelvin was genuinely happy. After all, he knew that his activities here would eventually necessitate an escape. While I did not break through to the true monarch realm directly this time, my bottleneck has loosened, remarked Dara happily. Kelvin, you have contributed greatly. She had been stuck at the peak of the Chu-Jing realm for so long, unable to find the path forward. If not for Kelvin solving the issue with the heaven cave spirit of the Golden Buddha Grotto, even if Dara had managed to observe its great Dao, the price would have been exorbitant. Thanks to Kelvin, she could observe the Dao easily, and thus he was incomparably meritorious. Brooke overpraises me. To loosen your bottleneck is an honor for me, Kelvin modestly replied. Facing Dara's queen-like personality, sometimes retreat was the best strategy to win her favor. Sure enough, upon hearing Kelvin's words, Dara's beautiful eyes flickered with emotion. Indeed, no wonder he was her favorite subordinate, always considering her first in everything. Having observed the Dao of the true monarch, I felt deeply moved and wished to accumulate strength back home through seclusion. Once I emerge from seclusion, regardless of what demands you make, I will meet them. Dara looked at Kelvin and declared. Her statement was not an evasion. She truly felt deeply moved. Though hidden, the Golden Buddha Grotto was unsuitable for enlightenment. If Dara successfully advanced to become a true monarch, such a powerful aura would undoubtedly catch everyone's attention. When that time came, Kelvin's actions in the Golden Buddha Grotto would also no longer remain a secret. Although Dara wasn't afraid, given Kelvin's weaker cultivation, it would be better not to cause him trouble if possible. I want you to be my wife, do you agree or not? Kelvin mused inwardly. Although he thought so, no trace of these thoughts appeared on his face. He didn't want to risk death at the hands of the domineering Dara. Initially, Kelvin had felt slightly disappointed that although Dara's aura had increased, she hadn't reached the true monarch realm. However, hearing that she planned to go into seclusion immediately lifted his spirits. It seemed he would indeed be able to cling onto this tree that had now become a mighty pillar. Then let me congratulate you in advance on becoming a true monarch, achieving true transcendence. Kelvin respectfully addressed Kia. Yes, stay low-key for a while. Once I break through, we will settle scores with those who dared to provoke you. Dara reminded Kelvin, then flashed away from the scene. Kelvin sealed the Golden Buddha Grotto, using the cave heaven spirit. He remembered that the 3 old monks of the Golden Buddha Grotto possessed methods to control the cave spirit. If not for the holy sword of the sacred clan being too extraordinary, the cave spirit might already have been snatched back by them. Since these people could control the cave spirit, they could certainly open the Golden Buddha Grotto that Kelvin had sealed. With so much to do, Kelvin couldn't possibly remain there to watch over these monks constantly. Lost in thought, he suddenly lit up, because he had thought of the perfect person to help manage these Golden Buddha Grotto monks. His chief manager, Zyra. Zyra was meticulous and extremely loyal, perfectly suitable for the job. Without hesitation, Kelvin turned around and began returning to Yuzhou. On one hand, He was confident because he had used the cave spirit to seal the golden Buddha grotto, and on the other hand, he had asked Adnan to guard the place for some time. With Adnan, a supreme powerhouse, stationed there, even the grotto's peak-level Chu Jing realm expert wouldn't necessarily come out on top. As Kelvin left the golden Buddha grotto, Paloma swiftly transmitted the news to Davis in the ghost town. Sunning himself under a tree, Davis froze upon receiving the message from Paloma. Not long ago, though in the ghost town, he had sensed something unusual about the golden Buddha grotto, but he had not taken it seriously. Who would have thought it was all caused by this kid Kelvin? Davis knew he couldn't hide this information. Not hiding it was crucial. Otherwise, he would once again be attacked by everyone in the town as he was last time. Kelvin knows about the Holy Sword's authority. Convene immediately. Davis's voice echoed over the small town. Upon hearing this, the townspeople's faces changed dramatically. The butcher in particular wore a look of anger, wielding his butcher knife, ready to chop Davis down. That damn Davis, who knows what he's done? It was agreed to keep Kelvin ignorant. How did he learn? It must be that stupid Adnan who slipped up. Not just the butcher. All 2 or 3 dozen residents were heading towards Davis. Davis, you must give us an explanation today. You promised to keep it hidden from Kelvin. How soon after agreeing did he learn of the authority? If you didn't tell him, I wouldn't believe it, shouted the bookseller furiously. This really has nothing to do with me, said Davis helplessly, spreading his arms. It must be your idiotic ox assistant who spilled it. Let me get hold of him, and I'll turn him into a roast whole ox, fumed the butcher. Honestly, not just the butcher, but at this moment, even Davis wished to roast Adnan. Chapter 496, Aldo. Actongli knew Tanya and crew, these 2 outstanding subordinates, all too well. Tanya was originally unaware of the matter concerning the power scepter. If she had known, she would have Zyra's ears. She quickly turned around to see Kelvin standing bathed in light. Master! Zyra exclaimed in surprise. The next moment, she transformed into a fragrant breeze and entered Kelvin's embrace. The softness against his chest made Kelvin's heart flutter. After a long while, Zyra rose from Kelvin's embrace, her face flushed with redness. Master must be hungry. Let me get the kitchen to prepare lunch for you. After composing herself, Zyra smiled and said. As soon as she spoke, she wanted to walk out but was held back by Kelvin grabbing her hand. Master, it's still daytime. Shouldn't we do that later? Of course, if Master insists, Eileen wouldn't refuse. Zyra's cheeks had reddened like apples. Kelvin found Zyra's expression very amusing and decided to tease her. Wouldn't refuse what? Why aren't you speaking? Kelvin leaned closer to Zyra's face as he spoke. Zyra's face became increasingly red, feeling as though her head was smoking. Master! Zyra's voice was barely audible, and Kelvin wouldn't have heard it if not for his cultivation. Is Eileen willing to do anything for Master? Kelvin whispered close to Zyra's ear. Zyra could clearly feel Kelvin's breath, making her ears tingle. Zyra closed her eyes and appeared ready for whatever came next. Seeing this, Kelvin stopped teasing her. Good. Then come with Master. Master has something important that needs your help. With that, Kelvin lifted Zyra and flew into the sky, startling her with a soft cry. No one knew about Kelvin's return. Though Zyra didn't know what Kelvin needed her for, she would not hesitate, even if it meant braving any danger. Despite carrying Zyra, their speed remained incredibly fast. When they arrived at Vajra Cave, Zyra asked curiously, Master, where are we? This is Vajra Cave. Kelvin answered openly. Vajra Cave? Upon hearing Kelvin's words, Zyra's face revealed concern. It was widely known that Kelvin had been attacked by the old patriarch of Vajra Cave, and Zyra knew that Vajra Cave was one of the 36 grotto heavens, with incomprehensibly powerful strength. For Kelvin to come alone now was akin to courting death. If the people of Vajra Cave discovered Kelvin's whereabouts, he would likely be in grave danger. Although Zyra didn't care about her own life, she couldn't bear Kelvin being hurt. Stay calm. Kelvin patted Zyra's shoulder and said, Vajra Cave is now under my control. That's also why I brought you here. Afterward, Kelvin explained to Zyra what the grotto heaven spirit was. Zyra's beautiful face filled with astonishment upon hearing Kelvin's explanation. Although Zyra's cultivation was not high, she knew how difficult it was to cultivate, especially the realm of Aldo, a state of unmatched brilliance that only the greatest talents throughout history could achieve. Now, a mere grotto heaven spirit could grant her the Aldo realm, which was the dream of countless cultivators. Truly Sashinla her perception, refreshed her perception, corrected for fluency and natural English. Now, a mere grotto heaven spirit could grant her the Aldo realm, a dream cherished by countless cultivators. This truly refreshed her perception. For better readability and fluency in English, it's better to say refreshed her perception, instead of using pinyin or Chinese characters. Master, rest assured, I will not fail your trust, Zyra earnestly said as she looked at Kelvin. Hearing Zyra's assurance, Kelvin smiled slightly, then summoned the grotto heaven spirit using the holy sword. He ordered the grotto heaven spirit to enhance Zyra's realm and obey her commands. In an instant, Zyra's aura shot up rapidly. An old monk at the peak of Exit Scenery Realm practicing in the back mountain felt a Aldo aura and looked puzzled. He immediately flew up. Currently, 3 Exit Scenery Realm powerhouses of Vajra Cave were in the back mountain, rendering the cave spirit realm powerhouses incapable of threatening Kelvin's life. And at this moment, no one should provoke Kelvin. Thus, the old monk couldn't understand why Kelvin used the grotto heaven spirit's power again. Arriving at Vajra Cave's entrance, he was surprised to find it was not Kelvin using the grotto heaven spirit's power, but a Joyce. Layperson Phelan, may I ask what this is about? The old monk pointed at Zyra and asked. Starting today, Zyra will manage Vajra Cave on my behalf and handle all matters here. Rest assured, she won't interfere unless provoked, Kelvin said, looking at the old monk. Knowing Kelvin had made his decision, the old monk uttered a Buddhist chant and left. After giving Zyra some instructions, Kelvin also left Vajra Cave. When Kelvin reached the foot of the mountain, he learned of a piece of news that had spread across the land. Shayla, the leader of the demon path, had become a Aldo. Chapter 497. Persuasion. A true monarch realm powerhouse hasn't appeared in who knows how many years. Now that the supreme leader of the demonic path, Dara, has become a true monarch realm powerhouse, this news has made many forces feel uneasy. After all, it is widely known that the demonic path revels in killing. Now that its leader has reached the true monarch realm, the demonic path's arrogance would likely soar. Dara becoming a true monarch not only put first-rate forces on edge, but even the 36 cavern heavens, or more precisely, the 35 cavern heavens, felt intimidated. Although they could advance to true monarch within their cavern heavens with the help of their heaven spirits, whether such true monarchs could match up against Dara, who achieved this realm through her own enlightenment, was uncertain. Upon hearing this news, Kelvin thought to himself, finally secure. His reliance had finally grown into a towering tree. Even if his relationship with the sacred race was exposed in the future, he now had a way out. At that time, he only needed to hide beside Dara, who could then do anything to him. Especially after Kelvin recently experienced the strength of a true monarch realm practitioner, he understood its terror deeply. Brother Nyo, this time, thanks to your reminder, I was able to smoothly take over Vajra Cave. Only then could Dara successfully advance to the true monarch realm by observing Vajra Cave's heaven spirit. Kelvin looked at the crew sincerely and said, his gratitude was genuine. Without the crew's reminder, he really wouldn't have been able to conquer Vajra Cave alone. And even if Kelvin could persuade Godfrey and Shen Zhai to attack Vajra Cave, even if they managed to succeed, the casualties would not be negligible since Vajra Cave was one of the transcendent forces. Expression. But halfway through his sentence, he realized something was amiss and promptly stopped talking. Cold sweat poured down his face as he realized he had already leaked information about the Holy Sword's authority to Kelvin. If he performed well, perhaps the people of Ghost Town would spare him, considering his efforts. However, if he divulged more details about the authority, the crew felt that Ghost Town might go to any lengths to catch him, flay him alive, and roast him. Recalling the slaughterhouse's shiny butcher knife, the crew shuddered again. Looking at Kelvin, the crew's eyes brimmed with resentment, as though he were an aggrieved wife. Old Nyo opened my heart to you, yet you tried to tear my heart out. I thought you were a good brother. Realizing this, the old ox frowned and replied sternly to Kelvin, I don't know, don't understand, and don't ask me. Seeing the ox's reaction, Kelvin knew his guess was correct. The Holy Sword could indeed control other cave heavens, though which ones remained a mystery. Brother Nyo, we are half-brothers from different mothers. Are you hiding something so trivial from your own brother? Kelvin said with a disappointed look. What nonsense of half-brothers, you're human, and I'm a cow. But despite this, Kelvin's words did touch the crew somewhat. After all, aside from the sacred race, few had treated him, and frightening killers at that. Thus, Kelvin didn't plan to give up and continued trying to coax information out of the crew. Yet no matter how eloquently Kelvin persuaded, the crew showed no sign of giving in. To prevent himself from accidentally speaking or being swayed by Kelvin, the crew even sealed his five senses and chose to ignore Kelvin. Although the crew didn't reveal anything, Kelvin confirmed one thing. The Holy Sword could control other cave heavens. He just didn't know which ones. Chapter 498. The Ghost Town's reaction. Should we visit the other Dong heavens for a bit? Correction. Should we pay a visit to the other Dong heavens for a bit? Or better, should we go and check out the other Dong heavens? Note, Dongtan is often translated as cave heavens or similar in fantasy contexts. Without further context, it's hard to determine the best fit, but Dong heavens isn't natural English. For the most natural and fluent translation, should we go and check out the other cave heavens? Or if Dongtan has a specific name or concept in your story, should we go and check out the other specific name/concept of Dongtan? This would maintain consistency and ensure the meaning is accurately conveyed. If we're lucky, we might be able to conquer another Dongtan right away. Correction. If we're lucky, we might be able to conquer another sacred grotto right away. Further refinement for natural fluency and consistency. If we're lucky, we might even be able to conquer another sacred grotto right away. Kelvin pinched his chin thoughtfully. When Paloma heard Kelvin's words, she felt her hair stand on end. Though Paloma didn't have a physical body, she still felt an icy chill. Without hesitation, she immediately conveyed Kelvin's thoughts to Davis of the Ghost Town through secret methods. Davis had indeed been having a tough time recently. He originally thought that Kelvin wouldn't cause much trouble in the short term. However, he hadn't expected Kelvin to discover the secret of the Saint's sword so quickly. During their last meeting, Davis proposed creating a second authority to compete with Kelvin. But now, some people in the Ghost Town were still hesitant, unable to reach a consensus. This crafty little brat. If I catch you, just watch me give you a beating. Davis growled at the sky angrily. Kelvin had repeatedly disrupted Davis and company's plans. Had Kelvin not practiced the Tai Chi scripture, perhaps it wouldn't be bad if he gained this authority. But now, it gave Davis quite a headache. Not only Davis, but others in the town had also been in low spirits these days. The butcher chopped meat more loudly than usual as if venting frustration. These days, he sold beef instead of pork, hanging beef hides in his yard. Contexts, so you might want to consider using Cave Heaven or Celestial Grotto for better understanding. For a more fluent read, most people would be content conquering one Vajra cave and bragging about it for life. But not Kelvin. He didn't let such glory cloud his mind. Instead, he considered the connection between the Saint's sword and the other cave heavens. Kelvin, you little scoundrel, don't let me catch you. The residents weren't ordinary people. When they heard Davis's roar, they knew Kelvin must have done something again. The butcher, bookseller, and tavern owner quickly rushed to where Davis was. Only serious matters could infuriate him so much. Davis, what did that kid do this time? The butcher held a gleaming blade, not for slaughtering pigs anymore, but cattle. Davis tossed the note to them, and they similarly paused after reading it. Davis, did you secretly tell that damn ox to leak information to Kelvin? The butcher glared at Davis, ready to strike him with the knife at any moment. Yeah, Davis, we all raised our candidates for fair competition. Didn't expect you'd give Kelvin such special treatment? The bookseller also glared at Davis as if he were a criminal. Everyone started blaming Davis. If I really favored Kelvin, why would I show you this note? You know how cunning Kelvin is. After conquering the Vajra cave, he probably guessed something. With that brainless ox, he confirmed certain fact. Note. For better readability and fluency in English, demoness should be a term that was previously explained or defined in the story context. If it's a specific concept that has an established translation, it should be used consistently. For this sentence, it might be better to use a placeholder like inspires, or another term that fits the story world if demoness doesn't have a standard translation yet. However, without further context, I've kept it as demoness. Moreover, Kelvin might not handle this responsibility well. Practicing Tai Chi scripture limited growth, making him subject to heavenly punishment. Better to choose someone else. Don't hesitate. Let's create the authority and let these kids fight it out themselves. Even though Kelvin holds the supreme authority, these kids still have chances. Davis reiterated. Agreed, let's do it Davis's way. No one objected to Davis's proposal now. Choosing anyone else stood no chance against Kelvin's cunning. Since there's no objection, let's start. As they released their aura, the air trembled, easily tearing through cave spirit realm strength. Outside, it would tear space apart. Inside the ghost town, it merely shook the place momentarily before calming down. Dark clouds gathered over the once clear sky, lightning crackling. Our business is none of your concern. Scram. Davis glanced at the sky, coldly speaking. It would have been impossible for him to defeat the Leo. After all, the venerable ancestor was one of Adamantine Cave's cornerstones, his strength immeasurable. While there were those in the world who could accomplish such a feat, they were all sequestered in their own cultivation grounds without showing any signs of activity. Could it be that another unknown powerhouse had emerged in the world? The powers of the Great Qin Empire speculated. Different from the curiosity of these forces, the capital's nobility were nearly paralyzed with shock upon receiving this news. They had been the ones who passed the information about the evil Buddha relic to Adamantine Cave. Though everyone believed they kept it secret, no wall was impervious to wind. Moreover, Kelvin was from Mirror Platform, whose intelligence network was unparalleled within the entire Great Qin. If the venerable ancestor had truly killed Kelvin, even if Mirror Platform traced them down through clues, they wouldn't fear anything. Kelvin would be dead, while they held real power in the capital. At worst, they could offer Mirror Platform some benefits to close the matter. However, things weren't so simple now. Everyone knew Kelvin's character well. He had been the downfall of the Pang family. If Kelvin discovered they were behind this, based on his temper, he wouldn't let it go easily. What do we do now? It was supposed to be a sure thing. Who could have imagined it would fail? A nobleman paced back and forth in the living room, speaking anxiously. Oh, stop walking. You're making me dizzy. Another nobleman responded with an equally troubled look. Who else in the world could kill him? Only another Aldo could counter Aldo. Yet, none of these capital nobles had an Aldo-level supporter. We can't just sit here discussing. Let's find the Zaire immediately and figure out what to do. After consulting briefly, they hurriedly headed for the Zaire's residence. Upon arrival, the main hall of the Zaire's residence was already crowded with people seeking advice upon hearing the news. However, the Zaire was not in the hall at the moment. Butler, do you know when Zaire will be available? A distinguished nobleman asked the butler anxiously. After his question, everyone looked expectantly at the butler, hoping for an answer. Many people had come to the Zaire's residence upon receiving the news but hadn't seen the Zaire, growing increasingly anxious. The Zaire is currently handling government affairs. Please wait patiently, my lords. The butler told the capital nobles. I need to discuss urgent matters with the Zaire. Could you please inform him? One nobleman took out a gold ingot from his sleeve and handed it to the butler. My lord, this cannot be done. It's not that I won't help, but the Zaire has given strict instructions that no one may disturb him. The butler quickly pushed the gold away, speaking apprehensively. Normally, the butler would accept the gold, but since the Zaire had explicitly forbidden it, accepting it now would be inappropriate. In the Zaire's residence, being relative forces that weren't accessible to everyone. Even though Kelvin, as the leader of the Mirror Platform and the future son-in-law of Anshan Pavilion, others might not necessarily let him into their domain. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Kelvin didn't act impulsively and prepared to wait for the right moment. When Kelvin set out towards Yuzhou City, news of him killing the Patriarch of Diamond Grotto and hanging the corpse above the city gate spread like wildfire. The major powers all expressed surprise at this news. After all, how old was Kelvin? Even if he started cultivating in the womb, it would be impossible to defeat the Patriarch of Diamond Grotto. After all, the Patriarch of Diamond Grotto was one of its foundations, with immense and immeasurable power. While there were those who could achieve such feats, these people remained within their cultivation abodes and showed no signs of taking action. Could it be that the world had produced another unknown powerhouse? Various factions in Great Qin speculated widely. Unlike these curious factions, when the elites in the capital received the news, they nearly collapsed from shock in their seats. They were the ones who passed the information about the evil Buddha relic to Diamond Grotto. Though they believed they had been extremely secretive, there was no such thing as a perfect secret. Moreover, Kelvin was part of the Mirror Platform, whose intelligence network was unmatched in all of Great Qin. If the Patriarch of Diamond Grotto really killed Kelvin, even if the Mirror Platform traced the matter back to them, they wouldn't have feared it. After all, Kelvin would be dead, and they were powerful figures in the capital. In the worst case, they could offer some concessions to the Mirror Platform to end the matter. However, things were different now, as everyone knew Kelvin's character. The Pang family was destroyed by Kelvin. If Kelvin found out they were behind this, given his temperament, he certainly wouldn't let them off easily. What do we do? We thought this was a sure thing. Who would have thought it would fail? A nobleman paced back and forth anxiously in the living room. Hey, stop pacing. You're making me dizzy. Another nobleman replied with an unpleasant look. The Patriarch of Diamond Grotto is a failure, having wasted so many years of cultivation without being able to kill Kelvin. What a joke. A court official remarked. According to my information, the Patriarch of Diamond Grotto had peak Jingjing realm cultivation. Who do you think can kill someone at that level? Kit said with a grim expression. This immediately alerted everyone present. Peak Jingjing realm was among the top tier of the world's power hierarchy. For such a person to be killed by Kelvin, only one explanation came to mind. Someone beyond ordinary human capability must have acted. Does this mean the Aldo behind Kelvin has intervened? There were always rumors of Aldo supporting Kelvin, but I always thought it was false propaganda by the Mirror platform to build his reputation. I didn't expect it to be true. The aristocrats said in horror. While they held life and death over countless people in the capital, facing Aldo, their earthly power was meaningless. Below Aldo, all are mere ants. This wasn't just an empty saying. Thinking of this, the expressions of those present grew even more terrified. If Aldo had indeed stepped in to protect Kelvin and eliminated the Patriarch of Diamond Grotto, it indicated the Aldo's high regard for him. If Aldo protected Kelvin, who could possibly kill him? Only Aldo could contend with another Aldo. Yet these nobles in the capital had no Aldo backing them. This won't work. Sitting here discussing won't solve anything. We need to find the Zaire quickly and decide what to do. After discussing briefly, they rushed to the Zaire's residence. Upon arriving, they found the hall already crowded with visitors seeking advice from the Zaire. However, the Zaire wasn't in the living room. Yuan, when will the Zaire be available? A nobleman asked anxiously. Everyone turned to the steward, hoping for an answer. Many had come to the Zaire's residence upon hearing the news but hadn't seen him, growing increasingly anxious. The Zaire is busy with state affairs. Please wait patiently. The steward replied to the gathered nobles. We have urgent matters to discuss with the Zaire. Could you please inform him? A nobleman slipped a gold ingot to the steward. Survived under the hands of the Branson, but also managed to kill him. The old minister looked at everyone, his expression unreadable as he spoke. Brad, for Kelvin to be able to kill the Dane of Varka Cave, there must be no ordinary person backing him up. In such circumstances, it's like climbing to the sky to try and kill Kelvin, a minister respectfully said to the old minister. Before we discuss this, you should first take a look at this petition. After speaking, the old minister handed the petition to the steward, who then passed it around to the various ministers. Everyone looked puzzled at the petition in the steward's hand, unsure why the old minister was keeping them in suspense. They were clearly discussing Kelvin, but suddenly, they were asked to read a petition. Could this petition be the method to deal with Kelvin? It was a joke. If one petition could handle Kelvin, he would have died countless times already. However, they did not dare to disobey the old minister's order and had to accept the petition from the steward. Gathering together, they opened the petition. When they saw its contents, their faces changed dramatically. The petition wasn't written by anyone else but Kelvin himself. It mainly reported the details of Kelvin, wiping out the Pan family and other actions in Yuzhou City. To summarize, it declared that the task in Yuzhou City had been completed successfully and beyond expectations, and now Kelvin was returning. This damned kid. Why does he have to return so soon? A nobleman exclaimed in horror. They hadn't enjoyed their peace for long before hearing Kelvin's return filled them all with unwillingness. Remembering Kelvin's havoc in the capital made everyone shudder. If they could have dealt with Kelvin in the capital, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to send him to Yuzhou. In many nobles' minds, Kelvin equaled a great demon wreaking havoc. Although Kelvin caused chaos in Yuzhou, many hoped to bring him back after careful consideration. They believed that having Kelvin harm others was better than having him harm them. After all, letting the monk die instead of the poor brother was a deeply ingrained principle. We're in trouble. What are we going to do? We can't let Kelvin return to the capital. Another nobleman exclaimed in fear. During the last anti-demon campaign, this nobleman almost lost everything. Only recently had he recovered slightly. If Kelvin returned, all efforts over this period would be wasted. Not just this nobleman, but everyone present suffered greatly during Kelvin's anti-demon campaign, and none wanted Kelvin back in the capital. Moreover, Kelvin now seemed different from before. The fact that a Xuanhuan realm expert backed him sent a clear message. Ask if they agreed before trying to kill Kelvin. When a Xuanhuan got angry, mountains turned into fire seas. No laughing matter. None dared say they could withstand a Xuanhuan's wrath. There's no need for such panic. The old minister squinted, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest, addressing them. Hearing this, everyone showed relief. If the old minister said so, surely he had a plan. After all, not only did they suffer losses, but the old minister also bore significant costs from the anti-demon campaign. Kelvin's upheaval in the capital had crossed the line. They wished for a stable capital, not a chaotic one. May I ask what plan Brad has? Please enlighten us. Austin respectfully asked the old minister. Kelvin may have the backing of a Xuanhuan realm expert, but in this vast world, many talents emerge. There are others with Xuanhuan backers besides Kelvin. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, a perfect strategy to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. As the old minister suggested, although Zinjins were rare, they weren't exclusive to Kelvin. Others might fear Zinjins, but their descendants and disciples might not be intimidated by Kelvin. By stirring conflict between Kelvin and these descendants, the problem could be solved. But, whether it's the descendant or disciple of a Xuanhuan, they rarely walk among mortals. How can we stir up a conflict between Kelvin and a Xuanhuan? After their initial excitement, everyone pondered how to instigate such a conflict. Honestly, this was very difficult. Tracing a Xuanhuan's lineage or finding their disciples wasn't easy. Even with unimaginable power in the capital, they faced challenges. If they annoyed a temperamental Xuanhuan, it could backfire on them. Chapter 501. Issuing the Edict. As the saying goes, delay invites changes. Therefore, instead of waiting for tomorrow's court session, the group proceeded directly to the Imperial Study Hall within the palace. Although the entourage that left the Aurelio's residence was grand, only a few were granted an audience with the Emperor. Most of the capital's elite followed the Aurelio and his party to the palace to be the first to learn the outcome. Everyone believed that the Aurelio would not fail in this mission, but for peace of mind, they all came along. Meanwhile, when this large group made its way toward the Imperial Palace, unusual tranquility enveloped Jackson's mansion. Jackson lay on a chair, fanning himself leisurely while his gaze stared profoundly into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Lord, we've received news that Aurelio is leading a group of ministers into the palace, the steward whispered softly by Jackson's side, as if afraid to disrupt the serenity. Jackson responded without turning his head. Hearing this, the steward hesitated for a moment before speaking up. My lord, it seems they have entered the palace against Lord Kelvin. Aren't you going to visit the palace? At these words, Jackson finally sat up and glanced at the steward. His steward had served him faithfully for many years, and was usually not one to talk much. To see him speak up today about Kelvin was surprising. Why, do you hold high hopes for that young Phelan? Jackson said, his smile filled with profound meaning. Ibrahim Phelan initiated the demon purge in the capital, eradicating the malevolent influences that plagued the people here, restoring. But he's already quite popular, Jackson remarked. As for Eric, tell him I'm granting him leave. He's free to act however he wishes during this time. Afterward, Jackson reclined back onto the chair and closed his eyes to rest. The steward bowed and respectfully withdrew. On the same day, an astonishing announcement was issued from the palace. Kelvin's contributions in clearing out the Cameron have been recognized. With demons wreaking havoc in Dingzhou, he has been specially assigned to lead the cleansing effort there. Upon completion of his task, he will receive double commendation upon his return. Messengers carrying the imperial edict raced out of the palace towards Yuzhou City. At the same time, Eric also left the capital on horseback, lightly equipped, after exiting Jingtai. No one knew what Eric took from Jingtai's treasury as he left. Back in Yuzhou City, Kelvin, having returned from Jingang Cave, now enjoyed a rare moment of peace in the courtyard. Lately occupied with various matters, Kelvin finally had some quiet time with Kia. Dara did not return to Yuzhou but headed back to her sect after leaving Jingang Cave. Achieving the Aldo realm was no easy feat. Failure could result in backlash from attempting such a significant breakthrough. Thus, to be cautious, Dara returned to the demonic sect where experts abounded to assist in protecting her. Meanwhile, Kia stayed in caves. Chapter 502, Imperial Edict arrives. Kelvin's voice carried a hint of carefree abandon, as if he had only done something trivial. Kia naturally did not believe what Kelvin said. The Vajra Cave was one of the 36 blessed lands, its strength formidable enough that while it might not be on par with the Tranquility Shrine, the difference wouldn't be huge. Such a lineage-rich force had a depth far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Now Kelvin told Kia that the Vajra Cave had become his personal asset. How could such an exaggerated claim be believable? Even if Roscoe himself said it, Kia wouldn't believe it either. Just keep bragging. Kia rolled her eyes and said. Hearing Kia's words, Kelvin smiled slightly but didn't argue. Being able to subdue the Vajra Cave was entirely thanks to the sacred clan's sacred sword. If not for the sacred ancestor's ability to command the Vajra Cave's blessed spirit, let alone Kelvin who was merely at the early stage of Cave spirit realm, even Aldo would have been forced to destroy the Vajra Cave through brute force. To outsiders, this indeed seemed unbelievable. The matters in Yuzhou are concluded. When do you plan to return to the capital? Kia asked, looking at Kelvin. Kelvin came to Yuzhou to purge the Pan family. Not only were they wiped out, but Kelvin also personally cleared out all the criminal forces in Yuzhou, completing his task with excellence. Now, every citizen regarded Kelvin as a benefactor. Pretty soon. I've already submitted a report to the capital, so news should come soon. Kelvin replied. Honestly, staying in Yuzhou held little significance for him now. All influential factions had been dealt with, and while he still gained mana which transformed into purple particles daily, the rate was nowhere near as fast as before. Though others thought it remarkable that Kelvin had reached the initial cave spirit realm at such a young age, he remained unsatisfied. Thus, returning to the capital for further demon purging was also an appealing option for Kelvin. So, where will you head next? Kelvin asked, looking at Kia. As they say, where husband goes, wife follows. Although we haven't officially wed yet, I'll return to the capital with you, Kia replied matter-of-factly. Over time, Kia hadn't revealed her purpose for following him but rather continually assisted Kelvin. My charm must be strong. We've known each other for barely no time, and you can't live without me? Kelvin teased, watching Kia. After spitting at Kelvin, Kia turned and left. These past few days, Kelvin leisurely enjoyed his time within the courtyard, occasionally taking Kia shopping. However, Kelvin was too famous in Yuzhou City. He'd be surrounded by enthusiastic citizens as soon as he stepped outside. Therefore, he rarely left the courtyard after those experiences. A few days later, a eunuch appeared in Yuzhou City, holding an imperial decree, heading straight for the courtyard where Kelvin resided. Yuzhou City citizens curiously watched the eunuch. When the eunuch arrived at Kelvin's courtyard, he found Kelvin waiting in the hall. Emissary, please have some tea after your long journey. Kelvin greeted warmly. Phelan sir is too courteous. I'm here to convey the Emperor's orders and need to return quickly, the eunuch replied with a soft smile. Do we know why Duncan has dispatched you on such a laborious journey? Kelvin inquired. Oh, my dear sir, while this isn't the palace, one must still tread carefully. This is our duty, though saying laborious would not do. The eunuch glanced around reflexively. No worries, these are all insiders from the mirror platform. Our conversation won't spread, Kelvin assured, noting the eunuch's cautious demeanor. That's good, that's good. Wiping sweat off his brow, the eunuch added. Then please receive the edict, Phelan sir. The eunuch then began reading the imperial edict aloud. After hearing the content, Kelvin couldn't help but inwardly scoff. He knew the nobles in the capital were behind this, preventing him from returning. However, going to Dingzhou to exterminate monsters wasn't necessarily bad. After all, Kelvin aimed to obtain more. Only supreme geniuses could thrive against overwhelming odds. And if the old nobles had sent Kelvin to Dingzhou, there must be a way to ensure he faces this Aldo's descendant. It seems being at the initial cave spirit realm is no longer sufficient. It's time to advance to the mid-stage, Kelvin muttered. While advancing from initial to mid-stage cave spirit realm was just a minor leap, it significantly boosted Kelvin's combat prowess. Moreover, his sword domain and immortal path insight would become even stronger. To err on the side of caution, advancing to the mid-stage cave spirit realm before heading to Dingzhou seemed wisest. ####Chapter 503. Starting the advancement. What? You're advancing again? How long has it even been since you broke through to the cavern spirit realm? Kia's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard Kelvin's words. She considered herself talented, yet it had taken her nearly a year to advance from the early stage of the cavern spirit realm to the middle stage. Advancing from the early stage to the middle stage of the cavern spirit realm wasn't something easily achieved just by absorbing spirit energy. One needed profound insights into their own Tao and sufficient accumulation before they could break through. Kelvin, however, was planning to advance to the middle stage of the cavern spirit realm in less than 2 months. This speed was absolutely terrifying. Even considering all the powerful figures throughout history, including those of the great Qian dynasty, none had advanced as swiftly as Kelvin. This period of time, I have been minimizing potential harm as much as possible. Hearing this, Kelvin smiled, then sat on the ground and began preparing for his breakthrough. He took out a brocade pouch filled with spirit stones. Terry had once mentioned allowing Kelvin to enter his treasure trove to select treasures after defeating the Pan family. However, he had been busy lately and didn't have the time until recently when he visited the city lord's residence. Upon learning Kelvin's intentions, Terry's originally cheerful face stiffened. However, having already made the offer, Terry couldn't renege on his word. If the citizens of Yu Prefecture found out Terry owed Kelvin something, their collective disdain could bury him. Terry's treasure trove indeed contained many valuable items, but Kelvin did not take them. He only selected some spirit stones and materials to enhance his cultivation before leaving. Upon seeing Kelvin leave empty-handed regarding precious artifacts, Terry was overjoyed, declaring Kelvin to be a true brother. Recalling Terry's comical expression, Kelvin couldn't help but smile. In the next moment, Kelvin opened the brocade pouch, revealing numerous spirit stones in front of him. Kia casually waved her hand, redirecting the overflowing spirit energy back. With a thought, Kelvin initiated the Taichu decision. Instantaneously, the spirit stones turned into powder. Although Kia had witnessed this scene before, it still left her amazed. Palaces standing majestically. When these phenomena appeared, the formerly clear sky suddenly rumbled. Golden lightning dragons roared angrily in the sky, as if someone's actions had angered the heavens. Ninefold golden dragon tribulation. Kia looked up at the golden dragon-shaped lightning in horror. The ninefold golden dragon tribulation ranked third among heavenly tribulations throughout history. It rarely appeared unless triggered by someone who defied the heavens. Furthermore, there were no recorded survivors of the ninefold golden dragon tribulation. Its formidable aura immobilized Kia, making even moving a finger impossible, highlighting its power. Despite not knowing why Kelvin's breakthrough invoked the ninefold golden dragon tribulation, Kia realized that if Kelvin continued, neither of them would survive the tribulation. But she was paralyzed and couldn't even cry out in warning. At the moment the ninefold golden dragon tribulation appeared, the purple factors in Kelvin's mind stirred and enveloped the miniature cavern heaven within his body. The golden dragon in the sky appeared momentarily lost, as if its target vanished. However, the dragon did not dissipate. It continued to roar, searching for Kelvin to strike him down. Meanwhile, the pressure on Kia began to lessen. Seeing this, she breathed a sigh of relief. Though unclear what caused this change, Kia suspected it had something to do with Kelvin. Chapter 504. Leaving Yuzhou. The ability to shield the perception of the ninefold golden dragon tribulation. Perhaps only Kelvin could achieve this feat from ancient times to the present. If Kelvin could successfully break through, it would undoubtedly cause shock among countless people. Thankfully, the city of Yuzhou is bustling with people, so when the ninefold golden dragon tribulation appeared, no one could be certain it was targeting Kelvin. Otherwise, Kelvin would have become the focal point of everyone's attention. As Kelvin delved deeper into enlightenment, countless notions of immortality were born out of nowhere. The infant-sized avatar in his miniature paradise opened its mouth, and these notions of immortality transformed into a torrent, entering the avatar's mouth. After the small avatar devoured the notion of immortality, it let out a satisfied belch. In the next moment, the notion of immortality spewed out of the small avatar's mouth. After being ingested and expelled by the small avatar, the notion of immortality became even purer and then turned into patterns of immortality, imprinted on the small avatar's body. Though the process of swallowing and exhaling seemed simple, the exhaustion visible on the small avatar's face indicated that it wasn't easy. The small avatar continuously refined the notion of immortality, and Kelvin's aura began to strengthen. The miniature paradise within him also began to expand continuously. As time passed, when the avatar finally exhaled the last, Asia used her aura to counterattack. It might trigger chaos in Kelvin's internal notions of Tao. Kelvin chuckled and withdrew his aura back into his body. Now that I've broken through, when are we heading to Dingzhou? Asia asked as she looked at Kelvin. There are still some matters to handle. We'll head to Dingzhou after they are resolved, Kelvin replied. There's another thing I need to remind you. Major forces usually assign a protector for their outstanding disciples to prevent accidents during external training missions, just like Anshinzai did for me. As the favored descendant of the Aldo, this successor must also have protectors, Asia reminded. Kelvin was speechless after hearing this. Jingtai, a significant force, hadn't assigned any protectors for him, despite him being the chief mirror and possessing extraordinary talent. No other traveler was as poorly accompanied as Kelvin. Niggardly Alton really wasn't considerate. Kelvin inwardly grumbled. At the same time, far away in the capital, Alton sneezed abruptly. Strange, at my cultivation level, I shouldn't be affected by cold or heat. Why did I sneeze for no reason? Could someone be thinking of me? Alton muttered to himself. However, no matter how cunning he was, Alton couldn't know that it wasn't someone thinking of him but someone criticizing him. Why didn't I see Isaac with a protector? He's from a major force too, Kelvin wondered aloud. The Vajra Cave, one of the 36 paradises, was undoubtedly a significant force. If Isaac had brought a protector when he came, Kelvin cared only about profits and themselves. At this moment, Kelvin was secretly rejoicing. Maybe because of the heartfelt farewell from the citizens, endless streams of thought power transformed into purple elements in his mind. These thoughts were even more substantial than usual. Oh, with purple elements, Tai Chi decision is an unparalleled cultivation method. What heavenly retribution? It doesn't exist. Those ghost town folks aren't reliable. They cried as if I was dead when I learned it. What a waste. Not for long, and I'll be making waves. After Kelvin and Asia's figures vanished from Yuzhou, the citizens still stood watching the direction they disappeared, filled with reluctance. If not for Terry instructing them to go home, they would have stood there much longer. Kelvin, may you have smooth sailing, Terry murmured, gazing in the direction Kelvin left. Chapter 505, Erek. On the road to Dingzhou, Kelvin, Kia, and the Mirror Storms were setting up camp for rest and recuperation. Phelan, sir, since this journey to Dingzhou is a conspiracy by the imperial aristocrats, it certainly won't be smooth. Do you need me to send a few brothers ahead to scout the way? Godric said respectfully to Kelvin. No need, just stay with me, Kelvin replied nonchalantly. But sir? Godric's face showed worry. Having spent a long time at the mirror platform, he well understood the tactics of the capital's nobles. On their way to Yuzhou City, they had even sent assassins to intercept Kelvin. If not for Kia and the Dao Storm's timely appearance, they might have been wiped out entirely. Put your heart back where it belongs. Even if there are ambushes, with your current cultivation levels, you'd only be delivering yourselves to the enemy. Kelvin patted Godric's shoulder and said, moreover, those imperial aristocrats wouldn't dare send anyone to kill me. Otherwise, they would have intercepted me directly instead of sending me to Dingzhou. Godric looked puzzled after hearing Kelvin's words, unsure why he spoke that way. The attempt on Phelan Sir's life by the Patriarch of the Vajra Cave ended in failure and was widely known across the land, came a voice from nearby. Godric turned around to see Erek, leading his horse towards them. Ren sir, why are you here? Seeing Erek, Godric greeted him respectfully. Jackson gave me some leave, so I came along, Erek explained. I originally set out earlier but ran into some trouble on the way. Fortunately, I finally caught up. Why didn't you rest when given leave? Instead, you came such a long distance. Aren't you afraid of putting yourself in danger? Kelvin teased, knowing Erek was there to help him. Erek pulled out a wrapped object from his robes and handed it to Kelvin. Upon feeling its contents, Kelvin's eyes widened in surprise. Jackson allowed you to bring this? Jackson doesn't know. I took it from the mirror platform's treasure vault myself. Considering the heavy security of the mirror platform, even someone like Erek wouldn't be able to take something so precious without tacit approval. Without saying more, Kelvin tucked the treasure into his own robe. Do you know what demon is causing havoc in Dingzhou? They found a resting place and began chatting casually. The imperial edict didn't mention anything, and everything happened too quickly for any detailed information. Yuzhou City wasn't the capital, and though the mirror storms had branches, they lacked the capital's quick access to information. Dingzhou's demon is a stone spirit monkey, an ancient species. What's a stone spirit monkey? Though highly cultivated, Kelvin lacked the deep knowledge of ancient secrets possessed by people like Kia, who had grown up in influential factions. A stone spirit monkey is a powerful ape-like demon. It's said that an adult stone spirit monkey rivals human cultivators at the peak of the manifestation realm. Perhaps because of its extraordinary abilities, nature made it very difficult for stone spirit monkeys to reproduce. They've been missing for many years. It's unexpected that one appeared this time. Kia gracefully joined them, explaining the situation. Fairy you, Erek greeted her as she nodded back and sat next to Kelvin. Despite her cool demeanor, Erek did not find anything amiss, knowing that not everyone could earn a smile from the divine maiden of Anshan Abbey. Even if reproduction is challenging, they shouldn't have become extinct. You're right. The stone spirit monkey's essence aids cultivation, Kia explained further. So the Aldo's descendant came to Dingzhou for the stone spirit monkey? That means our goals overlap. Now Kelvin understood the nobility's plan, to provoke conflict between him and the Aldo's descendant. Chapter 506, Cohen. Indeed, I believe this stone spirit monkey is not wild but artificially cultivated by Dian Aldo, Erek said, for the purpose of cultivating future generations of outstanding disciples. If left to grow on its own, a stone spirit monkey would take an incredibly long time. However, feeding it with human blood essence can expedite its growth. I believe Aldo's descendants couldn't wait for the monkey to grow on its own, so they plan to use the lives of Dingzhou civilians to nourish the stone spirit monkey, Erek continued. The Aldo's descendants are born into the best the world has to offer. Fame, status, cultivation techniques, they lack nothing. Never thought they'd be so callous towards human life. Kelvin shook his head and sighed. The Aldo's descendants are still humans and thus have desires and greed. Don't think that because Aldos seem indifferent, they wouldn't be swayed. If something of interest appears, they might be even more ruthless than their descendants. Asia remarked, looking at Kelvin with implications. Hearing this, Kelvin fell silent. If anyone knew the Aldos well, it was someone from the same level of power. To be honest, Kelvin was also unsure if exposing his connection with the sacred clan would make the Aldos act without concern for reputation. If Aldos were to target him, even Annabelle, now Aldo, couldn't protect him. After all, she was just one person. Kelvin realized he truly had nowhere to run or hide. He resolved to keep his connection with the sacred clan hidden. The brief thrill he felt when Annabelle became a Aldo vanished entirely. Meanwhile, in the political center of Dingzhou, within the city walls, a Bruno with a delicate appearance sat at the head of the magistrate's residence. Beside him stood a monkey with bloodshot eyes. Below him, a portly man wore a flattering smile. What may we do for Master Hu Yin? The portly man asked nervously, rubbing his hands together. This man was Calvin, the city governor of Dingzhou, and the Bruno seated was none other than Cohen, descendant of Dian Aldo. I've heard your emperor plans to send someone to kill my stone spirit monkey. Is Governor Zhang aware of this? This stone spirit monkey was given to me personally by my grandfather. Is he? Relax, Governor Zhang. I'm not unreasonable. That was a joke? Calvin exhaled in relief, wiping off sweat. Thank you, Master Xiuxian. I've already isolated a remote village for your pet to feast on undisturbed. Well done. Cohen patted Calvin on the shoulder. However, I wasn't joking about earlier. Word is, the person coming is named Kelvin, and he's quite capable. While I'm not afraid of him, I'm in a critical phase now and don't want interruptions. You understand what I mean, right? Calvin showed hesitation. Offending Cohen meant confronting Aldo. But Kelvin was backed by the mirror platform, an entity he couldn't offend either. You're unwilling to help, Governor Zhang? Cohen's eyes narrowed, his voice steady. Calvin shuddered. No misunderstanding. Master Xiuxian, I'll think of a solution. That's better. I have matters to attend to. You can relax now. With that, Cohen left with the stone spirit monkey. At last, that nightmare is gone. Calvin heaved a sigh of relief watching Cohen leave. Despite the promise, he felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. People. Composing himself, Calvin called out loudly. Your orders, Governor? A figure entered swiftly. Send messengers to all counties immediately. Once Mirror Platform's Lord Phelan arrives, give him excellent hospitality. Delay his stay within our territory as much as possible. Although Calvin dared not confront Kelvin directly, there were many ways to delay. Tactics fitting a seasoned city governor. Yes, sir. Servants hurried off to carry out the orders. Soon, numerous couriers raced across various counties. Note, the translation adheres to the instructions provided, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks. ####Chapter 507. Penalty wine. Though Kelvin and his party urged their horses on, it still took them a week to travel from Yuzhou to Dingzhou. The moment they crossed into Dingzhou's territory, a group of people dressed in constable uniforms surrounded them. May I ask if the distinguished Lord Phelan from Jingtai is ahead? The constable gave Kelvin a respectful bow before speaking. Kelvin and Myrtle exchanged glances, both sensing something was amiss. With his reputation for dispelling evil spirits in Jingdu and eliminating black societies in Yuzhou, not to mention slaying the ancient ancestor of Jinfeng Cave, Kelvin had become renowned throughout the land. It wasn't surprising that these people had heard of him. What he hadn't expected was that they could recognize him at first sight. Moreover, their appearance clearly indicated they had been waiting here for some time. When did Amir County have such detailed knowledge of his movements? Were you waiting specifically for me here? Kelvin asked, looking at the lead constable. Our superior knew that Lord Phelan was coming to Dingzhou to expel demons, and was well informed about your deeds in Yuzhou. Thus, upon learning you were coming, he felt overjoyed and wished to invite you to our residence for a chat, so we can show our hospitality. The lead constable said respectfully. The expulsion of demons cannot wait. Although I'd like to meet your superior, now is not the right time. I will return after dealing with the demon problem. Kelvin narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke. He then prepared to leave with his companions. He suspected their intent, but didn't want to believe it. Wait, Lord Phelan, my lord genuinely wishes to admire your demeanor. The lead constable signaled to the others. The other constables, understanding his cue, spread out and surrounded Kelvin and his party. Upon seeing this, the members of Jingtai drew their weapons, glaring fiercely at the constables. As elites of Jingtai, especially having fought countless battles alongside Kelvin, they exuded an aura of lethal intent. The constables, feeling the overwhelming presence of the Jingtai members, instinctively stepped back. But remembering the magistrate's orders, they mustered up the courage and took a step forward, albeit keeping their eyes lowered, afraid to make eye contact. Seeing these constables' determination even in fear, Eric's expression turned puzzled. When had the county constables become so fearless? What are you saying? Do you dare challenge us of Jingtai? You should know that this person here is not just the keeper of Jingtai, but also bears an imperial decree. How many heads do you think you have left if you attack us? Eric surveyed the area and said aloud. The already frightened constables, hearing Eric's words, exchanged hesitant glances. Even though offending the magistrate would mean a tough time ahead, they preferred that over risking their lives. The lead constable, noticing his team's wavering, quickly intervened. You misunderstand. We would never dare to confront Lord Phelan. We're just following orders. Step aside. Kelvin had no patience for further talk and roared. Infused with a hint of true essence, his voice compelled the already hesitating constables to clear a path. Kelvin led the party away without looking back. About the time it takes for a cup of tea to brew later, the magistrate hurried to the scene, adjusting his hat. Where are they? The magistrate angrily asked the constable leader. It was my fault. I failed to detain him and let him escape. The lead constable replied dejectedly. You incompetent fools. What good are you if you can't handle such a simple task? Enraged, the magistrate berated them mercilessly. His superiors had given strict orders to delay Kelvin somehow, even if he couldn't keep Kelvin overnight. Offering him a meal would count as making an effort. Now, he hadn't even seen any information. As for the magistrate's subordinates, they were completely in the dark. Lord Phelan's deeds for the people of Yuzhou deeply impressed me. I came here hoping to learn from you on governance. I hope you can share your wisdom generously. Steadying his nerves, Actong Winching responded with an admiring look. Governance? Governor Actong flatters me. Ensuring a better life for the people is quite simple. Kelvin said casually. Please do share your wisdom, Actong Winching urged. Just rid the place of demons. Kelvin added coolly. Additionally, Governor Actong, take care of yourself. Hearing this, Actong Winching broke into a cold sweat. He was now certain that Kelvin knew their true purpose. Lord Phelan, Actong Winching attempted to explain but was interrupted by Kelvin waving him off. Tell the one behind you. I won't join for a meal, but I'll send him a cup of wine. Kelvin then left with his group. It's over. All of it is ruined. Actong Winching stared despondently in the direction Kelvin had gone, fully aware that the wine Kelvin mentioned was penalty wine. Note, the names used, like Kelvin, Myrtle, Eric, Actong Winching, are kept in pinyin form to respect the original Chinese character's transliteration as instructed. Chapter 508. Kill. Kelvin was a third-rank official of the imperial court. Even though the city lord held a higher rank than Kelvin, Kelvin was on an imperial mission. Moreover, as the mirror master of the mirror platform, Kelvin had the young guard, listening to the gradually weakening cries, couldn't help but show a look of distress. This was his first participation in such an operation. Previously, he had always served on the periphery of the city lord's residence, and when assigned to carry out a task, he felt extremely excited. Upon arriving at this remote mountain village, nothing seemed amiss to him. He believed that isolating this small village must mean it harbored people deserving severe punishment. However, he never imagined they would become accomplices to unspeakable acts. The outcome was unacceptable to him. This is an order from the city lord. We just execute orders, don't ask questions. The Joe looked at the young guard sternly. Deep down, the Joe also didn't wish to assist in slaughtering innocent civilians, but he had overheard the city lord mention the identities of the villagers, knowing they were individuals neither he nor the city lord's residence could provoke. Thus, despite his deep reluctance, he had to follow through. But as guards of the city lord's residence, our duty is not only to protect the city lord's safety, but also the well-being of the common people. The young guard exclaimed angrily, "Now, we're not protecting them. We're indirectly responsible." Randall watched the Joe with interest. Upon hearing this, the Joe felt an ominous premonition but steeled himself to ask, "May I ask what you mean, Your Excellency?" "My meaning is, I'm targeting all of you." Randall grinned ferociously. Without warning, the stone spirit monkey leaped forward, tearing into the guards like a tiger among sheep. Everything happened so suddenly. By the time the Joe reacted, cries of agony filled the air. "We are the city lord's guards. If you kill us, the city lord won't let it go." The Joe shouted furiously. "Won't let it go? I've merely killed a pack of dogs. What can he do?" Randall sneered. "Dogs? Today, you'll learn that even dogs can bite." With those words, the Joe charged at Randall. "Pitiful insect, overestimating your strength," Randall remarked as a yuan dragon appeared from thin air, swallowing the Joe whole. "Captain!" The young guard cried out in anguish. Before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. A furry hand emerged through his torso, holding a blood-red heart. Moments later, darkness consumed him. The stone spirit monkey chewed on the heart, drooling crimson blood, a terrifying sight. "Let's move on to the next place." With that, Randall walked away, followed closely by the bouncing stone spirit monkey. Militia on the walls. "Who goes there? Stop immediately!" The militia commander shouted upon seeing Kelvin and his group. "We are from the mirror platform. This is Chief Mirror Official Kelvin, here by imperial order to eliminate demons in Dingzhou. Open the gate." "Ah, it is Lord Phelan. I have heard much about you. The demon that harmed the villagers is not here. Please take another route." The militia leader showed no intention of opening the gate. "Where is your governor? Have him come out and see me." "I apologize, Lord Phelan. Our governor has left for Dingzhou City to discuss demon elimination and cannot see you now. Moreover, he ordered us to keep the city gates tightly shut against any potential demonic invasion. Please understand." The militia leader replied officiously. "Do you mean we entering might let demons slip in?" Farrell, glaring at the militia leader, said irritably. "Your Excellency speaks too harshly, but extraordinary measures must be taken during extraordinary times. How long will it take if we divert to the raised village?" Kelvin asked Fulton. Normally, Kelvin might play a game with the militia leader, but time was precious, and he couldn't spare any for formalities. "If we don't change our course, we can arrive in 2 days at most," Fulton responded, glancing at a map. "But if we reroute, it will take 5 days. "He's starting to play dirty," Farrell muttered, understanding the governor's intentions. Everyone present knew what the governor was up to. He said the militia commander wouldn't let him in and called him a demon collaborator. That militia commander always looks like no good. "Let's go to the city gate. We must welcome Lord Phelan into the city." Suddenly, crowds of citizens marched towards the gate, eager to escort Kelvin in. Hearing Phelan's words, the militia leader's face changed drastically. "Don't defame me like this." This grave accusation was intolerable. Chapter 510, Troubled Waters. The city guard captain lay on the ground, his eyes filled with a tinge of fear as he stared at Kelvin. He never imagined that Kelvin would dare to breach the city gates and openly claim to have colluded with demons. Kelvin's reputation was widespread, and his words carried great weight among the citizens. Although if Kelvin stormed the city with such a pretext, the nobles in the capital would certainly file accusations against him, possibly leading to a terrible outcome for him. But it also meant there was no chance of escape for him. At this critical moment, even the governor wouldn't protect him. The moment Kelvin uttered those words, the city guard captain knew his position was already lost. If the governor were lenient, he might spare his life. Otherwise, he would likely end up losing his head. "Now you're afraid?" Kelvin said coldly as he looked down at the city guard captain. "Do you know how terrified the people who were harmed by the demons were?" The city guard captain shivered under Kelvin's cold gaze. "Phelan Darun, I know I was wrong. Blocking you outside the city wasn't my intention. It was all because of the governor." Just as he was about to reveal the governor's role, an abrupt voice cut him off. City guard Captain Darian was negligent in his duties, misreporting military orders, and dared to obstruct Master Phelan from entering the city. This is an unforgivable crime. Then, squadrons of soldiers emerged, surrounding Kelvin and the prostrate city guard captain. A fat man waddled forward. It was the governor. "What do you mean by this?" Kelvin asked, his eyes narrowing at the surrounding troops. "Are you planning to challenge me?" "Master Phelan, you misunderstand. How dare I confront you? My men are here only to prevent the city guard captain from fleeing," the governor replied with a smiling face. Upon hearing this, the city guard captain's expression turned despairing. He knew he was doomed. The governor wouldn't let him go. Though he knew death was inevitable, he dared not defy the governor, considering his family still relied on him. If he betrayed the governor now, his entire family would die along with him. "Governor, I confess, everything happened because I was jealous of Master Phelan, so I took it upon myself to block him from entering the city." "Master Phelan, this person has confessed. Might you hand him over to me?" The governor's smile grew wider after hearing these words. Giving him to you? He conspired with demons, and I am entrusted to eradicate them. Therefore, it's my duty. The governor wore an assured smile, thinking while Kelvin's prowess was known, he could control the events. Stop threatening us. If you want to fight, hurry up. Not one of us fears death. Caitlin glared fiercely. Humph, stubborn fools. If so, I will grant you what you want. Just as the governor intended to order an attack, a loud commotion arose from within the city. Turning around, he saw citizens marching towards the gate, shouting for Master Phelan to enter. A scene he had never witnessed despite serving here for years. He realized with the crowd present, he couldn't act against Kelvin. Master Phelan, you sure have good luck. The governor remarked deeply. Too bad your luck isn't as good, Kelvin retorted. The governor's lips twitched. He hated this boy's attitude. But remembering Kelvin was seeking true immortals descendant, a grin spread across his face. Now he didn't wish to hinder Kelvin but hoped for an early encounter between them. Halston was unruly. Their clash would surely be entertaining. Open the gate and let Master Phelan in. Moreover, the city guard captain conspired with demons. His crimes are unforgivable. Though Kelvin stood beside him, this statement was for the citizens' ears. As the governor walked away, he cast a glance at the guard captain, whose face immediately turned pale. Just as Kelvin was leaving, the city guard captain suddenly grabbed a sword and slit his own throat, much to everyone's shock. The governor looked at the fallen body with satisfaction. Kelvin glanced at the governor but said nothing as he left, accompanied by the cheering crowd. On leaving the city, he instructed Caitlin to disguise the mirror evidence and infiltrate back in. Meanwhile, he raced with Kia and Eric toward the incident location. The previous incident occurred in a remote area. Given Halston's arrogant nature, he wouldn't care for anyone and would remain there hunting more victims. After the two incidents, no one dared to block Kelvin. Even Dingzhou City and nobles far in the capital awaited Kelvin's meeting with Halston silently. Translation notes. Chapter 510. Turmoil. The city guard captain lay on the ground, looking up at Kelvin with a gaze that betrayed a hint of fear. He truly hadn't expected Kelvin to dare storm the city gates and openly claim an alliance with demons. Kelvin's reputation was well known, and his words carried significant weight among the common people. Even if he had stormed the city with this excuse, the nobles of the capital would still impeach Kelvin, who might face severe consequences. But he wouldn't get away. At this critical moment, even the governor wouldn't protect him. As soon as Kelvin said those words, the city guard captain knew his position was gone. If the governor showed mercy due to past ties, he might escape with his life. Otherwise, it could end in decapitation. Now you're afraid? Kelvin looked coldly at the city guard captain and said, do you know how terrified those people were when they were killed by demons? Seeing Kelvin's icy gaze, the city guard captain shivered involuntarily. Lord Phelan, I realize my mistake. Stopping you outside the city wasn't my intention. It was all the governor. Just as the city guard captain was about to implicate the governor, a voice interrupted him. City guard Captain Darien is negligent and falsely reported military orders, daring to obstruct Lord Phelan from entering the city. This is unforgivable. Immediately, a troop of soldiers rushed out, surrounding Kelvin and the lying on the ground city guard captain. Then, a fat man with a round belly walked forward. It was the governor himself. What do you mean by this? Do you intend to challenge me and my mirror? Looking at the encircled troops, Kelvin narrowed his eyes and asked, Lord Phelan, you misunderstand. How could I dare to fight you? My men are here only to prevent the city guard captain from escaping, the governor replied with a smiling face. Hearing this, the city guard captain's face turned xiuxian, despair. He knew he was doomed. The governor wouldn't let him off. Though certain of his death, he didn't dare resist, considering his family. If he betrayed the governor now, his entire family would suffer the same fate. Governor, I confess, it was all because of my jealousy towards Lord Phelan that I stopped him outside the city. Lord Phelan, this man has confessed. Would you hand him over to me? The governor's smile grew wider after hearing this. Giving him to you? This man conspired with demons, and I have orders to purge them. Therefore, it's my responsibility to handle him. Kelvin stared into the governor's eyes. Is Lord Phelan overstepping your bounds? Even though Mirror is powerful, this isn't Mirror but under my jurisdiction. A chill appeared on the governor's face, and the atmosphere became tense. The governor understood that if Kelvin took the city guard captain away, it would be easy for the Mirror members to pry out the truth. He couldn't hide that he ordered the blockade of Kelvin's entry. Concerning himself, he must stop Kelvin today even if it meant facing him head-on. While the Mirror members and the governor's troops stared each other down, weapons slowly drew, and a battle loomed. Although outnumbered, the Mirror members' faces remained indifferent, as if the surrounded ones weren't themselves. So, Governor, you're determined to oppose me in Mirror? Kelvin looked at the governor coolly. Lord Phelan, you misunderstand. My men admire Lord Phelan and Mirror's prowess and want to spar to learn some skills. But, Lord Phelan, as you know, blades can kill indiscriminately. While you might emerge unscathed, I wonder about your Mirror members. I heard they all came from the capital with you. Won't you feel heartbroken? The governor wore a confident expression. Aware of Kelvin's strength, the governor had no intentions to harm him but saw an opportunity to control the Mirror members. Don't threaten us. If you want to fight, so be it. We aren't afraid of dying. Caitlin snarled at the governor. Hemph, obstinate fools. If that's the case, I'll grant your wish. As the governor prepared to give the order, a commotion erupted within the city. The governor looked and saw citizens approaching the city gate, chanting slogans to let Lord Phelan in, a sight unprecedented in his years of service. Realizing the citizens were here, the governor knew he couldn't act against Kelvin and his men. Lord Phelan, you're quite lucky, the governor said with a glance. Pity, you're not as fortunate. The governor's lips twitched. This kid was infuriating. But thinking of Kelvin heading to all those descendants stirred a new grin. He no longer wanted to stop Kelvin, hoping he'd meet Dempsey sooner. Dempsey was unruly. Their encounter would be entertaining. Open the city gate and let Lord Phelan enter. Furthermore, the city guard captain colluded with demons, which is unpardonable. The governor shouted loudly, not for Kelvin but for the citizens to hear. Before leaving, the governor gave the city guard captain a glance, causing him to pale. Just as Kelvin and his men started moving, the city guard captain suddenly seized a nearby sword and slit his throat in front of everyone. The governor watched the fallen body, satisfied. Kelvin glanced at the governor, then walked away without a word. Seeing Kelvin's cold gaze, the city guard commander couldn't help but shiver. Sir Phelan, I admit my mistake. Stopping you at the city gate wasn't my intention. It was all the county magistrate's doing. Just as the commander was about to expose the county magistrate, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Commander of the city guard, bystander A, has neglected his duties, falsely reported military orders, and dared to obstruct Sir Phelan from entering the city. This is an unforgivable crime. Immediately, squads of soldiers rushed out, surrounding Kelvin and the commander who was lying on the ground. Then, a pot-bellied fat man emerged. It was the county magistrate. What's the meaning of this? Do you want to spar with me, mirror guard? Looking at the surrounding troops, Kelvin narrowed his eyes. Sir Phelan speaks too harshly. How dare I challenge you? I merely brought these men to prevent the city guard commander from fleeing, the county magistrate replied, smiling at Kelvin. Upon hearing this, the city guard commander's face turned pale with despair. He knew he was doomed. The county magistrate would never let him off. Though aware that death was inevitable, the commander didn't dare resist the magistrate, thinking of his family. If you harm him, my entire family will suffer too, he thought. Sir Magistrate, I admit my guilt. It was my jealousy of Sir Phelan that made me stop him at the gate without authorization. The commander struggled to stand up and knelt down. Sir Phelan, this person has admitted guilt. Can you entrust him to me? Hearing this, the magistrate's smile widened. Entrust him to you? This person colluded with demons, and under imperial decree, it falls upon me to handle it. Kelvin stared straight into the magistrate's eyes. Does Sir Phelan wish to overstep your bounds? Mirror Guard may be formidable, but this isn't their territory. It's under my jurisdiction. The magistrate's expression grew cold, creating a tense atmosphere. He knew that if Kelvin took the commander away, it would be easy for the Mirror Guard to force him to confess. Then, his actions in blocking Kelvin's entry would be exposed. Regardless of facing Kelvin, he couldn't allow Kelvin to take the commander today. While the Mirror Guards and the magistrate's men eyed each other warily, weapons were slowly drawn, and battle loomed. Although outnumbered, each Mirror Guard's face was indifferent, as if they were not the ones surrounded. It seems the county magistrate is determined to oppose us? Kelvin looked at the magistrate coolly. That's not quite right, Sir Phelan. My subordinates admire your and the Mirror Guard's prowess and wish to spar with them to learn from you. But as the magistrate walked past, he gave the commander a look, turning his face deathly pale. Suddenly, amidst everyone's shock, the commander grabbed a sword and slit his throat. The magistrate watched the fallen body, smirking triumphantly. Kelvin glanced at the magistrate, then walked away without a word. Accompanied by the citizens, Kelvin successfully traversed the city. Before leaving, he instructed Caitlin to lead the Mirror Guards back in disguise. Kelvin rode with Kia and Eric towards the site of the previous incidents. The location of the last incident was remote, and given Halston's arrogant nature, he wouldn't go anywhere else but continue hunting there. After the two previous events, no one dared obstruct Kelvin again. Officials from Dingzhou City and even powerful families far away in the capital waited anxiously for the encounter between Kelvin and Halston. Chapter 510, Turmoil. The commander of the city guards lay on the ground, looking at Kelvin with a gaze filled with hidden fear. He truly hadn't anticipated that Kelvin would dare to barge through the city gates and openly declare his collaboration with demons. With Kelvin's reputation, the people tended to believe what he said. Even if Kelvin had used this as a reason to enter the city, the nobles in the capital would still have accused him, potentially leading to an unfavorable outcome for his finished. The governor would not spare him. Despite knowing his death was inevitable, he dared not resist the governor, thinking of his family. If governor, I admit my guilt. Everything happened because I envied Master Phelan, so I acted on my own and blocked him outside the city. Governor, he has admitted his guilt. Could I hand him over to you? The governor asked, smiling more broadly. To you? This man collaborated with demons, and I am here under imperial decree to exterminate them. It's within my jurisdiction to deal with him. Kelvin stared into the governor's eyes. Does Master Phelan wish to overstep your bounds? Although the mirror holders are formidable, this isn't the mirror hold, but under my jurisdiction. The governor's smile faded, tension rising. The governor understood that if Kelvin took the commander away, the mirror holders could easily make him talk, exposing the governor's order to block Kelvin. Involving himself, he couldn't afford to let Kelvin leave with the commander today, even if it meant confronting Kelvin. Both sides stared at each other, weapons drawn, ready for battle. Though outnumbered, the mirror holders remained calm, seemingly unaffected by the encirclement. It seems, Governor, you're determined to oppose the mirror holders? Kelvin remarked calmly. Master Phelan, that's not correct. My subordinates merely admire your strength and wish to learn from you. But, as they say, blades are blind. While Master Phelan might be unharmed, who knows what will happen to these mirror holders? They followed you from the capital. Won't you miss them? The governor smirked confidently. The governor knew Kelvin's prowess, but couldn't touch Kelvin directly. Still, could he manipulate the situation? Don't use us as leverage. If you want to fight, just start. No mirror holder fears death. Caitlin glared at the governor. Humph, stubborn fools. If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wishes. Just as the governor signaled to attack, a commotion arose from inside the city. The governor turned to see citizens heading towards the city gate, shouting for Kelvin to enter. Such a scene was unprecedented in his tenure. Realizing he couldn't act with the citizens around, the governor glanced at Kelvin. Master Phelan, quite the fortunate day for you. Too bad. Your luck isn't as good, Kelvin retorted. The governor's lips twitched. Kelvin's words irked him. Yet, recalling Kelvin's mission, the governor smiled again. Now, he didn't want to stop Kelvin anymore. hoping for Kelvin to meet Dempsey sooner. Open the city gates and welcome Master Phelan. Moreover, the commander colluded with demons, an unpardonable offense. The governor announced loudly, not for Kelvin but for the citizens. Exiting, the governor gave the commander a meaningful look, causing him to turn pale. As Kelvin and his group descended, the commander suddenly seized a nearby soldier's sword and slit his throat. Sacrificed a magistrate, Calvin added. Should I sacrifice all the magistrates to satisfy him? Calvin took another sip of tea, then remarked casually, to be honest, I don't want to block Kelvin anymore. Peter humiliated me, and Kelvin slapped my face in public. But these two have backing forces I cannot provoke. Thus, Calvin found it amusing to let them confront each other. Whoever wins, it would be a good outcome for him. Calvin's confidant caught his meaning and hesitantly suggested, should we secretly inform Kelvin about Peter's whereabouts? Don't be stupid. Calvin tapped his subordinate's head. We can sit and watch the tiger fight, but must never personally join the fray, understand? The power behind these two men was beyond Calvin's comprehension. Whichever one died, their factions would investigate. If they discovered Calvin's involvement, he wouldn't know how he'd die. Even if we can't say anything, the civilians might. Find a way to direct the affected villagers towards Kelvin's location. Calvin's eyes gleamed with cunning. The city lord is brilliant. I'll see to it right away. The confidant left the room promptly. This great show won't be visible to me on sight, truly unfortunate. Calvin sighed. Phelan Darun, we're not far from the place the villagers indicated, Eric said after glancing at the map. But isn't it too much of a coincidence that we doubly? Feeling death looming, Eric watched helplessly as Peter approached. At the critical moment, Kia grabbed Peter's shoulder and pulled back while Kelvin swung his sword. Continuing the attack would cost Peter his head. Peter reappeared on the tree trunk with Lucas beside him. Act on a group fight? Peter sneered. Despite being a mirror platform overseer and a goddess from Xiuxian, Peter, as Aldo's descendant, wasn't afraid. Your sins can't be forgiven. Even in a group fight, what does it matter? Escaping the shadow of death, Eric retorted. Huh, a noble excuse indeed. Think you can kill me with this handful? Do Aldo descendants all act so arrogantly? If you're a Aldo descendant, you could be just as arrogant. Then let me be arrogant once. Come down. I'll beat you senseless with one hand. Peter's eyes flashed dangerously. He'd never been provoked like this before. However, he soon laughed. Act on to fight? Get past my subordinates first. With that, 8 cave spirits surrounded Kelvin and company. Chapter 5:12, Counter-encirclement? The 7 or 8 cave spirit realm experts who suddenly appeared were all above the mid-stage of the cave spirit realm. Their terrifying auras made even the void tremble, clearly showing that they were outstanding among. Without the Aldo, what are you really worth? Eric retorted under the immense pressure. Although Eric couldn't match these cave spirit realm experts in strength, when it came to verbal sparring, he didn't yield to anyone, except for Kelvin. Ha ha ha. It was as if Gallagher had heard the funniest joke in the world and threw his head back laughing. These people weren't trained by my Aldo grandfather. I personally subdued them during my travels over many years. Upon hearing Gallagher's words, Kelvin's gaze intensified. He understood the power of these cave spirit realm experts very well. At this moment, perhaps he could defeat these cave spirit realm experts, but he could not subdue them. This showcased how terrifying Gallagher's strength truly was. Kelvin, if you also recognized me as your master, I would spare your lives today. And I can resolve any confusion and provide resources for your cultivation path. What do you say? Seeing Kelvin's expression, Gallagher stared into his eyes and said. After the brief skirmish with Kelvin, Gallagher had already felt Kelvin's strength. Although Gallagher believed Kelvin was not as strong as himself, Kelvin was far superior to most people. Getting a top talent to acknowledge him as a master was something that excited him. He didn't consider whether Kelvin might surpass him in the future. It wasn't that Gallagher lacked foresight. He simply thought it impossible for Kelvin to ever surpass him. Kelvin, upon hearing Gallagher's offer, remained calm and said, being a lackey for a Aldo descendant is, of course, what I desire. But if I'm to be your lackey, can I have some cultivation resources up front? You know, though I'm the overseer of Godfrey, its vastness means the cultivation resources available to me are limited. Sigh, I can't compare to you, the favorite descendant of Aldo, who has never lacked cultivation resources from childhood till now, Kelvin said. Gallagher wasn't bothered by Kelvin's remarks and actually tossed an object over. This is a reward for you. It was a brocade pouch, clearly a type of storage artifact. He threw it to Kelvin. No big deal. If Kelvin played it seriously, he'd give him the item, but if he cheated, Gallagher would take it back anyway. Let's see who couldn't afford to play along. Kelvin cast a peculiar look at Gallagher and opened the brocade pouch. Seeing its contents, he couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Gallagher was indeed the favorite descendant of Aldo. Even a casual offering was enough to make countless people envious. Thinking of this, Kelvin's gaze towards Gallagher grew more fervent. Originally, today's plan was to assist Dingzhou civilians in exterminating demons, but unexpectedly, they encountered a fat sheep. There must be plenty of valuable items on Gallagher. Noticing Kelvin's expression, Gallagher sensed something amiss. With just these few things, it's going to be difficult for me to work for you, Kelvin said. Asia burst into laughter at Kelvin's words. Chapter 5:13. Making a move. Kia was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the robed figures. He couldn't figure out where Kelvin had found these powerful fighters. Ever since arriving in Yuzhou, Kia had practically spent all his time with Kelvin. If he had such strong backers, they likely would have shown up during the battles against the Pan family in Feishing Valley. Things wouldn't have been so perilous then. Though intellectually prodigious, even Kia never imagined that these people were from the Vajra Cave. After all, the Vajra Cave was one of the 36 caverns, guarded by a spirit of the cavern. To subdue the Vajra Cave seemed like a daydream to Kia. It wasn't just Kia who was startled. Eric was also taken aback by the sudden emergence of these cavern spirit realm masters. While Ren knew of Kelvin's formidable appeal, evidenced by the quick devotion many felt towards him in Jingtai, this felt different. These robed figures, numbering as they did among the cavern's spirit realm, represented a major force. Jingtai knew Kelvin's background thoroughly. He didn't align with any current major factions. Though everyone speculated about a Aldo lineage, they had never seen proof, let alone met any of the Aldo's followers. Without Kelvin occasionally proving himself through battle prowess, they wouldn't have believed him. The arrival of so many strong fighters now. Was it that Aldo sending reinforcements? Ren shook his head. No. Upon seeing this, the Vudra cave members wasted no time joining the fray. Kelvin, too, moved toward the battlefield. His target wasn't Dempsey's guards or Dempsey, but the stone spirit monkey who kept as a pet. His mission in Dingzhou was originally to eliminate this menace. Dempsey noticed Kelvin's movement and sneered. Although still immature, the stone spirit monkey was not an ordinary cavern spirit realm fighter could handle. Wielding his true essence sword, Kelvin lunged at the stone spirit monkey. The monkey showed no fear, only bloodthirsty madness. A sandbag-sized fist collided with Kelvin's sword, producing a clanging sound that ripped the nearby ground apart. The monkey, stung by the sword, roared angrily and punched harder, shattering Kelvin's weapon. With immense strength, the monkey aimed a punch at Kelvin's chest. Kelvin marveled at its power. Capable of rivaling the scenery realm, it possessed frightening offensive and physical capabilities, enough to astonish anyone. Even late-stage, cavern spirit realm fighters would hesitate to meet Kelvin's true essence sword head-on. Note: I've maintained the overall style and structure, ensuring readability and coherence. Chapter 514. The Enraged Halston. The stone spirit monkey's fist shattered Kelvin's true essence longsword, and continued its assault with undiminished power. The tremendous force created ripples in space, as if it were about to crack at any moment. Although the stone spirit monkey was incredibly powerful, Kelvin had upgraded his body's physical functions comprehensively during his cultivation advancement. Whether it was his body, true essence, or comprehension of the Tao, he did not lag behind anyone. Thus, Kelvin did not retreat, but fought back with fists and palms made of true essence. The two figures spun around like small whirlwinds, their bodies crossing each other, producing thunderous sounds. Numerous clouds of dust danced wildly in the air from their combat. Halston noticed that Kelvin could match the stone spirit monkey equally, a flash of surprise passing through his eyes. As an ancient mystical creature, the stone spirit monkey's physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary humans. Halston had also battled the stone spirit monkey before and deeply understood its formidable strength. If not for the fact that his grandfather favored him since childhood, personally concocting herbal soups for him to soak in over the years, he would probably have lost to the stone spirit monkey long ago. However, Halston astonishingly found out that Kelvin's physical abilities were almost on par with his own. How is this possible? I have been personally trained by the Zhenjuan. Why can Kelvin's physique nearly match mine? Did the people behind him spare no expense, just like my grandfather did for me? Halston said disbelievingly. Today's events completely refreshed Halston's understanding of things. From childhood, he used the best cultivation resources available and had the personal guidance of Connor, his grandfather. He was proud, believing he was in a league of his own among descendants of Zenjins. But today, he discovered that Kelvin's physical capabilities were similar to his, making it hard for him to accept. Why not? There's only one explanation. Your talent is simply too poor. If it weren't for having a doting grandfather from a young age, you probably couldn't even reach the Tongxian mirror realm. Eric, while also shocked by Kelvin's strength, felt more important to taunt Halston. You're talking nonsense. Sure enough, the proud Halston couldn't tolerate being spoken to in such a manner. His eyes turned blood red, looking at Eric with madness. At that moment, Eric felt like he was being watched by a fierce, untrainable beast. However, given their numbers, Eric was not afraid of Halston. Instead, he wanted to enrage Halston into charging into the crowd, so everyone could attack him together. Despite Halston's considerable strength, facing so many Dillingham realm experts, Eric believed he wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Waste of space. You can only rely on the Zhenjuan's prestige to intimidate others. Eric inwardly marveled upon seeing this. Had that dragon claw landed on him, he had no doubt he would meet death immediately. Other Dillingham realm experts of Jingang Cave hurried to aid, forming a 3-on-1 battle against Halston. However, under the onslaught of 3 opponents, Halston grew even more frenzied and vicious. After dozens of exchanges, one Dillingham realm expert from Jingang Cave was thrown away, severely wounded by Halston. With one less opponent, the remaining 2 faced perilous conditions. It looked like they couldn't hold on much longer. Eric's face turned pale when he saw this. He had lured Halston over to give everyone a chance to attack him, not to be killed by Halston. After throwing another Dillingham realm expert aside, Halston turned into a blur and charged towards Eric. Finished. Never again will I provoke someone carelessly. Seeing Halston getting closer, Eric had nowhere to hide, despairingly crying out in his heart. Just at this critical moment, Kia suddenly appeared in front of Eric. Kia, now in the form of a flame yuan foam, clashed his flaming fist with Halston's fist. Boom. Their battle produced a powerful shockwave, directly flinging Eric away. Landing, Eric wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling secretly relieved. Thanks to Kia blocking Halston, otherwise, his life would have ended here today. Kia and Halston's battle was like a clash between a phoenix and a dragon. They constantly collided in mid-air, creating earth-shaking roars. Cracks appeared in space from their attacks. Meanwhile, Kelvin, whose sword intent resembled a dragon, continued to fight. Despite the stone spirit monkey's formidable physical prowess, its body was now covered in wounds, dark red blood gushing out, appearing quite pitiful. From the look of things, it wouldn't take long for the stone spirit monkey to fall to Kelvin. Not only the stone spirit monkey, but under the relentless attack of the Jingang Cave experts, Halston's subordinates were also gradually losing ground. The battle situation was turning increasingly favorable for Kelvin. Enough of this chaos, cease fighting. At that moment, a majestic voice appeared out of nowhere. It seemed as if the world had been reduced to just this single sound. Chapter 5:15. The Master of Drama. The sudden voice caused the entire world to fall silent, as if it were a divine decree from heaven. In the next moment, an overwhelming pressure descended abruptly upon Kelvin and the others. To Kelvin and his companions, it felt as though a great mountain was pressing down on their shoulders, making even standing up a struggle. Since Eric had the lowest cultivation, he was the most disheveled and fell directly to his knees under this pressure. His body trembled involuntarily. An expert of the departure realm? Kia's face turned grim as she looked at the Clyde who had suddenly appeared. As the current deity maiden of Anshan Abbey, she clearly understood that this Clyde was likely not an ordinary departure realm expert. Therefore, he must be Halston's guardian. I am not in any life-threatening danger. Why did you appear? When the Clyde of the departure realm appeared, Halston's rationality had already returned. Seeing that the Clyde had interrupted his battle, Halston felt irritated at first, but quickly fell into deep thought. He began to replay how his temporary lapse in judgment had allowed him to fall into the enemy's trap. After all, he had experienced few setbacks in life, not because he was truly foolish. Upon hearing Halston's disrespectful words, the Clyde of the departure realm showed no reaction, evidently accustomed to Halston's manner of speaking. You are Anshan Abbey's current deity maiden, aren't you? You have been able to battle young Master Xiuxian for such a long time without defeat, indeed showing remarkable talent. The Clyde of the departure realm said to Kia, not out of politeness, but genuine appreciation. Most prodigies would have long since fallen victim to Halston's attacks. However, Kia not only remained unharmed, but also showed no signs of being defeated. For some reason, he felt that Kia hadn't even given her all, even though his eyes darkened as they fixed upon Kelvin. Kelvin came to Dingzhou to eliminate demons on behalf of the Emperor, while the stone spirit monkey belonged to great derivation Aldo and was bestowed upon Halston. There was an inherent and irreconcilable conflict between them. Therefore, killing Kelvin would earn the Clyde more praise from great derivation Aldo rather than blame. You dare to challenge something belonging to great derivation Aldo. What audacity you possess. Malice clouded the Clyde's face as he spoke to Kelvin. In the next moment, Kelvin felt as if he had plunged into an endless ice pit, bone-chilling cold enveloping him completely. Phelan Da run. The others present, seeing the situation, tried to rush to Kelvin's side, their expressions changing drastically. However, a single glance from the Clyde froze them in place, unable to move. This is a contest among juniors. Are you not afraid of causing an uproar by intervening? Kelvin stared at the immense pressure, directly meeting the Clyde's eyes and spoke resolutely. Heh, an uproar? Do you know the wrath of Aldo? The Clyde sneered dismissively. I'll give you a chance to speak your last words. Why are you so certain you can overwhelm me? Faced with the murderous intent of the Clyde's words, Kelvin remained calm, unperturbed. Hearing Kelvin's words, a sense of unease stirred in the Clyde. He had known Kelvin to be quite calculating and cunning. If he made such a statement, it was likely he had prepared another contingency plan. To avoid unnecessary delays, the Clyde ceased wasting words and a red sky-piercing claw lunged at Kelvin, creating a vacuum where it passed. Facing this formidable attack, Kelvin maintained his composure. This is a matter between juniors. You have overstepped your bounds. A calm voice rang out at the critical moment. The red claw froze in midair before quietly dispersing. Slowly, a figure in black robes appeared before Kelvin. Eric let out a sigh of relief seeing Kelvin rescued. Originally, Eric had almost lost hope as Kelvin, merely at cave spirit stage, stood no chance against a departure realm expert. Who are you? The Clyde asked seriously, staring at the black-robed figure who had just appeared. The red claw, despite being carelessly launched by the Clyde, was not something an ordinary departure realm expert could counter so effortlessly. Clearly, this black-robed person possessed immense power. I am a passerby, unable to stand idly by watching someone bully the weak. So, I intervened, said the deep, resonant voice of the black-robed figure. This concerns my master, the great derivation Aldo. If you truly have no connection with him, I advise you not to meddle. The Clyde probed, unsure of the black-robed figure's background. Aldos are indeed powerful, and I dare not easily offend them. Yet, allowing you to kill him today goes against my principles. The black-robed figure refused to yield. Watching the performance of the black-robed ancestor from Vajra Cave, Kelvin sighed inwardly. This old ancestor was quite a dramatist himself. Chapter 5:16. Pill. So it seems you're set on helping this boy Kelvin. The Clyde squinted his eyes and said to Dane Golden Diamond Cave. Transcendent scenery realm powerhouses are considered top-tier figures in this world. Typically, such powerhouses do not engage with one another. After all, each transcendent scenery realm powerhouse is crucial for major forces. If he could help it, even the Tao Protector didn't want to fight the cloaked figure before him. However, as this matter concerned Stone Spirit Monkey and the Xiuxian family, the Clyde knew that even if he was reluctant, he could not back down. Why don't we both take a step back? Suggested Dane Golden Diamond Cave. What do you mean? The Clyde frowned and asked. This whole matter started because of Stone Spirit Monkey. Why don't we let these young ones resolve their own issues? Dane Golden Diamond Cave proposed. Honestly, Dane Golden Diamond Cave did not wish to battle the Clyde either. Considering both were transcendent scenery realm powerhouses, once two peers fought at full intensity, his identity would inevitably be revealed. Great Yin True Monarch was still alive. Even as one of the 36 celestial caves, True Monarch within the entire Xiuxian family could create it. Moreover, Great Yin True Monarch hadn't refined pills for many years, and this pill was specially prepared for Halston. The entire Xiuxian family possessed only this one pill meant to save Halston in emergencies. Yet, Halston now fed such a precious pill to an animal. This outcome was unacceptable, even if that animal was Stone Spirit Monkey. Stone Spirit Monkey, who had long understood spiritual wisdom, held the bottle unsure whether to eat or not after hearing the Tao Protector. All he could do was jump around nervously, constantly scratching his head. The gift from my grandfather can be disposed of as I wish. Do you also want to interfere? Or do you desire the pill in the bottle? Halston was dissatisfied with the repeated disobedience from the Tao Protector. The Tao Protector, upon hearing this, inwardly panicked. He realized his words had exceeded his duties, arousing Halston's displeasure. I dare not. Please forgive me, young Master Huyan. Only the Tao Protector knew how much favor Halston had earned from that true monarch. From childhood, even if Halston wished for celestial stars, Great Yin True Monarch would pluck them for him. Should Halston express dissatisfaction with him before Great Yin True Monarch, the Clyde knew his fate would be grim. Stand down. Remember, there should not be a next time. Though Halston did not finish, the cold gleam in his eyes conveyed his intent clearly. The Clyde fell silent and stepped back, not speaking again. Eat that pill. Halston looked at Stone Spirit Monkey and said calmly. He wanted to help Stone Spirit Monkey recover to its peak state. While the peak Stone Spirit Monkey still wasn't a match for Kelvin, if it didn't act rashly, it could stall Kelvin. After dealing with Kia, he would then assist Stone Spirit Monkey against Kelvin. As for the invaluable pill, Halston didn't feel the slightest regret. He could ask his grandfather to refine another for him. With his grandfather's doting love, he wouldn't refuse this request. Upon hearing Halston, Stone Spirit Monkey, initially bewildered, directly threw the bottle into its mouth, crunching away. The sharp teeth reduced the bottle to powder, releasing the pill's fragrance into the air. Kelvin deeply inhaled, feeling completely invigorated, his spirit lifted. Truly terrifying. This gift from a true monarch indeed has remarkable effects, Kelvin inwardly marveled. As Stone Spirit Monkey swallowed the pill, its body emitted a luminous white glow. Under the white light's nourishment, its wounds inflicted by Kelvin's sword intent healed visibly, and the lingering sword intent inside its body was dissolved by the light. What kind of pill is this, with such terrifying effects? Eric watched the fully recovered Stone Spirit Monkey, amazed. Having lived so long, Eric had encountered numerous treasures, but never witnessed anything as potent as this. Inwardly, he also cursed Halston for being profligate. Someone else would have kept such precious item as a precaution. However, he simply fed the pill to Stone Spirit Monkey. For the effectiveness of the pill, Eric wasn't the only one stunned. The Clyde was similarly astonished. He had only heard of its effects but never seen it. Today, witnessing it proved it truly lived up to its reputation. Now, let us settle our scores. Looking at the fully restored Stone Spirit Monkey, Halston turned to Kia and Kelvin. Then, he transformed into a dragon-like form rushing into the sky. Kia, as a peerless daughter of heaven, naturally refused to yield, transforming into a fiery phoenix to clash with the dragon in the sky. Chapter 517. Berserk Transformation. The battle between the two combatants was terrifying, with the aftereffects tearing apart the void, leaving rifts in its wake. Powerful energies swept across the sky. The spectators below, all of whom were powerful cave spirit realm experts, felt their jaws drop as they sensed the fluctuations of energy in the sky. Though they were considered strong within their realm, compared to the two battling above, they were mere amateurs. If it snuff out life. Aloysius Cave only shook his head upon hearing the Clyde's words, saying nothing in rebuttal. The stone monkey's crimson eyes fixed on Ezra. Its task was to stall Ezra. Since Ezra hadn't attacked, neither had the stone monkey moved rashly. Ezra's gaze followed the fight in the sky between Asia and Ayush. Seeing that Asia was unharmed, he turned back, his eyes filled with murderous intent as they settled on the stone monkey. Let's begin, quick and decisive. With those words, Ezra's feet traced mystical steps, his body darting toward the stone monkey like a phantom. In the blink of an eye, Ezra was beside the stone monkey, his true essence sword swinging toward it. Though Ezra's sword lacked the dazzling spectacle of the sky combatants, its power was still formidable. The stone monkey leaped backward like a cannonball, evading Ezra's attack. Not discouraged by the dodge, Ezra pursued swiftly. Despite the stone monkey's speed, Ezra was even faster. His true essence sword aimed directly at the stone monkey's head. The stone monkey let out a long howl, its demon energy surging as it punched fiercely at the incoming sword. The instant their powers collided, a powerful backlash sent the stone monkey floating away. Upon landing, it felt pain in its arm, causing its crimson eyes to burn brighter. Although it possessed some intelligence, the stone monkey wasn't hillowing amid the flames, confronted Ayush. You asked for death. Ayush's face twisted with rage. Never before had anyone injured him since he began cultivating. Now, his eyebrows burned away by Asia, it brought dishonor. Something unacceptable among his kin. Moments later, they clashed again, with dragon scales and phoenix feathers formed of true essence descending from the sky. They fought more intensely, oblivious to everything else. Under the influence of the berserk transformation, the stone monkey's feet struck the ground, propelling it swiftly towards Ezra. The impact left deep craters wherever it stepped, turning flora and fauna to ash in its wake. Arriving before Ezra, the stone monkey's fist, enveloped in crimson demon energy, slammed ruthlessly toward Ezra's head. Seeing the aggressive stone monkey, Ezra felt no fear but excitement instead. Knowing the stone monkey's physical prowess had only intensified under the transformation, he wished to test his recent insights. Instantly, golden light shimmered over Ezra's skin. Dismissing his true essence sword, he swung his fist towards the stone monkey. A booming sound echoed as the impact between their fists created a crater within a kilometer radius. Chapter 518. Shock. When the ground collapsed, everyone present leaped into the air, staring at the dust-filled crater with a shock that coursed through their veins. Although they too could cause such devastation over a kilometer radius, the power displayed by Lucas and Kelvin was sheer physical might. Of course, there was no surprise regarding Lucas. A fully grown stone spirit monkey had strength comparable to an expert at the initial Jing stage. But Kelvin, a human being, to have engaged in a contest of physical strength with Lucas, he must possess extraordinary power. The Clyde even began to doubt if Kelvin was indeed human. Could he be some great demon who transformed into a human form? However, even then, the Clyde did not believe Kelvin's strength could rival Lucas's. He firmly believed that by now Kelvin must have suffered severe injuries under Lucas's attack. Not only the Clyde but everyone present was pessimistic about Kelvin, thinking it unwise of him to challenge Lucas with mere physical power. Then, as the dust settled, a scene unfolded that left everyone gaping. Kelvin stood face to face with Lucas, completely unharmed. Kelvin's sleeves fluttered gracefully, untouched by the dust, his skin radiating a golden glow as if he had attained enlightenment. He actually defended against it? The Clyde exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. As Dempsey's guardian, this man had secretly protected Dempsey all along and thus knew just how formidable Lucas's physique was. Forget that Kelvin was merely at the early stage cave's spirit realm. Even a half-step Jing stage powerhouse would not stand a chance against Lucas in a contest of raw physicality, especially since Lucas had used the frenzy technique, which doubled both his physical strength and resilience. For Kelvin to withstand such an attack completely xiuxian their perception. Improved. For Kelvin to withstand such an attack completely refreshed their perception. Further refinement. For Kelvin to withstand such an attack changed their perception. Best natural fluent version. For Kelvin to withstand such an attack completely altered their perception. Note, the phrase xiuxian latamada literally means refresh their cognition/knowledge. But in this context, it implies that their perception or understanding was thoroughly changed or updated. So, completely altered their perception conveys the meaning more naturally in English. And the patriarch of Jing Gang Cave wore an expression as calm as usual, as if he had expected this outcome. Kelvin had learned the imperishable body skill, although he hadn't revealed it yet. The patriarch himself also possessed this ability, having mastered it far more deeply than Kelvin. Hence, he could sense the aura of imperishable body emanating from Kelvin. Could it be that Kelvin has actually learned the imperishable body skill of Jing Gang Cave? The Clyde exclaimed with a surprised gaze as Kelvin's skin shimmered with a golden hue. Word had spread throughout the land about Kelvin's battle with Jing Gang Cave disciples outside Yuzhou City. Everyone knew Kelvin obtained the imperishable body skill, but few believed he could successfully cultivate it. After all, the skill was the cave's most sacred technique, one that even few Jing Gang Cave members could master. So, people assumed Kelvin's efforts were futile despite obtaining this skill. Yet reality astonished them all. Kelvin had mastered the imperishable body skill, and judging by the intensity of the golden light surrounding him, he wasn't a beginner. Kelvin, that kid is a prodigy, to actually master the imperishable body skill. Those old baldies of Jing Gang Cave will probably be spitting blood now. Their attempt to kill Kelvin failed, and instead, their most sacred technique was learned by another. Eric watched Kelvin in the arena, feeling somewhat gloating. When Eric heard that Jing Gang Cave's patriarch had bullied someone younger, he silently cursed Jing Gang Cave. Now, seeing Kelvin achieve what others thought impossible, Eric felt greatly relieved. The patriarch and the cave spirit realm experts of Jing Gang Cave exchanged glances after hearing Eric's words. Eric shivered slightly and sneezed. My cultivation should be beyond the influence of environmental temperature, but Kelvin didn't dwell on it, for Lucas, in frenzy, charged at him again. Seeing this, Kelvin smiled faintly. That blow gave him a general understanding of his imperishable body skill. At this level, only peak cave spirit realm power could break it. Thus, Kelvin decided not to prolong the confrontation. 10,000 swords homage. Kelvin roared. Suddenly, boundless sword intent materialized. Swords of slaughter, swords of virtue, imperial swords, tyrannical swords. Various types of sword intent hovered before Kelvin, exuding formidable killing intent. Merge. Another roar from Kelvin, and countless sword intents fused into a meter-long sword. Though ordinary in appearance like a regular iron sword, only Lucas, who faced it directly, knew its terror. The overwhelming sword intent made Lucas feel uneasy. Fear flickered in its bloodshot eyes as it sought to evade. But would Kelvin give Lucas a chance? Away. Kelvin commanded once more, and the sword responded. The sword seemed to traverse space and time, appearing instantly before Lucas's forehead. Before Lucas could react, the sword pierced its body. Chapter 519, Soul-Smiting Sword. The speed of the longsword was incredibly fast. Only the Clyde and the Dane of Golden Fist Cave clearly saw its trajectory. The other cave, spirit realm experts were bewildered. They had seen the longsword condense before Kelvin, but for some inexplicable reason, it suddenly appeared in front of Stone Spirit Monkey's head. Simultaneously, these cave spirit realm experts felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They all pondered if they could withstand such a move from Kelvin. After much thought, despair crept into their minds. They would undoubtedly die facing this attack. No matter how they defended, they couldn't block this formidable strike. This child's combat power is so astonishing. The Clyde watched Kelvin, his eyes revealing murderous intent. Even at mid-stage cave spirit realm, Kelvin could unleash such immense power. If he reached transcendent state realm, how powerful would he become? He might even threaten the Clyde. Having offended Kelvin to the death, if left unchecked, Kelvin would be a massive threat. Brother Taoist, this is a struggle between younger generations. We should just watch quietly. The Dane of Golden Fist Cave seemed to sense the Clyde's ill intentions towards Kelvin and spoke out. Meanwhile, the Dane subtly locked onto the Clyde with his aura, ready to counter any action. In the realm of experts, a mere moment determined victory or defeat. If the Clyde attacked Kelvin, the Dane would seize that moment. The Clyde understood this and, despite his hatred, did not make a move. He knew Peter would deal with Kelvin after the latter killed Stone Spirit Monkey. As for Kia joining forces with Kelvin against Peter, the Clyde wouldn't even consider it. Both were intelligent enough to understand fair competition, and if they ganged up, the great derivative Aldo would intervene. When the true essence sword composed of endless sword intent entered Stone Spirit Monkey's body, there was no explosion as expected. Instead, Stone Spirit Monkey seemed unharmed, showing confusion. It sensed mortal danger from the sword, but remained unscathed. Did Kelvin's attack look strong but do nothing? Driven by bloodlust, Stone Spirit Monkey tried to charge Kelvin, but upon taking a step, it froze. The bloodthirsty glint in its eyes slowly faded, replaced by clarity. Moments later, Stone Spirit Monkey fell limp. That's a sword intent targeting the divine soul directly. Peter's subordinate exclaimed in shock. Techniques aimed at the physical body were many, but those targeting the divine soul were rare. Physical injuries could heal, but a wounded divine soul was almost impossible to restore. Kelvin's secret technique, capable of annihilating an opponent's divine soul, was every cultivator's nightmare. Even Kelvin was surprised by the potency of his sudden enlightenment. His 10,000 swords bowing down utilized not only the sword intent within the sword pill, but also a thread of the nether soul energy from his inner infant. Never expecting the combination of nether soul energy and sword intent to produce such an unpredictable effect, this technique was unique to Kelvin due to the distinct nature of his sword pill and nether infant, making it unreplicatable by others. In the sky, fighting Kia, Peter sensed Kelvin killing Stone Spirit Monkey and his eyes filled with fury. Kelvin, you dare do this? How dare you? Roaring into the sky, Peter forced Kia back, then rushed toward Kelvin like a soaring dragon. Kia, knowing Peter's strength, grew alarmed. Though Kelvin was now mid-stage cave spirit realm, she still worried. She moved to intercept Peter, but the enraged Peter was faster than usual, even she couldn't catch up in time. Looking at the imposing Peter, Kelvin showed no fear. With a defiant smile, he said, "Come on then." Though Kelvin usually avoided conflict, Peter was the true favorite of the Aldo, a top-tier genius. Interacting with such talent aroused Kelvin's combat spirit. He leaped into the air, transforming into a piercing true essence sword, rushing towards the giant dragon in the sky. Today, Kelvin aimed to slay the dragon. Kia stopped, respecting Kelvin's choice. Young strong ones are forged through battle. However, she stayed nearby, ready to rescue Kelvin if needed. The young master Hu Yin has already made his move. Kelvin's story ends here, the Clyde laughed, looking up. Peter was the most talented person the Clyde had ever seen, under the constant tutelage of the Aldo. He doubted Kelvin could win. Saying such things now, isn't it too early? The Dane of Golden Fist Cave replied calmly, confident in Kelvin being the Aldo's descendant. Beyond this identity, the Dane also trusted Kelvin. No one had controlled a cave spirit at initial cave spirit stage, nor subdued one of the 36 caverns at the same stage. Eric watched nervously as the green dragon and enormous sword intent collided in the sky. Though Kelvin was strong, his opponent was formidable. Thus, even Eric, who usually held confidence in Kelvin, now feared for him. Amidst looks of worry, smugness, and confidence from the crowd, the green dragon and sword intent finally met. Hashtag Chapter 520. Azure Dragon Combat Technique. The colossal Azure Dragon roared in the sky as if a mythical divine dragon had come back to life. Kelvin, like an ethereal sword immortal detached from the world, radiated with vibrant sword intent. The space around them began to distort as they clashed. In the next moment, the Azure Dragon and Kelvin's sword intent transformed blade finally collided. When the two met, everything in the universe suddenly came to a standstill, as if time and space had paused at that moment. The audience of Grotto Spirit Realm experts felt their senses slow down by 10,000-fold. This situation lasted only an instant before the collision site erupted into blinding light akin to the sun. Only two Transcendent Realm experts and Chastity could directly observe the piercing light. Other Grotto Spirit Realm experts closed their eyes, not daring to watch the battle between Kelvin and Halston in the sky. Among them, Eric suffered the most. Despite closing his eyes in time, he still felt intense pain in his eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. Eric's mind was filled with frustration, as though a herd of vicuñas were stampeding through it. He merely wanted to observe the battle, not to engage in combat, yet ended up suffering this unintended calamity. He even wondered if he had gone blind, but didn't dare open his eyes for fear of further injury. Buzz. Boom. Accompanied by the blinding light, a deafening sound reverberated through the air, making everyone's eardrums buzz. A surge of energy then erupted violently from the impact point. An energy shield appeared in front of Chastity, blocking the explosive energy waves, though her hair was still blown by the force. The Grotto Spirit Realm experts on the ground hurriedly used their true essence to prevent themselves from being injured by the waves. Eric was hit the hardest. With his eyes still closed, he barely mustered enough true essence to resist when the energy wave approached him. Although he wasn't physically harmed, he was thrown back and fell to the ground. Seeing Eric's miserable state, the experts from Diamond Grotto couldn't help but smirk. They hadn't assisted him because they realized that despite the strength of the energy wave, Eric wouldn't die. At worst, he would suffer severe injuries. It was just right to teach him a lesson so that he wouldn't speak recklessly in the future. After Eric got up, looking at the smirking faces of the Diamond Grotto experts, he felt resentment within. He should have never stubbornly followed Kelvin and should have stayed with the other mirror storms instead. As the blinding light dissipated, the Azure Dragon and the sword intent blade slowly developed cracks before shattering into pieces. Kelvin and Halston were both pushed backward by the burst of energy. One of the priestesses from Calm's Spirit Abbey fought Halston for so long without breaking the Azure Dragon, yet Kelvin managed to break it? A Diamond Grotto expert said in surprise. Didn't expect Kelvin to be so strong, matching Halston evenly, another added. It's not that Kelvin is powerful, rather, they condensed millions of moves into one strike. The Azure Dragon was shattered due to this. The Patriarch of Diamond Grotto, with his keen insight, quickly explained. Everyone present suddenly understood. Kelvin stood silently on the ground, watching Halston in the sky. I didn't expect you to be so strong, but if that's all you've got, you won't escape your inevitable death today, Halston declared, standing midair with hands behind her back. If someone could see behind Halston, they would notice her left hand trembling slightly, with a small wound caused by Kelvin's boundless sword intent. Clearly, in the clash, while appearing evenly matched, Kelvin had the upper hand. Use whatever tricks you have, or you might not get another chance, Kelvin said, stepping lightly, dashing towards the sky, leaving afterimages behind. Azure Dragon Combat Technique, Halston exclaimed, charging at Kelvin as well. She moved like a humanoid azure dragon, attacking Kelvin with claw and leg alike. Upon contact, Kelvin immediately felt tremendous pressure. Halston's attacks were swift and relentless, making him feel as if he were truly facing a real dragon. Fortunately, with the unbreakable body technique, he barely withstood Halston's onslaught. But Kelvin knew the unbreakable body wouldn't last long. The attacks made his body sting slightly, and prolonged exposure would likely breach the technique. How did Halston learn the Azure Dragon combat technique? The Patriarch of Diamond Grotto asked gravely. It seems this Taoist friend has heard of the Azure Dragon combat technique? The Clyde asked, smiling smugly. Legend has it that Brandan observed a statue of an Azure Dragon in a secret place, creating the technique. Every movement and gesture contains the power of the Azure Dragon. They say in his youth, Brandan once used this secret technique to fight a transcendent realm expert with only a half step into the Grotto spirit realm. I heard that mastering the Azure Dragon combat technique is extremely difficult, but Halston learned it. The Patriarch of Diamond Grotto explained. While current martial forces might not fully understand the Azure Dragon combat technique, those contemporaneous with Brandan were thoroughly suppressed by this secret art. It wasn't wrong to say he dominated an era using it. But precisely because it was so powerful, it was incredibly challenging to master, even more so than the unbreakable body technique. To his knowledge, no one else from the Xiuxian family besides Brandan mastered it until now. It seemed Halston had successfully learned it. The Patriarch of Diamond Grotto knew this information because their grotto had ancient records. You know quite a bit, the Clyde commented, eyeing the Patriarch. What the Patriarch said was a secret unknown to the present powers. And just moments ago, the Patriarch pretended to pass by coincidentally, claiming they stopped the others because it went against their Taoist heart. The Clyde mockingly watched the Patriarch, thinking how long he could pretend. However, he didn't expose the Patriarch's true identity since they were also sent by xuanhuan. Not acknowledging it suited the Clyde fine. If real conflict erupted, he could act ruthlessly. Hashtag chapter 521, Dragon Slaughter. The battle between Kelvin and Halston in the sky was growing increasingly intense. Claw shadows and fist shadows interwove, leaving spectators dazzled. Under Halston's relentless assault, Kelvin seemed to have entered a marvelous state. The secret techniques and arts he had learned from the mirror platform continuously flashed through his mind. He had progressed from initially struggling to now being evenly matched with Halston. This isn't right. This isn't the complete Azure Dragon combat technique. According to legend, the complete Azure Dragon combat technique can recreate the power of a dragon. While Halston's attacks are fierce, they don't embody the true power of a dragon. If Halston could display the power of a dragon, Kelvin would have been defeated long ago. He couldn't have lasted this long. The Aryan of Diamond Cave observed the ongoing aerial battle and remarked, Indeed, it's not the complete Azure Dragon combat technique. If it were complete, Kelvin would have been killed immediately upon engagement. The Azure Dragon combat technique used by Master Xiuxian was specially modified by my master. While its power is far less than the complete version, it shouldn't be something Kelvin can counter with his amateur skills. The Clyde did not hide anything as he explained. Observing Halston's prolonged offensive without success, the man's expression that technique. Even though it's just a trace, it's far beyond what Kelvin can handle at this moment. The Aryan of Diamond Cave expressed concern upon seeing the blood mist surrounding Halston. He moved to assist Kelvin, but the Clyde blocked his path. Fellow Taoist, remember, this is a contest between the younger generation, the Clyde said mockingly. Hearing this, the Aryan reluctantly gave up on rescuing Kelvin, only praying silently for Kelvin's safety. If he acted rashly and gave the Clyde a chance to strike, he would be unable to resist. In such a scenario, everyone present, except Kia, would likely be killed. In the sky, Kia sensed the power of Halston's secret technique. She clenched her fists tightly, her true essence energy rapidly circulating. Should anything go wrong, she would act to save Kelvin. Die under my true dragon combat technique, and you may rest in peace. Halston snarled. His form merged with the Crimson Dragon, like an actual dragon descending upon Kelvin. As the Crimson Dragon approached, Kelvin's tightly closed eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing sharp, focused light. Kelvin then slowly raised his hand. It seemed devoid of any energy, as if he had abandoned resistance. Kia felt an urgent need to take the blow for Kelvin, but hesitated upon seeing his confident face. She knew him well. If he chose to do this, there must be a reason. Halston sneered, mocking Kelvin for attempting to block the attack barehanded. Die! The Crimson Dragon slammed into Kelvin's hand. Incredibly, Kelvin stopped Halston's advance with his palm. Incredible! The Clyde exclaimed in shock. While there were secret techniques capable of resisting the Azure Dragon combat technique, none were within Kelvin's reach. Moreover, Kelvin hadn't used any secret techniques. How could he have blocked the attack unharmed? This shattered the Clyde's understanding. Halston was equally stunned, feeling Kelvin's hand as if it combined thousands of secret techniques and moves, radiating a continuous, life-affirming energy that had resisted the dragon power. Indeed, Kelvin had used the Tao intent of eternal life, which, despite the dragon power's immense strength, overshadowed everything. Kelvin cultivated the Tao of eternal life, combining countless moves and techniques in a moment of enlightenment, allowing him to defeat Halston smoothly. What kind of secret technique is this? To withstand my Azure Dragon combat technique? Halston asked, visibly shaken. My secret technique is called Dragon Slaughter. Kelvin smiled and replied. Seeing his expression, Halston felt a sense of dread and quickly tried to retreat. But Kelvin wouldn't allow Halston to back off easily. He unleashed a barrage of punches, sending Halston crashing to the ground. Chapter 522, Life Redemption. The situation in the sky between Kelvin and Cohen changed abruptly. By the time everyone realized, the heavily injured Cohen had already plummeted from the sky. Shirley's eyes were filled with admiration upon seeing Kelvin defeat Cohen. Although Shirley knew that Kelvin was powerful, she never expected him to be able to beat Cohen. Given Cohen's strength, she thought Kelvin could at most match him evenly. Upon reflection, since the day she met Kelvin, he had created countless miracles, so she finally accepted this outcome. Eric was nearly grinning from ear to ear when he saw Kelvin win. Lord Phelan is mighty, upholding the name of Godfrey. Eric shouted towards Kelvin. Innes also smiled. Initially, Kelvin subdued the Vajra cave through the Heaven Cavern spirit, and as an out-scenery realm expert, the Patriarch felt some discomfort. However, now, any resentment in his heart had dissipated. Even though Cohen used a simplified version of the Azure Dragon combat technique, it was still not easily bearable by ordinary people. Kelvin could defeat Aldo's beloved descendant, which made the Patriarch faintly believe that a new legend was rising. Perhaps following Kelvin would allow the Vajra cave to regain its ancestors' glory. Kelvin ignored the cheers around him and slowly descended. He looked at Cohen expressionlessly, lost in thought. Kelvin, you've already killed the stone spirit monkey. Are you going to Seeing this, the Clyde's expression changed drastically, and he was about to stop Kelvin. But the Rudy blocked him. Get out of my way. The Clyde roared, his aura erupting like a true dragon. However, the Patriarch would not let him through. They engaged in battle instantly. To prevent affecting Kelvin, the Patriarch directly cast Heaven-Earth Lock, enveloping himself and the Clyde inside. The remaining cave spirit realm experts began their own battles amid flying energies. Cohen, already severely injured by Kelvin, fought more fiercely now. Despite barely holding on, he wouldn't last long against Kelvin. Kelvin, must you go this far? Cohen's eyes flickered. Cohen did not wish for a fight to the death with Kelvin. You allowed beasts to ravage and kill innocents. If not punished, how can heaven tolerate it? Kelvin's actions grew faster as he spoke. Cohen narrowly survived several times. Kelvin, think carefully. We both represent significant forces. If you kill me, even if someone behind you can withstand the Aldo's anger, what about others, like your friends? Cohen attempted to intimidate Kelvin, but Kelvin only grew fiercer. Seeing this, Cohen's eyes flashed with rage. He knew they had reached a point of no return, but he was an easy prey. He aimed to make Kelvin understand that killing Aldo's descendant required readiness for mutual destruction. His eyes glowed green as I, slightly annoyed. It seems you didn't fully understand what that out-scenery realm expert told you. Kelvin shook his head. Hearing this, Eric recalled the Patriarch's words, your mouth runs too much. Young men should focus more on cultivating their hearts. Eric fell into thought again, searching for the deeper meaning. Meanwhile, Kelvin and Shirley started reviewing the gains from their journey. Chapter 523, Crystal Heart. While Kelvin and Kia happily counted their gains from the journey, the Clyde brought the heavily wounded Halston to a hidden cave unknown to anyone. This cave was Halston's temporary residence during this period. Since Halston needed to find a village and had Lucas with him, it wasn't convenient for him to stay in the city. However, although Halston's temporary dwelling looked shabby from the outside, the inside was a different world. The entire cave was illuminated by night pearls the size of fists. Halston's bed was also covered with high-quality fox demon pelts. Such pelts were not only soft but also warm in winter and cool in summer. In the middle of the cave stood a stone table, laden with spiritual fruits and nectar. Clearly, Halston was an individual who knew how to enjoy life. Damn Kelvin. One day I will kill him myself. Sitting at the stone table, Halston said angrily. Please calm down, young master, the Clyde said worriedly as he threw Lucas's body on the ground. Lucas was killed by Kelvin. We should think about how to explain this to the master. With Lucas dead, considering Connor's favor towards Halston, the punishment would be no more than a severe scolding. But the Clyde feared worse fate for himself. Even if he wouldn't be imprisoned in the Xiuxian family's penitentiary, his divine soul would likely endure great torment. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, you'll be fine, Halston calmly replied, glancing at the Clyde. He understood the man's concerns, but they didn't matter to him. Exempting the Clyde from punishment required just a word from Halston. Thank you, Master Xiuxian. From now on, my life belongs to you, the Clyde thanked. The Clyde heaved a sigh of relief. The methods of punishment employed by Connor still sent chills down his spine. What do we do next, Master Xiuxian? Should we return home first? The Clyde asked. Their mission had been to cultivate Lucas, but now Lucas was dead, and Halston had been severely injured by Kelvin. Although they managed to escape, given Kelvin's nature, they would likely be targeted once they appeared again. Thinking of Kelvin made Halston's eyes blaze with anger. After suppressing his fury, he took a deep breath and said, No, Lucas was destined to die sooner or later. While it lacks some refinement, it's not a significant issue. Halston approached Lucas's corpse, his fingers turning into claws that pierced the heart region effortlessly. Despite its iron-hard exterior, under Halston's grip, Lucas was as fragile as tofu. Though Lucas's defenses were greatly diminished post-mortem, such action remained beyond ordinary capabilities. When Halston withdrew his hand, a crystal-like object was in his palm. The crystalline heart of Lucas, a treasure sought after by countless cultivators, especially those in the cave spirit realm. Absorbing this crystalline heart could equate decades of arduous cultivation for a cave spirit realm expert, significantly boosting their prowess. So this is the crystalline heart of Lucas, the Clyde marveled, seeing it for the first time. We killed so many commoners while traveling with Lucas just for this thing, Halston said with a hint of pride in his eyes. I will protect you, Master Xiuxian. Please absorb it soon and show Kelvin that the Xiuxian family isn't to be trifled with, the Clyde urged. Humph, Kelvin, Halston sneered. If you hadn't taken me away, a true fight might have revealed another outcome. Earlier, Halston planned to use his ultimate trump card against Kelvin. Fortunately, the Clyde stopped him. If he had used it, while he might have killed Kelvin, it would have come at a heavy cost, disrupting future plans. You're right, Master Xiuxian, the Clyde responded, though internally, he doubted Halston's prowess against Kelvin. Expressing any doubt, however, would lead to trouble in the future. This crystalline heart, condensed from Lucas's essence, is not meant for absorption, Halston said, stabilizing his emotions. Everyone knows Lucas's crystalline heart is a supreme treasure. Absorbing its power can replace decades of hard cultivation for cave spirit experts. Especially for peak cave spirit masters, absorbing it has a high chance of breaking through the scenario realm barrier. Could there be other uses for this crystalline heart? A puzzled expression crossed the Clyde's face. He believed himself well informed on many secrets, yet had never heard of other uses for the crystalline heart. Have you heard of Jerry from ancient times? Halston countered instead of answering directly. Jerry? The Clyde pondered for a moment before replying. You mean the one who leaped from the cave spirit realm to the scenario realm overnight? Exactly him, Halston confirmed. Upon hearing this, the Clyde's confusion deepened. How did they transition from discussing Lucas's crystalline heart to mentioning Jerry? Could Jerry have used the crystalline heart to advance from the initial cave spirit stage to scenario realm in one leap? The thought quickly dissipated, as even if Lucas hearts were rare, their effect was limited to several decades of cultivation, nowhere near enough to achieve such an immense jump. While the crystalline heart has powerful effects, it shouldn't be able to elevate someone across multiple realms instantly, the Clyde suggested. You're correct. By itself, the crystalline heart cannot achieve this feat, Halston agreed. It's rumored that Jerry achieved his rapid breakthrough thanks to an array diagram bestowed by a mysterious place. The power of the crystalline heart, combined with the array diagram, propelled him from the initial cave spirit stage all the way to the scenario realm. Understanding dawned on the Clyde after hearing Halston's explanation. Translation notes. Names like Halston and Jerry are kept in pinyin format to preserve original Chinese names accurately, maintained original paragraph structure and narrative style to ensure consistency with previous content. Ensured translation remains fluent and coherent, preserving the storyline logic. Chapter 524, Array Diagram. Is this array really so heaven-defying? The Clyde expressed his astonishment. As an accomplished practitioner at the exit scenery realm, he well understood how difficult it was to advance directly from the initial stage of cavern spirit to the exit scenery realm. It wasn't just a matter of spiritual power. Comprehending the Tao alone was not simple. Could an array combined with a crystal heart truly achieve this level? The Clyde found it hard to believe. Of course, relying solely on the array and the crystal heart isn't enough. When Jerry advanced directly from the initial stage of cavern spirit to exit scenery, he sacrificed an entire region's populace. Jerry used these people as stepping stones, leveraging the crystal heart to understand the great Tao, thus achieving success, Matthew explained. The Clyde felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Matthew's words. To use an entire region's population as a medium, such audacity was indeed shocking. Could it be that young Master Huayan is also planning? The Clyde asked, sensing something ominous. Indeed. Throughout history, winners are kings, losers are bandits. And once I become a powerhouse at the exit scenery realm, the world will never forget their contributions, Matthew stated decisively. Although we already have the crystal heart, where can we find the diagram for the array? After all, time has passed and circumstances have changed. Even if we obtain information about the array diagram, things might have drastically changed, the Clyde said regretfully. The ancestor has already helped me locate the diagram, Matthew replied, pulling out an ancient sheepskin scroll from his pocket. The Clyde's eyes lit up when he saw the scroll in Matthew's hand. It would be excellent if Matthew could enhance his cultivation sooner. If he successfully advanced to the exit scenery realm, the Clyde's mission to protect him would be complete, and Grand Derivative Aldo would surely bestow countless rewards. At the same time, the Clyde realized why the Emperor had sent Kelvin to Dingzhou. Although Emperor Dagon's rule was weakening, his intelligence network remained robust. Grand Derivative Aldo's favorite descendant had been raising stone spirit monkey. Follow me to a few places to set up the array. Some critical materials need collecting. Yes, at your command. The Clyde looked forward to Grand Derivative Aldo's generous rewards. Meanwhile, Kelvin knew nothing of Matthew's secret plot. After checking Matthew's items, Kelvin handed Kia the required supplies. After long-term cooperation, Kelvin and Kia had developed a deep friendship, so there was no need for formalities. The demon extermination task is done. What are your next plans? Return to the capital or stay in Dingzhou? Kia asked, looking at Kelvin. Since we're here, exterminating demons is only part of the job. Matthew, the chief culprit, is still alive. If we let him go, he'll likely wreak havoc elsewhere. Besides, those from the capital want to use Grand Derivative Aldo's descendants against me. There's more to this than demon extermination. Let's see. Kelvin looked deeply at Dingzhou City. This journey left a profound impression on Kelvin. Corruption in Dingzhou's officials was severe. He couldn't believe they weren't profiting from it. Kelvin decided to stay and clean up the officialdom, bringing justice to the citizens. Initially, it was just for purple factors, but growing up under the red flag, he couldn't stand by seeing suffering. So, regardless of the reasons, he decided to take action. How do you plan to proceed? Kia knew Kelvin wouldn't leave easily. This was the Kelvin he recognized. Someone who cared about civilian suffering despite his casual demeanor. First, let's visit the city governor of Dingzhou. Kia nodded without a word. Then, the three headed towards Dingzhou City. Though the small village was remote, news of Kelvin's demon extermination spread rapidly. Governor Calvin of Dingzhou had dispatched men to follow Kelvin and report progress. Upon learning that Kelvin had killed the stone spirit monkey, these informants relayed the news back to Dingzhou. Calvin felt astonished. He hadn't expected Kelvin to actually succeed, and most surprisingly, he injured Matthew badly. However, Matthew managed to escape. Calvin felt somewhat disappointed. He had hoped they'd kill each other. Did Matthew change? After meeting Matthew several times, Calvin knew that Matthew wouldn't just let Kelvin off after killing the stone spirit monkey. Plus, given Kelvin's actions in Yuzhou, he shouldn't have spared Matthew. After much thought, Calvin gave up trying to figure it out. Hashtag chapter 525. Reactions from all sides. The news of Kelvin killing the stone spirit monkey and almost slaying Dempsey spread like wildfire in all directions. Terry, far away in Yuzhou, so, Beryl could only silently await news from Dingzhou each day. Fortunately, Kelvin indeed killed the stone spirit monkey and nearly killed Dempsey. Kelvin, I look forward to your brilliance when you ascend to the scenic realm or even higher. Beryl mused, gazing towards Dingzhou. Apart from Beryl and Terry, the happiest people were undoubtedly the citizens of Yuzhou and Dingzhou. The residents of Yuzhou were already deeply impressed by Kelvin's actions. Upon learning of his great deeds in Dingzhou, every household decorated their homes joyfully. Especially in Dingzhou, where fear had ruled lately, preventing people from venturing out at night for fear of demonic attacks, Kelvin's victory was a tremendous relief. Thus, a steady stream of thought energy converged into Kelvin's mind, forming purple factors. Unfortunately, the distance between Yuzhou and Dingzhou limited the amount of thought energy Kelvin could receive. Otherwise, the influx would have been much more significant. Contrary to the jubilation of Dingzhou's residents, the nobles in the capital were distraught upon hearing the news. How did this happen? When did Kelvin become so strong? Even the descendant of the great evolution true monarch couldn't match Kelvin. Is there really no one who can handle him? A court minister, hearing the news, felt disheartened. Ever since Kelvin came to the capital, they had tried many methods to deal with him. First, they sent him to Yuzhou, but Kelvin wiped out everything there. Then they sent him to confront the true monarch's descendant in Dingzhou, yet Kelvin nearly killed the latter. To them, Kelvin seemed like a jinx. Since Kelvin arrived, nothing went smoothly. Every supposedly foolproof plan encountered unexpected twists. Isn't Kelvin too extraordinary? He was just at the early stage of the Unity Realm when he left the capital, and now he can contend with a true monarch's descendant. Another court minister said, disbelief evident in his voice. Do you think Kia might have helped Kelvin, leading to Dempsey's defeat? A noble speculated hesitantly. It's very likely. Though Dempsey is a true monarch's descendant, Kia is also the goddess of the Tranquility Hall. If we talk about background, the Tranquility Hall is no less than the great evolution true monarch. Moreover, Kia is an extraordinary genius, capable of winning against Dempsey. The noble's words made sense to everyone present. Without Kia's intervention, they couldn't fathom how Kelvin could win. Even a world-class genius couldn't possibly advance from the early stage of Unity Realm to match a true monarch's descendant in such a short time. No, we need to consult Pavilion Ferguson to come up with a strategy. If Kia is so powerful, she cannot continue following Kelvin. Otherwise, our plans will never succeed. Following this suggestion, the ministers and nobles got up and rushed towards Pavilion Ferguson's residence. Meanwhile, Pavilion Ferguson had also received the news. Seated in the living room, he kept silent, lost in thought. After a while, the ministers and nobles entered the hall. Pavilion Ferguson, have you heard the news from Dingzhou? A court minister asked after bowing respectfully. What do you think about this? Pavilion Ferguson nodded and looked around before asking. The minister pondered for a moment and relayed their speculation. You have a point, Pavilion Ferguson responded. However, Kia represents the Tranquility Hall in her every action. Do you think she'd risk offending a contemporary true monarch for Kelvin? Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Earlier, they had been captivated by Dempsey's near defeat. In their minds, only Kia had the strength to achieve this, overshadowing her role as a representative of the Tranquility Hall. They knew Kia well enough to understand she wasn't impulsive or someone who disregarded the Tranquility Hall's interests. With this reminder, they concluded that it couldn't be Kia who dealt Dempsey a severe blow. If not Kia, then there was only one explanation. Kelvin must have reached such a monstrous level of strength. This realization struck fear into their hearts. What if Kelvin advanced further, reaching the scenic realm or beyond? Would he seek revenge? Chapter 526, Heaven and Earth in Turmoil? The thought that Kelvin could actually defeat Xuanhuan sent shivers down their spines. If Kelvin truly reached the pinnacle, given his character, he would certainly seek revenge. Could they really withstand Kelvin's retribution? The answer was a resounding no. Lord, if Kelvin really defeated Xuanhuan, what are we to do? An anxious minister spoke up. Yes, Lord, with Kelvin's nature, he dared to challenge a high-ranking official when weak. Imagine how he'll react now that he's powerful. He won't let us off easily, added a nobleman. Indeed, Lord, after we transferred him to Yuzhou and now Dingzhou, he must have suspected it was our doing. If he returns to the capital, he won't settle for less, another nobleman agreed grimly. Suddenly, the entire mansion turned chaotic as everyone hoped the Lord could provide a solution against Kelvin. Quiet. You're acting like children over this trivial matter. Where is your decorum? The Lord scolded the nobleman of the capital. Upon hearing the Lord's words, the previously bustling hall fell into silence. It's because Kelvin is terrifying, causing fear among us, a nobleman muttered softly. Though his voice was low, it was still heard amidst the silent hall by the Lord, who gave him a stern glance, making him shrink back immediately. Kelvin's power is indeed monstrous, but do you think he can defeat Xuanhuan within such a short time? The Lord remarked coolly. What do you mean, Lord? Asked the confused minister. Earlier, the Lord had said Kia wouldn't risk the Anshanjai. So why now did he seem to believe Kelvin couldn't defeat Xuanhuan? Could someone else have intervened? That seemed highly unlikely. With a true immortal backing Xuanhuan, who would dare defy the true immortal for Kelvin's sake? It didn't make sense. Not only was this official confused, but everyone present showed puzzled expressions. Humph. The Lord seemed quite dissatisfied with their reactions and coldly snorted, saying, Don't forget, Kelvin is the keeper of the mirror platform. The mirror platform's treasure vault contains rarities from all over the world. And as for our Jackson, although he seems uninvolved in anything, how could he just stand by and watch Kelvin face death? Upon hearing the Lord's explanation, everyone in the room looked enlightened. They also recalled Erek's hurried departure towards Dingzhou. It appeared that at that time, Erek had been carrying treasures given by Jackson to Kelvin. Perhaps Kelvin had managed to severely injure and drive back Xuanhuan using these items. So, Kelvin didn't defeat Xuanhuan with his own strength. An official spoke up. Lord, you are wise. If Kelvin had nearly killed Xuanhuan on his own merits, how could he Xuanhuan using his own strength? The minister noted. Brilliant, Lord. If Kelvin nearly killed Xuanhuan with his own might, how could he not have stopped him? Even with severe injuries, Xuanhuan has trump cards bestowed by the true immortal. It's not impossible for him to turn things around. So I believe Xuanhuan fled because he was intimidated by something Kelvin possessed, a nobleman added. He will surely return once healed and better prepared, unable to endure the humiliation of almost being killed by Kelvin. With speculation deepening, fear, unease, and despondency vanished from their faces, replaced by gradually restored confidence. Meanwhile, at Jackson's palace, Jackson lay under a tree, basking in the sunlight. Upon hearing news from his steward, a smile crept across his serious face. How impressive, brat, achieving so much already, but it's still not enough. The great upheaval looms near, where even realm transcenders may not escape unscathed. You need to work harder. Jackson gazed deeply towards Dingzhou, murmuring to himself. Unaware of these discussions or Jackson's reflections, Kelvin stood at Dingzhou's gate, watching people come and go. Dingzhou differed greatly from Yuzhou when Kelvin arrived. The bustling city exuded happiness, showing the content lives of its citizens, lives undoubtedly more blissful than those in Yuzhou were it not for earned him more respect and admiration from the people of Dingzhou. Chapter 527. Excellent reputation. Kelvin's voice thundered in the ears of every citizen of Dingzhou City. The citizens of Dingzhou knew what Kelvin had done in Yuzhou, and they were all excitedly shouting. Even more powerful mental energy was gathering towards Kelvin's mind. In just a moment, many purple factors coalesced in Kelvin's brain. Kelvin thought about whether to chat a little longer with these citizens of Dingzhou. However, at this moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Administrator Phelan has worked hard exorcising demons. The City Lord specifically ordered me to invite Administrator Phelan into the City Lord's residence. The City Lord has already prepared a celebration banquet for Administrator Phelan. Please let us through, so that Administrator Phelan can enter the city. The City Lord's guards shouted loudly behind the crowd. Upon hearing this, the citizens surrounding Kelvin hurriedly stepped back. Look at my scatterbrain. I was too excited and actually blocked Administrator Phelan outside the city gates. Yes, Administrator Phelan, you should hurry into the city. Indeed, the City Lord has already prepared the banquet for Administrator Phelan. It wouldn't be good if you were late. The citizens of Dingzhou City made way while speaking. With the interruption by the City Lord's guard, much less mental energy was converging on Kelvin from the citizens. Perhaps by now the whole city of Dingzhou would have become his playground. Zhang sighed helplessly. I think Jean was concerned for your life, not the lives of the citizens of Dingzhou. Eric sneered sarcastically. May I ask which official this is? Zhang asked calmly without taking offense. Mirror platform, Eric? Ren replied nonchalantly. So this is the mirror platform's Lord Ren. I've heard the officials of the mirror platform fearlessly combat evil. I didn't believe it before, but seeing Administrator Phelan and Lord Ren today, I do. Zhang mused aloud. I differ from the mirror platform officers. While I don't fear death, I bear the responsibility of an entire region. How can I speak lightly of life and death? Ren wanted to say something else but was stopped by Kelvin. There was no point arguing here with Zhang. Have I heard correctly? The City Lord has prepared a feast in my honor? Kelvin asked. Oh, indeed. Please come inside quickly. Zhang hurriedly led everyone into the City Lord's mansion. Inside the main hall, a large table filled with characteristic Dingzhou delicacies awaited them. Everyone took their seats. Administrator Phelan, Immortal you, Lord Run, try our special Dingzhou fish. Zhang pointed at the fish in the middle of the table. They say Dingzhou's fish are extremely fresh and fatty but very expensive. One table full of food like this isn't cheap either. Kelvin smiled as he looked at the table loaded with dishes. What do you mean, Administrator Phelan? Without even considering your long journey, just for removing a menace for our citizens. Not to mention this small feast. If there's anything valuable Administrator Phelan wants, I will try my best. Zhang said sincerely. I appreciate Jin's intention. But how much could such a meal sustain ordinary citizens? I am embarrassed to accept it. Perhaps it should be withdrawn? Kelvin hinted. Zhang, who had risen from commoner to city lord, understood what Kelvin meant. Don't worry, Administrator Phelan. I too came from nothing. I understand the difficulties of common folk. Why would I oppress them? Also, the situation in Dingzhou differs from other places. The citizens here live abundantly. If you don't believe me, feel free to stroll around after dinner. Kelvin remained silent upon hearing Zhang's words. After a satisfying meal, Kelvin and his companions left the city lord's residence. They purposely concealed their identities as they wandered the streets of Dingzhou City. Vendors enthusiastically greeted them. The city seemed busier than even the capital. Did we misjudge him? Is Jean of Dingzhou City truly a benevolent official? His obstruction was out of consideration for the people of Dingzhou? Watching the bustling citizens, Ren expressed doubt. No matter how Zhang concealed it, he couldn't make every citizen smile genuinely. That was Ren's basis for self-doubt. It's too early to conclude. Since we've come all this way, let's explore more. After finishing the sentence, Kelvin and his companions continued wandering around the city. When they turned a corner, a shadow suddenly appeared. Who's there? Eric said warily. Seeing the person's face, Ren exhaled in relief. Caitlin, why do you always appear like a ghost? Ren said irritably. Caitlin chuckled at Ren and turned to Kelvin. Administrator Phelan, I investigated as you instructed. What were the results? Kelvin asked casually. Every city in Dingzhou thrives, and the people have a very good opinion of their officials. Chapter 527. Excellent reputation. Kelvin's voice thundered in the ears of every resident in Dingzhou City. The residents of Dingzhou City were all aware of what Kelvin had done in Yuzhou, and they became excited, shouting loudly. Even more powerful waves of thought poured into Kelvin's mind. In just a short while, many purple elements gathered in Kelvin's mind. Kelvin pondered whether he should chat a bit more with these residents of Dingzhou. However, at that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Master Phelan, you've worked hard getting rid of those demons. The mayor sped kind. Who could say which one was harder? Mayor Zhang working tirelessly to prevent me or myself. Kelvin laughed along. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, there wasn't a hint of embarrassment on Kelvin's face. Master Phelan, there's something you might not know. We local officials are not like those in the capital. When serving locally, we have to consider various forces. And Dempsey is a descendant of xuanhuan, someone I cannot provoke easily. He's quite unprincipled, and if I hadn't agreed to stop Master Phelan, Dingzhou City might have become his playground by now. Calvin sighed, somewhat helplessly. I think Mayor Zhang was concerned more about your own life than that of Dingzhou City. Eric sneered after hearing Calvin's words. Do I know who this noble person is? Calvin did not take offense at Eric's words, but instead questioned. Godfrey, Eric? Eric responded indifferently. So, it's Governor Ren from Godfrey. I've heard that everyone in Godfrey faces dangers fearlessly, though I didn't believe it when I first heard it. Now, seeing Master Phelan and Governor Ren, I truly believe it. Calvin remarked, I am different from those in Godfrey. Although I don't fear death, I bear the responsibility of a whole region. How can I speak lightly of life and death? Eric wanted to say more but was stopped. Those from nothing and understand the plight of common folk. How could I oppress them? Our situation in Dingzhou differs from other places. The people here live well. If Master Phelan does not believe me, after the meal, you can walk around freely. Hearing Calvin's words, Kelvin said no more. After a hearty meal, Kelvin and his group left the mayoral mansion. Kelvin and others hid their identities as they wandered through the streets of Dingzhou City. Merchants enthusiastically welcomed them, bustling busily even more so than the capital. Could it be we misunderstood him? Is Mayor Zhang of Dingzhou City really a good official? His actions were all considering the welfare of the citizens of Dingzhou City? Watching the busy crowd, Eric felt skeptical. No matter how Calvin disguised himself, it would be impossible for every citizen to appear genuinely happy. This caused Eric's self-doubt. It's too early to judge now. Since we've come all the way to Dingzhou City, let's explore more. Saying that, Kelvin and the others strolled around Dingzhou City. When they reached a corner, a figure suddenly appeared. Who? Eric alerted. Seeing the person's face, Eric relaxed. Caitlin, why are you always so stealthy? Eric grumbled. Caitlin grinned at Eric, then turned to Kelvin. Master Phelan, I have investigated what you asked. What were the results? Kelvin casually asked. Eric asked perplexedly. Did Sir Phelan also believe that all the officials in Dingzhou were good officials devoted to the people? If that were true, it would indeed be a blessing for the people of Dingzhou. Thinking of this, Eric recalled a piece of information. According to confidential reports from the Mirror platform, the Emperor had repeatedly transferred Dingzhou officials either to other states or to the capital for promotions. However, these transfers were rejected by Dingzhou's officials. Once, due to these Dingzhou officials' refusal to heed summonses, the Emperor was enraged and sent men to apprehend them. But ultimately, the civilians spontaneously blocked the city gates, preventing action against the officials. Thus, these men returned to the capital, reporting the incident back to the Emperor. Ultimately, this matter remained unresolved. Eric informed Kelvin about this piece of news, deepening Kelvin's gaze upon hearing it. Although these Dingzhou officials are like stubborn tenants entrenched in Dingzhou, being able to bring benefits to the people isn't a bad thing. Hearing Eric's words, Caitlin developed respect for these officials. Most officials exploit the people to seek personal gains, causing widespread hardship among the populace. Yet the officials of Dingzhou not only don't exploit the people, but make their lives more prosperous. Throughout the vast history of the Dagon dynasty, Dingzhou Stan will be paying quite a bit. Caitlin joked, looking at the table laden with dishes. No wonder Caitlin thought so. If this meal was in the capital or Yuzhou, it would probably equal the living expenses of an average family for 3 or 4 years. Today, I'm in a good mood. Caitlin, enjoy yourself. If it's not enough, we can order more. Eric spoke generously. Kelvin laughed, glancing around the diners. These diners' tables were also laden with luxurious meals. Noticing this, Caitlin and Eric sighed. The citizens of Dingzhou City must truly be wealthy, indulging themselves like this. Eat quickly. Kelvin chuckled. After feasting heartily, Eric went to settle the bill. When he came back, his face wore a disbelieving expression. Kelvin and Asia saw Eric's expression and nodded knowingly. Lord Run, it's just a meal. Don't worry, we'll tighten our belts and save up. And following Sir Phelan, we'll earn bonuses from the Mirror platform. Caitlin reassured him, feeling a bit guilty. Earlier, the signature dishes of the restaurant were too delicious, and Caitlin ordered 2 more. Knowing this now, he planned to give some of his savings to Eric upon returning. You're talking nonsense? Eric looked at Caitlin incomprehensively. He then turned to Kelvin. Sir Phelan, guess how much this meal cost me? Kelvin watched Eric and smiled without speaking. Lord Ren, you offered to treat us. You wouldn't let Sir Phelan reimburse you, right? Caitlin eyed Eric suspiciously. Spare me. Who said anything about reimbursement? This entire table of dishes only cost me 10 taels of silver. If this meal were in the capital or Yuzhou, it would be 10 times more expensive. Eric couldn't still believe the price. Caitlin froze in shock, wondering if Eric was traumatized by spending too much. While Asia and Kelvin exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. As the saying goes, abnormal occurrences must have a cause. Just calculating the material costs for this meal would amount to 5 taels of silver. Add labor costs, rent, and other miscellaneous fees. There should have been no profit. Yet, such a bizarre phenomenon actually happened. Chapter 529. The Cloth Store Owner. This city of Dingzhou feels off, or rather, the entire region of Dingzhou seems wrong. Kia said with a grave expression. Kelvin also nodded solemnly in agreement. Kelvin and Kia rushed from Yuzhou to Dingzhou without stopping even when they encountered cities. Thus, they did not understand the pricing levels within Dingzhou cities. However, just by observing the scene in Dingzhou City, it was clear that other counties under Dingzhou likely had similar conditions. If this was the case everywhere, these citizens would barely earn anything. How are they surviving? Furthermore, in Yuzhou City, everyone's faces beamed with genuine happiness. Happiness that couldn't be faked, especially not in front of someone as perceptive as Kelvin and Kia. Immersed in the low prices of Dingzhou City, Eric and Kia, upon hearing Kelvin's words, realized something was indeed amiss. Both being part of the mirror platform, their instincts were sharp. They might have been distracted by the prices initially, but given more time, they too would have sensed something was wrong. Boy, Eric called out loudly. I'm here, sir. What can I do for you? The waiter came over and politely asked. Is it common for the taverns in Dingzhou City to be always full? We searched through many places before finding one with just enough seats, Eric asked curiously. Sure is. Sir, don't think I'm exaggerating, but the taverns in Dingzhou are packed every day. You all are quite lucky. If you arrived any later, we might not have had seats available. The waiter replied proudly. Don't you find it exhausting to be so busy all the time? Eric pressed on. Tiring? It's okay, mainly fulfilling. And only by working hard can one get promoted to headwaiter. The waiter's eyes shone with longing, as if becoming a headwaiter was a significant position. So, with such a fulfilling life, how much does the tavern owner pay you? Eric continued. I've only worked here for a year, so my salary is relatively low, 5 copper coins a year. The waiter showed no sign of dissatisfaction. Behavior was highly unusual. If the boss indeed faced serious issues at home, he would probably have closed the shop and returned home to handle things. Yet, he remained open, suggesting either the matters weren't severe or were already resolved. Since it was resolved, opening the store should aim for profit, not display such a gloomy expression when customers arrive. Hearing this, the boss' eyes showed surprise and he replied, Sir, you don't seem to be from Dingzhou. Eric was puzzled why the owner would ask that. The Qian dynasty had a long history and numerous cultivators, leading to frequent interregional exchanges, making it hard to identify someone's origin by speech alone. Given this, why did the boss correctly guess Eric wasn't from Dingzhou? Indeed, boss, we're not from Dingzhou. We're from the capital, Eric said. Upon hearing Eric mention the capital and recalling Kelvin's recent arrival, the owner paused. You're mirror platform members? He asked hesitantly. That's right. That gentleman is our mirror platform director, Mr. Kelvin. Eric pointed to Kelvin, who revealed his true face and smiled. Now can you trust us to help you? Eric asked with a grin. Seeing Kelvin's real face, the owner changed color, having recognized Kelvin from his earlier visit. Apologies, Sir Phelan. I feel unwell today. We're closing early. Without waiting for a response, the owner pushed them out and slammed them and walked towards the backyard. Meanwhile, Kelvin and his companions found a residence, rented it, and used it as their temporary base. Kelvin's head steward, Zyra, was currently assisting in guarding the Vajra cave. Having lost this dedicated steward who attended to everything attentively, Kelvin felt somewhat out of place for a time. After all, Kia was a goddess from the Anshan shrine, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask her to handle such matters. Eric and Caitlin were both too rough and careless, always forgetting one thing or another. Thus, Kelvin had to take care of some things personally. After everything was settled, Kelvin and Kia sat in the courtyard basking in the sun. The affairs in Dingzhou all seem off. What do you think? Kia turned to look at Kelvin and asked. From the prices in Dingzhou City, the wages paid by bosses to workers, to today's encounter with the fabric shop owner, everything seemed amiss. As the saying goes, where there's an anomaly, there must be something strange. I don't believe this situation in Dingzhou is simple, Kelvin remarked while enjoying the sunshine. When we were in Yuzhou, you said anyone with grievances could come to you for justice. At first, although the people of Yuzhou felt fear, their eyes held unhidden hope. Today when entering the city, I observed that when you made that statement, the citizens of Dingzhou only showed joy welcoming you but did not exhibit any other expressions. Kia pointed out. Yes, it seems as if everyone in Dingzhou City is living happily. But where there is light, there must be shadows. Where in this world does a paradise like Shangri-La exist? Kelvin stretched out his arms, palms upward, casting a shadow over his face. Human nature tends toward conflict, and this harmonious situation certainly doesn't align with reason. And when we visited the fabric store today, the entire shop was empty except for him. Also, since you already revealed your identity, logically speaking, if he had grievances, he should have told you long ago. Kia nodded in agreement. Since the fabric shop owner didn't give us a reason, it can only mean that whatever is behind this involves a wide-reaching conspiracy. So, next, we still need to find a breakthrough from the fabric shop owner, Kelvin said. During the day, with many people around, we cannot act. So, you want to secretly visit the fabric store at night? Kia guessed correctly. Indeed, aside from the crowd during the day, I sensed faintly that the fabric shop owner has cultivation abilities. And he's a transcendent mirror expert. Why would a mere fabric store owner possess such cultivation? There must be something odd about this, Kelvin asserted. Night fell, and Kelvin and Kia turned into two shadows, swiftly moving toward the fabric store. Unlike the bustling scene during the day, the night in Dingzhou was eerily quiet, as if no one lived there. The streets were deserted, making it easier for Kelvin and Kia to move around. As top-notch cave spirits, they arrived at the fabric store in no time. The store's door was tightly shut, with no candlelight inside. Kelvin and Kia leaped up and flew into the yard. It was unusually quiet, and they couldn't even hear anyone breathing. They immediately sensed something was wrong and searched each room separately but found no sign of the owner. It looks like the owner is no longer here. Kelvin scanned the empty room. Although there are no signs of struggle, the fabric store owner probably didn't leave of his own accord. Kia remarked. Indeed, if the fabric store owner wanted to leave, he wouldn't wait until today. Kelvin agreed. Both realized the same fact. With no traces of a struggle and the fabric store owner not having fled on his own, there was only one conclusion. The fabric store owner had been taken away. And the person who took him must be someone the fabric store owner could not resist. In the whole of Dingzhou, the only one with that capability was likely Dingzhou's city lord Calvin. Shall we investigate? Kia suggested. Good, let's see what kind of game this city lord is playing. With that, Kelvin and Kia sped towards the city lord's manor. At this moment, deep within the city lord's manor, in a secret chamber comparable to a soccer field in size, lights shone brightly. Sitting inside were bosses and proprietors from various industries in Yuzhou. In the center, bound in 5 different The ironworks boss wasted no words. With a wave of his hand, a searing flame enveloped Actong air. Clearly, it was the strength of a peak cave spirit. Under the intense flame, Actong air turned to ashes in less than a second. Those present watched this scene without a flicker of emotion. Hashtag Chapter 531. Night raid on the City Lord's Manor. Below the City Lord's Manor in Dingzhou, lights shone brightly as proprietors from various industries sat in a secret chamber beneath the manor. Neither the peak spirit cavern realm aura exuding from the blacksmith shop owner, nor the burning of the fabric store by its boss caused any change in their expressions. These people seemed to have seen death and life too many times. They didn't look like ordinary business owners at all. Even though Actong Air is dead, Kelvin is still in Dingzhou, like a hidden time bomb. At any moment, he might notice some clues. The head of the brothel in Dingzhou said casually, "That's true. We can't let Kelvin stay in Dingzhou any longer. The people from Mirror Platform are skilled in tracking, and Kelvin, being the mirror master of Mirror Platform, is no exception. I don't want years of planning to be ruined because of Kelvin." The blacksmith shop owner agreed. To these people, Kelvin was like a sharp blade hanging over their heads, ready to fall and pierce into their brains at any moment. Why not just kill this kid directly? We have so many experts in Dingzhou. Although he is strong in the spirit cavern realm, if we all attack him together, even stronger individuals will be killed. Moreover, Sullivan and Boss Actong are both visionary boundary powerhouses. As long as you two are willing to take action, what does Kelvin amount to? The patriarch of Wu Wei Escort Agency suggested. When Kelvin came to Dingzhou, he wanted to kill Kelvin. But given Kelvin's strength and his powerful backers, he did not dare to make a move himself. However, now that everyone was gathered, if they all attacked Kelvin together, he wasn't so afraid anymore. Sullivan and Boss Actong glanced disdainfully at the patriarch of Wu Wei Escort Agency. If it weren't for mutual interests, how could they sit together with him? In their hearts, the patriarch of Wu Wei Escort Agency was arrogant, rash, impulsive, easily angered, essentially useless except for his brute strength. What kind of look is that? The patriarch of Wu Wei Escort Agency angrily retorted. Enough. No more arguing. Kelvin might have Aldo backing him. If you attack him now, do you want to die? If you want to die, go ahead, but don't drag us along. Moreover, Kelvin currently has no fundamental conflict of interest with us. We only need to get him out of Dingzhou. The head of the brothel looked at the agitated patriarch of Wu Wei Escort Agency and said, "Brothels were strangely subdued. The secret must be within the City Lord's Manor. Be careful," Kelvin said, his gaze penetrating deep into the manor's depths. Kia nodded, and they stealthily moved across the rooftops without a sound. Deeper into the manor, the number of guards gradually increased, almost as if all the guards were called to this area. "Who's there? Stop." Suddenly, a guard shouted loudly towards Kelvin and Kia. Other guards drew their weapons, tense and alert. Seeing this, Kia's eyes flashed with coldness, ready to act. Though the guards seemed strong to outsiders, Kelvin and Kia could take them down instantly. "Wait." Kelvin pulled back Kia's arm and whispered, "I'm just bringing a late-night snack for the master. Don't provoke me, or else he'll punish you severely." At that moment, a young woman carrying a tray of food stepped forward, glaring unhappily. This woman was none other than Calvin's new favorite concubine, who enjoyed great favor. These guards recognized the newly married Eliana of the City Lord. However, despite recognizing her, the guards did not step back. The captain calmly ordered, "The City Lord has decreed that no one is to approach his study today. Not even the Eliana." "Humph, watch how you dare to stop me." Eliana grew enraged and tried to push past with the food. "Eliana, please be reasonable." The guard captain, not yielding, pressed a sharp blade against her neck, causing immediate bleeding. Fear gripped Eliana as she realized the guard intended to kill her. She hesitated and retreated a few steps before warning the guards fiercely, "You actually hurt me? You're going to regret this when I tell the master. He will surely punish you to death." With that, Eliana hurried away, fearful that the guard might harm her further. The guards ignored her threats and continued patrolling as if nothing had happened. Kelvin and Kia exchanged glances, surprise evident in their eyes. The City Lord must be conducting some significant affairs inside. Otherwise, even his wife wouldn't be stopped. Perhaps the answers they sought lay here. Chapter 532. The Black-Clothed Figure. The figures of Kelvin and Kia approached the innermost part of the City Lord's residence, where Kelvin's study was located. From afar, Kelvin and Kia saw that the study was surrounded by layers upon layers of guards. Each guard's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, scanning the surroundings with intense scrutiny. Besides the visible guards, some were also secretly positioned. Indeed, the current state of the City Lord's residence warranted such stringent security. "The defenses are so tight. It won't be easy for us to sneak in unnoticed," Kia remarked while observing the guards. There were many guards, each positioned in such a way that they could be seen by but he remained stationary, wary of anyone trying to take advantage of the situation. Seeing this, Kelvin became more curious about what Calvin was doing inside. However, he did not act rashly and stayed hidden on the roof, observing the battle below. He had a hunch that information might come from the black-clothed figure. "Vile scoundrels, how dare you poison someone from the City Lord's residence?" exclaimed the black-clothed figure, increasingly struggling as time passed. Behind the hood, the voice sounded muffled, yet familiar to Kelvin. "How can you call us vile? You wear black robes and infiltrate the City Lord's residence at night. Clearly no good person," retorted the head guard, increasing his attacks. With each passing moment, the black-clothed figure sustained wounds. Realizing the futility of fighting further, the figure attempted to flee but was struck down by a hidden guard mid-air. "Since you've come, leave your life here," shouted the head guard as his sword descended like a chain from the netherworld. The black-clothed figure showed despair. Escaping was impossible with severe poisoning. Kelvin and Kia exchanged glances before vanishing beside the black-clothed figure in a flash. When the guards realized what happened, Kelvin and Kia had already disappeared with the black-clothed figure. "Chase them. We must capture these 3 criminals, the head guard ordered angrily, leading the pursuit. Other guards on a wild chase through the city, buying time for Kia. Only then did Kelvin consider leaving, avoiding discovery while continuously taunting the guards. By now, the head guard was furious. Chapter 533, Morning Visit. The head guard swore he had never encountered anyone more infuriating, nor such an unscrupulous strong individual. Wasn't there any dignity for a powerful person? The more the head guard thought about it, the angrier he became, vowing to capture Kelvin and cut out his tongue. However, every time he felt he was about to catch Kelvin, the latter always slipped away. In the eyes of the head guard, Kelvin was more slippery than a loach. The illusion that he could catch Kelvin existed because Kelvin was waiting for them. If not giving the head guard some hope, he might have long given up. How else could Kelvin buy time for Kia and the mysterious figure? After around 15 minutes, Kelvin estimated that the timing was just right. He didn't intend to prolong his encounter with the guards any longer. You should focus more on your cultivation. At this pace, I'm truly worried. With these words, Kelvin soared into the air, leapt onto the city wall, and left Dingzhou City. The head guard raged helplessly in the city. Given the many strong individuals within Dingzhou City, chasing Kelvin beyond its walls would risk a deadly ambush. Therefore, he remained impotent. To have a very specific identity, someone Kelvin had likely met before. His mind flashed, and he asked, could it be the Eliana we saw in the city lord's mansion? Kia nodded in agreement. That's correct. The black-clothed person is the Eliana. Realization dawned on Kelvin. No wonder the other ladies hadn't gone to the study. She alone had chosen that moment. But why did this Eliana want to enter the study so badly? What secrets lay within? Seeing Kelvin deep in thought, Kia smiled. It's late. Let's get some rest. We'll know everything once the Eliana wakes tomorrow. Nodding, Kelvin chatted briefly with Kia before both retired to their rooms. As they rested, Kelvin emerged from his study, alone. Lord City Lord, I have failed. Intruders entered the premises, and I let them escape. The head guard knelt down, confessing. Tell me what happened in detail, Kelvin replied calmly, though his eyes betrayed a hint of anger. The head guard recounted the events truthfully. You mean 3 people, not 2, broke in? Indeed, 3 people were involved. One was injured by my silver needle, confirmed the head guard. Understood. You are dismissed. Once the head guard left, Kelvin looked towards Kelvin's residence. Kelvin, you are quite persistent. Turning back, he returned to his room for rest. The next morning, as the sun rose slowly, Kelvin opened his door to find Kia and the Eliana sitting in the yard. Thank you for saving me last night. I am eternally grateful, the Eliana bowed. Your gratitude is unnecessary. It was a minor act. Why did you break into Zhang City Lord's study last night? Kelvin asked directly. Sir, you saved me from peril. I should tell you all, but the waters of Dingzhou run too deep. I cannot bear to see you embroiled in this chaos. Please leave Dingzhou as soon as possible, she responded sadly. Just as Kelvin was about to reveal his true identity, urgent knocks echoed from outside the house. A glance passed between Kelvin and Kia, who quickly ushered the Eliana into his room. Eric also emerged, muttering, who could this be? Early in the morning, can a man not sleep? Opening the door, Eric faced Kelvin. Jean, what brings you here so early? Last night, villains wreaked havoc in Dingzhou. I came early to check on Sir Phelan, Kelvin replied, patting Eric's shoulder and entering the courtyard. Seeing Eric composed, Kelvin felt puzzled. Could he have guessed wrong? Were those intruders not Kelvin and company? Given their strength, they wouldn't have been harmed by the head guard. The only possibility was Eric being injured. But according to the guard's report, the injury was on the shoulder. When Kelvin had patted Eric just now, there was no I have important matters from the mirror platform to report to Ibrahim Phelan. Eric looked at Kelvin sarcastically. Although he didn't hear Kia and Kelvin leaving last night, he had a vague feeling that they were the ones who infiltrated the city lord's residence. Now that I see Ibrahim Phelan is safe and sound, I am reassured. Do you know where Feiyu is? She is the divine maiden of Anshan Abbey. Her body is worth 10,000 gold pieces. She cannot get injured in Dingzhou. The wrath of Anshan Abbey is something Dingzhou cannot bear. Kelvin ignored Eric's request and started inquiring about Kia. These past few days, EU has been busy helping me. She hasn't had a proper rest. She can sleep in today without worrying about anything. What? Does Lord Zhang need something from EU? Kelvin looked at Kelvin calmly. No, nothing. Since Ibrahim Phelan and Feiyu are both safe, I'm reassured. You two must be busy. I won't disturb you anymore. After speaking, Kelvin turned to leave, but caught a glimpse of 2 cups on the stone table in the yard. Kelvin felt something was off but didn't dwell on it, walking straight out of Kelvin's residence. When Kelvin left, Eric closed the gate. Kia and Stella emerged from their room. Thank you for saving us, sir. Kelvin is already suspicious. We should leave as soon as possible. Stella bowed to Kelvin and said, Ibrahim Phelan, who is just a common case of disappearance, especially among ordinary people in this era. It's not a simple disappearance. When I returned home, someone else with the same names as my parents lived there. And they even had a daughter named Brenna. Eric was stunned. Brenna's parents were replaced by others? But according to Brenna, her family was just ordinary citizens. Why replace them? So what did you do afterward? Eric asked. To avoid alarming anyone, I rented a place nearby and stayed there secretly. And there, I discovered a shocking phenomenon. Both Kelvin and Kia exchanged serious glances. This matter wasn't simple. What phenomenon? Eric asked impatiently. Not only my parents but also my neighbors have been replaced. That's impossible. If it were just Brenna's family, it would be understandable. But for her entire neighborhood to be replaced en masse, how could that go unnoticed? Hashtag chapter 535. The reason. What Brenna had described was simply too fantastic for Eric to believe. Replacing a few households might go unnoticed if they kept a low profile. But such a large-scale replacement. Had the people and the authorities of Dingzhou City really not noticed? Could it be that you were too young, so you can't remember your neighbor's appearances clearly? Plus, after what happened to your parents, it might have given you the xiuxian realm, mysterious and profound. Allow some individuals to see their true selves. This was why Kelvin and Kia looked grave. Both understood Brenna's level, hence they believed what she said was mostly true. Meanwhile, Eric was stunned. He hadn't expected the worst-case scenario to come true. Maybe it's because I doubted myself for too long. Even the xiuxian realm couldn't make me certain about the truth, Brenna continued. I wondered if the neighbors' appearances changed over the years. So I began to test them. How did you test them? Eric asked anxiously, eager for a resolution. I pretended to be a traveler who was very curious about Dingzhou City's culture and customs, and asked the neighbors various questions about the city, Brenna explained. Their responses were either evasive or nonsensical, confirming that they weren't locals. If they were locals, they wouldn't have been clueless, Brenna stated firmly. Hearing this, Eric realized the truth. His parents and neighbors had indeed been replaced. Apart from the neighbors, have you visited other parts of Dingzhou City? Kelvin asked gravely, sensing something ominous. Exactly as you guessed, Lord Phelan. All the residents of Dingzhou City are no longer the original inhabitants. Brenna nodded, affirming his suspicions. How could that be? Such a massive replacement. How could the city lord not know? Eric found it unbelievable. But halfway through to Dingzhou City, or the entire Dingzhou region, Kia expressed his concerns. Facing Calvin directly wouldn't intimidate either Kia or Kelvin. It was Calvin's unclear motives and the disappearance of Dingzhou citizens that truly worried him. There's no point worrying now. The city lord's study will give us answers. Kelvin gazed at the direction of the city lord's office. Lord Phelan, I'll go with you to the city lord's office. Eric declared. I'm going too. Brenna added. Neither of you should go. Kelvin shook his head. Why not? Eric and Brenna asked, puzzled. Soon enough, Calvin will notice your disappearance and realize you're with me. If he finds out, your life will be in danger, Kelvin explained. I'm not afraid of death. Brenna asserted, firm and resolute. If Brenna feared death, she wouldn't have married Calvin to uncover the truth behind the missing citizens. Chapter 536, Underground Cave. When Brenna made the decision to stay in Dingzhou City, she was already prepared for death. Brenna did not fear death. She only feared that she would die without uncovering the truth behind her parents' disappearance. Therefore, Brenna wanted to go with Kelvin and Kia to the mayor's office study, even if it meant risking her life. Why are you showing that fearless expression? We're not going to the mayor's residence to fight Calvin, but to investigate where the substituted citizens have gone, Kelvin said, looking at Brenna. Kelvin naturally understood Brenna's thoughts, but the mayor's residence was perilous, clearly not a place for Eric and Brenna to venture into. Lord Phelan, Brenna wanted to make one last plea, but Kelvin refused her request. I know both of you aren't afraid to die. To investigate the disappearance of the people of Dingzhou City, you are both willing to sacrifice yourselves. This spirit is commendable, but it should be used wisely. Moreover, your cultivation isn't strong enough. If you follow us, you might expose us and be discovered by Calvin. So, what we need to do now is leave Dingzhou City and wait for our news. Kelvin advised as he looked at Brenna. After hearing Kelvin's words, Brenna reluctantly nodded. Just as Kelvin had said, their strength would only increase the risk of exposing Kelvin and Kia. And Kelvin was doing this for her, for the sake of the people of Dingzhou City. So even though Brenna wanted to go with them, she had to suppress her desire. As Lord Phelan commands, Brenna responded. Trust me, Calvin will come here soon with his men. You two should leave Dingzhou City quietly with Fulton, while we will use this time to search the mayor's residence, Kelvin said. After listening to Kelvin's instructions, Brenna nodded and returned to pack up and leave the house. Kelvin and Kia also concealed themselves within Dingzhou City. Not long after the three left, a large number of fully armed troops burst out of the mayor's residence and rushed towards Kelvin's home. These guards all exuded murderous intent, led by an extremely grim-faced Calvin. Calvin could not believe that his most beloved wife had vanished. Recalling the events from last night, Calvin immediately realized that something was off about his fifth wife. She might have been the one who was injured last night. If that were true, then everything made sense. Kelvin and Kia sneaking into the mayor's residence late at night and encountering the severely wounded Brenna before rescuing her. The thought ignited a fierce murderous intent in Calvin's eyes. If Brenna had conspired with Kelvin, some matters in Dingzhou City might have been discovered by him. Hurry! Speed up! Calvin yelled, lashing his whip on the horses, making them run faster. In the dimly lit streets, seeing Calvin rush away, Kelvin and Kia swiftly moved into the shadows. According to Brenna, Calvin might have replaced all the citizens of Dingzhou City. To ensure safety, they didn't let anyone else see them. Like phantoms, Kelvin and Kia quickly arrived at the mayor's residence. With last night's experience, entering the mayor's residence was now familiar territory for them. Many guards had been taken away by Calvin, leaving the defenses thin. They easily reached the outside of Calvin's study. Compared to the previous night, the guards around the study were much fewer. Although still difficult for ordinary people, it was no challenge for Kelvin and Kia. They entered the study like a gust of wind, undetected by the guards. Is this Calvin's study? Kelvin looked around and asked. Calvin's study looked no different from others, filled with documents, books, and paintings. A simple space to glance over. We should split up and search for any useful clues. Kia whispered. They started searching. Despite their quiet movements, they were quick. The study wasn't large, so they covered the entire room in no time. Strange, there's nothing here. The guards were so strict last night, which shouldn't be the case. Kia wondered aloud. Do you remember Brenna mentioned that on a specific day every month, the security around this study becomes extremely tight? Kelvin reminded. Upon reflection, Kia's eyes lit up. You mean, what Calvin wants to hide isn't an object, but someone he meets on that day? If it were an object, the security should have been tight year-round. Only a meeting explained why it was only on that one day. Exactly. Kelvin nodded and began examining the surroundings. So, this study must have a secret chamber. Otherwise, Brenna would have noticed the person long ago. Kia joined in the search. Ultimately, their attention focused on a candle lantern. Unlike the others, this lantern showed signs of friction underneath. Kelvin twisted the lantern. Immediately, a large hole appeared on the floor of the study. "Who's there?" A guard shouted from outside upon hearing the noise. Kelvin and Kia exchanged glances, leaped into the hole, and the floor closed seamlessly. By the time the guards entered, the study was empty. Confused, they scratched their heads and left. Inside the cave, Kelvin and Kia landed steadily on the ground. A stone door stood before them. Kelvin approached and pushed the heavy door open. Suddenly, arrows flew from the walls. The arrowheads gleamed with purple light, clearly poisonous. Kelvin and Kia quickly activated their true essence shields. However, the arrows possessed corrosive abilities, slowly eroding their true essence. More swords. Seeing this, Kelvin unleashed his sword domain, slicing countless arrows to the ground. Luckily, it was Kelvin and Kia. An ordinary cave, spirit realm expert would have been riddled by the arrows. Now, Kelvin became even more curious about what lay beyond the stone door. Chapter 537. Human Sheep. Traps capable of killing a dongling realm expert are not common, and they come at an exorbitant price. This clearly demonstrated Calvin's high regard for whatever was inside the underground chamber. Calvin truly went all out, one commented. The poison on the arrowheads is actually throat seal, another exclaimed. Even dongling realm experts wouldn't be able to easily remove this poison once injured. Kia picked up an arrow feather, examining it closely before speaking. The more extravagant, the more it shows how much he values what's behind the stone door. "Let's go and see what Calvin is up to," Kelvin said with a smile. After saying this, he pushed open the stone door. Upon opening the door, a large meeting room, about the size of a basketball court, came into view for Kelvin and Kia. Rows of seats were neatly arranged, and behind these seats were stone doors inscribed with various professions. Directly in front of them stood a massive table, covered in piles of documents. As Kelvin and Kia approached the stone table and casually picked up a document to read, their initial relaxed expressions gradually turned grim. Meanwhile, Kelvin noticed that no one was home at Kelvin's residence. He immediately realized Brenna might have told Kelvin something important. "Oh no, the study!" Kelvin exclaimed. Having thoroughly researched Kelvin, he knew that Kelvin would never leave Dingzhou City so easily, let alone desert. With his house now empty, there was only one possibility. Kelvin had anticipated Kelvin's plan and set out ahead of him. At this moment, Kelvin might already be inside the study, or even discover the hidden chamber below. Although the hidden chamber's traps were meticulously designed by the blacksmith and furniture shop owners, capable of killing any dongling realm expert, Kelvin and Kia weren't ordinary dongling realm experts. They had defeated the descendants of true monarchs. Therefore, Kelvin didn't count on the traps being enough to kill Kelvin. "Hurry, back to the city lord's residence," Kelvin ordered. Ignoring the guards behind him, he soared through the air towards the city lord's residence. Within minutes, Kelvin arrived outside the study at the city lord's residence. "Has anyone else been here?" Kelvin asked the guard standing watch over the study. "Report to the city lord. No one has been seen," the guard replied respectfully. Hearing this, Kelvin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking perhaps he had guessed wrong. Perhaps Kelvin had really fled Dingzhou City with Brenna. If that was the case, it could be a fortunate turn of events. However, as he was about to relax, the guard hesitated before adding, "Just now, I heard some commotion inside but found nothing when I checked." Kelvin's expression suddenly changed. His study was always immaculate. How could there be rats? It must have been Kelvin and Kia who slipped past the guards unnoticed and entered the study. Since they avoided detection, they certainly couldn't have been caught inside. The noise indicated they had entered the underground chamber. At this realization, Kelvin's face paled. Horses. This explained why prices in Dingzhou were so low. The bosses didn't profit from business but from human sheep. When xiuxian needed to sacrifice civilians to feed the stone-ling monkeys, they had conducted a lottery, selecting the fabric shop owner as the unlucky victim who had to hand over all his human sheep to xiuxian. That explained the fabric shop owner's gloom. Losing human sheep meant losing resources. Even if Kelvin promised future allocation, the fabric shop owner knew it was just words. "Phelan Lord, my actions aim to foster better development for Dingzhou City," Kelvin defended arrogantly. "Look at Dingzhou now, thriving and bustling. Isn't it great? Furthermore, can you say any place you visited compares favorably with Dingzhou?" If one ignored the matter of replacing the citizens, even the capital might not match Kelvin's Dingzhou City. But treating the citizens as human sheep was absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 538. Human Bloodbowsy. By confining the people of Dingzhou City, he maintained the superficial appearance of prosperity. This false prosperity had already rotted to the core in Kelvin's eyes. Everyone living in Dingzhou City could be said to be consuming human bloodbowsy. Under this facade of prosperity lies decay. Your cultivation merely deceives yourself. True prosperity would mean that every citizen can have clothes to wear and food to eat, not sacrificing the people's interests to feed you maggots. Kelvin looked at Kelvin with a killing intent clear in his words. Kelvin's actions, which sacrificed the citizens for profit, crossed Kelvin's bottom line. "Lord Phelan, I am not as noble or enlightened as you. I only know that under my administration, whether in Dingzhou City or all of Dingzhou, the citizens live peaceful lives, and no one picks up lost property from the streets. And Lord Phelan, don't carry such strong killing intent. I was personally appointed by the Emperor to guard Dingzhou. Do you dare to kill me outright?" Kelvin said firmly, though he had little confidence in his heart. To be honest, although Kelvin spoke confidently, he genuinely wasn't sure. Kelvin didn't play by the rules. After all, he dared slap a high-ranking official in broad daylight. Personally appointed by the Emperor? A cold smile appeared on Kelvin's face. "Let's see if I dare kill you." In the next moment, Kelvin's figure turned into a series of afterimages rushing towards Kelvin. Despite Kelvin having decent strength, it was nothing compared to Kelvin. Before Kelvin could react, Kelvin's true essence sword was already at his neck. One more step and Kelvin's head would roll. At this critical moment, the jade pendant around Kelvin's neck shattered, forming a protective shield in front of him, blocking Kelvin's sword. Who would have thought Kelvin was a lunatic who would really try to kill him without regard for consequences? Kelvin was too strong, far beyond what Kelvin could handle. Luckily, Kia hadn't intervened. Otherwise, he'd already be dead. At this moment, a stone door behind a chair suddenly opened, and the blacksmith walked out. "Blacksmith, come and save me." Seeing this, Kelvin's face lit up with hope as he shouted loudly. Without hesitation, the blacksmith leaped into the air, intending to charge toward Kelvin. However, halfway through, a gust of wind forced him back. The attacker was Kia. While she refrained from attacking Kelvin, the blacksmith was fair game. Seeing the blacksmith blocked, Kelvin's expression soured. "Kelvin, I advise you to leave quickly. Soon, reinforcements will arrive, and you won't be able to escape then." Kelvin tried to intimidate Kelvin. Kelvin's attack was too fierce. Kelvin couldn't tell whether help would arrive first or Kelvin would kill him. Even with aid, you must die. Kelvin had a full killing intent, unwilling to let go of this human blood-binging city lord. "Kelvin, do you think you've got me cornered? If you want to kill me, there will be a price." Realizing Kelvin wouldn't let him off, Kelvin's expression turned ruthless. He then pulled out a mysterious orb from his pocket. Looking at the orb, Kelvin showed signs of pain. It was given to him by his master, possessing extraordinary power, and he only had one. Then Kelvin hurled the orb to the ground and fled with all his might. When Kelvin pulled out the orb, Kelvin sensed a hint of danger. Although Kelvin moved fast, Kelvin was faster. Within moments, Kelvin was 10 meters away. The energy within the orb erupted, causing the underground meeting room to shake violently. Countless debris rained down. Not only did the meeting room tremble, but the entire city hall shook too. Fortunately, this meeting room was built with the collective power of the entire Dingzhou, making it exceptionally sturdy, preventing its destruction from the energy blast. Otherwise, Kelvin and the others would be buried here. Seeing the hole blasted open by the black orb, Kelvin's eyes revealed surprise. The energy released had reached the level of a near enlightenment realm. If Kelvin hadn't retreated in time, he would have suffered severe injuries. At that moment, Kia and the blacksmith also chose to pause due to the energy impact. "What the hell are you doing? What if you collapse the meeting room?" The blacksmith yelled at Kelvin angrily. Though the blacksmith was strong, they were tens of meters underground. If they were buried, everyone would be in grave danger. Facing the blacksmith's anger, Kelvin ignored it. In that life or death moment, not using the black orb would mean his death. He couldn't afford to care about anything else. "Kelvin, even though you're that person's subordinate, I hope such an event doesn't happen again." Just then, a sinister voice sounded from outside the stone door. The next moment, the stone doors opened. Chapter 539. Captured? When Kia heard the sound of the stone door opening and sensed these people's auras, his expression immediately changed drastically. The weakest among those who appeared here were all in the initial cave spirit realm. Moreover, based on their aura fluctuations, none of these people were weak. Of course, if they were merely cave spirit realm powerhouses, it wouldn't be enough to make Kia's face change drastically. Even if Lam Chen and Kia combined could not defeat these people, the two of them could still leave without issue. What truly made her face change so drastically was that there were two individuals whose depths Kia couldn't sense at all. Such a situation left only one possibility. Both of them were exit Mirage Realm powerhouses. Although Kia and Kelvin could command the wind and rain in the cave spirit realm, the cave spirit realm and the exit Mirage Realm were like an insurmountable chasm lying before them. Perhaps when the two of them reached the later or peak stages of the cave spirit realm, they might escape safely from the hands of an exit Mirage Realm powerhouse. But it was certainly not something they could accomplish now. Seeing his reinforcements had all arrived, Kelvin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His life was finally saved. "Oh, why has our Jean become so disheveled?" The manager of the greenhouse said teasingly upon seeing Kelvin covered in wounds of killing a true monarch's descendant. If he really killed Kelvin, and the true monarch behind Kelvin became enraged, his master might hand him over just to appease the true monarch's wrath. After all, he was merely one of many servants under his master. Heh, living up to your reputation as the young mirror holder of the mirror stand. Such courage and demeanor indeed command respect, the manager of the tavern, an exit Mirage Realm powerhouse, said with a smile. However, his smile lasted less than 3 seconds before he continued. "While we indeed do not dare kill you, imprisoning you and dealing with the rest later is another matter. Take him down and send him to where those commoners are confined. Afterward, release him once everything is resolved," the tavern manager suggested. Upon hearing the tavern manager's words, everyone's eyes lit up. This method was indeed the best approach under the current circumstances. The location of the commoner's confinement was very secretive and had specialized guards. With Kelvin imprisoned there, he'd be unable to escape. In the next moment, numerous exit Mirage Realms experts began attacking Kelvin and Kia. Facing the siege, Kelvin and Kia remained undaunted. Kia transformed into a flame phoenix and charged among the cave spirit realms experts. Some weaker cave spirit realm experts had their eyebrows burned off directly by Kia. In front of Kelvin, countless sword intentions appeared, charging towards the cave spirit realm experts. Upon seeing this, the two steady Azeroth exit Mirage Realms experts showed surprised expressions. They knew well that Kelvin and Kia's combat capabilities were formidable, but they didn't expect them to be so incredibly strong. Each reflected inwardly that in the cave spirit realm, facing such a group of attackers, they themselves could hardly last 3 rounds. In contrast, not only did Kelvin and Kia hold their ground, but they also managed to counterattack these cave spirit realm experts. Especially Kelvin's powerful sword intention, which nearly scratched the manager of the greenhouse's face. "What an ungrateful little brat." The Deanna scolded angrily, just making a desperate last stand. Having finished speaking, the tavern manager immediately utilized the simulated microcosmos of the exit Mirage Realm to suppress Kelvin and Kia. Then his fingers moved rapidly, thoroughly sealing their remarkable cultivation. "Jean, send someone to escort these two to the location of those commoners." Having spoken, the exit Mirage Realm expert left. Those cave, spirit realm experts who had been injured by Kelvin and Kia looked at the two with dangerous eyes. Now that our cultivation is stripped away, touching us will result in death. Would you like to try? Kelvin asked everyone. After hearing Kelvin's words, the crowd grudgingly left, and Kelvin was personally escorted to the commoner's location by Kelvin. To avoid exposing Kelvin and Kia's identities along the way, Kelvin specifically arranged a carriage for the two. Inside the carriage, Kelvin watched Dingzhou gradually recede, a hint of a smile appearing in his eyes. Indeed, everything was part of Kelvin and Kia's plan. While reviewing documents in the meeting room, although they found out that Kelvin had captured the citizens of Dingzhou, they did not know where he took these citizens. Therefore, they decided to wait in the meeting room until Kelvin captured the two of them. As for Kelvin's previous attack on Kelvin, it was indeed intended to kill him. As the city lord of Dingzhou, Kelvin was the primary culprit. Without him, other factions replacing the citizens wouldn't have been so easy. Moreover, even if Kelvin really killed Kelvin, with Kelvin and Kia's status, these people would not kill them. To prevent them from leaking information, they would only imprison them. The best place to imprison them would be where the citizens of Dingzhou were being held. Sure enough, after their cultivations were sealed, everything unfolded according to Kelvin's plan. As for their sealed cultivation, it posed no problem for Kelvin. Vajragrado's Dane was still lurking in the shadows. With Vajragrado's Dane's peak exit Mirage Realm cultivation, removing this seal would be effortless. Once you reach the location of those commoners, you'll suffer greatly, Kelvin said hatefully. Chapter 540, Essence of the Five Elements. After leaving Dingzhou City, Kelvin drove the carriage from the main road into a narrow and bumpy trail. Dingzhou wasn't like Yuzhou, which was flat as far as the eye could see. Dingzhou consisted mostly of rugged mountains, except for one large city, making it extremely perilous. The layers of dense old forests emitted bone-chilling cries now and then, originating from wild beast creatures lurking within. If not for the locals familiar with these mountain paths, ordinary people would not dare venture in. After all, even the slightest mishap could mean ending up as food for those beasts. As Kelvin skillfully guided Kelvin and his companion into the deep forest, on the other side of the woods, there was a sudden rumbling of the mountainside. Dust clouds erupted. In the next moment, the towering mountain collapsed abruptly. Countless living beings that resided on this mountain were buried under the rubble. When the dust finally settled, two figures appeared, Camden and the Clyde. After some time recuperating, along with taking elixirs bestowed by Giles, Camden had completely recovered. Though the leftover drugs weren't as effective as the pill consumed by the stone spirit monkey, they were still much better than ordinary healing pills. Camden looked entirely unharmed now. Old geezer really overcomplicated into the manifestation realm. I'll make sure Kelvin wishes he were dead but cannot die. Camden was incredibly proud and would not forget the humiliation Kelvin caused him so easily. As time passed, the hatred only intensified. Lemuel, you finally collected all the essences of the five elements. Suddenly, an Aryanli figure appeared, addressing Camden. The newly appeared person was an old man with white beard yet smooth, baby-like skin. Earl. Camden shouted joyfully upon seeing him. This second grandfather was the son of Giles's younger brother, possessing equally terrifying cultivation talent and already reaching the manifestation realm. Furthermore, he too had been personally tutored by the true immortal, excelling among manifestation realm cultivators. Seeing his second grandfather, Camden knew success was assured. Even if Kelvin had a manifestation realm protector, he wouldn't stand a chance against both the Aryan and the Clyde. Very well done. Your cultivation has improved during your absence. However, your defeat at the hand of Mirror Platform's Mirror Master displeased your grandfather greatly. When he heard the news, the whole small world shook, and cracks appeared in the sky. You can imagine how enraged he must have been, xiuxian reminded. Giles had never been defeated by anyone in his life. He never imagined his beloved grandson losing to a mere Mirror Platform. Dingzhou wasn't within his grandfather's small world, where unexpected events might happen. One Kelvin dead, another Akdongchun or Zhongchun appearing, endlessly troublesome. Thus, becoming a manifestation realm powerhouse to crush Kelvin with sheer force was the safest plan. Chapter 541. Great derivation. All those arrangements. From any perspective, it would be most advantageous for Halston to now advance to the outscenery realm and then go after Kelvin. However, there was still a tinge of regret in Halston's heart. He had been defeated by Kelvin once and failed to kill him at the cave spirit stage. It was always like a thorn in his heart. Setting up the formation, you needn't worry. Jerry spent several years back then setting up the formation, but your grandfather has already paved your path. We don't need to search the entire state of Dingzhou, Cecil said confidently. Upon hearing this, Halston instantly brightened. So grandfather has already ordered someone to set up the formation? Huyen Juoloro asked. Not only has it been set up, but he also gathered all the civilians in the state of Dingzhou together. Now we just need to head to the destination, Cecil explained with a smile. Could it be that the city lord of Dingzhou City is also under grandfather's control? Halston asked incredulously. Kelvin commanded the entire territory of the state. He held immense power and status. Moreover, he saw the mountain. Meanwhile, as they were heading deeper into the mountain, Kelvin and company also entered the mountains through a narrow path. And judging by the directions Kelvin and Halston were heading, they were clearly going to the same place. Why are you leading me deep into the mountains instead of to where the civilians are imprisoned? The remote mountain area saw little human presence. Its steep terrain rendered carriages inaccessible. The three of them could only travel on foot. Though Kelvin and Anwar's cultivation had been sealed, their physical strength was still formidable. Thus, navigating through the mountains posed no challenge to them. These are the famous 10,000 mountain range in Dingzhou, teeming with venomous insects and demon beasts. You'd better follow closely. Otherwise, without cultivation, one bite from these venomous creatures will be incurable even by deities. Kelvin looked at Kelvin and Anwar with malice. Deep down, Kelvin hoped that Kelvin and Anwar would meet their end by the hands of venomous creatures in the mountain. But this was something he could only wish for. Terrifying the two was the extent of what he could do. I've heard of the 10,000 mountain range, filled with towering peaks and rampant demon beasts. There can't possibly be a place here to hold all those civilians, right? Even if there is, with so many demon beasts in the 10,000 mountain range, wouldn't they feast on unarmed civilians? Kelvin stated. On the journey, Kelvin had pondered where Kelvin might imprison the civilians of Dingzhou City. He considered the 10,000 mountain range, but quickly dismissed the idea. Just who was this person to make Kelvin act this way? Upon realizing his slip of tongue, Kelvin's expression changed. However, he soon recalled that Kelvin and Anwar would be confined within the master's setup location, unable to escape anytime soon. By the time they got out, they would be long finished, so Kelvin relaxed. What does it matter if you know? Yes, I have long submitted to my master. The strength of my master surpasses anything you can imagine, Kelvin declared. You command the entire state of Dingzhou and wield supreme power. Why become a dog to another? Kelvin tried to provoke Kelvin to extract information. Haha, what if I am? Serving the emperor of the great Qian dynasty limits me to controlling this entire state. What else can he offer me? But serving the master is different. He can not only provide me with power, but also help me enhance my cultivation. Kelvin, upon completing this task, my master promised to help me break through to the out-scenery realm within 3 years. An out-scenery realm powerhouse is treated as a guest of honor wherever he goes. At that point, a measly city lord will no longer be worth lingering over. A look of anticipation shone in Kelvin's eyes, as if he could already see himself becoming an out-scenery realm powerhouse. Anwar and Kelvin exchanged glances, suspecting that the person behind Kelvin was likely Aldo, and remained silent, staring out the window lost in thought. Kelvin was a Xiuxian realm expert and the city lord of Dingzhou City. His insights and perspective were exceptionally broad. If even he felt shocked, Kelvin was genuinely curious about the place imprisoning Dingzhou citizens. The journey was quiet. Kelvin and his group twisted and turned within the great 10,000 mountains. Despite Kelvin and Kia's cultivations being sealed, they didn't lag far behind. After a day, the trio arrived before a massive mountain. This mountain blocked their path, as if it had been transported here from elsewhere. We've arrived, Kelvin proudly said, looking at the mountain. Impressive, isn't it? Truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. Moving a mountain like this wasn't something an ordinary person, or even a Xiuxian realm expert, could easily accomplish. Xiuxian experts indeed possessed powerful offensive capabilities and could destroy a mountain, but moving one intact like this significantly increased the difficulty. If such simple tricks can make you loyal, then I've underestimated you, Kelvin remarked coldly. What you've seen is just the tip of the iceberg. Soon, you'll witness my master's true might, Kelvin snorted. Without waiting for further remarks, Kelvin took out a jade pendant from his robes, murmured some incantations, and it emitted a soft white glow. The pendant flew from his hand and imprinted onto the mountain surface. Suddenly, the tower possibility they hoped was wrong. Heh, you're not unworthy of being Master Phelan of Godfrey. Your perception is sharp. Your guess is right. Those who treat the people of Dingzhou like cattle used to be among them. Among these lowly people, some are even siblings, parents, yet in the face of power and benefits, those ties are as fragile as paper. You saw how that man just whipped the woman? She's his own wife. They were very much in love when they first came. Now, Kelvin laughed. Kelvin had dedicated himself to the people. Witnessing the despicable behavior of those he cared about made him intensely interested in Kelvin's reaction. Pursuing benefits and avoiding harm is human nature. There are many kinds of people in the world, both good and bad. I believe there are more good people than bad. Otherwise, you wouldn't have only a few under your control. Although confirming his suspicion made Kelvin feel uncomfortable, he wasn't naive. He knew not everyone could be reformed by kindness. Kelvin trying to break him with this spectacle underestimated Kelvin's resilience. Kelvin smirked disinterestedly after hearing Kelvin's words. He called someone over, saying, Hans, these two are now under your supervision. Remember to take good care of them for me. Yes, sir. Hans replied with a sycophantic smile. Nodding approvingly, Kelvin flew back to his residence, unconcerned about Kelvin and Kia. With their cultivation gone, now. Do you know what place this is? If you don't let go, I'll make you carry 30 baskets of spirit stones. Riker shouted angrily. Kelvin smiled faintly at Riker's words and replied, all right, I'll let go. At that moment, Riker was still tugging at the whip in Kelvin's hand. Unprepared, he fell backward. Kia couldn't help but laugh. It took a while for Riker to recover from the fall and struggle to his feet. Anger filled his face. Ever since Riker became Kelvin's enforcer, who wouldn't cower in fear when they saw him, no one had ever dared to challenge him head-on before. But today, Kelvin and Kia foolishly defied his authority. Riker decided to teach them what cruelty meant. He then threw the whip to the ground and drew a dagger from his waist. Seeing Riker pull out the dagger, the Dingzhou citizens all stepped back, obviously afraid of the dagger. In a fight among ordinary people, a weapon made all the difference. Moreover, looking at these citizens, it was clear the dagger had spilled blood before. Perhaps even taken lives. Die! Riker snarled, stabbing at Kelvin's abdomen. Riker's speed seemed fast to ordinary eyes, but to Kelvin, it was like watching a turtle crawl. Kelvin grabbed Riker's wrist and twisted it with force, producing a crunching sound. Riker screamed in pain as the dagger slipped from his hand. Seeing this, Kelvin caught the dagger with his other hand and looked at Riker indifferently. Riker felt chills run through his body, terrified Kelvin might stab him with the dagger. Spare me, don't kill me, please spare me, Riker stammered, trembling. The reason Riker became Kelvin's enforcer was that he didn't want to die. Moreover, he enjoyed the feeling of enslaving the citizens of Dingzhou. So, he did not wish to die. Seeing Riker's pitiful state, Kelvin ignored him and kicked him away. Riker landed with 2 broken ribs but was glad to be alive. His expression turned grim. He vowed to kill Kelvin and Kia. Why are you all standing around? Attack them quickly. Haven't you heard the city lord wants us to take good care of them? Do you want to anger the city lord? Riker shouted from the ground. Hearing this, the other enforcers hesitated. After seeing Kelvin's prowess, they didn't want to confront him. But thinking of Jin's brutal methods, they knew they'd suffer too if they didn't act. After some deliberation, the other enforcers slowly closed in on Kelvin. One enforcer's wife, the woman just whipped, looked worried but kept silent after glancing around. Kelvin watched as the crowd approached, his expression unchanged. Despite their numbers, it wasn't likely they could harm Kelvin and Kia. Kelvin moved like lightning among them, knocking each enforcer flying. KC couldn't hold back any longer and rushed to check on one of the enforcers. Upon finding him unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Now, do you still think you can treat me well? Kelvin asked as he walked towards Riker. Frightened by Kelvin's strength, Riker trembled and knelt down. I won't, I promise. Kelvin kicked him again and ordered him to lead them to the residential area. Not daring to disobey, Riker hastily beckoned someone, coincidentally the wife of one of the enforcers. After Kelvin and the others left, Kelvin heard about the incident in the central house. A bunch of useless fools, he said casually after sipping his tea. Though he said this, Kelvin did not intend to intervene. Follow me, honorable guests, the woman said politely. We're not nobles, just call us by our names. I'm Kelvin, and this is Kia, Kelvin replied with a smile. Upon hearing Kelvin's name, the woman froze. Are you the famous Kelvin who advocates for the people? She asked incredulously. Though they were trapped, they sometimes overheard Kelvin's people discussing external matters. Most of the recent events in the Dacian dynasty involved Kelvin, so his name was well known to her. I only did what was within my duty, Kelvin modestly replied. Casey's excitement grew at his words, but soon her enthusiasm faded as she remembered their situation. Kelvin, why were you also captured here? Asked, looking at Kia. Kia cast a puzzled glance at Kelvin. Indeed, she had felt a familiar presence upon entering. The place bore similarities to Xiuxian Shrine, more specifically to the small world within it. However, although Kelvin was the master of Mirror Platform, she had never heard of any small world inside it. How did he know about it? Could there be hidden places within the Mirror Platform unknown to the world? Kia speculated inwardly. Yet, she didn't dwell on it much, considering both the relationship between the Mirror Platform and Xiuxian Shrine and between her and Kelvin. Even if the Mirror Platform had hidden secrets, it wasn't necessarily bad news for them. When I came in, it felt like returning to Xiuxian Shrine, Kia admitted without hesitation. Hearing Kia's words, Kelvin's heart skipped a beat, confirming his suspicions. Upon entering, Kelvin had felt this place resembled the Vajra Cave, possibly a small world. But since he had only been inside the Vajra Cave's small world, he needed confirmation from Kia. Her response solidified his belief, yet knowing it was a small world only deepened his confusion. Everyone knew that small worlds were sanctuaries blessed with abundant spiritual energy and imbued with Aldo Dao, making them ideal places for cultivation. If discovered by others, they would cherish them immensely. After all, the 4 blessed lands and 36 cavern heavens had remained transcendent partly because of the existence of small worlds. Yet, Kelvin's master had turned a small world into a holding place for Dingsho residents. What was his intention? Why such extravagance? This small world might have been formed by Aldo Dao, but haven't you noticed something different about this small world compared to others? Looking at Kia, Kelvin remarked that he sensed differences between this and the Vajra Cave, though he couldn't pinpoint them immediately. After some thought, Kia replied, the spiritual energy in this small world doesn't seem much different from the outside world, and the aura of Aldo Dao is very faint, barely perceptible. Her gaze revealed no less confusion than Kelvin's. How could a revered small world come to such a state? By right, every small world was safeguarded by a heavenly spirit which could elevate one's strength temporarily to Aldo level. Who could then challenge a Aldo level powerhouse? And unless someone was a mortal enemy of the Aldo who left behind the small world, few would harm it pointlessly. The spirit contained the Aldo Dao, beneficial even for descendants. So why had this small world deteriorated? Kelvin agreed, recalling how the holy sword within his divine soul stirred when entering. The sword symbolized power, and during his time in the Vajra Cave, Kelvin had witnessed its might and is the carrier of the Aldo's great Dao. Swallowing it means swallowing the Aldo's great Dao. Who could be so insane to attempt to swallow the Aldo's great Dao? And from the images in his mind, the man ultimately succeeded. Even a genius like Evil Buddha Aldo only managed to conceal his Aldo's great Dao within the Evil Buddha relic. Successors would have to pay a huge price to integrate with the Aldo's great Dao contained within. Yet, the man in the vision actually devoured the Aldo's great Dao alive. How freakish was that? Could it be that the man in the vision was Kelvin's hidden master? Kelvin guessed inwardly. When the remaining thread of the spirit of cavern heaven sensed the aura of the holy sword, it responded like a wandering child reuniting with family and instantly rejoiced. Then the remaining trace of the spirit of cavern heaven manifested and rushed into Kelvin's mind. Everything happened too abruptly, even Kia who was being very cautious. She, stripped of her cultivation, only felt something suddenly appear, then enter into Kelvin's mind. Worry spread across Kia's face. The mind housed the divine soul, one of the most mysterious places in the human body. If the divine soul were harmed, one could say that Kelvin's life would be over. However, Kia couldn't use true essence. She had no way to check on Kelvin's condition and could only watch helplessly. The only consolation, on one hand, it was because it was rare to tease her. On the other, it was confidence in his own strength. Kelvin believed that if he wanted, he could instantly enter the house. By then, whatever countermeasure Kelvin had planned, he could interrupt it right away. Fairy you misunderstand me. I've come all this way, won't you invite me in? And why haven't I seen Lord Phelan yet? Where is he? Kelvin showed no sign of leaving, but looked at Kia with interest. Is Jean interfering too much? Kia shot back. Upon hearing Kia's words, Kelvin's expression darkened. Ordinarily, Kia was the revered divine maiden high above him, someone Kelvin dared not provoke. But now, Kia had become his captive and still maintained that haughty demeanor. This ignited Kelvin's anger. It seems Fairy you hasn't realized the current reality. Calvin narrowed his eyes, emitting icy coldness. A captive should know their place. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Many thanks for your reminder, Jane. If you have no further business, please leave. Kia impatiently replied. Her mind preoccupied with Kelvin, she had no desire for idle chatter. Quietly, something appeared in Kia's hand. It was a gift from her master, an item meant for emergencies to ensure her safety. Initially, Kia never imagined using it. But now, she needed to utilize it here. After hearing Kia's words, Calvin's fury erupted unchecked. Even clay figures have their limits. How much more for a city lord? Calvin decided to thoroughly teach Kia a lesson, showing her what being a captive truly entailed. Not respecting my hospitality. Fine, I'll accommodate you. In the next moment, Calvin lunged at Kia. Seeing this, Kia did not hesitate and threw the item in her hand. The item turned out to be a needle-like object. Upon seeing it, Calvin hastily channeled true essence to defend himself. However, the needle, as if imbued with its own will, gradually pierced through Calvin's defensive shield. Sweat beaded on Calvin's forehead. Though slow, the needle indeed penetrated the true essence shield. Moreover, Calvin's attack earlier seemed useless against it. Therefore, Calvin could only watch helplessly as the needle drew nearer to his forehead. Despair filled Calvin's heart. He deeply regretted provoking Kia, knowing full well she would carry protective items bestowed by Aryans of Anshenzhai. But it was too late now. The scythe of death loomed above him, ready to strike at any moment. When the silver needle was less than a centimeter from Calvin's forehead, he let out a sigh and closed his eyes, preparing to meet his end. Suddenly, a faint clink echoed. Calvin opened his eyes in confusion, only to see joy fill his gaze. The lethal silver needle lay harmlessly on the ground. At the crucial moment, the spiritual energy within the needle had been exhausted. Calvin's good luck prevailed. Meanwhile, disappointment flickered in Kia's beautiful eyes. Her powers were sealed, limiting the item's effectiveness. However, panic was unnecessary. They had plans, but revealing them now was untimely. Chapter 546, Calvin, die. This lousy thing my master gave me is so unreliable, actually failing at a crucial moment. I knew it was supposed to be a life-saving item, yet it still requires my power to activate. Wouldn't it have been better if he infused more true essence into it with a secret technique? Wouldn't it have been easier without her controlling it? Now it looks like I can only reveal Kelvin's arrangement. Kia looked at the silver needle that had fallen on the ground and silently cursed her unreliable old master. At the same time, in one of the flower valleys within the Tranquil Heart Abbey, Kia's master sneezed several times in succession. Master, someone must be thinking of you, said one of Kia's world. Let me tell you, many people think of your master. If we counted them all, even the entire Tranquil Heart Abbey couldn't contain them. Kia's master said with a serious face. Uft, master is just barely. He almost said goodbye to this world. Consequently, Calvin lost his reason, driven solely by the desire to kill the one who nearly killed him. The potential revenge from the Tranquil Heart Abbey was no longer within his consideration. Die. Calvin formed a powerful true essence spear, thrusting it towards Kia's head. But the door was now wide open. In the next moment, a slender figure appeared before Kia. Kelvin held the true essence spear Calvin had formed, eyes filled with murderous intent. Impossible. You broke through the sealing spell of a scenic realm expert and restored your cultivation? As the attack was blocked, Calvin regained his senses, staring at Kelvin in shock. A scenic realm expert seal? How formidable. Kelvin revealed a look of disdain, then squeezed hard, shattering the powerful true essence spear. Calvin understood that Kelvin had completely restored his cultivation. When Kelvin caught the spear earlier, it might have been possible with some assistance from treasures. But Kelvin shattered the spear barehanded. The only explanation was that Kelvin had broken free from the scenic realm expert seal. Indeed, Kelvin was right. Kelvin had successfully broken the seal thanks to the tiny thread of the cavern heaven spirit wrapped around the holy sword in his mind. Though weak, it carried the Tao of a true monarch, making everything below seem insignificant. Thus, a scenic realm expert seal was nothing. Originally, he planned to rely on the hidden strongman cavern expert, but unexpectedly, he wouldn't need to appear now. Feeling the intense killing intent from Kelvin, fear filled Calvin's eyes. In the city lord's residence, Kelvin swore to kill him. It was only because of the strongmen from Dingzhou City that he survived. Now without their protection and with Kelvin's restoration, Calvin knew Kelvin wouldn't let him off. Calvin tried to flee, turning his body. Kelvin's lips curled into a slight smile, eyes cold. Act on to run? Where do you think you can go? Next, Kelvin stepped with agility, and countless images of Kelvin filled the sky. Each image looked down on Kelvin with disdain. Calvin realized his speed couldn't match Kelvin. Escaping was highly unlikely. Kelvin, if you let me go, we can negotiate anything, alright? Calvin tried negotiation even now, but he didn't realize harming ordinary citizens crossed Kelvin's line. There would be no mercy. You won't die. How can you face the people of Dingzhou? Countless Kelvins spoke simultaneously in the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. Fine, Kelvin, this is your doing. Calvin's eyes glinted viciously as he suddenly dashed toward Kia. Calvin knew his strength couldn't break through Kelvin's defense. His only way out was to take Kia hostage. Without cultivation, Kia was vulnerable. As Calvin closed in on her, his eyes gleamed with surprise. However, Kia remained calm, as if Calvin didn't exist. When Calvin was 1 meter away, a sudden pain hit his chest. Looking down, he saw a true essence sword piercing through him. The powerful sword intent tormented him, blurring his consciousness. As Kelvin withdrew the sword, Calvin fell straight to the ground, looking at Kia with unyielding eyes. Just 1 meter short, yet that meter meant life or death. Chapter 547, Spirit Stone Vein. Are you okay? Kelvin sheathed his true essence sword and asked Chastity with a smile. Chastity shook her head with a smile. Though Calvin's attack was powerful, ever since Kelvin had recovered his cultivation, Chastity had not been worried. For some unknown reason, Chastity felt an inexplicable confidence in Kelvin. Indeed, Kelvin did not disappoint her. Back at the city lord's residence, Kelvin had vowed to kill Calvin, and now, he had truly done it. While Kelvin and Chastity were conversing, not far away, a woman covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide like pearls. This woman was the same one who had brought Kelvin and Chastity back. She couldn't believe that Kelvin had actually killed Calvin, the powerful man akin to a demon, dead just like that. There was a surreal feeling in the woman's heart. Kelvin and Chastity also noticed the woman nearby and then spoke up. Calvin is dead. You are all free. Once I finish my business, I'll take you all out of here. Although Kelvin had recovered his cultivation, Chastity's was still sealed. Therefore, Kelvin planned to first help release Chastity's seal before investigating the spirit stone mine. Given that Kelvin had so many people mining spirit stones here, there must be quite a lot inside. Since Kelvin dared to bring Kelvin here, how could Kelvin leave empty-handed? KC was overjoyed upon hearing Kelvin's words and was about to rush towards her work area. However, it was already evening, and everyone had returned. Upon seeing her husband, a brute among the enforcers, the woman ran into his arms, sobbing. Her husband stiffened upon seeing this scene and, glancing around, tried to pull the woman up, but the woman clung tightly to him without letting go. Hurry up and let go. If anyone reports us to the city lord, we're finished, the man whispered. KC, however, only lifted her head and shouted loudly, Lord Phelan has brought Calvin to justice. From now on, we are free. Her words caused a stir, with disbelief evident on some faces. Pointing to Calvin's corpse nearby, the woman said, that's Calvin's body. If you don't believe me, you can see for yourselves. When everyone saw Calvin's corpse, their faces showed joy and relief. Some of the enforcers threw down their whips and embraced their families happily. Others quietly tried to leave, but were tied up by the residents of Dingzhou City. Why aren't you binding them? Chastity curiously asked the woman's husband. Our benefactor may not know, but becoming an enforcer was the will of everyone. And using whips to beat us was also what we asked for. Only as an enforcer could he get extra food to support us, an Aryan sighed. Upon hearing this, Chastity understood. These enforcers were not acting of their own volition. Everyone, go rest. Tomorrow, I will lead you all out of here, Kelvin announced loudly. The residents of Dingzhou City bowed to Kelvin and left. Although they departed, waves of mental energy surged into Kelvin's mind, ultimately converting into purple factors. Perhaps because the people of Dingzhou City had suffered under Kelvin for too long, each contributed a great deal of mental energy. Without closely examining the purple factors in his mind, Kelvin grasped Chastity's soft hand. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Chastity's face flushed red. I will release the seal left by a Jing realm expert on you. Kelvin looked at Chastity gently, rubbing her white as jade hand with his thumb. Uh-huh, Chastity replied softly, her face even redder. Seeing this, Kelvin smiled and ceased teasing her, channeling the cave heaven spirit within his body into Chastity's. In the next moment, Chastity's aura exploded suddenly. When the cave heaven spirit returned to Kelvin's body, Chastity discreetly pulled her hand away. She sensed that whatever entered her body seemed weak, but carried a hint of a Aldo's aura. However, Chastity did not ask Kelvin what it was. Knowing it might be related to a Aldo, she assumed it was one of Kelvin's secrets. So she kept silent. Let's go, Kelvin said once he saw Chastity's cultivation had recovered. Where are we going? Chastity asked, puzzled. Do you remember what these Dingzhou City residents were doing when we arrived? Kelvin countered without directly answering. You mean those spirit stones? Chastity replied. But with our cultivation, spirit stones are of little use. The ascent to the cave's spirit realm requires understanding of Tao, not immense spirit energy. Hearing Chastity's words, Kelvin sighed inwardly. Truly, one doesn't know the value of necessities until they manage a household. As a divine maiden of the Xiuxian shrine, Chastity always had priority access to resources, making her unfamiliar with such matters. Even though we can't only pure, and it seemed denser than the ones in Godfrey and in Shanzhai. This spirit stone vein is far from ordinary, Kelvin remarked as he stared at the pitch-black entrance. Indeed, I've never seen a vein of this quality even in Shanzhai, Jaylene agreed with a nod. Though it was extraordinary, neither Kelvin nor Jaylene felt fear. For one thing, both had already recovered their cultivation and could calmly face any emergencies. Furthermore, the residents of Dingzhou City had mined here for years without incident. They couldn't be that unlucky to encounter problems just as they arrived. Let's go in and have a look. Kelvin took the lead into the cave, with Jaylene closely following behind. Upon entering, Kelvin and Jaylene realized that the spiritual energy inside was over 3 times more concentrated than outside. As they ventured deeper, the density continued to increase. By the time they neared the deepest part of the cave, the thick spiritual energy almost resembled a liquid. Fortunately, Kelvin and Jaylene were present. Anyone else might have been poisoned by such an abundance of spiritual energy. Everything has 2 sides. Sometimes poison can save lives, and sometimes spiritual energy can kill. Ordinary people simply could not withstand such a massive amount of spiritual energy. Even Jaylene felt a hint of pressure. However, due to practicing the primal origin art and constantly refining hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, Kelvin was right before their eyes, yet they could not obtain it. A truly torturous feeling. I didn't expect to encounter a spirit dragon either, and didn't bring the appropriate items, Kelvin admitted with a shrug. It looks like we'll have to come back after we prepare, Jaylene said helplessly. Without the proper tools, capturing a spirit dragon was impossible. Moreover, attempting to seize it rashly could easily destroy the spirit dragon, leaving everything in vain. Nodding in agreement, Kelvin prepared to leave with Jaylene. At that moment, the cave heaven spirit encircling the holy sword suddenly moved. In the next instant, the spirit dragon within the exquisite spirit stone seemed summoned, joyfully rushing out and merging into Kelvin's mind. Jaylene watched this scene with curiosity. What secret did Kelvin's soul hold? Why did everything seem drawn towards it? Moreover, the standard method for catching a spirit dragon, acknowledged through millions of trials, had no other alternatives besides using specific tools. Yet, Kelvin broke the entire cultivation world's understanding. How about it? Did you capture it? Jaylene asked worriedly. Hearing her question, Kelvin showed a puzzled expression. Jaylene tensed, hurriedly asking if anything was wrong or uncomfortable. But Kelvin shook his head, hesitating before asking Jaylene, have you ever heard of a spirit stone vein? Realm experts still thought of sharing with her. How could Jaylene not be moved? Perhaps continuing on this path with Kelvin wasn't such a bad idea, she thought as she gazed at his handsome face, her fair complexion blushing like evening red clouds. Chapter 549. Xiuxian arrived. When Kelvin extracted the spirit dragon from the premium spirit stone, the entire spirit stone vein began to rapidly wither. It wouldn't be long before this extremely rare spirit stone vein turned into a barren mine. This spirit stone vein had nurtured the spirit dragon, and the spirit dragon, in turn, sustained the whole spirit stone vein. They were mutually beneficial. Now that the vein had lost its spirit dragon, it naturally couldn't last much longer. Kelvin and Kia showed no regret at this scene. The value of the spirit dragon far outweighed the spirit stone vein. With the spirit dragon already secured, there was nothing left for Kelvin and Kia to be attracted to. The two left without delay. Upon exiting, they heard joyful cheers nearby. The citizens of Dingzhou City hadn't rested, but were celebrating their regained freedom and rebirth. Frequently, shouts of, "Long live Kelvin," could still be heard. At least we're within the small universe. If this were outside, anyone hearing, "Long live Kelvin," might think you're starting a rebellion. Kia joked as she looked at the fire burning in the center. Many people gathered around the bonfire, chatting loudly or dancing joyfully, creating an almost utopian scene. Upon seeing Kelvin and Kia, the citizens of Dingzhou stood up one after another. Administrator Phelan has arrived. Thank you, Administrator Phelan, for saving us. The citizens of Dingzhou warmly welcomed them. Some wanted to pull Kelvin and Kia into the celebration, but hesitated due to Kelvin's status. After all, Kelvin was the master mirror of the mirror platform, considered a significant figure. Though Kelvin saved them, the gap in status made it difficult for them to cross. Seeing the citizens' hesitation, Kelvin smiled and asked, "Can we join?" Without the usual demeanor of a bureaucrat, the citizens beamed with delight, eagerly making room for Kelvin and Kia. Neither hesitated and joined the crowd, sitting down and chatting with the neighbors. Seeing this, the others relaxed completely, offering wine, meat, and fruits to Kelvin and Kia. Soon enough, food piled up in front of them. That night, everyone, whether Kelvin, Kia, or the citizens of Dingzhou, had a wonderful and fulfilling time. Since arriving in this world, Kelvin's nerves were mostly on edge. He spent each day busy with various tasks, rarely experiencing such moments of openness. Growing up in the calm mind temple, Kia lacked opportunities to closely interact with common people. Without Kelvin, she might never have sat among so many commoners. As dawn rose, the serene and peaceful small universe suddenly shook. Kelvin's divine soul sensed a hint of inner world spirit, making him more attuned to changes within the small universe. He abruptly sat up, staring towards the entrance. Kia, feeling Kelvin's movements, approached. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Kia asked. "Someone broke in," Kelvin said grimly. Just as Kelvin spoke, a light gate appeared at the entrance. Next, over 10 powerful figures entered, followed by Clyde, Aiden, and Peter. "Where is Kelvin? Come see me immediately." Aiden used his cultivation, making his voice reverberate throughout the small universe. The loud voice woke the sleeping citizens of Dingzhou. They looked confused, unaware of what was happening. "It seems the person behind Kelvin has come. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly." Hearing the voice, Kelvin narrowed his eyes and said. Kia also sensed the overwhelming aura of the transcendent realm powerhouse, turning unusually solemn. She and Kelvin were fearless and could leave. But there were still many commoners within this small universe. If they left, the transcendent realm powerhouse would not spare these commoners. Through last night's interactions, Kia genuinely liked these simple people. Not out of duty as before, but genuinely from her heart. Moreover, she trusted Kelvin would never abandon these commoners and escape alone. "Hiding won't help. Let's go see." Kelvin looked towards the entrance and said. Kia nodded and followed Kelvin outside. Aiden waited for a while after his call, but still hadn't seen Kelvin come. He grew dissatisfied. A mere servant dared to be late. It was too presumptuous. At that moment, Aiden suddenly saw a man and a woman walking towards him from afar. Confusion crossed his face, unsure who they were. But upon seeing Kelvin and Kia, Peter and the Clyde's expressions froze stiff. Chapter 550. Flee in panic. Ottman also noticed the odd expressions on their faces and asked, "Lemuel, do you know that man and woman?" Given Peter's character, it was rare for someone to cause such a drastic change in his demeanor. Therefore, Ottman was very curious about the identities of the man and woman approaching. "Those two are Kelvin and Myrtle." Peter's expression was grim. He couldn't understand why Kelvin and Myrtle would be here. This place was meant to be a fallback plan left by his grandfather. How did Kelvin and Myrtle discover it? And if Kelvin and Myrtle had appeared, did it mean that this place had already fallen under the control of Anshan Shrine and Mirror Platform? If that were true, then they would be in grave danger today. Could Kelvin and Myrtle have subdued Kelvin? Was that why Kelvin told them about this place? Ottman also considered this possibility and showed a solemn expression. At the same time, a powerful divine sense spread out, wanting to probe and see if Anshan Shrine and Mirror Platform had hidden personnel within this small world. After probing, Ottman found no abnormalities. But because there were no abnormalities, Ottman became even more cautious. He felt that perhaps the Aldo behind Kelvin intervened and hid others beyond his perception. Ottman now even felt an impulse to flee with Peter. Although he was very strong, this time, thinking it would be foolproof, he hadn't sought backup from Dian Aldo. Now, having been caught off guard by the opposition, Ottman had lost confidence. If it weren't for the importance of this place, Ottman would have left immediately. Kelvin and Myrtle also recognized Peter, instantly understanding that all of this was orchestrated by Dianaldo. As for why Calvin didn't know the identity of Dianaldo, it might be because Dianaldo feared Calvin would leak the information. So although he revealed some of his strength, he didn't disclose his true identity to Calvin. When Kelvin noticed the expressions on the group's faces, his mind raced. "Kelvin, what are you doing here?" Peter asked warily. Meanwhile, Ottman tightened his grip on the jade pendant in his hand, ready to withdraw with Peter at any sign of trouble. The other cave spirit realm powerhouses were not in his consideration. Though cultivating a cave spirit realm powerhouse required significant resources, compared to Peter and his own life, they weren't worth much. "Why am I here?" "Of course, I'm waiting for you to take the bait," Kelvin said mockingly. "The damn Calvin, he actually betrayed us." Upon hearing Kelvin's words, Peter grew furious, regretting not killing him in Dingzhou City. Ottman and the Clyde similarly felt alarmed after hearing Kelvin's statement. Kelvin didn't reply but stared silently at them. In Kelvin's estimation, Calvin didn't know the identity of the person behind everything. Thus, if Kelvin spoke up, it would suggest he knew the Hu family would come. By then, with Peter and Ottman's intelligence, they would realize something was wrong. "Boy, do you really think you can outsmart us?" Ottman glared at Kelvin, radiating the aura of an exalted scenery realm powerhouse, his tone cruel. Facing the pressure from an exalted scenery realm powerhouse, Kelvin felt a bit nervous inside but remained calm on the outside. "Whether I can or not, you'll find out soon enough." Kelvin stood with hands behind his back, looking down on everyone. At this moment, Kelvin couldn't afford to show the slightest hint of fear. Otherwise, Ottman would detect it. Seeing Kelvin's expression, Ottman couldn't determine if Kelvin had turned pale. Only Aldo could summon the lingering spirit of this small realm. Could it be that Aldo really left a backup plan here? Ottman thought incredulously. Without hesitation, Ottman instinctively grabbed Peter and hastily opened a small light gate, fleeing the small world. Others followed suit, rushing through the gateway. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared. Actually, Kelvin intentionally slowed down the sealing process to give them time to escape. After all, if he trapped them here, facing two exalted scenery realm powerhouses and numerous cave spirit realm powerhouses, Kelvin and Myrtle would have no chance of fighting back. Finally gone. Myrtle sighed in relief. "We need to leave here quickly. It won't take long for Peter and the others to realize the truth. Then it will be dangerous," Kelvin said gravely. They left hurriedly out of fear just now, without much thought. Given their familiarity with this small world, they would surely realize they had been tricked once they calmed down. After all, sealing a small world shouldn't take this long. Chapter 551. Unmasked. Kia also understood that what Kelvin said was true. Just now, Peter and the others were only temporarily thrown into disarray. Added to their existing doubts, this made them fall for Kelvin's deception. Given their intelligence, it wouldn't be long before they sensed something was amiss. When they returned, it would be dangerous. But how are we supposed to take all these people of Dingzhou City away? Kia asked aloud. If there were only a few people here, Kelvin and Kia could easily take them away. But with so many citizens of Dingzhou City, unless they were Aldo experts, it would be difficult for them to move everyone at once. Even mentioning this matter gave Kelvin a headache. The mirror platform did indeed have large flying magical treasures, but as he couldn't use them, he hadn't brought any out from there. Moreover, with the urgent situation, it was too late to seek help from the mirror platform now. No matter what, let's get these people of Dingzhou City out of here first. If we leave them in this small universe, when Peter and the others return, these people will become tools for venting their anger, Kelvin sighed. Last night, Kelvin had already brought the Patriarch of Jingang Cave and other cave spirit realm experts from Jingang Cave into this small universe. Kelvin planned to have them lead different groups of people out. With cave spirit realm experts guarding them, the demons in the 10,000 Great Mountains were not much to fear. If two cave spirit realm experts hadn't appeared just now, Kelvin really would have closed off this small universe and killed Peter here completely. When Kelvin and his companions were urgently organizing the citizens of Dingzhou City to evacuate the small universe, Izar was fleeing far away with Peter, with the Clyde following closely behind them. This instantly alerted Izar that he had been deceived by Kelvin. Perhaps Kelvin manipulated the small universe through other means, but definitely not by the backup plan of Aldo. Now upon closer reflection, if Kelvin truly had the backup plan of Aldo, why would he waste time arguing with them? He could have lured them into the interior of the small universe and then killed them. Why would he stage a play at the entrance trying to close the universe and lock them all inside? Now that he thought about it, Kelvin and Kia's actions were riddled with loopholes. However, at the time, Izar and the others had preconceived notions, allowing Kelvin to succeed. In normal circumstances, such a ruse by Kelvin wouldn't deceive us. Back immediately. Izar's face darkened like a storm cloud. How dare Kelvin play tricks on him? Izar swore to utterly destroy Kelvin. Not only Izar, but Peter and the others realized they were fooled by Kelvin. Their hatred towards him had reached its peak. In the next moment, they rushed back towards the small universe. The intense killing intent made the demon beasts along the way shudder and hide quietly in their lairs. When Kelvin finished arranging the citizens of Dingzhou City and wanted to take them out, he sensed Izar's icy murderous intent from afar. Not bad for a cultivation boundary expert, reacting so quickly. Kelvin sighed. Let's hide deeper into the small universe. The people from Jingang Cave nodded and led the crowd deeper into the cave. At this point, the citizens of Dingzhou City trusted Kelvin implicitly. Even though they didn't know why Kelvin asked them to return, they obediently followed the group from Jingang Cave. Why don't we seal off this small universe using the spirit of the cave heaven? Kia suggested solemnly, seeing the approaching threat. Although the Patriarch of Jingang Cave was here, facing Izar and the Clyde, both experts at the cultivation boundary, still posed a challenge. After all, Izar had been personally taught by Aldo. It won't work. This small universe is already fractured and has lost the support of the cave heaven spirit, rendering it soulless. In front of cultivation boundary experts, this small universe may not last long. And if it gets shattered by a cultivation boundary expert, the energy fluctuations would be unbearable for ordinary people inside. Kelvin replied gravely. At this moment, Kelvin could only hope that the Patriarch of Jingang Cave could hold off the two cultivation boundary experts. Then, with Kia's help, they should try to kill those cave spirit realm experts as quickly as possible. Next, pooling their strength, they would aid the Patriarch of Jingang Cave in holding off one of the cultivation boundary experts temporarily. If the Patriarch of Jingang Cave could kill a cultivation boundary expert before Kelvin and Kia fell, they might still have a chance. If they couldn't hold off the cultivation boundary expert, Kelvin and Kia would be in great danger today. Kelvin, prepare to die. Izar's voice boomed like thunder, shaking Kelvin and Kia's eardrums. Almost instantly, Izar and the others appeared before Kelvin and company. Chapter 552. Jamil takes action. Jamil and Harris were filled with a rage that seemed to shatter the heavens. As a peak contemplation realm powerhouse, Jamil had been mocked by someone who was merely at the middle spirit cavern realm. If word got out, he would have lost all face after all these years. Moreover, this incident could tarnish the Xuanhuan family's reputation. Should Connor learn of this, Jamil wouldn't escape severe punishment. Thinking of this, Jamil's anger grew even more intense, and he couldn't resist the urge to tear Kelvin apart. However, Jamil restrained his fury. He wanted Kelvin to experience torment beyond death and a sense of despair. And Jamil already thought of an excellent way to exact his revenge on Kelvin. Since Kelvin claimed to care so much for the common people, Jamil would make him watch helplessly as these people became fodder for Harris's advancement. Seeing Kelvin, Harris's eyes turned bloodshot, unable to contain himself any longer. Being toyed with multiple times by Kelvin, he wanted nothing more than Kelvin's death. Without a word upon meeting, Harris attacked Kelvin instantly. Vanquished underling. Kelvin challenged his perception. Kelvin matched Harris in both the robustness of true essence and Dao intent. No, not just matched. Jamil's keen eye, as a peak contemplation realm expert, detected the dragon claw bearing numerous cuts from the sword intent. Only Harris's powerful true essence quickly healed the wounds. Jamil also mastered the secret art Harris used. Knowing its formidable nature, ordinary sword intent couldn't even scratch the dragon claw, let alone leave a mark. Moreover, Harris hadn't even gotten close to Kelvin, being blocked by the sword intent. It was clear who held the advantage. Though filled with anger, Jamil couldn't help but marvel at Kelvin's exceptional talent. If left to grow, Kelvin's future achievements would be immeasurable. Thinking this, Jamil's murderous intent intensified. He would not allow such a potent future enemy to thrive. Suddenly appearing between Harris and Kelvin, Jamil remained unscathed by the intense forces surrounding them. With a wave of his sleeve, Jamil nullified Kelvin's powerful sword intent, the residual energy flinging Kelvin away. Landing, a trickle of blood ran down Kelvin's mouth. Indeed, a peak contemplation realm powerhouse, casually waving could exert such immense force. Kelvin thought. Despite being injured, there was no fear in his eyes. Jamil only relied on long cultivation years. Kelvin believed given time, he would surpass Jamil. The events happened so suddenly, even Kia didn't react in time. Are you alright? Kia rushed to Kelvin's side, asking. Kelvin shook his head, then stared coldly at Jamil, saying, never thought a great contemplation realm expert would resort to sneaking up. Young generation duels should not involve seniors. That is the tacit rule acknowledged by major powers. Does Connor intend to break this rule and oppose all other forces? Kia added, glaring at Jamil. Ha 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 ha. Jamil laughed as if hearing the funniest joke. This is the uninhabited 100,000 mountains, and within this miniature cosmos. As long as everyone dies here, who would know what happened? After returning, Jamil never intended to let anyone leave, including Kia. Given Kelvin's lineage and the risk of exposing the truth, it could provoke a powerful enemy for Connor. While not feared, it was better safe than sorry. Grandpa, let me kill this little brat, Harris said, eyes red with rage. Kelvin had become his heart demon. Only killing him would satisfy his hatred. Ju Luo, what do you think is the best way to avenge someone? Jamil asked, shaking his head. Unclear of Jamil's meaning, Harris looked at him questioningly. The best way to avenge someone is to make them watch helplessly as what they cherish is destroyed, Jamil explained sarcastically. That feeling of wanting to protect but being powerless is most heart-wrenching. Upon hearing this, Harris's eyes brightened, immediately understanding Jamil's intention. Typical low-down rat, can't beat me, so you seek revenge through others, Kelvin said mockingly. Provoked, Harris nearly lost control again, but Jamil stopped him in time. Hashtag chapter 553, obstruction. If it had been anyone else mocking him, Dempsey would have felt furious, but not to this extent. Since ancient times, truth has always been the sharpest blade. Last time, he was defeated by Kelvin, and this time, in their competition of true essence and Dao intent, he was slightly at a disadvantage once again. Repeated defeats made the arrogant Dempsey unable to bear it. Precisely because of this, Dempsey could be easily provoked by Kelvin. Lemuel, once you advance to the outscenery realm, you'll realize that these people are nothing more than ants, not even worth your concern. And besides, isn't the divine maiden from Anshan Shrine a rare beauty? Don't you want to impress her right before Kelvin's eyes? Atman sneered maliciously. Upon hearing Atman's words, all traces of anger vanished from Dempsey's eyes, replaced by the thrill of revenge against Kelvin. At this moment, he couldn't help but fantasize about what expression Kelvin would show when he disgraces Kia right before his eyes after advancing to the outscenery realm. Now you're already talking like this. Aren't you afraid of failing at the last moment? A murderous intent welled up deep within Kelvin's eyes. Whether it was Atman's plan to massacre the civilians in the miniature world, or their intention to defile Kia, they had both touched upon Kelvin's vulnerabilities. Even dragons have their fatal scales. If you touch them, death is certain. You two, mere cave spirit realm cultivators, can't possibly cause much of a ripple, Atman said disdainfully. It wasn't just that they were only cave spirit realm cultivators. Even if one of them was an outscenery realm expert, Atman wouldn't have cared. After all, Apart from himself being a peak outscenery realm powerhouse, the Clyde was also an outscenery realm cultivator. With 2 outscenery realm experts present, they could sweep through any first-rate force outside of the 36 cavern heavens or 4 great blessed lands. Lemuel, go ahead and set things up. I'll hold off these 2 for you. Once you successfully advance, I'll leave these 2 to you. Ottman said to Dempsey. Without another word, Dempsey prepared to fly deeper into the miniature world. Seeing this, Kelvin and Kia attempted to rise and intercept Dempsey. However, they were blocked by Ottman and the Clyde. With 2 outscenery realm experts blocking 2 cave spirit realm cultivators, you 2 should feel honored. This kind of treatment is probably unique to you 2 throughout history, the Clyde said mockingly to Kelvin and Kia. The expressions on Ottman and the Clyde were akin to cats toying with mice. If talking nonsense were a cultivation realm, you'd be at the true monarch level. Kelvin remarked to the Clyde. Not accepting the wine offered now, you're choosing to drink the punishment wine. Today, I will make you understand that outscenery realm experts cannot be insulted at will. As he spoke, a massive hand formed from true essence appeared in midair, reaching towards Kelvin and Kia. The powerful force instantly restrained the space in front of them, making their movements tenfold slower as if they were trapped in quicksand. Amitabha. At this moment, a Buddhist chant echoed throughout the heavens and earth. In the next instant, Chavi appeared before Kelvin and Kia, draped in black robes. A dazzling golden light emanated from him, causing the true essence hand to vanish. Which sect of the Buddhist order do you belong to? Don't you know that meddling in matters related to Kaleister Dayan would bring calamity upon your Buddhist sect? Ottman narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Chavi. The Buddhist order had countless branches, so even the well-informed Ottman found it difficult to identify Venerable Laozu's origin from that one move. Nonetheless, today's events alerted Ottman that something unusual was happening. According to their gathered intelligence, Kelvin had no prior connections with the Buddhist order, except for the Vajra Cave. Yet in Ottman's mind, the Vajra Cave was adversarial toward Kelvin, so he did not think they would assist him. For this reason, the sudden appearance of someone from the Buddhist order made Ottman uneasy, speculating that perhaps the true monarch behind Kelvin had ties to the Buddhist order. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. It was common knowledge that the Buddhist order valued emptiness and abandonment of worldly attachments. As the descendant of a true monarch, Kelvin certainly could not be one of theirs. Sir, your karma is too heavy. This poor monk specifically came to persuade you to turn back. Chavi clasped his hands together. Old monk, stop pretending. Last time, it was you who stopped me from killing Kelvin, and here you are again. If you're not with Kelvin, then no one would believe it, the Clyde said. It seems today's matter won't end peacefully then? Ottman's eyes narrowed as he heard the Clyde's words. Venerable Laozu chanted a Buddha mantra, but remained silent. When Venerable Laozu sensed 2 outscenery realm experts, one of whom was at the peak, he realized his identity might not remain hidden. To withstand 2 outscenery realm experts, he would need to unleash the Vajra Cave's ultimate skill, the Vajra Indestructible Technique. This technique was the closely guarded secret of the Vajra Cave, known throughout the land. So be it. Let me see what skills an old monk like you has to stop us too. Ottman's voice carried a chilling intent. Phelan, sir, I will hold these 2. You must take care of the rest. Venerable Laozu glanced at Kelvin and immediately unleashed the Heavenly Seal technique, enveloping Ottman and the Clyde within. The battle between 3 outscenery realm experts was too intense. If they fought without restraint, it would endanger everyone in the miniature world. At that point, even Kelvin, Kia, or Dempsey wouldn't fare well. The Clyde and Ottman understood this, so they allowed Venerable Laozu to seal them inside without interference. Though Venerable Laozu was strong, the 2 believed that under their combined assault, he wouldn't last long. Moreover, Ottman had brought many cave spirit realm cultivators from his clan. For Kelvin and Kia to eliminate them all would not be done in a short time. You dare to fight 2 of us alone. You're truly courting death. Ottman mocked Chavi. Master, to avoid any mishaps, let's act now. With that, the Clyde harnessed the power of the virtual miniature world to attack Venerable Laozu. Still harboring resentment over being injured by Venerable Laozu last time, he finally saw a chance for vengeance. Chapter 554. The invincible divine power reappears. Even though this was deep within the 100,000 great mountains and inside a miniature universe, no one knew if Kelvin had sought external help. To avoid any delays, Aiden also wanted to end the battle quickly. As Aiden's true essence stirred, a massive green dragon appeared in front of him. The green dragon that Peter needed to transform into, Aiden simply condensed with a wave of his hand. The green dragon Aiden condensed even revealed its scales clearly. The moment the green dragon appeared, it seemed like space itself couldn't bear the immense power it exuded. Facing the formidable attacks from the duo, even the birdie did not dare to be careless. He chanted a Buddha's name under his breath, and his body was instantly surrounded by golden light. In the next instant, the birdie transformed into a golden man. Clang! The attacks from the Clyde and Aiden hit the birdie, producing sounds akin to ringing bells. In the next moment, a powerful energy storm erupted from the birdie, shattering the 3-mile radius around him. Everything turned to dust under the chaotic spatial currents. When the spatial turbulence disappeared, revealing the birdie's silhouette, the invincible divine power? The Clyde exclaimed in shock. Are you from Golden Cave? Aiden narrowed his eyes, his face showing coldness as he asked. Aiden had thought of many forces, but never imagined that the monk in front of him could actually be from Golden Cave. Was it a rumor then, that the birdie had been killed by Kelvin? But that can't be possible. Kelvin had hung the Venerable's body on the city walls. I didn't expect that the esteemed Golden Cave, one of the 36 grotto heavens, would willingly become someone else's dog. I wonder if your ancestors would jump out of their graves if they found out. Aiden mocked the birdie, thinking that Kelvin's Aldo force behind him had not only slain the Venerable at Yujo City but also attacked Golden Cave. The remaining people of Golden Cave, for survival, submitted to Kelvin's Aldo. Faced with Aiden's provocation, the Venerable remained silent, only to join his palms together, chanting the Buddha's name. Seeing the expression of the birdie, the Clyde's expression darkened. Golden Cave's invincible divine power was famously unbreakable, especially among peers. Its defense was nearly unbeatable. Even Aiden, together with him, might struggle to break through this power anytime soon, especially when considering Kelvin and Kia were still outside. They had no clue how long the cave's spirit realm strength coming from the family could resist Kelvin. A situation previously under control now became passive. After a while, I'll hold off the monk in front of us, and you will look for an opportunity to break through, Aiden said sternly to the Clyde. The birdie's strength far exceeded the Clyde's, particularly after invoking the invincible divine power. Breaking through his defenses was akin to climbing heaven without steps. Now the plan was for Aiden to delay the Venerable, so the Clyde could capture Kelvin and Kia. Though the Clyde couldn't beat the Venerable, handling the cave, spirit realm Kia, and Kelvin should be easy enough. Understanding the situation, the Clyde nodded, keeping a close watch on the Venerable, ready to leave. To buy time for the Clyde, Aiden chose to engage the Venerable in close combat. Ordinary attack moves transformed under Aiden's hands, imbued with the power of Tao. Despite his invincibility, the birdie dared not underestimate Aiden. He responded with Golden Cave's 72 demon suppression techniques, deploying the demon-subduing Arhat fist. Though simple on the surface, each punch sent evil spirits fleeing in terror. As their fight intensified, although the battle looked fierce, neither side made significant progress. Seizing the moment, seeing the Venerable delayed, the Clyde launched his strongest attack, aiming to create a breach in the heavenly seal. However, the Venerable naturally could not let this happen. He ignored Aiden's strong attack, focusing instead on delivering a powerful blow towards the Clyde. Although the Clyde was indeed strong, taking this punch squarely would mean serious injury or death. Thus, he abandoned his plan and faced the Venerable's attack. Seeing his strategy disrupted, Aiden grew furious, intensifying his assault. Their battle shattered everything around them, forming spatial turbulence and energy fluctuations, a veritable dead zone of life. After the light dissipated, the Venerable's golden glow dimmed, yet his invincible divine power remained intact. All three were ragged, fighting furiously. Meanwhile, outside, Kelvin and Kia already engaged with the Xiuxian family's Golden Cave experts. With the addition of the Golden Cave experts and the exceptional combat prowess of Kia, they easily held back the Xiuxian family's cave spirit realm expert. Kelvin nodded and flashed towards the depths of the Golden Cave. At this point, Peter had arranged 5 elemental essences: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Hands forming intricate seals, the crystal heart of the stone spirit monkey floated above his forehead. A massive array enveloped the miniature universe, emitting a powerful pull that siphoned the lifespan of all living beings within. Those with higher realms, such as Kelvin and Kia, felt less affected. However, ordinary civilians had no defense against such immense force. Citizens of Dingzhou clutched their heads, wailing and weeping on the ground. Witnessing this, Kelvin's gaze filled with murderous intent. He practiced the path of longevity, making him acutely aware of lifespans. Never had he expected Peter to be so ruthless, using common folks' lives to pave his way to enlightenment. Haiyan Lemuel. Roaring angrily, Kelvin's body transformed into a sword, slicing through the void, charging towards Peter inside the array. Chapter 555. Re-engage Hanley. A flood of life force, akin to a mighty river, surged through the array, converging upon the crystal heart of the stone monkey in the center. Immediately, the crystal heart burst into dazzling light. Within this miniature world, the extraction of life force by the array was not done all at once. Instead, it continuously drew small quantities. If too much life force were extracted all at once, regardless of the consequences for these common folk, Hanley would be unable to withstand such immense power. The sheer magnitude could cause him to explode. However, this method of gradual extraction was only temporary. As Hanley's cultivation deepened, his ability to withstand greater power would also increase, accelerating the process. Not only the life force, but the essences of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements also flowed into the central crystal heart. Various energies painted the crystal heart in a kaleidoscope of colors. Empowered by the life force and the intangible forces of the 5 elements, the crystal heart emitted an enigmatic aura enveloping Hanley. Enveloped by this mysterious energy, Hanley found his Tao clearer than ever. Imperfections in his comprehension of the Tao gradually filled in. While Hanley was immersed in this profound enlightenment, he suddenly heard Kelvin's explosive shout. Then, he saw Kelvin transform into a sword charging directly at him. Hanley was instantly enraged. Although he had spent little time in this state of enlightenment, under the nourishment of the stone monkey's crystal heart, previous deficiencies had already been compensated. His understanding of his own Tao was now more profound, and his grasp of various secret arts was deeper than before. Especially with the techniques transforming into a dragon and true dragon combat skills, his understanding reached new heights. Despite Kelvin breaking his transformation and combat techniques last time, Hanley was confident that this time he could use these skills to thoroughly slay Kelvin here and now. To prevent their battle from destroying the crystal heart of the stone monkey and the essences of the 5 elements, Hanley withdrew the setup with a wave of his hand. He then transformed into a green dragon, emitting a thunderous roar. The next moment, the breath of the dragon spewed forth from its mouth. Wherever the dragon's breath touched, everything was obliterated. Even the air burned away to nothingness. In contrast, Kelvin, facing this formidable dragon's breath, did not retreat. Instead, his momentum intensified. Although the long sword that Kelvin turned into wasn't as fierce as the dragon's breath, nor did it reveal any sharpness, when they collided, the world-ending breath of the dragon did not destroy Kelvin's sword form. Instead, it was sliced into 2 parts, leaving a blank space between them. Hanley wasn't angry at this sight. After several battles against Kelvin, he well understood how terrifying Kelvin was. If merely using the true dragon's breath could easily kill Kelvin, it would have been too trivial. When Kelvin transformed into a sword and approached, Hanley lashed out with a powerful tail strike towards Kelvin's sword tip. A clear ding echoed as sound waves expanded outward, distorting the space around them. The next instant, the green dragon's claw was severed by Kelvin's giant sword, while Kelvin's massive blade developed some cracks. Neither cared about this minor damage and continued battling fiercely in midair. Powerful shockwaves reverberated throughout the small paradise. Despite being some distance away from Dingzhou City's residential area, the powerful sound waves still made the citizens involuntarily cover their ears. Yet, the sound waves seemed to pierce directly into the people's spirits. Even with their hands over their ears, they couldn't fend off the assault on their souls. Kelvin's divine sense, incredibly potent, sensed the abnormal condition of the Dingzhou residents despite the distance. Realizing he couldn't continue like this, Kelvin knew these sound waves might eventually harm the people's spirit irrevocably. With this thought, Kelvin ceased clashing head-on with Hanley. Kelvin, you're worrying about those ants now? You really don't know when to die. Hanley taunted. Though talking, his movements grew fiercer, aiming to tear Kelvin apart. Seizing the opportunity when one is weak, Kelvin cared about the commoners' lives, but Hanley didn't. All he wanted was Kelvin dead. As one side weakened and the other strengthened, Kelvin could only dodge and look for an opening. Meanwhile, empowered by the crystal heart, Hanley's strength reached new heights. Under normal circumstances, he could match Kelvin evenly. Now, Kelvin faced dangerous situations with increasing cracks on his sword. Whether I die or not, that's not up to you. Kelvin looked coldly at Hanley, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Hanley noticed the change in Kelvin's demeanor, sensing something amiss. He tried to pull back, but how would Kelvin let him? Suddenly, the sword Kelvin transformed into surged forward like a flash of light, charging at Hanley. Kelvin, are you ignoring those people's lives now? Hanley shouted. Such intense clashes might cost most of Dingzhou City. Ignoring this, Kelvin attacked with all his might, ready for mutual destruction. Seeing this, rounded her as soon as she moved. Get out of my way. Kia shouted angrily. But these three remained motionless, as if they hadn't heard her. Without wasting words, Kia launched an intense attack on the trio. While they were all outstanding figures in the cave spirit realm, Kia was a peerless talent. Under her assault, the trio steadily retreated. Unfortunately for Kia, although she suppressed the three, it wasn't realistic for her to kill them or break through their encirclement. With a look of killing intent, she unleashed her formidable true essence, making her appear like an incomparable warrior goddess. Meanwhile, back at Kelvin and Randall's battlefield, the energy waves had dissipated, sword intent vanished, and the torn space had returned to normal, revealing the two combatants at the center. Kelvin, though his clothes were tattered and looked ragged, bore no wound. His skin radiated a golden glow, reminiscent of an enlightened Buddha. Indeed, it was the indestructible body skill. Randall, on the other hand, appeared much better off, unscathed and with his clothes intact. However, his expression was grim. Had he not used the protective artifact given by Jamil in time, he might not have been able to continue the fight. It was just a hair's breadth away. Randall broke into a cold sweat. He nearly faltered in an unexpected trap. It wasn't that Randall was at fault. It was unimaginable that Kelvin would be so reckless, transforming himself into a sword and exploding without hesitation. This kind of move harmed the user most severely. It was a method akin to killing 800 enemies while harming 1,000 of oneself. A rational person wouldn't even consider it. In Randall's mind, though Kelvin was good to the people, he was also a coward who feared death. Thus, he never expected Kelvin to detonate the true essence and sword intent gathered around. Last time, Kelvin nearly killed him, so Randall aimed to crush Kelvin utterly, both physically and mentally. Rich kid, what's there to be proud of? Don't you remember who was on the ground last time? Without your grandfather's help, you're nothing. Even an ordinary cave spirit realm adept could trample you. Someone like you getting to the transcendent state would be a miracle. Kelvin had never lost an argument, and Randall's taunts were futile. Indeed, under Kelvin's retorts, Randall's face turned red with anger. Let's see how long you can keep talking big. Randall roared. His attacks grew fiercer, each move seemingly tearing the space apart. Confronted by relentless attacks like a storm, Kelvin temporarily fell into a defensive position. Though evading most attacks with his graceful steps, some still landed on Kelvin. Fortunately, with the indestructible body skill active, Randall's powerful strikes didn't cause substantial damage. The execution now not only does no harm to him, but also significantly increases its power. As Matthew unleashed the ultimate killing move of the true dragon combat technique, the true essence around his body turned blood red. Gradually, the blood-red true essence began to gather and wriggle around Matthew, eventually forming a blood-colored red dragon coiling around him. Its crimson eyes, resembling those of the Grim Reaper, fixed on Kelvin with intense hostility. Seeing the red dragon wrapped around Matthew, Kelvin's skin involuntarily tensed. Though Matthew's attack had yet to begin, Kelvin instinctively sensed the impending danger. He realized that perhaps the adamantine indestructible skill alone might not be enough to withstand Matthew's next attack. However, Kelvin remained calm. Matthew was indeed strong, but Kelvin was no pushover either. Compared to Matthew, Kelvin possessed two realms, the Sword Realm and the Longevity Dao Realm. During his leisure time, Kelvin delved into researching these two realms and discovered that the Longevity Dao Realm could perfectly integrate with the Sword Realm within the Sword Sphere. The combined power far exceeded mere addition. With a forward stretch of his right hand, countless sword intentions surged out of the Sword Realm, forming an ancient longsword made entirely of sword intent. The moment it materialized, it emitted a hum that caused ripples in space. Ignoring the spatial cracks, Kelvin channeled Longevity Dao essence into the sword. The once rebellious sword immediately became docile, appearing like an ordinary blade. Just as Kelvin's ancient sword solidified, Matthew's attack reached. When the ancient sword collided with the blood-red dragon, there was no immediate explosion or energy fluctuation. An outsider might think they were engaging in a sham fight. However, a closer inspection revealed a tiny circular void where the ancient sword met the blood-red dragon. Upon its appearance, Kelvin's adamantine indestructible skill dimmed, and Matthew's aura faltered. The void space. Matthew's face changed drastically upon realizing this. Kelvin's expression wasn't much better after hearing Matthew's shout. According to logic, a void space should not appear in battles between cave spirit realm experts. It only happened during clashes of half-step manifestation realm or above. The void space could devour all forms of energy and matter. To counteract it, one must gradually evolve their grotto heaven into a miniature virtual world. If the confrontation continued, they risked being swallowed by the void space. Quickly retract your moves. Otherwise, we will both die. Matthew shouted at Kelvin. You retract first. Otherwise, we'll die together. Kelvin knew Matthew's cunning. If he withdrew, Matthew would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Instead of facing the void space, Kelvin would face Matthew's finishing strike. Kelvin, my realm is higher than yours. Continuing this deadlock will drain you. Matthew's expression darkened, knowing Kelvin had seen through his plan. Truthfully, Matthew did not want to exhaust himself against Kelvin. Even if Kelvin was absorbed by the void space, Matthew would fare no better. It would be a mutual defeat. Is that so? Let's see who lasts longer. Kelvin retorted coldly. As time passed, the golden light enveloping Kelvin disappeared. Matthew's hand began to tremble, indicating the significant toll on both parties. Suddenly, Kelvin observed the void space and had an idea. Both the void space and the primal beginning scripture could absorb energy. Having experienced the dominance of the primal beginning scripture firsthand, Kelvin knew it could consume everything in its path. Who knew who would prevail between the primal beginning scripture and the void space? Being decisive, Kelvin acted instantly. As soon as he activated the primal beginning scripture, he felt his energy depletion slow down. Subtly, Kelvin sensed a slight influx of energy from the void space. His face lit up with joy at this realization. Seeing Kelvin's reaction, Matthew sneered, "It's too late to act smug. Accept your fate." Matthew doubted Kelvin had any way to combat the void space. He thought Kelvin was trying to deceive him into withdrawing. Ignoring Matthew, Kelvin fully activated the primal beginning scripture. A powerful suction force erupted from his body, absorbing the void space's energy. Even a portion of Matthew's blood red dragon's energy was being refined by the primal beginning scripture. Ordinarily, Kelvin would never refine enemy attacks using the primal beginning scripture. Now, it was possible because the void space neutralized the blood red dragon's power, turning it into pure energy for the primal beginning scripture to absorb. No. What did you do? How can you absorb my energy? Matthew stared at Kelvin, incredulous. This bizarre situation was unprecedented even within the Xiuxian family's records. Kelvin ignored Matthew, sensing a unique form of energy amidst the refinement process. This energy seemed capable of consuming and annihilating anything. It clashed with Kelvin's true essence, attempting to devour and destroy it upon absorption. Yet, Kelvin's true essence was far too robust for common energy to consume or destroy, highlighting the immense power of the void space energy. The stronger it was, the more Kelvin refused to give it up. He focused on refining and integrating, felt overjoyed. Even such a small quantity of annihilation energy had enhanced the power of his sword domain. If he could absorb more, how much stronger would it become? Kelvin activated the primordial formula to its fullest extent within his body. He knew very well just how powerful the devouring capability of the primordial formula was. In the past, he had never dared to use it at full strength due to the fear of heavenly retribution and the concern that it would drain all life, energy, and air within several dozen miles. An overwhelming force that his body couldn't endure. Now, however, Kelvin needn't worry, as the balance within the void space ensured that running the primordial formula at full power would only draw from the void's energy. Or, more accurately, Peter's energy as well. When Kelvin fully unleashed the primordial formula, Peter's expression turned one of shock. He sensed his true essence flowing towards Kelvin like water rushing through an open sluice gate. Even the light from the blood-red dragon he had condensed started dimming. At this rate, the blood-red dragon would soon dissipate. When that happened, Kelvin would surely seize the opportunity to kill him. Kelvin is too perverse. I don't know what demonic art he's using to suck my energy away. This can't continue. I must find a way out of this predicament. Peter's face twisted with ferocity as he said to Kelvin, "Since you won't let me live, then I won't let you off easy either." After speaking, Peter detonated the blood-red dragon, releasing a massive shockwave that sent both Kelvin and himself flying. The ancient sword Kelvin had condensed similarly shattered into pieces. The battlefield became a no-go zone of rampant energy and rampant sword intent. Steadying themselves mid-air, Kelvin and Peter spat out mouthfuls of blood. Clearly, both were severely wounded by the explosion. However, compared to Kelvin, Peter suffered far worse injuries, having been at the epicenter of the detonation. Yet, Peter did not care. To him, staying in that situation meant certain death. Without choosing this mutually destructive approach, he would eventually be drained dry by Kelvin and the void space. He still had trump cards up his sleeve, and wasn't ready to die so miserably. Peter, pay with your life for the lives of those Dinjo citizens killed by you. A chilling aura emanated from Kelvin as he stared at Peter. Peter's wanton massacre of Dinjo citizens, including infants and women, made him a top priority on Kelvin's list of targets. Without waiting for Peter's response, boundless sword intents appeared before Kelvin and charged straight at Peter. Seeing this, Peter hastily suppressed the boiling true essence within him and sent a massive dragon claw towards the oncoming sword intents. The moment the dragon claw met the sword intents, Peter sensed something amiss. To his shock, the sword intents began annihilating the energy within the dragon claw. Though each sword intent consumed only a little energy, their sheer number proved overwhelming. Realizing this, Peter gritted his teeth and increased the flow of true essence despite the excruciating pain. Although he managed to shatter most of the sword intents, the dragon claw was pushed to its limit. A few sword intents penetrated his defenses and tore into his body. PFFF. PFFF. Peter spewed 2 large mouthfuls of blood, his face now deathly pale. Despite these grievous wounds, which would cripple most people, Kelvin had no intention of letting Peter survive. After all, Peter was the favored offspring of Aldo, whose might was incomprehensible. What if he could save Peter? Determined, Kelvin once again condensed a sword intent and prepared to finish Peter. Peter noticed the undisguised killing intent in Kelvin's eyes. His face bore no fear, but rather a grim determination. Kelvin, you have repeatedly humiliated me. Today, even if it means my plan fails completely, I will kill you here and now. With bloodlust in his eyes, Peter prepared to fight Kelvin to the death. But at that moment, a sudden roar echoed from the sky. The heavenly lock imposed by Bede suddenly shattered. Then Bede, Atman, and the Clyde reappeared before everyone's eyes. Bede's mind, Jamil's gaze towards the old ancestor became increasingly heated. He planned to critically injure the old ancestor, take him back to the clan, and force the secrets out through severe torture. As for the retaliation from Golden Buddha Cave, Jamil didn't even consider it. If the people of Golden Buddha Cave cowered within their cave protected by the Earth Spirit, Jamil might find it tricky to deal with them. But if they dared to come out to trouble them, it would be asking for death. After all, the Xuanhuan family has a living Aldo. When Randall saw his second grandfather and protector emerge, he sighed with relief. If not at this moment of certain death, Randall did not want to use his final trump card. An enemy-killing move that would cost him greatly as well. Ezra, the outcome of the fight in Xiuxian realm has been decided. Let's see how long you can still jump around. Randall glared at Ezra and laughed sinisterly. He decided to have the Guardian capture Ezra and then complete his ascension from Tongling realm to Xiuxian realm in front of Ezra. Let Ezra watch helplessly as Dingzhou citizens die before his eyes. Not only that, Randall also planned not to spare Kia. Kia is not Ezra's fiancée. Randall planned to defile her in front of Ezra. He wanted Ezra to die in agony and despair. Ezra looked up at the three figures in the sky, his expression slightly changing. Ezra knew that the old ancestor alone could not block two people for long, hence why he tried his best to kill Randall but arrived too late. Looking at the three confronting each other in the sky, a fierce gleam flashed in Ezra's eyes. Today, Randall must die. Thinking this, Ezra stepped gracefully and almost instantly appeared before Randall. Then he punched straight toward Randall's head. Boy, you dare. Seeing this, the protector glared and issued a fierce cry. Xiuxian realm momentum surged out of him, like a mountain suppressing Ezra. Under the full force of Xiuxian realm, even someone exceptional like Ezra couldn't budge an inch. Seeing this, the old ancestor wanted to help Ezra, but was blocked by Jamil. Without your imperishable Vajra divine power, do you still dare to receive my attacks with your body? Jamil looked at the old ancestor of Golden Buddha Cave indifferently. Although Jamil's tone was calm, the threat was clear. The Clyde saw the old ancestor held back and coldly snorted before flying towards Ezra. Kia saw this and similarly rushed towards Ezra. The Xuanhuan family's Tongling realm experts did not block Kia this time. The short period blocking Kia earlier left them all injured, inflicted by Kia. They understood that continuing to fight would result in their deaths. Thus, seeing Kia leave, Randall originally planned to torment Ezra and Kia after reaching the Xiuxian realm. But now, he changed his mind. Randall couldn't wait to see Ezra's look of despair and humiliation. Hearing Randall's words, Ezra's expression darkened, resolving more firmly to slay Randall there. Kia's expression also chilled as she stared at Randall with killing intent. As the goddess of tranquilizing shrine, wherever she went, she was treated like a star. Yet now Randall had designs on her. Randall, do you really think Dadian Aldo is invincible under heaven? Ezra stood before Kia, saying coldly. Though Ezra had raised fish in his pond, how could he allow others to meddle? Boy, you talk too much. Today, accept your fate. The Clyde exclaimed, turning his true essence into a large hand grabbing at Kia. His formidable momentum was comparable to 5 mountains, pressing down so hard that Ezra and Kia's legs trembled. The old ancestor, blocked in the sky, his face changed drastically, but with Jamil restraining him, he couldn't escape. How great the Xuanhuan family thinks they are, truly believing we tranquilizing shrine lack anyone. A cool voice echoed, and next, a beautiful-faced woman appeared before Ezra and Kia, nullifying the Clyde's attack. This was none other than the Ephraim of Tranquilizing Shrine. When Kia's guardian returned to Tranquilizing Shrine, the Ephraim came out seeking Kia. She was also Kia's hidden ace in this small heaven and earth. Seeing the sudden appearance of this woman, the Clyde's eyes revealed seriousness. He could sense that this woman was not weaker than Jamil. Chapter 560, Dragon Spawn. When the Ephraim of Anshan Hall appeared, the Branson in the sky immediately sighed in relief. With this woman protecting Kelvin and Kia, their safety was guaranteed. The Branson could now fully concentrate on confronting the major threat before him. Although his impregnable Vajra power had been broken and he had sustained some injuries, his divine skills for subduing demons had long since reached a godlike level. Combined with his own Tao force, even Atman would find it hard to easily defeat him. Atman's expression darkened upon seeing the woman appear. He knew clearly that the current situation was very unfavorable for them. Regardless of who was stronger between the woman and the Clyde, the fact that the latter was being detained by the former meant that Dempsey faced certain death against both Kia and Kelvin. You few, quickly go and assist Dempsey. Atman addressed the family's cave-level experts below. Following the command, part of the Hu clan remained to hold off the experts from Vajra Cave, while the others raced towards Dempsey. The Ephraim of Anshan Hall naturally noticed those Hu family cave-level experts. In her people and heavens beyond heaven, Dempsey's face twisted, his aura surged, and his skin began to creepily twitch. Unveiling this secret technique required time. The cave-level experts surrounded Dempsey vigilantly, keeping watch over Kia and Kelvin to prevent any sudden attacks. Kelvin and Kia didn't move. They only watched Dempsey quietly. It wasn't that Kelvin didn't want to take advantage of this moment, but Dempsey was heavily surrounded. It would only waste energy to attack now. Also, Dempsey was still casting his secret technique and was not completely immobile. So, Kelvin waited until Dempsey completed his secret technique. As time passed, Kia's expression grew increasingly serious. Scale-like growths appeared under Dempsey's twitching skin, covering his body like a scale armor. His face also became filled with fine scales. Now, Dempsey no longer looked human. He more resembled a dragon man. You look just like you could be the son of great derivative Aldo, receiving the dragon spawn, Kia remarked, causing a hint of doubt to flicker across Kelvin's mind. He had never heard of dragon spawn before, but from Kia's grave expression, whatever it wasn't something trivial. Indeed, befitting a goddess of one of the 4 blessed lands, you know quite a lot. Dempsey responded. Since you know I possess the dragon spawn, you should understand its terror. Submit to me and be my forbidden fruit, and I'll spare your life. Empowered by the dragon spawn, Dempsey felt unparalleled strength and believed he now held the world in his hands. A mere imitation of dragon spawn inflates your arrogance so much, typical of someone who can never make it to the top. Kia sneered, which infuriated Dempsey, but his anger soon dissipated, replaced by a calm gaze. So what if it's a projection? You have no idea how terrifying the dragon spawn is. As Dempsey spoke, his aura slowly unfolded, reaching the realm of half-step transcending. What is this dragon spawn? Kelvin asked Kia. Meanwhile, Dempsey, rather than attacking immediately, watched them curiously, waiting for Kia to explain so he could witness Kelvin's despair. The dragon spawn is the essence of dragons, the great derivative Aldo comprehended while mastering the dragon slaughter technique. When used, he transforms into a true dragon, enhancing defense and attack exponentially. In terms of defense, it may even match your impregnable Vajra skill, Kia explained. Kelvin inwardly marveled. It seemed like an upgraded version of the impregnable Vajra skill, offering invincible defense and immense attack power. Despite marveling, Kelvin felt no fear. He had broken the impregnable Vajra skill before. Sounds impressive, Kelvin remarked. But the greater the power, the more restrictions it comes with. Dempsey can't use it freely either, or he would have done so earlier. That's right. Using the dragon spawn surely comes with a heavy price. Kia smiled, which gradually turned Dempsey's gaze increasingly sinister. Chapter 561. Sword Pill's Triumph. Halston had expected to see fear on Kelvin's face, but instead, Kelvin remained unperturbed even after learning about the nature of the dragon seed. Not only that, he was also exchanging jabs with Chastity, needling him. This ignited Halston's anger. Even if there are side effects, so what? With my grandfather around, all side effects will vanish. However, the 2 of you won't be as fortunate. Both of you will die here today. After speaking, Halston said to the Cave Spirit Realm powerhouses, hold Chastity back for a while. I'll deal with her personally soon. The Cave Spirit Realm powerhouses charged at Chastity en masse upon hearing this. Be careful. Chastity warned Kelvin before engaging the Cave Spirit Realm powerhouses. Now it was just Halston and Kelvin left, and Halston wasn't in a hurry to kill Kelvin anymore. Kelvin, kneel down and give me 3 kowtows. I'll spare your life. How about it? Halston looked at Kelvin mockingly. It was naturally impossible to let Kelvin go, but humiliating him before he died was something Halston was very willing to do. Don't talk nonsense. Kelvin retorted with Kelvin remarked at Halston. A cold light flashed in Halston's eyes. He had been thoroughly enraged by Kelvin and decided not to waste any more words. One moment, Halston was still standing where he was, and the next, he appeared in front of Kelvin. The dragon claw hand directly aimed for Kelvin's heart. As the dragon claw hand moved, it actually tore space apart into numerous cracks. Although the spatial fractures healed quickly, the speed at which the dragon claw hand tore through them was faster. Seeing this, Kelvin immediately used the endless Tao of longevity, fused with sword intent, striking towards Halston. The moment their powers met, Kelvin felt a vast force surge into his arm. Next, Kelvin was sent flying backward. Halston merely took a step back. Fortunately, Kelvin practiced the Tao of longevity, which allowed him to withstand the invasive force. If it were an ordinary Cave Spirit Realm powerhouse, their arm would probably have been shattered by this strike long ago. Nevertheless, even then, Kelvin still felt swelling in his arm, indicating damaged meridians. After landing steadily, Kelvin realized that matching strength with Halston was beyond him. Thus, he decided to use the sword pill inside his body. The last time he had used the sword pill was during the battle against Isak, the successor of Vajragrotto. Back then, Kelvin was merely in the early stage of Cave Spirit Realm but could break Isak's indestructible dharma with the sword pill. Now, as a mid-stage Cave Spirit Realm powerhouse, his abilities far exceeded what they used to be, and the sword pill had undergone refinement through devouring and annihilation energies. Using it now, Kelvin was eagerly anticipating the surprise the sword pill would bring. With Kelvin's mental command, the sword pill emerged from the Yuan Ying's palm into Kelvin's hand. Originally tiny, the sword pill became over a meter-long sword when it appeared in Kelvin's hand. Black patterns, formed by devouring and annihilation energies, adorned the ancient-looking sword, adding a touch of mystique. What? You think you can breach my defenses with just a broken sword? Halston scoffed disdainfully. In Halston's eyes, Kelvin's sword was quite ordinary and posed no threat whatsoever. You can try? Kelvin finished and stepped on the void, hurtling towards Halston like a meteor. Seeing Kelvin charging towards him, Halston bared a sinister smile and lashed out viciously at Kelvin with a leg whip. Kelvin swung his arm, slicing the sword at Halston's lower leg. When the sword neared, Halston suddenly felt goosebumps rise on his skin. It was as though Kelvin's sword was an invincible weapon capable of slicing through anything. Halston tried to retreat, but how could Kelvin allow him the opportunity? The speed of Kelvin's sword increased. With a sickening thud, along with Halston's agonizing scream. Only then did everyone notice Halston's lower leg had been severed by Kelvin. Upon hearing Halston's cries, the Cave Spirit Realm powerhouses of the Xiuxian clan immediately looked toward the battlefield. Then they saw Halston's detached calf falling from the sky and blood gushing from his thigh. The expressions of the Cave Spirit Realm powerhouses of the Xiuxian clan drastically changed. Even if Dakari could mend Halston's leg, they wouldn't escape the blame for poor defense. Facing severe punishment upon return to the Xiuxian clan was inevitable. Seeing this scene, Chastity's beautiful face showed a smile, laced with surprise. Having studied Dakari's dossier, she knew the power of the dragon seed. Even if it was just a dragon seed projection in Halston's body, it shouldn't be underestimated. Yet, unexpectedly, Kelvin broke through Halston's defense and chopped off his leg. Such a feat would likely shock those major forces if news spread. Quickly save young Master Xiuxian. The cave spirit realm powerhouses shouted after regaining their senses. If Kelvin could breach Halston's defenses, he could surely kill him too. If Halston died, none of them would survive. In the next moment, the cave spirit realm guards, who had surrounded Chastity, rushed towards Kelvin and Halston. To prevent Kelvin from delivering a fatal blow, they launched ranged attacks at Kelvin, hoping to force him to retreat. Chapter 562. Kill Halden. Kia's strength was indeed very formidable, but there were many cave spirit realm experts present. Therefore, with her strength alone, it was impossible to stop everyone. Moreover, the cave spirit realm experts of the Xuanhuan family desperately attempted to prevent Kelvin from killing Halden. Those blocking Kia were attacking her recklessly as if they had gone mad. They all understood that if they did not fight for their lives now, once Halden was killed by Kelvin, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, Great Nico would not spare them. The combined attack of these cave spirit realm experts was exceedingly powerful. With Kelvin heavily injured, he couldn't withstand such a direct assault. His figure flickered backward as the hastily arrived cave spirit realm experts formed a circle around Halden. Halden looked pale, his clothes drenched in sweat. This battle with Kelvin marked the first time in his cultivation that he had been so grievously wounded. The previous time, though Halden nearly met his demise at Kelvin's hands, he believed that as long as he used the dragon seed, no matter how strong Kelvin was, he would die under his power. Yet this time, despite deploying the dragon seed, he had his calf severed by Kelvin, causing his confidence to plummet like a roller coaster. Halden's eyes brimmed with terror as he stared at Kelvin. Just moments ago, he truly felt the shadow of death. Quick, take me away from here. Halden shouted in horror to the protecting cave spirit realm experts. He was genuinely terrified. Kelvin seemed like an unfathomable abyss. Every time Halden thought victory was assured, Kelvin always delivered an unexpected surprise. This time, 2 exit scene realm experts and a group of Xuanhuan family's cave spirit realm experts made up an immensely powerful lineup, enough to annihilate many top-tier forces. Yet today, on what was supposed to be their home ground, they kept running into obstacles in this small world. Upon hearing Halden's words, the Xuanhuan family's cave spirit realm experts began to retreat while carrying him. Even if Halden hadn't spoken, these people knew they must get him away. Kelvin had decided to leave Halden here and wouldn't let him escape easily. Holding the ancient sword transformed from his sword pill, Kelvin sprinted towards the nearest cave spirit realm expert using the charm step. Not only did this expert not retreat, but he also channeled true essence energy, transforming into a ferocious tiger that pounced on Kelvin. Kelvin's sword swung up and down, cleaving the fierce tiger in half. Without glancing at the expert, Kelvin pursued others. As Kelvin passed by, a bloodline appeared between the expert's brows. It swiftly extended downward, splitting him into 2, and he fell from the sky. Seeing this, the protecting cave spirit realm expert's eyes widened in shock. They didn't expect Kelvin to be so powerful, capable of instantly defeating a cave spirit realm expert. This fighting power struck fear into everyone. When faced with Kelvin, they understood why he could defeat Halden. What they didn't know was that Kelvin's use of the sword pill consumed enormous energy. Even with longevity Dao intent, he couldn't swing the sword more than a few times. If not for being severely wounded, Kelvin wouldn't have resorted to the sword pill against these cave spirit realm experts. His swift execution of the cave spirit realm expert was meant to intimidate the rest. Sure enough, witnessing Kelvin's immense power, those protecting Halden hesitated, fearing they too might be killed instantly. Even though these people feared death, blindly rushing forward now held no meaning. With Kelvin closing in step by step, the cave spirit realm experts subconsciously stepped back. That sword must have some limit. All of you charge. We'll wear him out if necessary. Halden said in alarm as Kelvin drew closer. The protecting cave spirit realm experts hesitated upon hearing his words. Kelvin's lethal power was undeniable. Anyone who rushed forward would surely die. Therefore, none of the many cave Haldens or a fate. Halden was dead, and so would they. Kill Kelvin. If it weren't for Kelvin, we wouldn't be in this situation. Kelvin's ancient sword is gone, and he is gravely wounded. I don't believe he can withstand all of us. The Xuanhuan family's cave spirit realm experts viewed Kelvin like the murderer of their kin. Now, their only hope was to kill Kelvin and perhaps gain mercy from Great Nico for their families. When the Xuanhuan family attacked Kelvin, the ancient sword had already absorbed the last trace of the dragon seed's power and returned to Kelvin as a streak of light. The cave spirit realm experts quickly moved aside to avoid being hit by its residual energy. Once the sword returned to Kelvin's hand, he inspected it. He noticed a new dragon-shaped carving on the previously empty hilt, adding an extra layer of mystique to the ancient sword. Chapter 563. The End. Within the small world of the Xiuxian family, as the ancient long sword swallowed the dragon seed projection into the sword pill, a startling and terrifying aura suddenly radiated from the depths of this small universe. Under this overwhelming power, all living beings within this miniature cosmos fell silent, trembling and prostrate on the ground. At the depths of the small world, it seemed like the end of the world, with lightning flashing, thunder rumbling, and fierce winds howling. The very fabric of space was being crushed by this aura, with chaotic spatial currents bursting forth. But before they could wreak havoc, they were annihilated by this powerful presence. Moreover, Kelvin only needed to delay for some time until Kia, or the Kongang Cave people dealt with the Xiuxian clan. Since many of Xiuxian clan's strong ones had come to aid Peter, it wasn't long before Kongang Cave's forces completely wiped out the Xiuxian clan members guarding the entrance of the small universe and rushed to assist Kelvin. With the help of Kongang Cave's warriors, the battle turned into a one-sided rout. When everything settled down, there was a sudden explosion in the sky. Peter's Dao Guardian's corpse fell from the sky, and Aiden was covered in injuries. Upon seeing Peter's body, Aiden's eyes widened with fury. Good. You, and Shanjai, Kongang Cave, Godfrey, you're all brave enough to openly kill Dakari's favored descendant. For better fluency and accuracy, I made slight adjustments. Changed brave to bold, which better conveys daring or audacity in this context. Changed beloved to favored, to more accurately reflect the original meaning and sound more natural in English. However, Enshanjai should be translated as Enshun retreat, or similar to maintain consistency in terminology. So a fully edited version would be, you, Enshin retreat, Kongang Cave, Godfrey, you're all bold enough to openly kill Dakari's favored descendant. Aiden's eyes burned with hatred as he swept his gaze over everyone present. To each killer, others will come to kill him. You Xiuxian clan can kill us. Why can't we kill you? How could there be such logic under heaven? Kelvin replied coldly to Aiden. You've lived for so many years and are not as clear-sighted as a young generation. How could you have lived so long without becoming better? Enshin Abbey's Aryan sneered. Note, Enshanjai is translated as Enshan Abbey, to maintain consistency and readability in English. Humph, wait and bear the wrath of Dakari. At that time, Enshanjai, Kongang Cave, and Godfrey will all accompany Peter in death. Corrected for fluency and consistency. At that time, Enshanjai, Kongang Cave, and Mirror Terrace will all accompany Peter in death. For better understanding and fluency in English, we should ensure names are consistent and properly anglicized if necessary. Also, Enshanjai seems to be a place name which should be consistently presented. If Enshanjai is meant to be Enshanjai, Ansanjai, it should be translated as Enshun Shrine or similar. Here's the revised sentence. At that time, Enshun Shrine, Kongang Cave, and Mirror Terrace will all accompany Peter in death. Aiden said darkly. This time entering this small universe, Aiden not only failed to complete Dakari's task but also lost Peter. He knew that punishment awaited him upon returning. Thinking of this, Aiden hated Kelvin even more. If Dakari really wants to wage war against our Enshanjai, we'll accept it. Wei. If Dakari really wants to wage war against our Enshun Hall, we'll accept it. This ensures the name Enshun Hall is consistently in English and maintains fluency. But I fear you won't live to see it. Enshinjai's Aryan replied menacingly. This Aryan was decisive. Having already offended the Xiuxian clan, he aimed to weaken their strength as much as possible. Aiden was at the peak of the Chujing stage. Note, Enshanjai should be Enshanjai translated as Enshan Sect, or similar for consistency and fluency in English. Revised. The Aryan of the Enshan Sect replied menacingly. This Aryan was decisive. Having already offended the Xiuxian clan, he aimed to weaken their strength as much as possible. Aiden was at the peak of the Chujing stage. If Aiden was killed here, even the wealthy resources of Xiuxian clan would be deeply hurt. Sensing the Enshanjai Aryan's murderous intent, Aiden's face changed drastically. Note, Enshanjai seems to be a mix of English and Chinese. For consistency and fluency, it should either be fully translated or kept in its original form if it's a proper noun. Here, I assumed it's a name or title that should remain untranslated except for the part already given in Pinyin or English. If Enshanjai has an official English translation, please provide it for more accurate rendering. For better fluency and accuracy, let's assume Enshanjai translates to Enshan Sect. Sensing the Enshan Sect Aryan's murderous intent, Aiden's face changed drastically. He was already gravely injured and couldn't match the Enshanjai Ferguson. With the watchful Kongang Cave Dane beside him, if it came to combat, he had no chance at all. Aiden decided to retreat. At this moment, the Aryan of Enshan Abbey made the first move, followed swiftly by the Dane of Kongang Cave. They moved as if they had coordinated beforehand, attacking Aiden from both sides. Seeing the aggressive duo, Aiden was filled with fear. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, flying out of the small universe and vanishing. Humph, quite a quick escape. Enshanjai's Aryan watched Aiden disappear and scoffed. For better fluency and consistency in terminology, it would be better to translate Enshanjai as Enshun Hall throughout the text. Therefore, the sentence should be edited to. The Aryan of Enshun Hall watched Aiden disappear and scoffed. Kelvin felt regret watching Aiden escape. Aiden was a peak Chujing stage expert, and it wasn't comfortable knowing such a man held a grudge. Jalen. Kia flashed a sweet smile, pulling Jalen's arm. You're really fearless, provoking even a true monarch. Jalen pinched Kia's nose sternly but couldn't hide her amusement. Afterwards, Jalen turned to Kelvin. You must be Kelvin. Thank you, Ferguson, for your assistance. Your kindness will never be forgotten. You're very impressive. You're worthy of being paired with our Enshun Shrine's divine maiden. Note, Enshanjai is translated as Enshun Shrine, to maintain consistency and clarity in English. Jalen looked at Kelvin approvingly. Jalen had heard about Kelvin defeating Peter, originally believing it was due to external factors. But today, Kelvin actually slew Peter. While part of the satisfaction stemmed from this fact, it was mainly due to Kelvin's selfless act of shielding Kia when Peter ordered his protector to capture her. Such righteousness and loyalty were rare in this world. Thank you for your praise. After this, there is still much to deal with, Jalen said before slowly vanishing, along with Kongang Cave's Dane. However, the rest of Kongang Cave did not leave. There were many civilians from Dingzhou City left in this pocket realm. Just Kelvin and Kia alone wouldn't suffice. Therefore, the Kongang Cave Dungling expert stayed to assist Kelvin. Kelvin went straight to Peter's corpse, rummaging through it to retrieve the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth essence cores and the crystal heart of the stone monkey. These items required the consumption of lifespans, and Kelvin would not allow such harm to remain in the world. Chapter 563. The End. Inside the small universe where the Xiuxian family resided, when the ancient long sword devoured the dragon seed projection into the sword wand, a tremble-inducing aura suddenly radiated from deep within this small universe. Under the pressure of this formidable aura, all living creatures in the small universe fell silent, trembling on the ground in fear. Deep within this small universe, it was as if the world was ending with flashes of lightning, thunder, and fierce winds. Space itself seemed to collapse under this oppressive aura. Spatial turbulence erupted from it, but was crushed into nothingness by the overwhelming power before it could wreak havoc. 完了，到底发生了什么事情，竟然让老祖发这么大的火？ It's over. What happened that actually made our venerable ancestor so furious? 是啊，上一次呼延觉罗败给柳尘，老祖得知消息后，也没发这么大的火呀。Yeah, the last time Randall lost to Kelvin, our venerable ancestor didn't get this angry either. 难道说老祖察觉到了什么不利于我们家族的事情？ Could it be that our venerable ancestor sensed something detrimental to our family? 不要乱说，有老祖坐镇，哪个胆大包天之人敢对我们家族不利？ Don't speak recklessly. With our venerable ancestor watching over us, who dares to act against our family? Members of the Xiuxian family gathered together, respectfully looking toward the depths of their territory while whispering amongst themselves. Blaine, come see me immediately. Dakari's voice echoed throughout the entire space. Some of the weaker cultivators were dazed by Dakari's voice. Blaine, who was in the meeting room, hastily stood up upon hearing Dakari's command and rushed toward the depths of the small universe. Seeing the hurried figure of the patriarch, the Xiuxian family members felt an ominous premonition rising in their hearts. At this moment, Kelvin in the small universe within the 100,000 mountains was unaware of Dakari's reaction. Looking at the ancient sword with dragon pattern carvings, Kelvin did not have time to study it carefully because the Grotto's spirit realm experts charged at him like madmen. Facing these experts, Kelvin did not choose to engage in direct combat. He had already killed the primary offender Halston and was heavily injured. It would be unwise to clash directly with the Xiuxian family's Grotto spirit realm experts at this moment. Moreover, he only needed to stall for some time until Kia, or the people from Vajra Cave, resolved the matter with the Xiuxian family. As many of the Xiuxian family's experts had come to support Halston, it wasn't long before the Vajra Cave group eliminated all the Xiuxian family members guarding the entrance to the small universe and then came to assist Kelvin. With the help of Vajra Cave, the situation turned overwhelmingly one-sided. When everything settled, there was a sudden roar in the sky. Halston's path protector's corpse fell from the sky, and Cecil was covered in injuries. Upon seeing Halston's body, Cecil stared angrily. Well done. You and Shunjai, Godfrey, and Vajra Cave are truly remarkable for daring to openly kill the favorite descendant of Dakari. Cecil scanned the crowd with eyes filled with hatred. To those who kill, there will always be retribution. If your Xiuxian family can kill us, why can't we kill you? There's no such logic in this world. Kelvin looked at Cecil calmly. You've lived for so long, but are less perceptive than a junior. You've wasted all those years for nothing. The Aryan of Shunjai mocked Cecil. Humph, just wait for the wrath of Dakari. At that time, Shunjai, Godfrey, and Vajra Cave will surely pay for Halston's death. Cecil said darkly. This time in this small universe, Cecil not only failed to complete Dakari's mission, but Halston also died here. After returning, punishment was inevitable. Thinking of this, Cecil hated Kelvin even more. If Dakari truly wants to wage war against us, we will accept it. But I doubt you'll live to see it happen. The Aryan of Shunjai spoke coldly. She was decisive. Having assistance, I am deeply grateful, Kelvin replied. You're quite impressive. Be worthy of our Shunjai divine maiden. The Ephraim regarded Kelvin approvingly. She had heard about Kelvin defeating Halston, and initially thought it was due to external factors. Today, she saw firsthand that Kelvin truly slew Halston. Her satisfaction with Kelvin wasn't solely because he killed Halston. It was because when Halston's path protector captured Kia, Kelvin bravely stood in front of her. Such a righteous man was rare in this world. Thank you for your praise, Kelvin said humbly. Alright, this matter is now concluded. There are still many follow-up matters that need to be handled. Saying this, the Ephraim slowly vanished. The patriarch of Vajra Cave also disappeared. However, other members of Vajra Cave remained. Many civilians from Dingzhou City were still in this small universe, and Kelvin and Kia alone could not manage them all. Thus, the Grotto Spirit Realm experts from Vajra Cave chose to stay and assist Kelvin. Kelvin approached Halston's corpse, searched it, and retrieved the 5 elements essences and the crystal heart of the stone monkey. These items required the life force of the people, and Kelvin couldn't allow such threats to remain. Kelvin. So this stone spirit monkey's heart should belong to Kelvin. Hearing Kia's words, Kelvin's eyes lit up. If using the stone spirit monkey's heart did not require sacrificing civilians, it would indeed be an invaluable treasure. After putting the heart away safely, Kelvin searched Halston's body. Apart from some spirit stones, there wasn't much else on Halston. With a casual wave of his hand, a flame formed from true essence engulfed Halston, reducing his body to ashes in moments. With this matter settled, what do we do next? Kia asked, looking at Kelvin. Although Halston has been killed and the plot of the Xiuxian family in this small world shattered, those forces collaborating with Kelvin have yet to resolve the issue of the civilians in Dingzhou City being replaced. If we don't help the people of Dingzhou City deal with these troubles, they will never be able to enjoy peace, Kelvin said, gazing deeply towards Dingzhou City. However, our top priority now is to tend to your injuries. In your current state, it's not advisable to engage in conflict, Kia replied concernedly. Through this battle, although Kelvin won, he was also seriously injured. He urgently needed rest and recovery. Kelvin nodded without arguing. After fighting Halston, while Kelvin was severely injured, he had gained quite a bit too. Halston was undoubtedly a monster among the young generation, and battling him required some time to digest. After returning to the residential area, Kia and Kelvin comforted the civilians of Dingzhou City. The previous battle between Kelvin and others was felt even by those in the residential area. These were ordinary people who had never witnessed anything like this before, causing everyone to be on edge. Upon seeing Kelvin and Kia, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kelvin held a special place in the hearts of the people of Dingzhou City. With his reassurance, most were already recovering. Upon learning that Kelvin intended to stay in the small world for a while to recuperate, the civilians of Dingzhou City showed concern for him and moved away from his residence to avoid disturbing him. Once everyone left, Kelvin and Kia returned to their respective rooms. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Kelvin did not immediately begin healing, but instead immersed his mind in the small heaven within him. The ancient sword had reverted to its sword embryo form, back in the chubby hands of the Yuan infant. After absorbing the dragon seed projection, Kelvin hadn't had the chance to study it thoroughly. Having seen Halston's dragon seed secret technique firsthand earlier, he was curious about the dragon seed. If not for the presence of many people outside, Kelvin might have started studying it immediately. As his mind neared the sword embryo, the scene around him suddenly changed. Boundless sword intent and sword chi filled the surroundings, the sword realm inside the sword embryo. Such dense sword intent and sword chi would make it difficult for even a half-step out-of-scenery realm expert to gain any advantage. However, for Kelvin, these sword intent and sword chi were docile, like meeting a loved one. Through the dense layers, Kelvin saw a thread of green light wandering in the depths of the sword realm. He understood that this green light was the dragon seed projection transformed. Walking forward, when Kelvin came face to face with the green light, he found that it was a tiny green dragon swimming gracefully. As the green dragon swam through the sword intent and sword chi, it either assimilated them or vice versa, emitting weak sword intent itself. At this moment, the little green dragon resembled green dragon sword intent. When the green dragon saw Kelvin, it subconsciously swam towards him, perhaps influenced by the surrounding sword intent and sword chi. Seeing the cute creature, Kelvin smiled and reached out to touch the green dragon's horn. At that moment, the green dragon's innocent face displayed a profound gaze. Finally, I found you. It was you who killed my great-grandchild and stole the dragon seed projection I granted him? The green dragon spoke in a voice not its own. Though the tone showed no emotion, Kelvin keenly sensed a lethal intent, sharp like a blade against his skin. Upon hearing the green dragon speak, Kelvin's expression changed. He immediately, could the world have changed so much that people no longer feared the Aldos? Kelvin, there's no need to dissemble before me. You killed my great-grandchild and stole his dragon seed projection, truly thinking you could hide it from me? The little green dragon's profound eyes stared at Kelvin, as if they could pierce through his soul. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Don't say such things. Kelvin immediately gave the little green dragon a triple denial. Chapter 565. Aldo Divine Thought. As Kelvin spoke, he was also contemplating how to deal with the Aldo's divine thought before him. He knew that this method wouldn't delay matters for long. He must find a way to escape the current predicament. Although his divine sense could leave the sword realm in an instant, the sword pill was inside his body, and he was unsure if it could trap this thread of the Aldo's divine thought. Moreover, having experienced the Aldo realm, Kelvin felt that even though only a thread of the Aldo's divine thought was present, it likely wouldn't give him a moment's reprieve. Young man, you have quite the mouth. Let me search your soul to see if you're telling the truth. A cold glint flashed in Keenan's eyes. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Keenan's body. Under this formidable pressure, the sword realm began to violently tremble. The sword intent and sword chi emitted a buzzing sound under the oppression. As soon as the aura appeared, countless threads of sword intent and sword chi burst forth with overwhelming killing intent. Keenan's eyes showed a human-like surprise. As Aldo-level powerhouse, he had seen countless prodigies and geniuses, and perhaps he himself was once such a genius. However, he had never encountered someone at the cave spirit realm who possessed such a terrifying sword realm. Even when he was at the cave spirit realm, his domain power was still inferior. Andy didn't know that this was just Kelvin's false domain. He hadn't even seen Kelvin's true immortal longevity domain. If he did, he would be even more shocked. Possessing two supreme domains simultaneously was extremely rare, even among Aldos. Sensing Keenan's formidable aura, Kelvin's expression changed. He didn't expect Keenan to attack so suddenly. Kelvin immediately directed all the sword intents within the sword realm towards Keenan in unison. Within the sword realm, the sword intents and sword chi Kelvin manipulated were even stronger. The chilling killing intent seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. In the next moment, the densely packed sword intents and sword chi converged into a torrential river, rushing towards Keenan. An ant trying to shake a tree. A hint of disdain flashed in Keenan's eyes. Although he was only a thread of Aldo's divine thought, he was not something a cave spirit realm powerhouse like Kelvin could contend with. With a flash of light from his eyes, the torrent of sword intents rushing towards him instantly froze midair, unable to move. The realm of Aldo is something you, a mere ant, can never understand. Keenan looked down at Kelvin and said, then the torrent of sword intents and sword chi exploded into fragments. Seeing this, Kelvin's face paled. He attempted to leave the sword realm, but the strength of the Aldo's divine thought was far beyond his ability to resist. At this moment, the only way to escape the trap was to leave here, hoping the sword realm could momentarily confine the Aldo's divine thought. Then, Kelvin would summon the sword pill outside his body. Though the Aldo's divine thought might break through the sword realm and destroy the sword pill, losing a trump card was better than sacrificing his life. Once the Aldo's divine thought broke free from the sword realm, the Ephron of Anshan Abbey and the Aryan of Diamond Cave hidden in the dark would surely notice. Harnessing the combined strength of cave spirit realm powerhouses, along with two peak beyond view realm powerhouses, Kelvin was confident they could handle the threat of Aldo's divine thought. Note, Anshan Jai is corrected to Anshan Abbey, for consistency and fluency. However, when Kelvin tried to leave the sword realm, he found himself unable to do so. The entire sword realm was sealed, allowing entry but no exit. Now that the sword pill was in his small, cavern heaven, outsiders had no way of knowing what was happening inside. Moreover, Kelvin's divine thought was trapped here. leaving him unable to call for help. He had been too careless. If he had known beforehand, he should have asked Kia to protect him while researching the dragon breed projection. If Kia were by his side, he would certainly have noticed Kelvin's distress. Unfortunately, Kia had already returned to his room. Kelvin deeply regretted it, but knew dwelling on it was useless. The priority now was to think of a way to break through the current predicament. Looking at the Keenan before him, Kelvin's eyes lit up. Controlling Keenan was a thread of Aldo's divine thought, which fell within the scope of divine soul influence. Just recently, Kelvin had comprehended a secret art specifically targeting the divine soul. Moreover, with the enhancement of the sword realm, this secret art's power would be even greater. Perhaps there was a chance to severely injure Keenan and create an opportunity for his escape. Expecting to use the secret art to directly obliterate the Aldo's divine thought was something Kelvin didn't even dare to think about. If it were so easy, it wouldn't be Aldo. Acton Jian Shaozong. 10,000 swords point to the center, Kelvin shouted, causing various sword intents scattered throughout the small world to begin merging. The merged sword intents condensed continuously, ultimately forming a 1-meter-long sword. Watching Kelvin's sword manifest, Keenan sensed a hint of genuine threat. Though minimal, it was real. Surprise appeared in Keenan's eyes. Even though he was now only a thread of Aldo's divine thought residing in Keenan, being able to sense danger from Kelvin wasn't common. Not only was Kelvin at the cave spirit realm, but even ordinary beyond view realm powerhouses would find it difficult to achieve this. Chapter 566. Battle the Divine Lord's Spirit. The always calm Calhoun, who watched the tides rise and fall indifferently, now harbored genuine killing intent towards Kelvin. If earlier it was because Kelvin killed Halston, now it was purely due to Kelvin's terrifying talent. A mere mid-stage, cavern spirit realm cultivator had posed a real threat to a Divine Lord's wisp of divine spirit. What kind of situation would arise if Kelvin truly grew strong? When the Divine Lord's divine spirit revealed its killing intent, Kelvin had already completed the formation of his 10,000 sword sect technique. Go! With a roar, 10,000 sword sect seemed to cut through time and space, instantly appearing before Larry. Then, it directly pierced through Larry. However, seeing this, Kelvin did not reveal a trace of joy, for there was no sensation of striking a solid object. Indeed, as expected, the corporeal form of Larry slowly dissipated. The previous Larry was merely an afterimage left by its incredible speed. The true Larry had already appeared in the sky. Though Larry's speed was extremely fast, 10,000 sword sect had one characteristic. It wouldn't stop until it hit the target. Instantly when Larry appeared, 10,000 sword sect stabbed towards the sky. An impatient glint flashed across Larry's eyes, emitting an invisible ripple that made the rushing 10,000 sword sect feel like being stuck in a swamp. However, the intangible ripple was being eroded and extinguished by the power of nothingness within sword intent. Thus, despite its slow pace, 10,000 sword sect still advanced towards Larry. The Divine Lord's spirit naturally sensed the power of the void within 10,000 sword sect. He never thought Kelvin could harness this power, making his murderous intent even stronger. Fancy tricks aplenty. After speaking, the Divine Lord's spirit performed a dragon tail sweep. When the dragon's tail struck against 10,000 sword sect, Larry's whole body trembled as if electrocuted, and 10,000 sword sect was shattered by the dragon's tail. Upon seeing the dragon tail strike 10,000 sword sect, Kelvin moved his divine spirit, hoping to escape from the sword domain using this opportunity. However, once again, Kelvin was disappointed and faced the senior. Seeing Calhoun unaffected by moral arguments, Kelvin tried a different approach. You? A true divinity descendant? Larry scoffed. Your claim may fool others, but not me. There are indeed other true divinities in this world, but we can all sense each other. Your bloodline soul is different from any true divinity. How could you possibly be a descendant? Hearing the Divine Lord's spirit words, Kelvin felt countless yaks stampeding in his heart. Attempting to morally coerce the Divine Lord's spirit failed as it lacked morality. Using the identity of a true divinity descendant to instill fear in Calhoun had also been seen through. Was this just bad luck for him? Nevertheless, even at this seemingly hopeless juncture, Kelvin did not plan to give up. Divine Lords were powerful, but if they wanted to kill him, even they should pay a price. Larry noticed the change in Kelvin's emotions and sneered with disdain even more. An ant attempting to overturn the heavens? Overambitious. Kelvin's divine spirit stirred, forming a long sword of sword intent in his hand. Rising into the air, he thrust the sword towards Larry's eyes. Larry effortlessly lifted its head, evading Kelvin's attack. Following closely, it reached out with a claw, sending Kelvin crashing down from the high sky. The ground formed a deep crater upon impact. Though eyes, there wasn't a trace of fear. Instead, they were filled with resolute determination. Such mental fortitude was truly rare in the world. Of course, this kind of resilience was essential for anyone aiming to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. If given enough time, Kelvin might one day stand shoulder to shoulder with them. I imagine you're the most outstanding among the younger generation, said the Aldo. But it can only end here. To give you a dignified death, let me show you one of my renowned secret techniques, Dragon Claw Cleft Sky. The Aldo gazed at Kelvin as he spoke. After speaking, a faint green dragon claw appeared, casting a shadow over the sky. Then, it slowly descended toward Kelvin. Facing the overwhelming dragon claw, Kelvin couldn't move an inch under its pressure. However, he did not submit, invoking the power of his divine consciousness to resist the attack from Xinjuan's divine consciousness. Perhaps due to Kelvin's unyielding spirit, the holy sword of the sacred race, buried deep within his soul, suddenly trembled and vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, it had already arrived in Kelvin's sword realm. Actually, it's the holy sword of the sacred race. Seeing the sacred race's holy sword, Arrigo's normally tranquil demeanor broke, and he exclaimed in shock. If there was anything that could stir the heart of a Aldo-level cultivator, the holy miniature universe of the Xuanhuan family, Nevin stood respectfully before a man who looked about 20 years old, his face as fair as jade. This young-looking man was none other than Arrigo, Guilherme. Guilherme's eyes flickered with an aura that transcended time and space, evoking an eerie sense of silence. Even a slight breath from him seemed to press down on the entire universe. Despite Nevin already being a peak exit scene realm expert, he still felt a chill running down his spine at Guilherme's unintentional display of power. Xuanhuan Girolo is dead, and this incident is likely related to a person named Kelvin from Mirror Platform, Arrigo told Nevin. Investigate immediately. If it turns out he did act, execute him directly. Xuanhuan Girolo was not only Guilherme's favorite descendant, but also represented the pride of the Xuanhuan family and Arrigo. If he was killed by Kelvin, and the Xuanhuan family took no action, it would imply that Arrigo feared the Mirror Platform. Therefore, regardless of any forces supporting Kelvin, Arrigo would never let him go. Even if Kelvin fled to the Mirror Platform, he was already on the Xuanhuan family's kill list. They would stop at nothing to make Kelvin pay with his life. Just as Nevin prepared to leave after accepting the order, Guilherme's previously composed expression suddenly twisted in anger. He crushed the exquisite teacup in his hand, and the formidable aura emanating from him forced Nevin to the ground. Spitting bloodness hadn't had a chance to return to the main body. Could another Aldo have intervened? This thought crossed Nevin's mind but was quickly dismissed. Though Nevin hadn't met other Aldo experts, he believed they would operate similarly to Arrigo. Therefore, it couldn't have been their direct actions. This matter must be somehow connected to Kelvin. After some contemplation, Arrigo stated. Although he didn't know exactly how Kelvin managed to eliminate his divine consciousness, he was certain that Kelvin played a role in it. Chapter 568. Ambush. Although these words were spoken by Dakari, Sylvester still found them absurd. Kelvin's ability to defeat or even kill Peter indeed showcased his monstrous talent, but no matter how monstrous, he was still just an ant in the cave spirit realm. The idea of a cave spirit realm person annihilating a Xuanhuan's divine consciousness was almost unbelievable. Father, what should I do then? Sylvester asked despite his disbelief. Kelvin's ability to annihilate my strand of divine consciousness means he must possess something related to a Xuanhuan. As rumored, the connection between Kelvin and the Xuanhuan isn't baseless. In this case, we cannot allow Kelvin to live. If the Dragon Seed projection falls into another Xuanhuan realm expert's hands, they might trace it back to me. At that point, I'd be at a disadvantage facing other Xuanhuan realm experts. So, Kelvin must die. And quickly. We must reclaim the Dragon Seed projection, Dakari said. Each Xuanhuan has their own Tao, impenetrable by others. The Dragon Seed projection can be considered a projection of Dakari's Tao in some ways, which he absolutely could not allow to fall into anyone else's hands. I'll immediately gather people and head to the 10,000 mountains to eliminate Kelvin. Upon understanding the severity from Dakari's words, Sylvester rose to leave but was stopped by Dakari. Sylvester looked puzzled, unsure why his father would stop him. Now wasn't it crucial to find Kelvin as soon as possible after he obtained the Dragon Seed projection? Otherwise, wouldn't it be dangerous if Kelvin directly handed it over to a powerful true monarch behind him? Dakari pondered for a moment before explaining to Sylvester. It's quite a distance from here to the 10,000 mountains. By the time you arrive, Kelvin and his group will likely have left. Hearing this, Sylvester's face changed dramatically. He asked urgently, then what should we do? The Dacian dynasty was vast, and with Kelvin having official backing, hiding effectively made him hard to locate even for the Xiuxian family. You take our clan's elites to Dingzhou City, Dakari decisively ordered. Upon hearing this, Sylvester's eyes lit up as he immediately understood Dakari's intent. From the information they gathered, Kelvin was known to be very caring. Any thoughts Kelvin had about seeking Lindsay's protection. Beauty might be appealing, but Kelvin didn't want to miss out on the colorful world either. After days of recuperation, Kelvin was fully recovered, thanks to the longevity Tao intent. Ordinary cave spirit realm experts suffering similar injuries would likely need a year or more to recover, often leaving irreversible side effects, not like Kelvin, who suffered none. During this period, besides recuperating, Kelvin also studied the small azure dragon in his sword domain but gained little insight. No matter how he probed it with sword intent or divine consciousness, the dragon remained immovable, floating in the air. Once, in frustration, Kelvin tried ejecting the small dragon from his sword domain only to find it stubbornly stuck there. Despite various attempts, he couldn't remove it. Finally, Kelvin reluctantly acknowledged its illegal residency. Are your wounds healed? Kia asked, walking in. Yes, they're fully recovered. Are the Dingzhou City civilians ready? These citizens are thrilled to return home. They packed up early and are awaiting your recovery to set off. Remembering the excitement of those civilians, Kia smiled. These past days spent among the simple people of Dingzhou's countless civilian lives wasn't something Kelvin wanted, or cared to do since he came here to save them. Kia nodded upon hearing Kelvin's words without any objection. If it were anyone else, they would probably have doubted Kelvin's decisions already. Even though both Kelvin and Kia were prodigies among Donglingjing practitioners, and had the secret support of Jingang Cave's Aryan and Anshanjia's second Aryan, facing the multitude of experts in Dingzhou City was still a formidable challenge. Apart from Tuchu Jingjing experts, the bosses and proprietors of various industries within the city were all Donglingjing experts, and their combined strength would be overwhelming for Kelvin and Kia. Note: for consistency and clarity in English, I adjusted cave spirits to Donglingjing practitioners, and ensured that terms like Jingang Cave and Anshanjia are properly formatted. Nevertheless, Kia held complete trust in Kelvin. After deciding and giving instructions to the cave spirit powerhouses of Jingang Cave, the two quietly left the small universe. The 10,000 great mountains posed no obstacle to them once their cultivation was restored. They sped swiftly and exited the mountain range in just half a day. They traversed through an official road and returned to Dingzhou City again. This time, however, they altered their appearances to blend into the city. At this moment, the forces in Dingzhou City were unaware of what transpired in the 10,000 great mountains, so everything operated normally. Kelvin and Kia stayed at an inn. What's your next move? Kia looked around. Feeling satiated, Kelvin and Kia left the tavern. The waiter stared incredulously at the spotlessly clean table, impressed by how much they ate. Wandering around Dingzhou City, Kelvin didn't enter any shops but merely walked along the streets, circling endlessly until Kia felt restless. Just as she intended to ask how long they'd continue walking, Kelvin halted abruptly. Following his gaze, she saw a hidden marker, a communication symbol for the mirror platform. They exchanged glances before calmly proceeding to a secluded corner. Then, they leaped onto rooftops silently, reaching a secluded courtyard quickly. Eric and Jerry were summarizing the information gathered recently when they detected the disguised Kelvin and Kia. Their hair stood on end. "Who are you?" Jerry asked cautiously, slowly reaching for his weapon, poised for a fight. Eric also watched Kelvin and Kia warily. "You two plan to attack me?" Kelvin chuckled. Upon recognizing Kelvin's familiar voice, both Eric and Jerry froze momentarily before bursting into joy. "Lord Phelan, fare you. You're finally back." When Kelvin dealt with Halston, he contacted Eric and Jerry via Mirror Platform's exclusive means, assuring them he was fine and instructing them to investigate all forces in Dingzhou City. "How did the investigation go?" Kelvin asked. "Report to Lord Phelan. We've just finished organizing the results," Eric replied. Admittedly, while the task was difficult for others, it wasn't for Eric and Jerry from the Mirror Platform, especially since they obtained additional data from the capital's Mirror Platform. Hence, within days, they completed most of Kelvin's assigned tasks. Hashtag Chapter 570. Subversion? What did you have them investigate? Kia looked at Kelvin curiously and asked. Kia had never quite understood how Kelvin planned to break the deadlock after they arrived in Dingzhou City. Did he really think that breaking this impasse would come through Eric and Caitlin investigating something? "Let's sit down and talk about it." Kelvin smiled and said to Kia and the other two. Hearing this, the group gathered around the table. Once everyone was seated, Kelvin looked at Caitlin and Eric and said, "Tell us your findings." "Lord Phelan, just as you suspected, the forces in Dingzhou City are not a united front. They have their differences. Some came here not by choice but under duress, forced into collusion with other local factions," Eric explained. Upon hearing this, Kelvin wore an expression of "just as I thought." Evil people certainly abound, but not everyone is evil. If all the factions in Dingzhou were oppressors of the common folk, Kelvin wouldn't believe it. When most choose evil, these factions only have two options: join or be destroyed. For self-preservation, those unwilling nighttime infiltration. Both Kia and Kelvin showed concern. They both thought of the Xiuxian family. With Peter dead and the trace of Olaf's spirit erased, Xiuxian was now fully committed against Kelvin. To find them already here in Dingzhou City was unexpected. "Give me the information on the inn owner," Kelvin pondered. Initially, he planned to negotiate directly with the inn owner later tonight. But with the Xiuxian family presence, his strategy needed adjustment. Receiving a thick file from Eric, Kelvin marveled at the thoroughness of Godfrey's information network, a complete biography of a high-level figure. Carefully flipping through pages, the others waited silently. After half an hour, Kelvin finished reading. "Do you have a plan, Lord Phelan?" Eric asked worriedly. Though unaware of the hooded figure's identity, Eric could see their importance from Kelvin's serious expression. He wanted to advise Kelvin to abandon Dingzhou and request aid from the capital. However, with his mission completed, even seeking aid wouldn't raise questions. But knowing Kelvin's character, abandonment was unlikely. He hoped this information could assist Kelvin. "I'll go visit the inn tonight." Kelvin stood up. "I'll go with you." Kia echoed. "We're going too." Caitlin and Eric agreed. They were worried that a misstep might expose Kelvin, making him an enemy of all Dingzhou's forces. "You stay here. I'll handle this myself," Kelvin refused, shaking his head. Acting to argue, they were interrupted by Kelvin. Though the inn owner wasn't willingly allied, much harm has been done. His true stance remains uncertain. If he attacks, you can support me externally or send a distress signal. If we're all trapped inside the inn, it will be helpless. How about I go instead? You're more suited to support while my lower status means less danger. Chapter 570. Persuasion to defect? What did you have them investigate? Kia asked Kelvin curiously. Kia had never understood how Kelvin planned to break the deadlock after they arrived in Dingzhou City. Could it be that Kelvin's plan to overcome the current predicament relied on Eric and Caitlin's investigation of something? "Let's sit down and talk," Kelvin said with a smile, turning to Kia and the others. They all sat around the table upon hearing this. Once everyone was seated, Kelvin looked at Caitlin and Eric and said, "Tell us about your findings." "Your guess was correct, Lord Phelan," Eric began. "The factions within Dingzhou City are not as united as they appear. There are divisions among them. Some of those who joined forces with the other factions in Dingzhou City were coerced into joining against their will." Upon hearing Eric's words, Kelvin revealed an, as expected, expression. There were indeed many bad people in the world, but not everyone was evil. If all the power factions in Dingzhou City oppressed the people, Kelvin would find it hard to believe. However, when the majority chose to do evil, these factions had only two options: join or be destroyed by others. To protect themselves, these unwilling factions could only join the majority. Kelvin's mission to Dingzhou City was to turn these reluctant factions to their side and use them for their purposes. After hearing Eric, Kia also grasped Kelvin's intention. The best way to seize Dingzhou City with minimal effort was to dismantle it from within. Which factions didn't willingly join Kelvin? According to our investigation, the owner of the restaurant in Dingzhou City did not join willingly, Eric said. Those factions unwilling to join Kelvin followed the restaurant owner's lead, seeking safety in numbers. So if we can turn the restaurant owner, the rest will naturally follow him and come over to our side, Kia remarked, looking at Kelvin. "We must act quickly," Kia suggested. People from Vajra Cave were already escorting the civilians of Dingzhou City out of the pocket dimension. Although they moved slowly due to their large numbers, they should be out of the mountains within 3 days at most. When the masses appeared, it would be impossible to hide from the eyes of Dingzhou's factions. If the factions became vigilant, Kelvin and Kia's mission would become very difficult. "I have another piece of news." Eric looked solemnly at Kia and Kelvin. "What is it?" Seeing Eric's expression, Kelvin knew that what he was about to say was important. While disguising ourselves as tourists and strolling through Dingzhou City a few days ago, we noticed hooded figures entering the mayor's residence. These people exuded an aura of authority, Eric explained. Caitlin and I considered infiltrating the mayor's residence to gather information, but abandoned the idea due to its tight security. After Eric's explanation, both Kelvin and Kia displayed serious expressions, thinking of one faction, the Xuanhuan clan. Since Kelvin had killed Randall and eliminated part of Olaf's divine consciousness, he was already marked for death by the Xuanhuan clan. But he hadn't expected them to act so swiftly, arriving in Dingzhou City to lay a trap. Give me the information on the restaurant owner, Kelvin said after a moment of contemplation. He originally planned to secretly visit the restaurant owner's residence at night and negotiate directly. With the Xuanhuan clan here, his strategy needed adjustment. Eric handed over a thick dossier detailing every significant and minor event in the restaurant owner's life since birth. Kelvin marveled at the intelligence network of the mirror platform, as even an out-scenery realm expert's life was thoroughly documented. Kelvin carefully read each page while Kia and others waited quietly beside him. About half an hour later, Kelvin finished reading. Well, Lord Phelan, have you figured something out? Although Eric didn't know the identities of those hooded figures, judging from Kelvin and Kia's solemn faces, they were significant. Worried for Kelvin's safety, Eric thought about advising him to abandon Dingzhou City and request reinforcements from the capital. Once reinforcements arrived, they could reconsider. Even if Kelvin sought help now, the nobles wouldn't criticize him. After all, his mission was to eliminate demons, which he accomplished by killing Stone's spirit monkey. Abandoning Dingzhou wouldn't incur imperial wrath. However, knowing Kelvin's character, Eric realized he wouldn't leave. Therefore, he hoped the information could assist Kelvin. I will scout the restaurant tonight. I'm going with you, Kia replied. Lord Phelan, we will go too. Both Eric and Caitlin knew that Kelvin's late-night reconnaissance carried risks. He might be exposed and become the enemy of all Dingzhou's factions. Concerned for his safety, they didn't want him to risk going alone. You stay here. I'll handle this myself, Kelvin refused, shaking his head. Although the restaurant owner was coerced into joining, he had done much harm. His attitude couldn't be predicted. If the owner attacked, support outside could be invaluable, and they could send out distress signals. If they were all trapped, no one could save them. Lord Phelan, let me go instead. You're stronger, better suited for support. My low profile might prevent them from mistreating me. Chapter 571, Meeting the Owner. Caitlin did not want Kelvin to risk his life, and offered to negotiate with the tavern owner on his behalf. Caitlin knew that if the negotiation failed, the tavern owner would not let him live. But he was still determined to go ahead. Caitlin, you can't go. Without waiting for Kelvin to speak, Eric directly rejected the idea. If anyone should go, it should be me, even though my position in Godfrey is not as high as Lord Phelan's. But I believe that even if we can't reach an agreement, the tavern owner won't dare kill me. The worst he'll do is hand me over to those people from the city lord's residence. If the tavern owner really does that, Lord Phelan can still coordinate with me from outside. If you go, Caitlin, the tavern owner will not let you off easily. For a moment, Caitlin and Eric argued about who should go to the tavern. Kelvin couldn't help but smile at this scene, but Kelvin felt warm inside. He understood that both of them were doing it for his own good, and didn't want him to go to the city lord's residence. However, some things in Kelvin's mind could be avoided, but others had to be done. There's no need to argue anymore. I'll go to the tavern tonight and meet its owner. After Kelvin finished speaking, he ignored the two of them. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, Caitlin and Eric opened their mouths, but ultimately remained silent. Time passed, and night fell. Kelvin soared out from Caitlin and Eric's residence. The city of Dingzhou was very quiet, and Kelvin moved through it. Although Dingzhou looked peaceful, Kelvin acutely sensed many hidden sentries cautiously observing from the shadows. However, these sentries were effective only against ordinary people. They couldn't stop Kelvin, who moved like a ghost with supernatural agility. Kelvin entered the tavern as if it were uninhabited territory, just like a ghostly spirit. Heavenly Fragrance Tavern. Quite a nice name, Kelvin smiled as he looked at the signboard and stepped forward to knock on the tavern door. Who's there? An irritated voice came from within the tavern, and a waiter opened the door. The waiter sized up Kelvin and said discontentedly, "We're closed. Come back tomorrow if you want food." With that, the waiter tried to close the door, but Kelvin stopped it with one hand. "Wait a minute," Kelvin said with a smile. "What are you doing? Let me tell you, if you don't release it now, I'll call for help." As the waiter spoke, he used a sliver of his cultivation to try to shut the door. To his astonishment, no matter how much force he applied, the door remained unmoving, as if welded shut. "I didn't come here to eat." Kelvin paused, then continued, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Kelvin. I'm here to visit your master." Hearing this, the waiter's face showed disdain. Everyone in Dingzhou knew Kelvin's appearance. How could he be the ordinary-looking man standing before him? If you're Kelvin, then I'm the odd. Suspicion might fall on the master. However, the imagined scene of sentries breaking in did not happen. "Kelvin, how dare you come to Heavenly Fragrance Tavern? Do you really think I won't dare to kill you?" A chilling voice emanated from the pavilion, and then Bear pushed the door open and walked out. "Master Actong, it's been a while." Kelvin ignored Bear's threat and greeted him casually. "Humph, my time is precious. Don't waste it with nonsense. Explain your purpose quickly, and then you can die." Bear glared at Kelvin threateningly. In the face of this, Kelvin remained unperturbed. "I'm here to give Master Actong a chance to live," Kelvin said calmly. The waiter looked at Kelvin as if he were seeing a fool. The chief of Godfrey was supposed to be extremely intelligent, but now it seemed different. He inwardly scoffed. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, Bear burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Kelvin quietly watched Bear, letting him laugh without interruption. When Bear finally stopped laughing, a murderous intent appeared on his face. "Young man, it seems you really came to die." Bear had never encountered someone from the cave spirit realm offering a way out to an out-scenery realm expert. "Why don't you finish what you want to say?" Kelvin responded calmly to Bear's murderous gaze. "All right, let's see what you have to say." Bear's expression darkened. Master Actong, the Huayan family is indeed powerful, but compared to the Great Qian dynasty, what do you think? Kelvin continued without waiting for a response. Although the Huayan family has true monarchs, Duncan the Emperor wouldn't engage them head-on. But after you killed the Chief of Godfrey, what do you think the Great Qian dynasty's reaction would be? Chapter 572. Negotiation? Bear was no fool. The reason he didn't immediately kill Kelvin or hand him over to the Huayan family was because of these very considerations. The Great Qian dynasty's strength was unfathomable, and the Huayan family had a true monarch as their protector. If he really killed Kelvin, the Huayan family could merely offer up some interest in exchange. The Great Qian dynasty wouldn't truly fight with the Huayan family for Kelvin's sake. However, even if the Huayan family conceded some benefits, they would still need to provide a scapegoat to quell the anger. At that time, Bear would become that scapegoat. Even if Bear was an outstanding shooting realm cultivator, he dared not say he could survive under the joint attack of the Great Qian dynasty and the Huayan family. He would be left with no way out. Despite knowing this clearly, Bear felt somewhat disgraced being threatened by someone of dangling spirit realm. You sneaked into my inn. Whether I kill you or bind you and throw you into the city lord's residence, who would know it was me who did it? Bear narrowed his eyes and stared at Kelvin. What you said makes sense, but don't you think that if I dare to come alone, there must be some contingency plans? Brook Actong, do you believe that if you bind me today, the mirror platform will know about this news tomorrow? Brook Actong, even if you don't consider yourself, you should think about your disciples and followers. Kelvin spoke. Are you threatening me? When Bear heard Kelvin mention his disciples and followers, a powerful aura erupted from him. He joined Kelvin's camp for the sake of his disciples and followers. Otherwise, with Bear's shooting realm strength, any state would be willing to accept him. One could say those disciples and followers were his soft spot. Sensing Bear's powerful aura, Kelvin also felt immense pressure. Although Kelvin had faced shooting realm cultivators multiple times, the power of the shooting realm was still something he couldn't resist. I only hope that Brook Actong can make a wise choice. Although Kelvin's back was drenched in sweat, he continued to stare into Bear's eyes. Humph, I won't argue about what happened today. Get lost quickly. After retracting his aura, Bear sneered coldly. Bear couldn't afford to offend the Huayan family, nor the mirror platform. So now, the best strategy was neutrality and watching the tiger fight. It wouldn't matter to him whether Kelvin or the Huayan family ultimately won. Although Bear believed Kelvin had virtually no chance of winning. Brook Actong, helping Kelvin may not have been your intention, but after all, it was you who acted. Do you think the mirror platform will let you off just because you weren't willing? Moreover, when one stays near black, one gets soiled. Do you think your followers and disciples, having tasted the sweetness of oppressing the common people, can still adhere to their principles? If you help me, I can absolve part of them of their crimes. But those who willingly act as dogs must die. Kelvin stated firmly. After hearing Kelvin's words, a look of pain flashed across Bear's face. For years, he had watched his disciples and followers slowly be corroded by desire. Though some persisted, Bear knew deep down that their resolve had already wavered. It wouldn't take long before they became part of Kelvin's forces. But despite this, Bear couldn't tolerate Kelvin killing them. After all, among these people were his son. His only son. You are courting death. Killing intent flared within Bear against Kelvin. A true essence fist flew towards Kelvin, tearing apart space around it. If this punch landed, even the Son of Heaven could not save him. Just at this critical moment, the courtyard fell silent. Bear's powerful attack froze midair before shattering into powder. Seeing this situation, Bear's expression changed drastically. Whoever could counter his attack so effortlessly was beyond his capability to handle, rejected Bear's unspoken terms. Bear, too, was taken aback by Kelvin's abrupt refusal. I know what condition you want to propose. It's to spare your notorious son's life, right? I can tell you now, impossible. Your son is ruthless, treating human lives as grass. Even before Kelvin coerced you into joining his camp, he harmed many innocent people. Eventually, you had to suppress it using your influence. After joining Kelvin, your son has grown more reckless, acting increasingly arrogantly. Leaving him alive is unjust to the countless civilians he victimized. Kelvin looked at Bear calmly. The thick pile of documents Eric gave Kelvin detailed not only Bear's background, but also his only kin. Given Bear's son's actions, Kelvin refused to overlook it just to recruit Bear. Chapter 573. Pay the price. Bear's face turned extremely grim upon hearing Kelvin's words. Though Bear was a powerful Chujing realm cultivator, he had only one woman in his life, his original wife. Once, while Bear was exploring a secret place, his enemies arrived and slaughtered his entire family. His wife also died on that day. Only his 5-year-old son, Ari, managed to escape by sheer luck as he was away playing. When Bear returned after learning about it, it was already too late. Ari was found hiding in the shed, trembling with fear. His gaunt appearance still caused Bear heartache even now. From that day onward, Bear doted on Ari excessively, which shaped Ari's arrogant and domineering character. Director Actong, do you intend to sacrifice all your disciples and followers for the sake of your son? Seeing Bear hesitate, a trace of killing intent flashed in Kelvin's eyes. If Bear chose to sacrifice everyone else, he would no longer be worth cultivating. Bear appeared dispirited after hearing Kelvin's words. After a long pause, he nodded and said, I'll follow everything Lord Phelan commands. At this moment, Bear looked 10 years older. Such a drastic change was nearly impossible for a Chujing realm cultivator. However, Kelvin felt no pity towards him. If not for his excessive indulgence, Ari wouldn't have ended up like this. Heaven's mistakes can be forgiven, but self-inflicted ones are inexcusable. After instructing Bear, Kelvin left Tianxiang Pavilion. The waiter nearby, who had overheard their conversation, trembled in terror but couldn't leave due to the presence of 3 great powers. When Kelvin departed, the waiter immediately fell to his knees before Bear. Director Actong, spare my life. He pleaded with tears streaming down his face. His panic stemmed from his own greed and the countless evils committed alongside people like Kelvin over the years. Facing the waiter's plea, Bear showed no expression. With a wave of his hand, the waiter was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. After executing the waiter, Bear stared in the direction Kelvin disappeared, his expression wavering as if torn between conflicting emotions. Eventually, he sighed deeply and turned back into the pavilion. Aren't you afraid that Bear will inform the Xiuxian family? Considering that you're planning to kill his own son, Jingang Cave Dane walked alongside Kelvin, openly revealing himself. Jingang Cave Dane's insight was sharp. He could see how much Bear doted on his son. Thus, seeking Bear's cooperation to kill his son would certainly be met with reluctance. If not for Bear's inferior power, he might have already attacked Kelvin at Tianxiang Pavilion. He won't. Kelvin replied confidently with a smile. Despite his doting, Bear could differentiate right from wrong. Otherwise, Bear could have long fled far and wide with his son instead of remaining in Dingshou City. Seeing Kelvin's confidence, Jingang Cave Dane remained silent. With him by Kelvin's side, they could quickly flee even if Bear alerted the Xiuxian family. Eric and the others waited anxiously in the courtyard. When they saw Kelvin return safely, they all exhaled in relief. The matter is settled, Kelvin announced with a smile. Hearing this, Eric smiled broadly. Though Bear agreed to cooperate, inside the city lord's residence, Blaine, the patriarch of the Xiuxian family, was watching Cecil recover. Having escaped from the small universe, Cecil encountered Blaine on his way home. Learning that Blaine intended to kill Kelvin, Cecil insisted on joining. Thanks to quality healing medicines, Cecil recovered significantly after several days. Brother. Cecil opened his eyes. How are you recovering? Almost fully, Cecil replied. This time with brother here, I will make that old bald monk and Anshan Hall pay. Hashtag chapter 574, the test. Kelvin and the patriarch of the Vajra Cave sped towards a desolate mountain 50 miles outside of Dingzhou City. After finding a relatively flat area, Kelvin sat cross-legged on the ground. The Rudy stood beside him, aiding in his protection. The Rudy didn't understand why Kelvin had to travel so far just to break through. If Kelvin was concerned about causing an upheaval in the natural spiritual energy during the breakthrough, he could simply perform a heaven sealing technique within Dingzhou City without alerting anyone. However, despite his confusion, the Rudy followed Kelvin. As a guardian, it was his duty to support and protect Kelvin. Upon sensing the Rudy's readiness, Kelvin quickly stopped him. If the Rudy used the heaven sealing technique while Kelvin broke through, it would likely be interpreted as a challenge by the heavenly tribulation. The potential consequences were too grave for Kelvin to risk. Unsure why Kelvin said this, the Rudy nonetheless trusted that Kelvin had his reasons. He believed even without using the heaven sealing technique, with his peak Chujing realm strength, he could still safeguard Kelvin in this uninhabited area. Kelvin took out the crystal heart of the stone spirit monkey from his pocket, examining it closely. A mysterious aura circulated within the crystal heart, undoubtedly the source that would help the cavern spirit realm practitioners gain enlightenment. I've heard of the heart of the stone spirit monkey, remarked the Rudy. Extracting its essence is incredibly difficult, and even if there are ways to absorb it, much would be wasted. The reason Dempsey initiated the formation, sacrificing lives and intangible essences of common people, was not only to amplify the power of the stone spirit monkey's crystal heart, but also to prevent the waste of the essence within. Concerned Kelvin might squander this treasure due to lack of understanding, the Rudy offered this reminder. Encountering a stone spirit monkey was rare, let alone one raised to this level of power. Hence, he hoped Kelvin would fully utilize its potential. Kelvin nodded slightly at the Rudy's words. In terms of consuming energies, Kelvin was a professional. With the great primordial art, no energy would go to waste. Seeing Kelvin prepared to absorb the crystal heart's energy without any preliminaries, the Rudy sighed inwardly. True geniuses often shared a trait of overconfidence. Even Kelvin wasn't immune to this tendency. Given Kelvin's decision, the Rudy did not interfere, though he regretted wasting such a treasure. Ordinary cavern spirit realm experts could reach the peak of that realm with proper utilization of the crystal heart's essence. But he kept silent, maintaining his vigilance, ready to defend Kelvin. Unaware of the Rudy's thoughts, Kelvin focused on the great primordial art. Closing his eyes slowly, the art flowed through his body. Crack, crack. The Rudy heard cracks forming on the crystal heart. His expression changed dramatically. Once the crystal heart developed cracks, the mysterious aura inside would dissipate. As he anxiously searched for solutions, the cracked crystal heart suddenly shattered into powder. The Rudy was dumbstruck. He couldn't believe something so valuable and hard to obtain had just been destroyed. Watching the mysterious aura floating in the air, about to dissipate, the Rudy sighed. Without the crystal heart to contain it, even he found it challenging to hold onto the mysterious essence. Kelvin's chances of breaking through today seemed slim. Yet, what happened next left the Rudy staring in disbelief. The mysterious aura, freed from the crystal heart, surged into Kelvin's body instead of dissipating. That's impossible. Without the crystal heart's constraint, these auras should vanish. How could they all enter his body? Even after verifying that Kelvin held the genuine stone spirit monkey's crystal heart, which exploded right before his eyes, the Rudy found it hard to believe. Even witnessing it firsthand, he suspected whether Kelvin absorbed a fake crystal heart. However, as Kelvin emitted traces of Dao aura, the Rudy realized Kelvin had truly absorbed every bit of the mysterious essence. In awe, the Rudy watched as Kelvin delved deep into enlightenment. Upon entering Kelvin's body, the mysterious aura revealed itself as a path illuminated by the immortal Dao. Kelvin stepped forward, feeling the path filled with his own Dao essence. Suddenly, everything blurred around him, and when clarity returned, Kelvin found himself in a battlefield surrounded by soldiers covered in blood. Facing them were enemies outnumbering them by multiples, armed with spears and charging forward. General, flee! We'll cover you, hurry! Soldiers yelled resolutely, urging Kelvin to escape. The enemy, losing patience, launched an assault. Despite Kelvin's troops fighting bravely, their enemies' numbers overwhelmed them. Soldier after soldier fell before Kelvin, their lips moving faintly before death, urging him to leave. The scene felt eerily real. with blood splattering against his face and carrying warmth. Even his profound powers were sealed, leaving him an injured ordinary man, staying certain death. Is this the trial of the immortal Tao? Kelvin observed carefully, realizing that while the situation appeared hopeless, there must be a way out since it was a test. However, no matter how he looked, nothing seemed out of place, as if the immortal Tao intended for him to die here. Chapter 575. The Immortal Tribulation. After much contemplation, Kelvin still couldn't come up with a solution. The continuous screams of soldiers echoed in his ears. Though he knew they were fake, a surge of anger welled up inside him. These people died to protect him. Even as they lay dead, their last thoughts were urging him to escape quickly. Is fleeing for survival considered immortality? Sacrificing others' lives for one's own, is that immortality? Hiding behind others, is that immortality? Each word Kelvin spoke seemed like questions directed both at himself and the Tao. No, that's not true immortality. It's just existing. True immortality should be free and unfettered, wandering boundlessly across heaven and earth. Kelvin's eyes grew brighter, and his aura gradually became stronger. In the next moment, Kelvin soared into the sky, charged. Even beings as powerful as immortals had to bow before the immortal tribulation. Even though Dane Goldensoul had cultivated to the pinnacle of the outviewing realm, he did not dare to confront the immortal tribulation directly. Is this kid a freak, or what? He can even attract the immortal tribulation? Dane Goldensoul looked at the meditating Kelvin, feeling utterly speechless. From time to time, roars came from the heavenly palace, causing Dane Goldensoul's heart to race. He feared the lightning spirits inside would charge out. However, it seemed the immortal tribulation only knew its target was in this area but hadn't detected Kelvin. Although a powerful aura gathered in the sky, it made no further moves. Seeing this, Dane Goldensoul breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, while Dane Goldensoul had promised to protect Kelvin, no one dared say they could shield him from the immortal tribulation. At that moment, Dane Goldensoul even considered disrupting Kelvin's enlightenment and taking him away. But ultimately, rationality prevailed. At the same time, Dane Goldensoul finally understood why Kelvin had asked if the heavenly seal could lock away the heavenly tribulation. And he now understood why Kelvin didn't break through in Dingzhou City. Given the commotion Kelvin caused, breaking through in Dingzhou City would have been impossible to go unnoticed. Unless Kelvin planned on going down with the Huoyin clan and Dingzhou City's forces, it was a losing proposition. Dane Goldensoul secretly congratulated himself on having given up boasting over the years. If he were younger, he would have agreed without a second thought. Then, he would be the one getting struck by lightning. With relief came joy. The higher and more monstrous Kelvin's cultivation became, the happier Dane Goldensoul felt. After all, he and Kelvin were now on the same boat. Moreover, Huoyin Xiu must have already informed the Great Evolution True Monarch about the situation between Goldensoul Cave and Kelvin. Therefore, Dane Goldensoul also hoped Kelvin would rise early. Kelvin's divine consciousness stood on the Great Tao, composed of crystal hearts. When he attempted to take another step forward, the entire Great Tao began to tremble violently. It was as if it aimed to throw Kelvin off. Kelvin, now like a fragile little boat floating on the sea, faced the risk of capsizing at any moment. Upon seeing this, Kelvin, fearing carelessness, immediately merged his essence, energy, and spirit, forcing himself to stabilize his posture. Once Kelvin adapted to the Great Tao's trembling frequency, he slowly lifted his right foot and took a step forward. However, something seemed to be blocking Kelvin's way ahead. His right foot met immense resistance, as if sinking into quicksand. Ah! Kelvin bellowed, his firm belief exploding outward. Finally, his right foot landed firmly on the Great Tao. Exhausted, Kelvin panted heavily, as if he had been cave. Under the nourishment of this sense of longevity, whether it was Kelvin's true essence, or his physical condition steadily improved. If we consider just the strength of his true essence and physical prowess, even a peak cave spirit realm expert might not compare to Kelvin. Kelvin's primordial embryo left its original position, wandering freely in the ocean of longevity intent like a child. With every breath, the thick longevity intent was absorbed into its belly. Chapter 576. The Shock of Jingang Dong's Dane. As the pure essence of immortality was swallowed by the Yuan Ying, its body emitted a golden light. This infant-like Yuan Ying seemed as if it had attained Buddhahood. Its face bore a smile of human joy. As the Yuan Ying continued to absorb, the golden light on its body gradually solidified. At this moment, Xiuxian, who sat cross-legged on the ground, emitted an ancient and enduring aura. Around him, various supernatural phenomena occurred. One could see immortal emperors fishing above the clouds, Buddhas looking down upon countless beings, myriads of immortals paying homage, and ethereal celestial maidens plucking lutes while demonic beauties danced around him in enchanting, seductive poses. Underneath Xiuxian, a lotus platform composed of 12 golden lotuses formed, lifting his body slowly into the air. Apart from these divine... What kind of Tao is this boy cultivating? He muttered, staring disbelievingly at Xiuxian. It actually made my Tao tremble? Jingang, as one of the 36 caves, had a long history and was once a true monarch-level force. Even though its former glory had faded, it still harbored many secrets. Stories of true monarchs weren't uncommon. Given this background, Jingang Dong's Dane was more shocked than ever because, according to records, although many true monarchs displayed world-subduing phenomena, there had never been any record of a cavern spirit realm cultivator causing an out-scenery realm powerhouse's Tao to tremble. It was possible that this secret was kept hidden by true monarchs, but it did not hinder Jingang Dong's Dane's astonishment. As time passed, Xiuxian's momentum surged, successfully advancing from mid-cavern spirit realm to late cavern spirit realm. Although he had successfully ascended, his Tao enlightenment did not stop. Clearly, Xiuxian aimed to advance further using the crystal heart of the stone spirit monkey. Jingang Dong's Dane watched with great anticipation. Xiuxian was the first person to fully absorb the mysterious aura within the crystal heart without external assistance. He was curious how far Xiuxian could go with this mysterious energy. Ordinarily, If the foundation was solid, advancing to the peak of Cavern's spirit realm, or even stepping into the outscenery realm wasn't impossible. Xiuxian now experienced one after another fantastical illusion along the path constructed by the mysterious aura. Sometimes he was a wealthy magnate, sometimes a tyrant holding power over life and death, sometimes an ordinary peasant. Once, he even became a mere rock by the roadside. These diverse lives enriched his understanding of the Tao of immortality, making it broader and more profound. If previously Xiuxian's Tao was a narrow trail, now it was a broad path leading to the heavens. Wonder what the next experience will be like, Xiuxian murmured expectantly. Practicing the Tao of immortality gave him a clear sense of his growing strength. Anticipating what lay ahead, Xiuxian took a step forward. Suddenly, the world transformed, and he found himself atop a stone platform. Looking around, everything was white, filled with countless floating bubbles. Curious, Xiuxian stepped off the platform. As soon as he did, the bubbles, like curious infants, gathered around him. Focusing, he saw vague figures within the bubbles. Reaching out, he touched one. Instantly, the bubble began to tremble, and the figure inside screamed as bright bubbles turned dark, filled with thunder and lightning, like an impending apocalypse. In the next moment, the bubble exploded, everything vanishing as if it were a hallucination. Though aware that this was an illusion formed by the Tao of immortality, witnessing a miniature world's destruction left a mark on him. Despite this, other bubbles continued to approach. Retreating back onto the platform, the bubbles lost interest and returned to their original positions. The space was full of these bubbles. If Xiuxian left, he would inevitably touch them, so he remained seated, seeking a solution. Finding nothing else in the space besides the platform and bubbles, he decided to study the platform itself. It shielded him from the bubbles' perception, suggesting it had extraordinary properties. Upon closer inspection, Xiuxian noticed the platform emitted an ancient aura, as if existing since the dawn of creation. This aura resonated with his Tao of immortality. Realizing this, he extended his spiritual soul's power into the platform. In the next moment, he felt connected to the entire space. The bubbles ceased being mere bubbles and became small worlds in his eyes. These worlds varied, some dominated by humans, others by demon beasts, some peaceful like utopias, others filled with strife. This newfound understanding deepened his Tao, enriching his path toward immortality. Chapter 577. Successful Advancement. Gazing at the myriad wonders of the miniature world, Kelvin's eyes were filled with curiosity. With a flicker of his divine consciousness, he descended into a small human-dominated world in the next moment. Kelvin felt like the supreme ruler of this small world, capable of clearly sensing every living being's emotions and desires. Not only that, he was sure he could easily destroy this world as if popping a bubble. However, Kelvin did not do so but observed the ebbs and flows of this world quietly, without disrupting its natural order. As time passed, Kelvin wandered between these many worlds. Time seemed to lose its meaning here, as if these worlds had existed since eternity. Days, years, even centuries might have passed. It was impossible to tell. Eventually, Kelvin toured all the small worlds within this space, witnessing life's varied scenes, the rise and fall of empires, the surge of waves, and dynasties' decline. When Kelvin slowly opened his eyes, they held an ancient wisdom, as if he had experienced countless millennia. His human emotions started to fade gradually, making him seem like an emotionless immortal king surveying the world from above. When Kelvin entered this state, Aloysius suddenly noticed that Kelvin's realm was climbing at a terrifying speed. Yet, he also sensed something being drawn out of Kelvin's body, his emotions and desires. Despite Kelvin's strength skyrocketing, losing his emotions would change him entirely. Aloysius chose to protect Kelvin partly because Kelvin held everyone up this, which would make the heavenly tribulation disperse. But if Kelvin died, Aloysius knew the Joyce guarding the Golden Fist cave would never believe it was an accident. Having seen her devotion to Kelvin, she might destroy the entire cave in grief. Alright, let's ride this storm together, sighed Aloysius. If I die along with you, I hope that girl can spare everyone for my sake. Unaware of the outside turmoil, Kelvin sat meditating on a stone platform. Though his memories remained vivid, they felt distant, like watching a movie. Even the scenes involving Kia, Dara, and others barely stirred any emotion until then. Realizing something was wrong, Kelvin chuckled inwardly. How could I, the Sea King, forsake my fish pond for power? I need both the fish pond and the power. With a roar inside his heart, Kelvin's lost emotions and desires returned. Simultaneously, the small world he was in collapsed, and his divine soul returned to the path formed by the mysterious aura. Reaching the end of this path, Kelvin looked back and sensed a subtle difference. Before he could examine it closely, the path crumbled, snapping him out of his enlightened state. Aloysius was shocked again. He detected Kelvin's returning emotions and saw his rapidly ascending realm drop back to the late-stage cave spirit realm. He was baffled. Typically, falling from a higher to a lower realm would cause severe injury. Yet Kelvin seemed unharmed, challenging Aloysius's understanding. Moreover, Aloysius wondered how Kelvin, having absorbed all the mysterious aura from the stone monkey heart, was only at the late-stage cave spirit realm. Even someone less talented would surpass this level with such a boost, let alone someone as gifted as Kelvin. He expected Kelvin to reach at least the near-beyond vision stage, far beyond the late-stage cave spirit realm. The difference was immense, and Aloysius even questioned whether he was hallucinating. But the truth stood undeniable. After several checks, Kelvin was indeed still at the late-stage cave spirit realm. This is a waste of talent, muttered Aloysius to himself. Chapter 578, Returning to the City. At this moment, Kelvin, who had successfully advanced in cultivation, did not immediately awaken. Instead, he curiously scrutinized the small Yuanling, spirit infant, with a close look. The small Yuanling seemed as if it had gained a soul, returning Kelvin's gaze with equal curiosity. Kelvin knew very well that it wasn't that the small Yuanling had gained a soul. Rather, its spirituality had grown much stronger. He felt incredibly strange at that moment, as if he were looking at himself. His perspective could freely switch between his divine soul and spirit infant. Not only was the spirituality of the small Yuanling more pronounced, but Kelvin also noticed that the Tao patterns on its body had become even more intricate and clear. From these Tao patterns emanated an ancient, enduring aura. Furthermore, the Tao patterns on Kelvin's spirit infant far surpassed those of other peers in the cave spirit realm in terms of depth and solidity, far beyond anyone's imagination. If the Branson had seen this, he would have probably knelt before Kelvin right away. He had never seen such solid Tao patterns. Apart from the changes in the small Yuanling, Kelvin's miniature spiritual realm had also become more expansive. Not only that, but Kelvin could clearly sense that his miniature spiritual realm was much sturdier than those of typical cave spirit realm cultivators. If one were to compare it to metal for ordinary cave spirit realm cultivators, Kelvin's miniature spiritual realm was akin to being forged from meteoric iron. The changes didn't stop at just the miniature spiritual realm and spirit infant. There was also the sword pill in the spirit infant's hand. Under the nourishment of the longevity Tao intention, the sword pill began to transform into a fine, delicate sword. Not only that, the killing intent within the sword pill had intensified, and Kelvin faintly sensed an aura of life emerging within it. However, Kelvin did not dwell much on studying the sword pill because, compared to the sword pill, there was a more pressing matter that required immediate attention: the forces within Dingzhou City. By now, Kelvin had been cultivating for some time, and it wouldn't be long before the people of Dingzhou City emerged from the 10,000 Great Mountains. If the Xiuxian family took advantage of the situation and attacked the civilians first, everything Kelvin had done would have been for naught. Therefore, the most urgent task was to return to Dingzhou City and cleanse it of all hostile forces, ensuring the safety and stability of its people. Kelvin abruptly opened his eyes, releasing an invisible aura that instantly created a deep depression within a 10-mile radius. Feeling Kelvin's aura, the Branson couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Was this the aura of a late-stage cave spirit realm cultivator? Even half-step earthly transcendence might not achieve such power. You're awake? How do you feel? The Branson asked curiously after seeing Kelvin open his eyes. He was extremely eager to know what Kelvin had done with those mysterious energies, and why it had taken so much to boost Kelvin to the late-stage cave spirit realm. I feel pretty good. Kelvin clenched his fists, sensing the immense strength within his body. The increase in power upon advancing to the late-stage cave spirit realm was even more terrifying than when he reached the mid-stage cave spirit realm. If entering the mid-stage cave spirit realm tripled his strength, then advancing to the late stage had multiplied his strength by over tenfold. Now, Kelvin had full confidence that he could crush his previous mid-stage self with a single punch. Moreover, the sword domain had also received significant improvements, making Kelvin's overall capabilities completely transformed. If faced with Halston again, Kelvin believed he could fight evenly against him even without using the sword pill, especially after Halston used the Dragon Blood secret art. With proper combat tactics, directly slaying Halston while he was under the influence of the Dragon Blood secret art was not out of the question. Seeing Kelvin's confident expression, the Branson realized that Kelvin's strength had likely exceeded his imagination. However, he quickly put aside any feelings of inadequacy. Though he had once been called a genius, he still paled in comparison to Kelvin's monstrous talent. Besides, he noticed Kelvin didn't seem to know about the drop in his cultivation level and decided not to mention it since Kelvin showed no signs of adverse effects. It's not early anymore. We should head back to Dingzhou City. Looking towards Dingzhou City, a hint of murderous intent flickered in Kelvin's eyes. Those who oppressed the people would not escape his wrath. He had the confidence to wipe out the Xiuxian family. Although Kelvin had become a late-stage cave spirit realm cultivator, with the support of the Ephron of Tranquil Mind Hall and the Branson, he still didn't plan to confront them directly. As the saying goes, catch the bandits first by capturing their king. By apprehending the leaders, the outside forces would fall easily. Perhaps we should sneak into the mayor's residence? Eric suggested, glancing at Kelvin and Kia. The mayor's residence is now occupied by the Xiuxian family and must be heavily guarded. Translation complete, maintaining paragraph structure and line breaks as instructed. Chapter 579, Discussion. Kia directly shook his head in rejection when he heard Eric's suggestion. The Xiuxian family, with a xuanhuan as its guardian, was far more formidable and established than Kelvin could ever be, whether in strength or background. Although Kelvin and Kia had once easily infiltrated the city lord's residence undetected, this time they were dealing with the Xiuxian family. Even if their abilities were extraordinary, they couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be detected by the Xiuxian family. After all, they didn't know who exactly the Xiuxian family had brought along this time. However, Kelvin was certain that the other side would have at least one Xujing realm expert. Since Halston, Cecil, and the Tao Protector acted together, and Halston was dead, the opposition would undoubtedly be fully prepared. EU is right. The city lord's residence has now become a den of tigers and dragons. And there's a chance the Xiuxian family is waiting for us to walk right into a trap, Kelvin agreed. Eric also realized his suggestion lacked prudence after hearing Kelvin's words. But if not through the city lord's residence, where should they enter from? At this moment, Caitlin's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. But Master Phelan, if not from the city lord's residence, how can we get inside? Or, let's seek help from the manager of Tianxiang Tower. Master Phelan, didn't you already come to an agreement with the manager of Tianxiang Tower, making them submit to you? Caitlin then gave Eric a triumphant glance as if saying, am I clever? Eric ignored Caitlin's provocative gaze, but inwardly agreed with his proposal. If entering the underground of the city lord's residence through this route wasn't possible, seeking help from the manager of Tianxiang Tower might be the only way. If we rely on the manager of Tianxiang Tower, we must cover our tracks carefully, or else it might expose our relationship prematurely. We won't achieve the element of surprise that way. And considering the Xiuxian family has a xuanhuan overseeing them, their methods are unpredictable. No one can be sure if we can hide from their experts. Therefore, this plan isn't feasible either. Kia mused aloud after hearing Caitlin's words. Caitlin deflated instantly upon hearing Kia's words. He had only considered how to enter the underground without thinking about the aftermath. Meanwhile, he felt immense admiration for Kia. Indeed, being a divine maiden from Anshan Abbey, she seemed to match Master Phelan perfectly. But if we don't go through Tianxiang Tower's manager, how do we enter? We can't just destroy a minor force first. Eric said helplessly. Although Ferguson Jingyangdong could perform a celestial lockdown, destroying a force would take time, increasing the likelihood of detection by Dingzhou City forces and the Huyan family. Kelvin smiled slightly at the puzzled expressions of Eric and Caitlin, then asked Kia, "Do you remember the fabric store owner?" Caitlin and Eric looked bewildered at Kelvin and Kia, wondering why they suddenly mentioned a fabric store owner while discussing how to enter the underground. Does Master Phelan suddenly want to make clothes for immortal feathers? Of course, the dejected-looking shopkeeper. Kia nodded, smiling, clearly understanding Kelvin's intention. "Stop talking in riddles, Master Phelan, immortal feather. Just tell us what's on your mind," Caitlin said with a helpless expression. Eric also gazed at Kelvin and Kia with eager anticipation. Based on our investigation, the fabric store owner was once part of Calvin's organization. But he later mysteriously disappeared, probably killed by Calvin's people. Kelvin explained to the two men. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, even if Eric and Caitlin were dense, they finally understood. They weren't stupid. They were simply outmatched by Kelvin and Kia. "Master Phelan, are you saying there's also a passage leading to the underground within that fabric store?" "Yes, precisely. Phelan and I have been in the underground of the city lord's residence before. It's interconnected with multiple entrances. Each entrance corresponds to the shops owned by industry bosses. So, the fabric store must have a secret passage to the underground," Kelvin affirmed. Eric and Caitlin's faces lit up with joy upon hearing Kelvin's words. Their headache had finally been resolved. "It's getting late. Master Phelan, let's set off immediately," Caitlin urged. It was almost dusk, and any delay might jeopardize their mission. "You and Eric will stay here. If anything goes wrong, immediately leave the city and head to the Great Mountains to seek help from those strong figures," Kelvin instructed Eric and Caitlin. Given their capabilities, they wouldn't be useful even if they followed. Attending the underground gathering required at least early-stage Dongling realm strength. Caitlin and Eric would be no different from serving platters in front of such experts. Moreover, despite his confidence, Kelvin remained humble. Facing the Huyan family, unexpected situations were always possible. Leaving Caitlin and Eric outside ensured a backup plan. Should Kelvin and Kia find themselves trapped, they could still seek help from Godfrey and Anshan Abbey. Eric and Caitlin looked glum upon hearing Kelvin's instructions. They knew their skills were inadequate, and they often felt powerless whenever Kelvin led the charge. As men, this frustration weighed heavily on them. But they understood Kelvin's intentions. Accompanying him would only hold him back. "Master Phelan, immortal feather, please be cautious. Prioritize your safety above all. Leave immediately if anything seems amiss," Eric said worriedly. Kelvin patted Eric and Caitlin's shoulders and said to Kia, "Let's go." Kia nodded, and the two figures vanished into the dark night. "Master Phelan, immortal feather, may you return safely." Eric and Caitlin prayed silently as they watched Kelvin depart. Chapter 580, The Cloth Shop. The night in Dingzhou City was particularly cold, with not a soul on the streets. Kelvin and Jaylene moved like ghosts through the city's hidden corners. Their speed was remarkable, and it took only moments for them to reach the entrance of the cloth shop. Perhaps due to neglect, the signboard of the cloth shop was covered in dust. Kelvin and Jaylene pushed open the door and entered, only to find an empty room where all valuables had been removed. "This place is busy with people. The entrance to the mayor's mansion should not be here," Jaylene remarked after scanning the surroundings. Kelvin agreed. Although Dingzhou City was now occupied by other forces, each faction had set up specific entrances, indicating, Kelvin confirmed. Both showed signs of confusion. Was it possible that the shop owner hid the mechanism in the disciples' quarters? The idea seemed implausible for such a confidential location. Yet, they had thoroughly searched every inch of the two-story building without finding any hidden mechanisms. What could they be missing? Kelvin paused at the window, observing the lake thoughtfully. His gaze caught something peculiar. "Doesn't that lake seem odd?" he pointed out. Jaylene joined him by the window, closely examining the water. "The water is too clear, and there are no fish or algae," he noted. "Could the passage be under the lake? We should investigate further. The mechanism should be here," Kelvin said decisively. Upon searching, they found a smooth stone, obviously frequently touched. When Kelvin pressed it, bubbles rose vigorously in the lake, and the water level began to drop rapidly. Soon, the lake was drained, revealing an underground passage. Without hesitation, Kelvin and Jaylene jumped into the tunnel. As their figures vanished, the tunnel closed, refilling the lake as if nothing had happened. Inside the mayor's mansion, beneath the surface, several figures awaited. The position previously occupied by the mayor Calvin was now taken by Sylvester. "Any news about Kelvin?" Sylvester asked indifferently, surveying the room. Despite the powerful figures present, all having reached the initial stage of Cave Spirit Realm, Sylvester's status far surpassed theirs. Without the mission to capture Kelvin, these individuals would never have come close to him. Thus, Sylvester spoke with considerable arrogance. Yet, no one dared express dissatisfaction, instead showing servile smiles. After all, earning Sylvester's favor and becoming affiliated with the Hu Yin clan could elevate their status astronomically. Even a superpower like the 36 Celestial Caves would give them some face for being associated with a true monarch family. No sign of Kelvin yet. Despite our continuous monitoring, the blacksmith shop owner reported respectfully. Could Kelvin be avoiding Dingzhou City? His guess wasn't random. The last time, they had captured Kelvin and Jaylene here, rendering them helpless against the combined might of two scenic boundary experts and a group of cave spirit experts. Others nodded in agreement. Given what they knew, only that Kelvin escaped the small world, they concluded he might be avoiding the city. Sylvester cast a cold glance over them, emitting an overwhelming aura unique to a peak scenic boundary cultivator. He should have arrived in Dingzhou by now. Have you grown complacent? Sylvester's voice carried a hint of menace. Based on gathered information, Kelvin wouldn't let the Dingzhou citizens live indefinitely in the small world. Same realm. Even those from major forces who merely had better origins and knew more secret arts. If it weren't for these external advantages, Bear believed his Tao might be just as strong. But upon sensing Sylvester's aura, Bear realized how limited his perspective had been. Even though Sylvester was at the peak of the exit Mirage realm while he was only mid-realm, Bear understood that he would still be no match for Sylvester. The latter could crush him effortlessly, which filled Bear with dread. Sylvester's strength far exceeded Kelvin's, and what's worse, Sylvester wasn't alone but accompanied by members of the Xiuxian family. Did Kelvin truly stand a chance against them? Even if Kelvin had another peak exit Mirage realm powerhouse with him, how could they compare to Sylvester? Was it really worth risking the lives of all Tianxiang Tower disciples for Kelvin's reckless gamble? Could Kelvin hold off the Xiuxian family and stay in Dingzhou City? Doubt began creeping into Bear's heart. He even considered betraying Kelvin now to protect himself and his people. However, admitting that he'd seen Kelvin might raise suspicions since Bear hadn't reported Kelvin's movements immediately. Lord Xiuxian, we've been diligently searching the city for Kelvin. All our disciples are out there, and we've personally joined the search. But we've found nothing, said the blacksmith shop owner cautiously, wary of offending Sylvester, whose power could obliterate him with a wave of his hand. Lord Xiuxian, you don't know how hard. Even these seasoned practitioners shivered involuntarily. Now, fear replaced reverence in their eyes. They knew that if Sylvester wanted to kill them, even a combined effort wouldn't suffice. Anger swelled as they glared at the brothel madam, cursing her for suggesting someone was sheltering Kelvin when they knew Sylvester was determined to capture him. She had infuriated Sylvester, leaving them to deal with the consequences. Even thoughts of sacrificing her as a scapegoat surfaced. Meanwhile, the brothel madam herself was visibly shaken. Her brief comment had elicited such a reaction from Sylvester. Facing the hostile glares, she wished she could slap herself. Lord Xiuxian, the forces in Dingzhou City are interconnected. We share prosperity and adversity alike. What could a mere mirror master like Kelvin offer us? No one would betray you. That was just a joke. She laughed awkwardly, trying to explain despite her reluctance. She knew if she didn't, the rest of the city's power holders would never forgive her once the meeting ended. Chapter 582, Waste. So, you were just toying with me? Sylvester glanced at the brothel manager, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Despite Sylvester's calmness and lack of visible murderous intent, the brothel manager's heart trembled upon hearing his words. The brothel manager was acutely aware that the calmer Sylvester appeared, the less likely it was for this matter to be resolved amicably. If she failed to satisfy Sylvester today, her life would likely end here. Lord Xiuxian, I wouldn't dare. I merely voiced my speculations to relieve some burden from Lord. No other intentions. The brothel manager lowered herself humbly. If outsiders saw how the Peak Cave Spirit Realm brothel manager treated others like a servant, their eyes would have nearly popped out of surprise. Sylvester remained silent after hearing the brothel manager's explanation, only staring intently at her. Under Sylvester's gaze, the brothel manager felt immense pressure. Soon enough, her back was drenched in sweat, revealing glimpses of her porcelain skin and graceful figure. Yet, no one had the heart to admire such beauty in this tense situation. After a long while, Sylvester finally withdrew his gaze, paying the brothel manager no more mind. Seeing this, the brothel manager heaved a sigh of relief, knowing she'd narrowly escaped death. Starting tonight, I give you 3 days. Turn Dingzhou City upside down if you must, but find Kelvin for me. If you fail, your factions will cease to exist. With those final words, Sylvester unabashedly released waves of murderous intent towards everyone present. Even though everyone insisted Kelvin hadn't come to Dingzhou City, Sylvester firmly believed otherwise. He didn't care if anyone was protecting Kelvin. If Kelvin wasn't found within 3 days, all would be killed. Upon hearing Sylvester's chilling threat, every faction leader's face changed drastically. They knew Sylvester wasn't joking. Failing to find Kelvin meant the annihilation of all city factions. Though Dingzhou City's population made it impossible for Sylvester to kill them all, those seated before him wouldn't be spared. These leaders had diligently searched for any traces of Kelvin without success, believing he never returned to Dingzhou City. Searching for someone who didn't exist, how could they succeed? Many thought Sylvester was looking for an excuse to deal with them. Despite this suspicion, they didn't dare unite against Sylvester. His background was too powerful, and his strength unmatched. Bear silently prayed for Kelvin to show up tonight. He'd seen Kelvin enter Dingzhou City undetected despite the extensive surveillance. Such ability made finding him extremely difficult. If Kelvin didn't appear and chose to hide, Bear and his disciples would also be sacrificed after 3 days. The person seated first must be from the Xiuxian family. Didn't expect they understand me quite well. Kelvin and Shirley hid behind a shop owner's private door, eavesdropping. Hearing Sylvester confidently stating Kelvin's presence in Dingzhou City, Kelvin revealed a surprised look. It seemed the Xiuxian family sent a smart individual to deal with him this time. Unlike the brute force tactics of Peter, they probably conducted a thorough investigation on you. And this person isn't simple either. Shirley whispered seriously, sensing Sylvester as unfathomably deep like the sea. Looking for trouble. Suddenly, Sylvester shouted loudly in the hall, unleashing a powerful force towards the shop owner's entrance. The neighboring blacksmith felt the attack, panicking immensely. But just as he thought it was inevitable, the power bypassed him. Umitba, so much killing intent, layman. Powerful Buddha light deflected Sylvester's attack. Next moment, Old Ancestor from Vajra Cave and the Ephraim from Peace Temple stepped into the passage, followed closely by Kelvin and Shirley. From the last confrontation, the Xiuxian family already knew about Vajra Cave's association with Kelvin. Thus, Old Ancestor didn't hide this time, nor was there any point. Today's events wouldn't be peaceful, and taking action would alert Sylvester anyway. Kelvin, why are you here? How did you evade our informants? The blacksmith recognized Kelvin from their previous encounter. Upon hearing the blacksmith, Sylvester sized up Kelvin with a cold stare. Informants? Oh, you mean that group of wastes? Seems like the Xiuxian family has declined, relying on wastes to find me. Kelvin mocked Sylvester, drawing angry expressions from the crowd. Even Bear, previously colluding with Kelvin, felt offended since even Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's disciples missed detecting Kelvin. In essence, Kelvin indirectly included him in the insult. You're right. I underestimated you. Expecting those wastes to find you was indeed a mistake. Sylvester agreed with Kelvin. Everyone felt furious yet couldn't retort. Kelvin, daring to come alone here. You willingly throw yourself into hell when paradise is right before you. The blacksmith glared darkly at Kelvin. Waste should act like a waste. You don't deserve a say here. Kelvin stared calmly at the blacksmith. Upon investigating, it turned out the blacksmith not only oppressed citizens but used them for live sacrifices during weapon forging. Therefore, the blacksmith was marked for certain death in Kelvin's book. Even gods couldn't save him. Chapter 583, Turning Against. The blacksmith shop owner, as the leader of a power faction, did not dare to refute Blaine. But Kelvin, who was only at the cavern's spirit realm cultivation level, dared to mock him so boldly. How could he bear this? With a sudden movement, he attacked Kelvin. The others stood still and watched quietly without moving. Being late-stage cavern spirit realm, everyone believed that even if the blacksmith shop owner couldn't defeat Kelvin, he could at least engage him for a while. They could gauge Kelvin's strength through their boss's performance. Moreover, with Blaine and the Xiuxian family members present, they weren't worried about Kelvin escaping. And shaking a tree. Kelvin stared at the fiercely charging blacksmith shop owner as a sword intent formed in front of him. In the next moment, the sword intent seemed to tear through time and space, instantly arriving before the blacksmith shop owner. Before the blacksmith shop owner could react, the sword intent pierced through his body. In the following moment, the blacksmith shop owner fell to the ground and rolled several times due to inertia before stopping. He lay motionless on the ground, clearly dead. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions changed drastically. They had expected Kelvin to be strong, but not this powerful. A late-stage cavern spirit realm powerhouse didn't last even one round against Kelvin, being directly killed by him. Apart from the Xiuxian family people, Bear, and the remaining Origin Reflection Realm powerhouse, everyone secretly pondered if they could win if faced against Kelvin. However, their thoughts brought despair. Except for the Origin Reflection Realm powerhouse, all of them would end up killed in one move if they were in the same situation. Kelvin, your strength is indeed formidable. Lemuel losing to you isn't unfair. But you shouldn't have defeated Lemuel and then killed him. Blaine said sternly. Halston sacrificed thousands of civilians for his personal gain. He deserved death. Kelvin replied without hesitation. Although offending the Xiuxian family was dangerous, Kelvin did not regret it. If given from outside, Trey wasted no time and rushed towards Cecil, enveloping him with space lockdown. As for Kelvin and Jaylene facing two Origin Reflection Realm experts and dozens of Cavern Spirit Realm experts alone, Trey wasn't worried at all. Kelvin and Jaylene had been here before and knew the situation. Since Kelvin brought Dane Laoshu and Trey tonight, it meant he had a plan to deal with two Origin Reflection Realm experts. Upon seeing Trey leave, the other Origin Reflection Realm expert sighed in relief. The saying goes, when the tiger is absent, the monkey becomes king. Dane Laoshu and Trey now had opponents. Now only Jaylene and Kelvin remained. Even if they were geniuses, they wouldn't be a match for an Origin Reflection mid-stage powerhouse like him. Boy, your backing has left. What will you do now? The Origin Reflection Realm expert glanced at Kelvin mockingly. Remembering how Kelvin mocked them earlier, he wanted to see Kelvin panic. Therefore, he planned not to kill Kelvin outright, instead making him taste death amid fear and helplessness. However, he was disappointed as Kelvin calmly looked at him without any emotion. It was as if he was looking at a corpse. Boy, you seek death. Enraged, the Origin Reflection Realm expert lunged at Kelvin. Suddenly, Bear struck unexpectedly. The other Cavern Spirit Realm experts were also shocked, unable to understand why Bear attacked one of his own. Bear, what are you doing? Spitting out blood, the Origin Reflection Realm expert roared at Bear. Deciding to act, Bear cast space lockdown, enveloping the Origin Reflection Realm expert. As Bear and the Origin Reflection Realm expert disappeared, only Kelvin, Jaylene, and the numerous Cavern Spirit Realm experts remained. Fear filled the eyes of the Cavern Spirit Realm experts as they looked at Kelvin. Even Qinglu Pavilion's peak Cavern Spirit Realm Lord gulped involuntarily. Don't panic. Although Kelvin is strong and none of you can match him, but with so many of us at the Cavern Spirit Realm, surely we can take down two people? Qinglu Pavilion's Lord forced himself to say loudly. Yes, Kelvin will not let us go once he gets the upper hand. Why kneel and beg when we can combine our forces and kill Kelvin? The pawnshop owner chimed in agreement. Forcing down their fear, the crowd prepared to attack Kelvin. Unexpectedly, nearby comrades suddenly turned against them, plunging the entire hall into chaos. Shouting and curses echoed throughout. They couldn't understand why their allies were aiding Kelvin. These defectors, like Bear, were coerced into serving Kelvin under threat, not out of loyalty. Once Kelvin left Tianxianglu, Bear used their secret communication method to inform these people of the plan. Chapter 584, Combined Attack Technique. Although Bear did not contact many people, they managed to ambush several others in a surprise attack, leaving them seriously wounded and unable to fight. Therefore, the forces loyal to Kelvin and the brothel master fought each other to a stalemate. Kelvin watched the battle silently without planning to offer any support. Three middle-aged men were sitting where Barry was, their gazes fixed on Kelvin and Kia. Whether it was Bear's defection or the defection of the Spirit Cave Realm powerhouse, these three men had not moved an inch. From start to finish, their target was always Kelvin. Ever since Kelvin appeared, the three men's vital energies had locked onto him. Even though Kelvin had become a late-stage Spirit Cave Realm powerhouse, he felt a slight pressure from the three men's lock. Clearly, these three were no ordinary Spirit Cave Realm powerhouses. Though I know I'm very handsome, please don't look at me like that. I don't enjoy playing games of big ox versus small ox. And if you keep staring at me like this, my fiancé will be jealous, Kelvin said, looking at the three men. Kelvin, hang yourself. Our attacks will make you suffer greatly. Enoch calmly responded to Kelvin's words without getting angry. When the three men spoke, their faces were expressionless, as if they were stating an obvious fact. Kelvin narrowed his eyes as he stared at the trio, sensing something amiss with them. It seemed as if these men had lost their emotions. Kelvin had encountered such a state before and knew how terrifying it could be. Losing one's emotions meant they would be absolutely rational and relentless until they achieved their goal. I've already killed Matthew. Do you think you're stronger than him? Kelvin deliberately mentioned Matthew to confirm whether these men had indeed lost their emotions. Kelvin, there's no need for further probing. At our level, we aren't a match for Matthew or you, but our realms are higher. And the three of us are the Xiuxian clan's death warriors, proficient in combined attack techniques. Even when facing a newly ascended Outview realm powerhouse, we can hold out for a while. You are not our match. Enoch didn't mind revealing their secrets to Kelvin because, in his eyes, Kelvin was already a dead man. Hearing Enoch's words, a flash of understanding crossed Kelvin's eyes. A combined attack technique capable of resisting an Outview realm powerhouse at the Spirit Cave realm was rare. Olaf himself was a symbol of invincibility, and his family had many powerhouses. Why did he still need to cultivate these death warriors? However, due to insufficient information, even Kelvin couldn't fully comprehend Olaf's intentions. Who can't brag? As Kelvin spoke, he completely unleashed his sword domain, a first since ascending to Unity Mirror. In the past, when facing strong enemies, Kelvin usually only tapped into the power within the sword domain. But now, the entire domain unfolded. On one hand, this was because he feared the noise of the battle might collapse the underground plaza. On the other, it showed his high regard for the trio. In the sword domain, countless sword intents coalesced around Kelvin, forming a long dragon made of sword chi. The three men watched him expressionlessly. In the next moment, they shifted positions into a trigram formation. The moment the trigram formation was formed, the trio's auras linked together. Without using their eyes, they seemed like a single entity. Moreover, their auras began to soar. Kelvin felt envious watching the trio deploy their combined attack technique. If the Storm of the Mirror people under his command also mastered this technique, it would greatly assist him. Just after leaving the capital, Kelvin was still at the Unity Mirror stage. With increasing cultivation came more formidable foes, limiting the role the Storm of the Mirror people could play. Currently, neither the Storm of the Mirror people nor Eric could lend much help. Kelvin decided that after capturing these three, he must thoroughly interrogate them about the combined attack technique. Go! Kelvin roared as a dragon formed by endless sword intent, and sword chi roared towards Enoch and the two others. The immense power caused Kelvin's sword domain to tremble. Hold and claw reaches heaven. Standing at the forefront, Enoch shouted, and a giant claw emerged upward to meet the dragon of sword intent. As the two forces clashed, there was a brief stalemate. At the point of impact, it resembled a real clash between a dragon's claw and a long sword, sparking incessantly. Both sides' attacks were very draining of true essence, but Kelvin's longevity Dao intent gave him exceptional endurance. The shared true essence of the three men similarly surpassed ordinary spirit, cave realm powerhouses. However, Enoch, being utterly rational, understood the principle that delay invites change. He aimed to defeat Kelvin quickly and decisively. Burst! Enoch's lips parted slightly, and the powerful dragon claw exploded instantly. The shockwave tore the dragon-shaped formation of sword intent and sword chi apart. After the dragon was shattered, the three moved swiftly, surrounding Kelvin and Kia from different directions. Though moving in different directions, their rhythm and speed were eerily synchronized, clearly showing that they had mastered this combined attack technique flawlessly. These three are tough to deal with, Kia remarked, watching Enoch and the others. Seems they weren't bluffing. Using this combined attack technique, they might genuinely stand against an Outview realm powerhouse. In that case, you must be cautious. As soon as Kelvin finished speaking, he moved towards Enoch, causing Kelvin's sword domain to shake violently. Engaged in battle with Enoch, Kelvin hastily employed the Tao of longevity to stabilize his domain. Kelvin and Shirley were already prodigies, their combat prowess terrifyingly formidable. And Enoch Trio's realms were inherently higher than Kelvin and Shirley's, further amplified by the three talents array, sharply increasing their power. For a moment, within Kelvin's sword domain, the sounds of dragons roaring, phoenixes crying, and swords singing intertwined. Dragon figures soared in the sky. The phoenix seemed to incinerate all sins, and sword intent intertwined overhead. The sword domain became a forbidden zone. If ordinary cave spirit realm experts were here, they would likely be shredded by the powerful shockwaves. On the side maintaining the array, Grayson, despite losing all emotions, couldn't help but feel stirred by this scene. Within the three talents array, Grayson, Enoch, and Yanko acted as one. He could empathize with the other two. Each strike from Kelvin and Shirley made him tremble internally. Their overwhelming power made his soul shudder. As diehards of the Xiuxian family, these three often undertook shadowy tasks for the clan. They had encountered many geniuses and prodigies before, and after using the three talents array, those so-called geniuses ended up dead at their hands. Though none of them had faced Matthew directly, they believed he wasn't a match for them. Enoch and Yanko aimed for a swift conclusion, unwilling to prolong their entanglement with Kelvin and Shirley. With shouts, blood-red light flashed in their eyes. This was the unique secret art of the Xiuxian family's diehards. Burning life spans to enhance cultivation. In a state of absolute rationality, Enoch and Yanko knew that without using secret arts, they couldn't defeat Kelvin and Shirley anytime soon. For the mission given by the Xiuxian family and the great Yin True Monarch, these two, driven by rationality, started burning their lifespans. With the secret art, their auras skyrocketed. Their attacks magnified several times over. Kelvin and Shirley exchanged blows with Enoch and Yanko, only to be blasted away. The shockwaves tore open a massive hole in Kelvin's sword domain. The aftermath ripped through, shredding nearby fighting cave spirit realm experts before they could react. The remaining experts stopped and retreated, horrified, observing the five figures inside the sword domain. Now they realized how ridiculous it was to think they could overwhelm Kelvin and Shirley with sheer numbers. Against such overwhelming power, even in numbers, they were mere ants. These two suddenly increased in strength. What should we do? Asked one expert. We can't use our domains inside your domain, replied Shirley beside Kelvin. Otherwise, it will cause domain interference. If we continue, the outside cave spirit realm experts might die from the battle's backlash. Kelvin also knew his sword domain couldn't withstand the powerful impacts from their fights. Thus, Kelvin retracted the sword domain, exposing everyone to view. The cave spirit realm experts turned pale. Without the domain's protection, they couldn't withstand the powerful shockwaves. Some exchanged glances, deciding to retreat. They'd worked hard to reach this realm, not to throw their lives away. Seeing this, Shirley was about to activate her own domain but was stopped by Kelvin. While he didn't know her Tao, her domain's power was undeniable, but it might not withstand the ensuing chaos. Puzzled, Shirley looked at Kelvin, unsure why he blocked her. Leave it to me. Kelvin smiled reassuringly. Since becoming a cave spirit realm expert, he always relied on the sword domain in battles, even slaying Matthew with it when the latter used dragon seed projection. Besides the sword domain, Kelvin had cultivated his own Tao, his own domain. He eagerly anticipated the power of his cultivated longevity domain. The Xuanhuan trio wouldn't care about the cave spirit realm experts' fates. They lunged at Kelvin and Shirley with lightning speed, leaving the others in despair. Their speed was too fast for anyone to escape the hall in time. Longevity domain. Amidst everyone's despair, Kelvin whispered. In the next moment, Enoch trio and Kelvin duo vanished from the hall. The relieved audience expelled pent-up breaths. They knew the outcome rested not on them but on the high-tier fighters who survived. Cave spirit realm experts, once fiercely battling, fell silent, knowing they were irrelevant in this fight. The victors would emerge from among the powerful ones. You heard what Kelvin said? Finally, the brothel keeper asked, looking where Kelvin had disappeared. It sounded like longevity domain. The shopkeeper hesitated, uncertain. Despite Kelvin's quiet voice, everyone clearly heard him, questioning his statement because it defied belief. Since ancient times, every cultivator can only master one path. So each person's domain is unique. How can Kelvin, who mastered the sword Tao, have another domain? This translation maintains the original structure, tone, and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 586, Strange Phenomena. The cave spirit realm experts present were all leaders of significant factions, though they couldn't match the transcendent powers like the 4 blessed lands and 36 cavern heavens. Yet their strength was enough to earn them a place in the great Qian dynasty. They had never seen anyone who could cultivate 2 grand paths simultaneously, especially with the sword path, which was solely about killing. It would not tolerate coexistence with other paths. Even if one attempted to practice another path, the aura of destruction from the sword path would destroy it. Everyone had just witnessed Kelvin's sword domain, clearly indicating that he had already reached a profound level in swordsmanship. Under such circumstances, how could Kelvin possibly cultivate another grand path? Could Kelvin be bluffing? The pawnshop owner said uncertainly. He had racked his brains, but could only come up with this possibility. These people are top-notch cave, spirit realm experts of today. Do you think bluffing would work on them? Another voice chimed in. Moreover, I've been observing these 3 from the start of the gathering. Their eyes may be clear, but they have no emotions at all. They are more ruthless than any assassin. Kelvin has fought with these people. Surely, he knows better than to bluff with them. Given the uselessness of bluffing, do you think Kelvin would waste time on something pointless? The brothel manager directly dismissed the pawnshop owner's speculation. Although we don't know if Kelvin has cultivated other grand paths, have you heard of an immortality domain? The banknote shop owner asked, getting to the crux of the matter. The crowd shook their heads in confusion. There were 3,000 grand paths, sword, saber, Buddha, true dragon, and so on. But none had ever heard of the immortality path. Since ancient times, who could escape death? Even the mighty true monarchs would eventually meet their end. They had never heard of anyone achieving immortality. As everyone puzzled over whether Kelvin had truly found a new path, Kelvin had already ensnared Jackson and others within his immortality domain. Once captured, Jackson and the rest stopped abruptly and retreated. For within Kelvin's unfolding domain, strange phenomena abounded. A lotus floated in the ancient sky, swaying in midair. Fairies and demonesses danced around Kelvin. A celestial king sat high among the clouds, his eyes opening and closing as he surveyed the world below. These phenomena mirrored those surrounding Kelvin during his ascension. Even though the 3 had lost their emotions, surprise still flashed across their faces upon seeing this peculiar domain. Although these phenomena appeared harmless, the 3 sensed danger. Facing the unknown, logic dictated caution. Thus, they rapidly retreated to distance themselves from Kelvin. Kia watched the phenomena curiously. When a fairy dancing in the sky approached her, she stretched out her hand. The fairy seemed to come alive, smiling humanely and gracefully evading her touch. Intrigued, Kia's curiosity deepened. The extensive collections of Xiuxian, one of the 4 blessed lands, far exceeded those of ordinary factions. Especially regarding grand paths, Xiuxian had profound insights. But even there, Kia had never encountered a domain similar to Kelvin's. For instance, sound, dance, or illusion domains might produce strange phenomena, but these were mere static illusions, nothing like the soul-like phenomena in Kelvin's domain. Welcome to my domain. You are the first to witness it, Kelvin smiled at Jackson. An immortality domain? What arrogance! Jackson said coldly. Death spares no one. Even true monarch-level experts cannot escape the cycle of rebirth. And you, a mere cave spirit realm expert, dare to speak of immortality? True monarchs, indifferent to desires, sought only the advancement of realms and eternal life. However, countless true monarchs had failed on this path. Not one had survived from ancient times to now. One day, I will reach and surpass the true monarch realm, Kelvin said firmly, undeterred by Jackson's words. As he spoke, resonance echoed within the phenomena of Kelvin's domain. The fairies played music, the demonesses danced, the ancient sky's lotus showered radiant light, and the timeless celestial king leaned forward, listening intently. The sudden change in the immortality domain startled Jackson and his group, causing them to retreat further. This time, the trio stayed together, sensing an undercurrent of death in the dynamic phenomena. Kia, however, felt only warmth and comfort. "You've enjoyed my immortality domain enough," Kelvin said. "It's only courteous to return the favor." As he spoke, the fairy strummed her instrument, filling the small cave heaven with waves of sound. The three felt their true essence boiling as if ready to ignite. The music seemed to penetrate their divine souls, making them tremble. Meanwhile, the demonesses began their enticing dance, their movements weaving illusions around Jackson and the others. In these illusions, beautiful women beckoned them from a pool, inviting them into amorous scenarios. Fortunately, Jackson and his group had long suppressed their emotions, or else no normal man could resist such allure. Sensing this, they immediately seated themselves and recited the tranquil heart mantra. This mantra, created by Jackson for his elite warriors, had stripped them of emotions, turning them into killing machines. Chapter 587, Blood Arrow. A death warrior must forsake all emotions and put their mission and the xiuxian family first, willing to pay any price to complete it. Tracy believed that death warriors didn't need feelings. They only hindered the completion of their tasks. Thus, he specially created the pure heart mantra for the xiuxian family's death warriors, a technique capable of eliminating human emotions and breaking through external illusions. Enoch and others had practiced the pure heart mantra from childhood, long having mastered it to perfection. As Enoch and his comrades sat cross-legged on the ground, silently reciting the mantra, the mental shock caused by the fairy playing the zither gradually stabilized. Break apart. After a moment, Enoch roared, shattering the illusory environment in his mind into fragments. The demoness surrounding Enoch had all retreated, floating in midair with her hand covering her cherry lips, giggling as she watched them. With the demoness laughter echoing, a tumultuous surge appeared before her, causing anyone who saw it to bleed from the nose. "Xiuxian, be gone!" Enoch yelled fiercely at the laughing demoness, as if his voice carried magic that could reach into the sky and strike her down. It was an offensive technique derived from the pure heart mantra, specifically effective against illusions and heart demons. However, the demoness seemed immune to the attack, showing no sign of being affected. Enoch and his two companions looked at each other, puzzled. If the demoness was an illusion, she should have been shattered by the attack. Yet she remained unaffected. And if she wasn't an illusion, then what was she? Enoch was utterly perplexed. He was certain that the demoness in the sky was not real. Seeing Enoch free himself from the demoness enchantment and the soul-shaking effects of the fairy playing the zither did not surprise Kelvin. As death warriors of the xiuxian family, they would have undergone rigorous training and likely possessed numerous secret techniques imparted by Tracy. When the demoness and the fairy realized they couldn't move Enoch and his group, they floated away, looking bored. "Tracy must have spent considerable effort nurturing you. I wonder if he'll feel pain after I kill you," Kelvin said, looking at Enoch and the others. Kelvin knew that killing Matthew had set him on a path of inevitable conflict with Tracy. Thus, he intended to weaken the latter's forces as much as possible. High-level fighters like the three before him were crucial assets to the xiuxian family. Even Tracy wouldn't be calm if they perished here. Realizing the power of the demonic manifestations, Enoch and his companions knew they couldn't delay further. If Kelvin made all these manifestations attack simultaneously, even they might not survive this bizarre realm. Seemingly acting in unison, Enoch and his companions charged at Kelvin and Kia. Facing the charging trio, Kelvin smiled faintly. With a wave of his palm, a lotus flower, part of the timeless clear sky domain, flashed into existence above Enoch and his group. In the next instant, the lotus released a thick beam of light which enveloped Enoch and his companions almost instantly, leaving them no time to react. Covered by the light, Enoch and his companions dropped to their knees on the ground, creating a large crater within Kelvin's immortal longevity domain. Fortunately, reinforced by the immortal longevity Dao intent, the domain was incredibly resilient and impervious to ordinary force. Otherwise, it might have crumbled under such pressure. A small spirit dancing in the air frowned upon seeing the crater, wagging its chubby fingers at Enoch, the lotus, and the others while scolding them for damaging the domain. The lotus swayed gently as if apologizing. Satisfied, the little spirits continued admonishing the lotus not to make similar mistakes again. Then, luminous dots emerged from the spirits and fell into the crater, causing it to restore itself inexplicably. "Do I have my own repair crew?" Kelvin muttered, amused. At this point, Enoch and Otis felt their spines cracking as the spirits repaired the crater. The downward pressure from the sky and upward force from the ground compressed them like dough between rollers. Had it not been for their dragon technique, which greatly enhanced their physical strength, they would have turned into pulp. Even so, after blocking those conflicting forces, Enoch and company felt a dull ache in their chests and a metallic taste in their throats. They were injured by the compression from the lotus and the earth. Dragon blood breaks the cage. Someone as powerful as Cameron could not be certain. Kia gazed at the floating 10,000 ancient heaven lotus above the three men's heads, her beautiful eyes filled with wonder. This lotus Kia vaguely remembered from a tattered scroll in the Xiuxian study, was supposedly from ancient times. She never expected to actually encounter this relic within Kelvin's little world. Observing the phenomena in Kelvin's immortal realm, Kia began to suspect that perhaps these phenomena were real entities that had been lost to time. But why would these vanished things appear in Kelvin's realm? Immortal realm? Immortal realm? Could Kelvin's immortal realm really allow people to achieve immortality in another form? When this thought surfaced in Kia's mind, she was startled. After spending so much time with Kelvin, she knew long ago about the pseudo-Dan-formed sword pill in his body. Kelvin's sword domain was not a Dao realm that he himself had comprehended. When Kelvin first shouted, "Immortal realm," Kia assumed he was joking. Given Kelvin's carefree and unbound nature, the possibility of a joke seemed very likely. However, seeing the 10,000 ancient heaven lotus now, Kia's thoughts wavered slightly. But this thought quickly faded from her mind. Since the advent of cultivators, eternal life has always been the ultimate pursuit. Yet, even reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, becoming a true enjoyment. Feeling the suppression from the 10,000 ancient heaven lotus completely gone, Cameron and the others attacked Kelvin without hesitation. In this small world full of strange phenomena, this opportunity was fleeting for the three. Regardless of completing their mission or surviving to leave this place, they had to kill Kelvin. Otherwise, they would eventually be exhausted to death in Kelvin's realm. Kelvin didn't need to lift a finger. Just letting the countless phenomena attack, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Cameron turned his hand into a dragon claw, aiming directly at Kelvin's head. If it hit, even with Kelvin's strength, his head might explode like a watermelon. Watching Kelvin get closer, even Cameron, whose emotions usually remained unchanged, felt a surge of excitement. Everything is finally coming to an end. Cameron sighed in relief, thinking to himself. Kelvin looked at the approaching Cameron and the two others, showing no reaction. It seemed as though Cameron's attack was nothing more than a bluff. Only Kia, standing beside Kelvin, understood how powerful Cameron's attack was. Any of those outer cave, spirit realm experts would have been instantly killed by such a strike. Even Kia would find it challenging to block such a powerful blow. When Cameron's dragon claw was only 3 centimeters away from Kelvin's head, the energy blast blew Kelvin's hair backward. Yet, within those they would have been flattened long ago by the 10,000 ancient heaven lotus. Chapter 589. Pseudo-out scenario. Even with the deployment of the 3 talents formation, Daryl and his 2 companions sustained severe injuries. Myrtle had engaged in battle with Yanko before and knew well how formidable the 3 became when using their combined combat technique. Yet such formidable trio couldn't withstand even a single attack from the eternal verdant sky lotus. This further confirmed Myrtle's suspicion. This eternal verdant sky lotus in front of them must have some connection with the ancient era eternal verdant sky lotus as documented in historical records. Otherwise, it could not have subdued Daryl and his companions so thoroughly. I assume you are aware of the interrogation methods employed by my mirror platform personnel. I advise you to hand over the combined combat technique to me. It will save both me from trouble and you from suffering. Kelvin looked at the 3 pressed down by beams of light and spoke coolly. If the mirror storms could obtain such a potent combined combat technique, their combat capability would skyrocket and casualties could be significantly reduced. The mirror platform, serving as the supervisory body of the Great Gon dynasty, lost numerous mirror storms annually due to various tasks. To protect those compassionate mirror storms, Kelvin didn't mind becoming a tormentor for once. As Kelvin's words echoed, the eternal verdant sky lotus intensified its beam of light falling upon Daryl and his companions, resulting in creaking sounds emanating from their bodies. It was evident that the immense pressure made their bones struggle to bear the weight. Daryl glanced at the other 2, who nodded in understanding as if they shared a telepathic connection. In the next moment, Yanko and Grayson transformed their palms into claws, forcefully piercing into their hearts, then ripping out their still throbbing hearts. Without any hesitation, Daryl chewed on the hearts placed in his mouth. Simultaneously, Daryl's cultivation rapidly soared, just 1 thread away from entering the out-scenario realm from his previous half-step stage. The beams of light from the eternal verdant sky lotus were shattered by this sudden surge of power. Sensing something amiss, Kelvin and Myrtle stepped back the moment he consumed the hearts. Daryl did not pursue Kelvin and Myrtle, but turned towards the corpses of Yanko and Grayson. He then began gnawing on the 2 bodies, holding them in his arms. Witnessing this scene, Myrtle felt unease creeping up inside her. She was also a decisive person, having killed hundreds or even thousands of malevolent cultists. However, this was the first time she saw cannibalism, especially of comrades. In no time, Yanko and Grayson were entirely devoured, bones and all. By the time the last bite of Yanko and Grayson entered his stomach, Daryl's aura fully advanced to that of an out-scenario realm expert. Standing up, Daryl turned to look at Kelvin and Myrtle, with remnants of flesh hanging from the corners of his mouth. Resounded as Kelvin was knocked flying backward. Just a brief exchange, and Kelvin's arm was broken by Daryl. As Daryl said, even possessing only the true essence strength of an out-scenario realm expert wasn't something easily handled by a grotto spirit realm cultivator. Fortunately, Kelvin's foundation was solid, and his physical body had been tempered by the longevity Dao intent, thus limiting the damage to just a broken arm. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have been shattered into smithereens by that powerful punch. Daryl's speed was exceptionally fast. By the time Myrtle reacted, Kelvin was already flying backward. Daryl didn't intend to let Kelvin off so easily. Strike while the iron is hot. Seeing Kelvin soaring in the sky, Daryl aimed to deliver a fatal blow. However, before he could make his move, he sensed a cold wind rushing towards him from the side. It was Myrtle's attack. Get lost. Daryl roared angrily, sending Myrtle flying too. From start to finish, Daryl's target was always Kelvin. After flinging Myrtle aside, he didn't even spare her a glance and lunged at Kelvin. Seeing this, Kelvin waved his hand, and the celestial maiden and Xiuxian blocked Daryl's path. Not that Kelvin hadn't tried to summon other phenomena for assistance. Kelvin had secretly tried mobilizing other phenomena earlier, but to his shock, they required tremendous energy. Especially the immortal king sitting atop the cloud, probably lifting a finger would drain Kelvin dry. Moreover, the eternal verdant sky lotus had emitted only 2 beams earlier, yet nearly 3/4 of Kelvin's true essence had been drained. Though these phenomena were powerful, they far exceeded what Kelvin could now freely command. Compared to other phenomena, only the celestial maiden and Xiuxian used the least amount of true essence. Whoever obstructs my path shall die. Daryl growled furiously at the celestial maiden and Xiuxian blocking his way. Ignoring his threats, the celestial maiden strings produced soul-targeting martial sounds. To complement the celestial maiden, the Xiuxian conjured a killing illusion for Daryl. With Daryl regaining his emotions, he was instantly pulled into the illusion. Trapped within the illusion, Daryl's true essence surged, covering his entire body as he continuously attacked around him. Are you alright? Myrtle walked beside Kelvin and asked. Although Daryl is only a pseudo-out scenario, he's incredibly difficult to handle. The illusions created by phenomena won't hold him long. We must find a way to defeat him before he breaks free from the illusion, Kelvin said gravely. Hashtag chapter 590, breaking free from the illusion. Indeed, they were worthy of being the loyalists trained by Arrigo. Though somewhat brutal, their trump cards kept emerging. Kelvin watched as Enoch was trapped in an illusion and inwardly sighed. The last time he faced Dexter, the various lethal moves came one after another. In the end, it was only with the help of the sword pill that he managed to kill him successfully. Without the sword pill, Kelvin would have had a tough battle against Dexter. As for the longevity realm, at his then cave spirit mid-stage cultivation level, just invoking an anomaly would likely have drained him dry. Now, facing Enoch, who not only knew combined attack techniques but also possessed countless secret skills, this was the strength of a major power. The miserly old Roscoe and the despicable Davis should learn from Arrigo and provide more secret techniques for their subordinates to save their lives. Are they planning to take those secret techniques to their graves? Kelvin silently criticized Roscoe and Davis. The Mirror Platform, as the Imperial Inspection Agency of the Xiuxian dynasty, naturally housed no shortage of ancient texts and secret techniques. However, with Kelvin's current cultivation, there were very few texts and techniques left that could still attract him. Nonetheless, after so many years, Kelvin believed that besides the classics and secret techniques in the library of the Mirror Platform, there must be many other treasures hidden away. But all those treasures were hoarded by the old man, Roscoe, and Davis, who could bring out a cultivation technique like the tightness. The steward bowed respectfully and quietly left. After the steward departed, Roscoe opened his eyes and gazed deeply in the direction of the Xuanhuan clan, muttering, I hope you don't make the wrong choice. In the Xuanhuan clan, Xuanhuan Nitian was meditating with closed eyes when he seemed to sense something and looked towards the direction of the capital. After a long pause, he let out a cold snort and closed his eyes. In the ghost town, Davis was lying leisurely under a tree, humming a tune with a foxtail grass in his mouth. Achoo! Davis suddenly sneezed. He sat up and muttered, could I be catching a cold? Impossible, with my cultivation, how could I catch a cold? Or is someone thinking about me? Actong Guafu? Li Tsuafeng? Or Adrian Xiuxian? After pondering for a while, Davis still couldn't figure out who might be thinking about him. But it didn't matter. Davis planned to find a suitable time and seek them out one by one. With the authority already refined and the seeds spread, Kelvin, I wonder what you will do next. The thought of Kelvin's frustrated expression brought great satisfaction to Davis's heart. Being tricked by this sly kid so many times, it was finally his turn to get back at Kelvin. Unaware of Davis's thoughts, Kelvin now stared intently at Enoch trapped in the illusion. I have a secret method that can temporarily resist Enoch, but I can't guarantee killing him, Chastity said decisively. Chastity, being the divine maiden of Anshan Shrine, one of the 4 great paradises, possessed a secret technique that could temporarily boost her cultivation level. Kelvin wasn't surprised. After all, Anshan Shrine had profound heritage, almost on par with the Xuanhuan clan. However, just like Kelvin's Yama's muster divine ability, any technique that enhanced cultivation usually came at a heavy price. Therefore, Kelvin rejected Chastity's suggestion. They hadn't reached the brink of despair yet, so she didn't need to risk her life. Kelvin was confident that the sword pill within his body could slay Enoch. However, the true essence in his body would only allow him to use the sword pill once, so he had to ensure it was foolproof. At this moment, Enoch's true essence was boiling, making it impossible for Kelvin to approach him. Can you immobilize Enoch for an instant? Kelvin asked Chastity. Though Enoch is a quasi-manifestation stage powerhouse, his strength is incomparable to before. I will try my best, but I can't guarantee it. Chastity hesitated before replying. Kill. At this moment, Enoch roared and broke free from the witch's illusion. His bloodshot eyes targeted Fairy, in which as he lunged forward with dragon claw hand. Seeing this, both figures flashed and moved out of Enoch's reach. With no obstacles, Enoch's red eyes locked onto Kelvin, filled with murderous intent. Charge! On Kelvin's command, both of them rushed at Enoch. Chastity drew a white silk ribbon from her waist, which coiled around Enoch like a dragon. Faced with the silk ribbon, Enoch didn't dodge but struck a circle at it, forcing it back. However, the white ribbon did not give up and coiled around him again. By now, Kelvin had also approached Enoch. Upon seeing Kelvin, Enoch's eyes turned even bloodier, losing all rationality as he focused solely on killing Kelvin, completely ignoring the white ribbon. Taking advantage of this, the white ribbon bound Enoch tightly. Seizing the opportunity, Kelvin summoned the ancient and mysterious longsword in his hand from the sword pill. In the next moment, Kelvin slashed downward at Enoch's head with the ancient sword. If this strike landed, even as a quasi-manifestation stage powerhouse, Enoch would be split in two. Wherever the ancient sword passed, Kelvin's longevity realm showed a faint black mark that quickly vanished. Chapter 591. Killing Jackson. Jackson, who had lost his reason, felt Kelvin's devastating strike, and gradually regained his senses. The true essence within his body unconsciously erupted to its full extent. Resolving herself, Kia prepared to unleash secret arts at all costs. Neither Kelvin nor Kia noticed that after Actongo Qingtian Yizuli, myriad ancient sky lotus, was deflected by Jackson, the little sprite pointed its chubby finger at it, smiling mockingly. Actongo Qingtian Yizuli initially ignored the little sprite, but couldn't withstand its incessant taunts, which became unbearably annoying. Suddenly, the lotus leaves of Actongo Qingtian Yizuli swayed, launching a beam of light at the sprite, which nimbly dodged it. Had Kelvin seen this, he would have been astonished to find that when Actongo Qingtian Yizuli attacked, his inner spirit energy did not diminish. Moreover, the emitted light carried a powerful sense of sword intent. Dodging Actongo Qingtian Yizuli's attack, the little sprite placed its plump hands on its hips, opening and closing its mouth as if insulting it. After condemning Actongo Qingtian Yizuli, the sprite pointed first at the weakened Kelvin, then at them, seemingly communicating something. Observing the sprite's gestures, Actongo Qingtian Yizuli's leaves swayed as if contemplating. Kelvin, I admit I underestimated you. I'm already at the cave's spirit realm, yet you've wounded me. To say that you two are the leaders of this generation is not exaggerated. As recompense for the surprise you gave me, I'll flay you into sticks and torture you to death slowly. With his arm severed, Jackson's sanity returned fully. He glared coldly at Kelvin and Kia. Yanbation, do you really think you've won? Rainbow hues appeared in Kia's eyes, her aura intensifying. Hopeless resistance. Jackson sensed danger from Kia and decided not to give her any more time. In the sky, the little sprite gestured urgently. Finally, Actongo Qingtian Yizuli sighed and moved its leaves. Kelvin's ancient longsword flew out as if summoned, slicing through Jackson's neck in an instant. Before Jackson realized what happened, his vision plummeted until he saw his own feet. His head hit the ground, and he fell over. Kelvin then realized it was Actongo Qingtian Yizuli in the sky helping him kill Jackson. Curiously observing the phenomenon in the sky, it continued undisturbed without acknowledging him. Well, turns out you can attack without my true essence, truly a group of greedy ones, Kelvin mused inwardly. Are you alright? Kelvin turned his attention to Kia. Using secret arts would inevitably damage her body. I'm fine. The secret art didn't fully activate. Kia shook her head. It wasn't just comfort. Despite the significant side effects of the secret art, stopping it in time prevented bodily harm. Yes, Jackson and the other two are dealt with. Next are those cave spirit realm experts. Kelvin dissipated his eternal life domain. When the present cave spirit realm experts saw Kelvin and Kia standing unharmed while Jackson's severed head lay on the ground, their expressions changed drastically. Defeated? 3 formidable Xiuxian clan experts lost to Kelvin and Kia alone. Despair filled their eyes. They had witnessed Kelvin's power, killing cave spirit realm experts with one move, and their mere battle remnants were overwhelming. How could they possibly face Kelvin and Kia head-on? Though Kelvin's true essence was exhausted, he bore no visible injuries. Coupled with his cold gaze, he looked quite intimidating. As for the broken arm healed under the nurturing of eternal life Tao intent. Do you know your sins for oppressing the people? Kelvin's piercing voice echoed through the hall. We admit our guilt. Please spare our lives, Sir Phelan. Everything was City Lord Calvin's doing. We had no choice. Pardon us, Sir Phelan. We promise to reform and live anew. As cave spirit realm experts, they discarded their pride when faced with life or death, kneeling and begging Kelvin for mercy. The brothel keeper also knelt, pleading for mercy with a look of malice in her eyes, clearly not sincere about repentance. Her prostration was a delaying tactic, while waiting for the Hu Yindi battlefield to end. Chapter 592, Cleansing. The leader of the greenhouse was well aware of Kelvin's character. For the people who had been wronged by her group, Kelvin would never let them off. The leader only prayed that Kelvin wouldn't kill her right now. She firmly believed that with Sylvester's strength, he must be stronger than the old patriarch of the Vajra cave. If Sylvester ultimately emerged victorious, then Kelvin wouldn't survive this day. Even though Kelvin didn't see the leader's expression, he knew clearly that these people would not easily turn over a new leaf. Their actions were merely to buy time. Moreover, as they thought, the wounds inflicted upon the Rudy in the small realm within the 10,000 Great Mountains had yet to fully heal. Therefore, all he could do was delay Sylvester for some time. Defeating Sylvester was simply impossible. Time was of the essence, and Kelvin came here specifically to cleanse the forces in Dingzhou City. Thus, Kelvin didn't waste any words on these people. He looked at the Grotto's spirit realm powerhouses that Bear had gathered and said coldly, kill them all. The Grotto's spirit realm powerhouses who had kneeled on the ground saw the resolve in Kelvin's eyes and were filled with despair. Amidst their despair, there was also ferocity. Knowing they were going to die anyway, their hearts turned ruthless. They ignored the attacks from the powerhouses allied with Bear and charged straight towards Kelvin and Shirley. Shirley understood, however, if it really came to a fight to the death, even he would have to pay a price. And dealing with the Vajra cave could be done gradually, there was no need to kill him right now. After hearing Sylvester's words, the Vajra cave Dane fell silent. In his heart, he knew very well that with his current condition, if he continued fighting, he would surely die at Sylvester's hands. Before coming here, Kelvin had known about his injuries and instructed both him and the Ephron of Anshan Hall that they only needed to stall for some time. If things became unmanageable, they should open the spatial seal and not fight Sylvester to the death. Though the Vajra cave Dane didn't know what Kelvin had up his sleeve, he trusted that Kelvin wouldn't do anything without confidence. When will revenge end? Peter killed innocent people, and Kelvin avenged them. It's cause and effect. Why do you pursue it relentlessly? The Vajra cave Dane put his hands together and said. Upon hearing this, impatience flashed in Sylvester's eyes. Old monk, don't give me Buddhist sermons here. Will you get out of my way or not? Even though Sylvester didn't want to engage the Vajra cave Dane in a life and death battle, he wouldn't mind sending the old man to his grave if he insisted. Forget it. All is fate. With that, the Vajra cave Dane lifted the spatial seal, and the two figures appeared in the underground city hall. When Sylvester saw his brother Hu Yin Beixiang's corpse amidst the other bodies, his expression changed drastically. There was still blood at the corner of Hu Yin Beixiang's mouth, indicating he had eaten him here. Although his hatred burned, he cast a fierce glance at Bear before leaving with Aiden. Seniors, aren't you going to chase after them? Looking at those two, they might be searching for Kelvin. If they find him, with Kelvin's cultivation at the Grotto spirit realm, he won't stand a chance. After watching Sylvester and Aiden leave, Bear let out a sigh of relief but voiced his concern. Being able to hold back Sylvester for so long was already my limit. If I continued pursuing him, he would fight me to the death. In my current state, fighting Sylvester would mean certain death, the Vajra cave Dane explained frankly after shaking his head. Old monk, Buddhists often preach emptiness of all dharmas, yet you're still afraid of death? The Ephron of Anshan Hall remarked lightly. I'm just a mere mortal, not a Buddha. Why wouldn't I be afraid of death? Bear, overhearing their conversation, felt thoroughly disheartened. ##### Chapter 593, The Crew Reappears. Bear originally thought that Dane Vajrakave was formidable and, even if he couldn't defeat Sylvester, he would at least be able to put up a good fight. Now it looked like Dane Vajrakave couldn't even do that. Senior, shouldn't you try to intervene? Bear asked the Ephraim of Anshinzhai with a hopeful gaze. Sylvester and Aiden are trying to kill Kelvin, not our Anshinzhai sacred maiden, the Ephraim said. The consequences would be dire. It hasn't been long. Kelvin can't have gone far. You search west, I'll search east. We'll surely catch him. Sylvester acted decisively, and Aiden nodded. Then they flew off in opposite directions at supersonic speed, keeping their divine senses fully engaged without missing any clues. 15 minutes later, Sylvester's divine sense detected Kelvin and Kia hiding in a remote mountainous area. Kelvin, let's see where you can run. Sylvester's voice thundered across the sky. The next moment, Sylvester appeared before Kelvin and Kia. Your speed is really too slow. You're only just catching up now, Kelvin said, clearly displeased. Upon hearing Kelvin's words, Sylvester's expression tightened. Could Kelvin have set a trap specifically for him here? However, after probing with divine sense, he found nothing unusual. Kelvin, stop pretending, Sylvester retorted. If you had a plan, you would have acted earlier, together with Dane Vajrakave and Anshinzhai's Aryans. Why wait until now? These tricks of yours don't work on me, so will you spare me? Kelvin replied, adopting a, you make the call expression. Spare you? Don't delude yourself. Sylvester sneered. Kelvin, blame yourself for taking what you shouldn't have. With that, Sylvester launched a powerful surge of true essence. Compared to Xiuxian Bashiandu, Sylvester's true essence was overwhelmingly powerful. Neither Kelvin nor Kia stood a chance against it. Facing Sylvester's devastating attack, Kelvin remained calm. As Sylvester's true essence was about to hit him, Kelvin spoke. Brother Nyo, if you don't help now, you'll be attending my funeral, he called out. At those words, Sylvester's attack froze mid-air. The next moment, the crew appeared from above. Seeing the crew, Sylvester's face changed dramatically. You're that Saint Beast. Before Sylvester could finish, the crew kicked him square in the face, sending him flying. So, you're bullying my brother? Another kick landed on Sylvester's other cheek. Why are you bullying my brother? Do you even ask me before bullying my brother? For every word the crew spoke, another kick landed on Sylvester, quickly reducing him to a battered mess. I'm from the Xiuxian family, and my father is Dakari. Sylvester mumbled, barely intelligible. The crew's eyes flashed coldly. Next moment, it stomped Sylvester into the ground, crushing his chest. Blood spewed from Sylvester's mouth continuously. What family are you from? What's your father's name? The crew asked coldly. I am from the Xiuxian family. My father is Diyin. Before Sylvester could finish, the crew crushed his heart, destroying the inner world within his body along with it. A powerful Jingjing realm expert died, under the crew's foot like a helpless infant. Just what kind of family and grand titles are these? So careless. The crew flicked its hoof disdainfully. Brother Nyo, you're fierce. Kelvin gave a thumbs up. Knowing that Xiuxian family members were in Dinjo City, Kelvin had contacted the crew just in case. He chose the wilderness because it was too risky to expose the crew's identity in the city. A small matter, the crew waved its hoof nonchalantly. I've done what I could, so I should leave. The crew didn't dare stay with Kelvin too long, fearing he might say something wrong. Last time, it accidentally revealed details about authority to Kelvin and was grilled afterward in Ghost Town. The memory of Ned Ming's gleaming knife, circling near his kidneys, still sent chills down the crew's spine. Had it not cleverly begged for mercy, it might have ended up as a full ox feast. Even surviving that ordeal cost it 3 days of brutal torture from Davis. Thinking about it made the crew shiver. From then on, it remembered Davis's advice. Cherish life and stay away from Kelvin, especially knowing its big mouth could lead to trouble if it stayed around Kelvin. Chapter 594, A Matter of Life and Death. When Kelvin saw the frightened look on Adnan's face, his eyes flashed with sharp insight. After a moment's thought, he understood the sequence of events. Davis did not intend to tell, Kelvin said with dissatisfaction. Hearing Kelvin's words, Adnan's face showed a conflicted look. On one hand, they were brothers. On the other, it was a matter of his life. His bovine mind struggled to process the dilemma. Brother Nyo, don't worry. There are only 3 of us here, me, Nikki, and you. Even if you tell me, they won't know it came from you. If you don't tell me, then you're not treating me like a real brother, which will make me sad. I tend to talk a lot when I'm sad. If I inadvertently let Davis know you told me, Brother Nyo, you'll be on your own. Kelvin pressed hard, knowing there were only 3 people here, except for another ghost spirit, Paloma, whose loyalty to Davis Kelvin couldn't guarantee. After hearing Kelvin's words, Adnan's expression turned serious, as if making a decision. They refined some items and handed them over to their chosen candidates to compete against you for the power. After saying that, Adnan vanished, leaving behind his last words echoing in the sky. Remember, we didn't meet today. So, the Ghost Town gang is playing a survival of the fittest game, making Kelvin fight these people to determine the winner. Don't they worry about the competitors being eliminated before even entering the ring? A slight smile appeared on Kelvin's lips as he clearly thought of a way to deal with these people. Davis, get ready to be frustrated. Far away in Ghost Town, Davis sneezed suddenly. What's going on lately? He mused aloud. Why am I always sneezing? This won't do. It seems I've overextended myself recently. I need to be more cautious during this period. Davis rubbed his nose and shook his head. Calculating the time, those chosen ones should be starting soon. Kelvin, these are all prodigies who practice our Ghost Town techniques. Their strength matches yours. In a battle where one party is prepared while the other is not, let's see what you can do. Davis felt delighted thinking about Kelvin's inevitable failure. Anticipating that day gave him immense satisfaction. Kia, overhearing Kelvin and Adnan's conversation, looked puzzled. What was this power? Who were they? Could it be the Holy Clan? But the Holy Clan was destroyed long ago, known by everyone. If the Holy Clan still existed, with its might, why would it remain dormant for so long? If it wasn't the Holy Clan, then who were they mentioned by Adnan and Kelvin? Could there be a terrifying force unknown to Shunjai? The more Kia thought about it, the more anxious he became. Meanwhile, in a distant Huayan family pocket realm, a servant rushed towards Barrett. Aldo, something terrible has happened. Outrageous. Barking loudly. What decorum is this? Andy hadn't exerted any pressure, but as he spoke, the servant felt as though a mountain was pressing down on him, forcing him to kneel on the ground and create a deep imprint. Blood flowed from the servant's shattered knees. With a pained expression and sheer terror in his heart, the servant stammered, reporting to the Aldo, Dane's soul tablet. It broke? What did you say? Andy felt he must have misheard. Nevin was his beloved and only son. Despite pampering Nevin, Andy never spoiled him. Young Nevin went through rigorous training and excelled in cultivation, foundation, and combat experience compared to his peers. As his son, Nevin had access to top-tier techniques and secrets. Many called Nevin the second Andy. Had Nevin not reached the peak of this path, blocking further progress like a mountain, he could have advanced to become a Aldo. This confidence was why Andy entrusted Nevin with killing Kelvin. And Xinjai and Jin Gang Cave, although powerful, weren't a match for Nevin. Furthermore, Huayan Shi, mercenaries, and Dingzhou City's forces were supporting him. Even if Nevin faced Kelvin head-on, he shouldn't lose. Knowing his son's calm and calculated nature, how could Nevin possibly fail? Why would the soul tablet shatter? As Andy suspected, Nevin's combat ability was unmatched. Both in Shunjai's Ephraim and Jin Gang Cave's Aryan were inferior to Nevin. If not for Adnan's appearance, Kelvin might indeed have been defeated by Nevin. Adnan had challenged Aldos. No matter how strong Nevin was, he couldn't match Adnan. Hashtag chapter 595, Black Aura. Our report to Aldo, the Clan Brooks spirit tablet, it's shattered. The servant stuttered in fear. The servant's family had served Andy for generations, and was well aware of Andy's affection for Sylvester. If Dwight's favor toward Peter was due to the latter's talent, his love for Sylvester was solely because Sylvester was his only son. People often said that Aldos transcended worldly affairs, overlooking all living creatures. However, for Andy, this didn't apply to his own flesh and blood. Xiuxian. A roar echoed through the small world. An overpowering aura began to emanate from Andy's body. Under this formidable presence, the servant barely had time to scream before exploding into dust. As Andy's aura spread out, the sky darkened with thunder and lightning, fierce winds howling as if it were the end of the world. I want to see who can stop me. Andy's eyes were cold, gazing haughtily at the black clouds and flashing lightning in the sky. The black clouds grew darker, tinged with purple. The thunder and lightning became more violent, as if provoked by Andy, responding in fury. At the same time, the people of the Xiuxian dynasty felt a heavy pressure weighing on their hearts, like a massive rock pressing down on them. For those with slightly higher cultivation, it felt as if the apocalypse was upon them. Only the strongest could faintly sense that something significant was happening. On the desolate mountain where Xiuxian and Xian were, Xian's expression changed dramatically as he sensed the oppressive force. It's bad. It must be that Andy knows you killed Sylvester and is now furious, Xian said worriedly. Hearing this, Xiuxian looked puzzled. Last time, when he killed Peter, Andy knew immediately. Xiuxian believed it was due to the divine thought within the dragon seed projection. But Sylvester didn't have the dragon seed projection or Andy's divine thought. How did he know? Could it be that Aldos really knew everything without leaving their secluded realms? However, this wasn't the time to ponder this. Andy was enraged. What mattered most was how to face the wrath of Aldo. Only another Aldo could handle one. But Xuanhuan was far away at the headquarters of the demon sect. There was no time for Xiuxian to go there, nor would Andy give him any time. Right, didn't you say Aldos wouldn't interfere? What's going on? Xiuxian asked, believing Xian wouldn't deceive him. Since Andy intervened, something must have changed. Do you know why Aldos are never seen walking the earth, and even the strongest cultivators only reach peak boundary realm? And after Violet became a Aldo, she also vanished without a trace? Xian didn't answer directly but asked instead. Hearing this, Xiuxian was struck by a thought. People say Aldos transcend the mundane, devoid of human emotions, thus they overlook the world from above. From what you're saying, it seems that isn't entirely true. That's right, Xiuxian replied. Aldos are just a realm of cultivation. Their power commands our respect. Cultivators revere Aldos as deities, a tribute from the weak to the strong. Moreover, they started as ordinary humans, so how could they lack worldly emotions? Xiuxian nodded. So, it's not that Aldos don't wish to descend to the mortal world, but they are restrained? Xiuxian's face showed astonishment. How could anyone bind such powerful beings? You're right. Though Aldos oversee all, this world isn't limited to mere mortals. After achieving Aldo status, they are confined to their small worlds, unable to interfere with external matters. However, my master's message said this world has changed. It shouldn't be this soon though. Xiuxian appeared puzzled. While Xiuxian was perplexed, Andy hovered in the air, gazing arrogantly at the heavens, which seemed to be collapsing. If he insisted on leaving his small world, regardless of the consequences, everyone in the Xiuxian clan would undoubtedly die. Ancestor, please calm down. Whatever happened, please consider the Xiuxian descendants. Sylvester's son and Andy's grandson led the entire Xiuxian clan in kneeling. Please fill the air. Wretched child. Do you know your father was murdered? Dwight scolded bitterly. Gustavus froze in place, tears rolling down his cheeks. After a long while, Gustavus bowed and said, Ancestor, please calm down. We will avenge father. If father were still alive, he wouldn't want you to sacrifice the entire Xiuxian clan to avenge him. Gustavus spoke mournfully. Having lost both son and father, his pain was immense, no less than Dwight's. As direct lineage, however, he must consider the clan's welfare. Hearing Gustavus, Dwight's stern gaze softened slightly with helplessness. who said Aldous roamed free in the heavens. Now he merely wanted to seek vengeance for his son. Dwight had never imagined his son would die at the hands of Xiuxian. If he hadn't ordered Sylvester to kill Xiuxian, things wouldn't have ended this way. Xiuxian, though I cannot kill whoever harmed my son, you absolutely won't escape. Dwight's eyes brimmed with malice. Whoever killed Sylvester was certainly formidable. Dwight intended to leave personally to avenge Sylvester, but had to wait for the right moment for the sake of the clan, until the world underwent its great change. Although he couldn't immediately kill the culprit, he blamed Xiuxian for this. Dwight decided to kill Xiuxian first as partial retribution. Next, Dwight's hand moved in the air, summoning a black aura into his right palm, charged with ominousness and death. This is the condensed resentment of countless souls, insurmountable even for peak boundary realm. Die in agony, Xiuxian. Dwight's face twisted grotesquely. Chapter 596, Invading the Divine Soul. The grudges and grievances held by great derivative Aldo were not formed by ordinary people. These all came from powerful individuals he had slain, among whom were even peak beyond boundary realm powerhouses who were once his deadly foes. Countless wails, pleas for mercy, and cries echoed through the air as a result of these accumulated resentments. When the Xuanhuan family saw this cloud of grievances in the sky, they displayed pained expressions on their faces, with tears involuntarily streaming down their cheeks. They felt an intense pain in their hearts, more sorrowful than death itself. Some members of the Xuanhuan family, whose willpower was slightly weaker, slowly drew daggers from their waists, aiming them towards their hearts. Seeing this, Barrett waved his hand, and everyone immediately regained their senses. Their eyes filled with shock as they exchanged glances, realizing that had it not been for great derivative Aldo's intervention, they would have been influenced by the black aura to commit suicide. The despair and anguish they felt still lingered, sending shivers down their spines even now. Curse of the undead, go! With the words of the great derivative Aldo, the black aura, suddenly, it turned direction, and before Kelvin could react, it entered his body. Frenzy, madness, hatred, pain, and lamentation. For a moment, various negative emotions overwhelmed Kelvin. His clear eyes abruptly turned blood red as he clutched his head, screaming in immense suffering. Witnessing this, Kia's face drastically changed. Knowing that it was due to the Aldo's intervention, she was momentarily helpless against his immeasurable power. Kelvin, you must hold on, she said anxiously. However, Kelvin couldn't hear her anymore. His mind was infected by the black aura, causing him to lose consciousness. The black aura flooded his divine soul like a tide. Despite being robust enough to rival a new beyond boundary realm powerhouse, Kelvin's divine soul was defenseless against it. In moments, it reached the core of his divine soul. If the deep recesses of his divine soul were taken over by the black aura, Kelvin would be entirely corrupted. At that point, even a deity could not save him. Deep within his divine soul, Kelvin watched the black aura relentlessly invade. He tried every trump card but found none that could withstand an Aldo-level attack. His only hope was the holy sword of the Holy Clan, deep within his soul. Kelvin summoned the holy sword with his will, yet it remained motionless. As he panicked, the black aura claimed nearly all of his inner space, leaving only a tiny area. Spirit of defiance surged within him. His spiritual avatar attempted to grasp the holy sword and drive out the black aura. Unfortunately, lacking physical form, he couldn't budge it. Instead, exertion only weakened his already fragile spirit. Was there truly no other way? Just as despair took hold, Kelvin suddenly felt warmth emanating from his chest, the treasure brought by Eric from the Kyoto Mirror Pavilion's vault. This artifact, always kept close to his heart, had never been used until now. The warm currents flowing through him felt like gentle sunshine spreading through his limbs and meridians, dissolving the black aura upon contact. Within moments, the black aura inside Kelvin's body vanished, and the warmth began seeping into his divine soul. Feeling the transformation within his body, joy lit up Kelvin's face. Note: to keep the translation consistent with previous content, some names and terms, like Aldo, have been maintained. If you want changes, do inform.